Start your climb to OWCS by joining FACEIT League. Gain competitive experience in weekly FACEIT League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Register now and start your competitive journey at fce.gg/s4.
Hello and welcome all to the FACEIT League Season 3 playoffs. We got 3 days of action ahead of us in both the EMEA and NA region. And joining me for most of it are my very good friends, Mitch and Matt. How you doing, guys?
Yeah, she upgraded you to very good.
We upgraded. I was going to say, you know, in the rehearsal, we were just good friends, but now we're all very good friends. I know this is a great start to a day, great start to FACEIT League, right? Season 3 going into OWCS next year.
It's all about gaining my favor. That's what the whole season was about, and you guys did it. So congratulations.
Oh, we gained your favor.
That's already coming in
this season.
Yes.
Which teams in the FACEIT League gained your favor? That's what
I don't know. ExOblivione already tweeted at me. They hope that they impress me. So, you know, they're already reaching out.
Okay, I like that.
That's how they're on the broadcast. You know, you just tweet Zoe and you just end up here.
Yeah, that's exact. I'm calling these shots apparently. Not really, but I'm happy to be part of it all because I do love what we've seen all year long from the FACEIT League. We got to see so many up-and-coming teams and more unknown players, you know, dipping their toes into the competitive Overwatch scene in a tournament structure. And it's been really, really exciting to see those teams coming up and then ending up playing here in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, it's been an awesome year, right? Of you know, FACEIT League. I know it was an addition to like OWCS, and then obviously next year with FACEIT League just going to be included more in the pipeline directly. So we got a great pyramid. Pyramids are awesome. I know you see the top there, OWCS. Like all these FACEIT Leagues will actually funnel up into that, which is pretty sweet.
Yeah, I'm gonna have relegations as well, so you know you can't be twiddling your thumbs up there in the top, Mitch.
I mean, that's what the Overwatch League needed. I wanted to relegate the Paris Eternal for 3 years. I wanted them relegated to contenders and we couldn't do it. This, to me, obviously huge, and it's definitely going to promote teams really wanting to put that work in. Next year, obviously, like the FACEIT League is already promising to be sick as well. There's a ton of changes coming. Obviously, with the qualifiers in January for both OWCS and all the divisions. So keep an eye out for that one. But yeah, I'm stoked. I'm very much looking forward to see what next year.
You too can get relegated at the hands of Mitch Uber shouts Leslie.
That's right.
I mean,
because he's calling the relegation shots apparently. But first things first, of course, make sure to participate in the FACEIT League. So head on over to faceit.com/FACEIT League, sign up, and you can compete starting in January already, which is in like few weeks from now.
That's not what is time. Yeah, I mean, we're almost at Christmas. I don't really kind of, you know, look at the months. I just kind of like look at the holidays and how we kind of line up. And yeah, that's pretty soon.
Actually, that is, yeah.
What are you getting me for Christmas, Matt?
Oh, I'm getting you. I mean,
what isn't he getting you?
I hadn't say a new hairline.
I hadn't planned anything. I wasn't gonna say it. I wasn't gonna say it.
I don't know, bro. That one sounds like straight.
I wasn't. Why? I would never go there. I know. I know you're sensitive to it, so I wasn't gonna bring that up. So I don't know what I was gonna get you. I didn't really give it much thought.
Okay. All right. Well.
Okay. I'll get you guys something like to see it as an advent calendar, I guess, a little amuse-bouche. How about a map pool? Can I interest you guys in a map pool?
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at a map pool. Let's do that. Let's see what our teams or where our teams can duke it out all weekend long. I feel like some of the maps we've seen in this pool or we're seeing in this pool, we haven't seen in ages. Like Hollywood. I forgot it even exists.
Right. I mean, which I'm pretty sure this was in the map pool. At OWCS in Stockholm.
Someone fact check because I cannot recall seeing that.
Maybe I do need a fact check on that one, but I reckon it was, and it just wasn't picked there. It's obviously the kind of map where you probably just play Winston. Like that was kind of the go. Like a lot of the dive teams always used to pick that one. Esperanza is back in the map pool as well for push. We actually saw that briefly in Stockholm, although it's definitely not as commonly picked as like Runasapi, for example. Obviously, our clash maps are in the pool, and we've started to see them picked on occasion here in my favorite little Watch Point Gibraltar. I'm hyped.
Well, what's going to be really interesting here is that a lot of these map picks are usually like meta dependent, right? Depending on, you know, whether there's like more dive in the meta. I know something like a Maga, just kind of like boots on the ground. We just had like a, you know, major patch on Tuesday, right? So this sign to see like, okay, what is being played? I think you might see some different maps. I also think that if we're just subbing out Maga for another tank who's going to play Rush, you probably see pretty similar series to what we saw at Stockholm, which I think you kind of can pick out some of these maps you would definitely see, right? Like Kings Row, Runasapi, teams really in the Flash Clash pool. We're going more towards like Suravasa in Stockholm. We saw a lot of that, so expect to see some of those maps in the mix.
But also, I mean, there's a bunch of teams we get to see in the FACEIT League. They're not being like, they're not living in those boxes. They kind of stray out there. They come in with like some wonky strats, wonky map picks, perhaps. That said, though, loser doesn't get to pick map here, right? So it's a preset map pool, which I do believe they did do pick and bans on.
Yes. FACEIT League, it's like a one team gets a team A, one team gets a team B. If you're the higher seeded team, I mean, you could be team B if you want, but that would just be dumb. So you're always gonna pick team A. Yeah, and you get that extra pick. So that's kind of how they draft it.
If we need it, it's a bit different because in this sense, the pick and ban is done before the series starts, as opposed to like after maps, as we saw in OWCS. So in that sense, things are a little bit more locked in, and teams have maybe like less wiggle room, I guess, to make those adjustments. But I don't think it's going to make a huge difference in the grand.
Yeah, but we might see something a little out of the ordinary once in a while. So we're looking out for that stuff. For now, though, let's take a look at our bracket to see which teams are actually participating, which teams made it into our playoffs. There's some familiar names and some less familiar names. Which of these matchups get you excited, Matt?
Well, you know what? I think obviously the teams that like you look out for right at the start are like VP in Team Peps. They have a lot of players who we've seen, at the upper echelon of competitive Overwatch in the mix. The quick esports ExOblivione match, that should be quite interesting as well. I'm looking at the teams of VP and Peps, see if we kind of have them collide towards the end.
Yeah, so a couple, I think, like your boy Kirkmeister. Obviously, he's back. Waspex, oh no. Obviously, Junkrat.
And Hev, my Swiss man.
Yep, Hev. So yeah, Junkrat aficionado himself. Also, Vision Esports has Top Dragon and Donghun on that roster, who we did see through OWCS qualifiers on. Never mind. Yeah, one of those rosters. Oh, it was a one-man army. Excuse me. So those guys here worth looking out for. I do want to see what this like the full French Team Peps rebuild is going to look like. Because obviously it's taken them some time, I think, to bubble up to the top in EMEA. Obviously, they weren't a factor in OWCS in sort of the last stage of the year, but they're thinking about building towards a successful campaign next year with this mostly pretty young French roster with FD God at the helm.
I mean, now's the time to build towards next year, right? You get this little roster mania period where everybody kind of becomes a free agent. This is, this is in the COD sphere. This is where you make your money in Call of Duty, right? You make some friends, get some scrims in, right? All of a sudden, hey, maybe I was going to be in tier 2, tier 3, that FACEIT League pyramid. I just kind of talk my way in towards that top, and you kind of wiggle your way in there. So this is the time. Make moves.
Is that how you do it? Okay.
That's how white collar criminals do it, Zoe.
Actually. So Matt, you're literally just talking about Matt.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, a team we've seen around in the tier 2 scene for like ever actually is ExOblivione. We've seen a lot of different iterations just this year from this squad when we're looking at the roster. However, I think they were pretty much locked in since September, I want to say, with the roster they're having right now. The last notable showing we've seen from them has got to be the OWCS Group Stage 4. They had the unfortunate pleasure of having SR Check and good-looking SSG in their groups there, so they unfortunately didn't make it any further out, but they have some promising pieces.
I mean, I really liked what we saw from this team. I think Skytor is a really solid tank player. We saw Senna obviously subbed in to play Hitscan a fair bit. Yeah. There is that one Rialto map where she is playing Widow and she's dominating. I forget, it's like a top Hitscan that she is actually slapping around. So, I think this roster has got a lot of strength, especially at DPS and tank.
It'd be awesome to see if she can get in, if there's some type of like hit scan opportunities. Today we have a little bit of idea what we'll see meta wise, but like how you guys said, you never really know, right? When the game changes this much, in just a brief period of time, teams only have so much time to kind of coalesce around something. So we'll see if there's any type of hit scan in the mix.
Yeah.
We'll find out soon. If we're looking quickly at the Quick Esports roster there as well, this is also a roster which has been pretty much unchanged. Lots of notable pieces there, of course. I'm personally a big Hitori fan. I think a lot of those players really impressed throughout the season. And this is technically a rematch because both of these teams faced off against one another very early in October in the FACEIT League qualifiers.
October, I mean, that's ages ago.
Yeah, but that's the last time they faced off against each other. I'm like, listen, I'm a sucker for recency bias. EXO took that one, but it was a very close match, and that's where my recency bias. I want another close match like that because it's the same rosters, so there's only so much that can change. Let's take a look at the map sets to see where the teams take us.
October's like 3 holidays ago.
I mean, for you maybe. I mean, you've probably had 3 holidays since October, but the rest of us that actually have jobs, no, we have had 0.
3 holidays.
Yeah, that's literally what you said. I can't believe you said that. Yeah, I mean, well, it was in the group stages of of FACEIT League, this same season, in fact. But there's a lot of change as the seasons go on with these teams and rosters. Like at one point, a one-man army were in the FACEIT Master League, right? They sort of dropped out. We've had a lot of teams change names and such, so it can be hard to follow, I guess, if you sort of jump in and jump out. Point is, these two have played before, but this ExOblivione roster, honestly, I think I had Quick in a 3-1 here.
Yeah, I believe I did as well. And in a rare instance, we agree. You also see the maps 2, 3, 4, right? Those are the 3 maps I was talking about, right? It was like Kings Row, Runasapi, and then the Flashpoints, right? Teams not really going towards the clash. That would lead you to believe we're kind of in the same realm of maybe Maga type of compositions, maybe a slight variation after some of the balance stuff the other day, but we shall see.
I mean, Maga was not affected hugely. It was just another tweak where his base health was increased and his base armor was reduced. So it's just the same total health pool, but just differing. You'll notice now he's got a little bit less armor proportionally speaking. The Winston is probably not what is being sort of considered a top tier composition, but you are going to see a lot of teams sort of buck the trends and play what they're comfortable with at this level, and it is going to be a Reaper Sojourn with the Winston set up for Quick.
I mean, you're going to have to play so careful on this Winston, right? Getting in and out, Winston against the Maga, it can be very difficult to be able to stay and do enough damage. You're going to need a Reaper to come up huge with some big damage on the Sky Tour.
Absolutely. Well, Orono taking a bunch of damage here as the high ground is going to be controlled by both Sojourns, looking to set up those disruptor shots to get some free damage on the way in. Remember, they do build up that railgun charge. Sojourn as well, now a minimum railgun damage 20, maximum 120. So a subtle change on paper that makes her quite a lot more powerful, putting a lot more strength back into that rail weapon. So expect to see a lot of Sojourn today.
Yeah, as Quick Esports, they try and take high ground, but everybody just taking tons of damage as they have to back out. That's going to give the point to ExOblivione first.
Here we go. Hitori has to back away there. The cardiac overdrive, a little bit of a threat here, and an ExOblivione controlling the point. This is a problem eventually. Quick have to go for it here. They found Zoro, though, a chance to pick them off here. Captain Prash unable to heal them up adequately, but Yoham is taken down on the other side here. So the Echo with least of ExOblivione getting involved. But this should be a quick take here by Quick as the cleanup comes through.
Yeah, and one of the bigger changes actually it's a Kitsune Rush used here by ExOblivione as they still want to fight this, as you still have Sky Tour up. So it looks like they're going to be able to hold on here as, Ken gets pushed out of the choke. But one of the biggest changes, Mitch, is the buff to the DPS passive, right? The duration of that heal, the reduction, it's buffed up a second, and also the heal reduction goes from 20 to 25%. So it's a massive change here. It's going to impact a lot of the damage dealers and the supports as well. As Ken comes in, picks up 3.
Pretty nutty fight. There's a lot to talk about as that went down. One reason also why Quick might be looking to play a bit more Winston right now, you also are rewarded for direct hitting your Winston jumps a little more. You actually get 60 damage, which can be a breakpoint under some circumstances. So obviously pretty potent. There's still a huge amount of fall off on Winston's dive in general, but yeah, that DPS passive heal reduction might be a reason to go away from the Malga comp, as that is really the bread and butter of that comp's survivability. Lauren here forcing SSJ out of that window. Quick did eventually flip the point, although it took Ken going absolutely mental with a big overclock. Lauren, okay, Lauren actually went for a death blossom there, but gets taken down by the pulsar torpedoes of Captain Brash. Not ideal at all. SXJ eventually falling though, and again, Sojourn highlighting things here for Quick. They should be able to string 2 fights together here.
Yeah, and that's a rare fight win, right? When the other team uses the orbital ray. It's an orbital ray used by Yoham as well to kind of fight that back as well as a rally, but still you lose the Reaper first, which the Reaper is like a brunt of the damage there onto the Maga, but Ken's doing so well on the Sojourn, comes up with some huge kills. Sojourn, at least here early on for both sides, has looked to be pretty impactful.
I mean, it's a big deal when your base damage on your rail at full charge is now 120 up,
yeah,
100, and the minimum damage also been increased, so you don't even have to get the full charged ones, but you do want to be there in general. Hitori, yeah, in deep trouble. Burning, of course, a little bit from the Malga damage and wasn't able to jump away before Zoro caught them with a railgun connection. Yep, here's another overclock. Lauren flattened. The body shot kill there for Zoro. And Strebel with the next to follow. Expect to see a lot of Sojourn over the next few days, folks. He is looking very powerful right now. And ExOblivione break on in here as Quick had threatened to take the round away.
Well, you can obviously, with Sojourn, building up these rail shots, right? Just keep applying the DPS passive to whether it's like a tank or multiple targets, right? And then being able to burst them down. This is our first look here for Quick Esports playing the Orisa. So Orisa gets some changes in the recent patch. Always, she's on like a knife's edge, I feel like, always, of becoming meta.
All right, Ken here just looking to try and position away from much of this pressure, but the Kasuna Rush is going to come down. This is going to be pretty potent, but they don't have a Reaper to play inside of it, or a Malga as it stands. ExOblivione investing so deeply in that fight, but we're going to harp on it a little bit. That sustained healing in fights against that DPS passive is a lot weaker. Captain Prash is going to be able to get a touch here, maybe, but
no.
Okay, forced away before they can.
Yeah, try to get around the corner, not able to get on and get a touch. That's going to be Quick Esports there, off the rip, taking that first round. In terms of like what we're seeing like meta-wise right now, I mean, nothing. I mean, the Winston's obviously a huge shift, but you're still seeing some Maga in the mix. I think you're going to start to see more of this Orisa. Orisa, it seems like, remember when they used to be like Mei was really the one, like where they would change her number a little bit and it would just send her play like through the roof. Orisa seems to be that now, right? They make a small adjustment, what looks like a small adjustment, and you see her play rate go through the moon, right?
This game, I really do think at the moment is either Orisa or Malga, whichever one is stronger. Literally, Orisa had the opposite treatment as Malga. She had her armor increased and her base health decreased, so her armor proportion is up. Malga's armor proportion is down. She also got a range increase, I guess, to Terra Surge, which is pretty marginal, I think. That's definitely not why players are looking at it, but again, she's strong. She always has been. This has been a Malga or Orisa world Overwatch, depending on which is stronger patch-wise here. It looks like the teams disagree, though, on which is the one to go for. Yeah, the extra armor, though, with a little bit of that reduction, including with the DPS pads, right? It's pretty, that combination's probably pretty good, right? To keep the Orisa alive, topped up as Hitori because the move on in, but Zoro on a flying takes out Ken. Yeah, pretty huge to get your opposite number in that fashion. There SXJ responding beautifully. Comes out of left field, they're able to snap them up comfortably. Quick, after starting this map in general so strong, winning with the Winston composition against the Malga one, which by the way is definitely worth noting, are only going to have 13% here as ExOblivione eventually break back in. Yes, Zoro and SXJ get around the point, right? Zoro on one side ends up picking up a kill, and then SXJ on a little bit of a flank is, okay, this is a little bit of a different look. Lucio, which we haven't seen Lucio really in quite a while, right? Since Juno's come into the meta, it's been a lot of Juno Brig. You're going to see Lucio in combination with a Queen here, so a lot of speed and mobility for Quick Esports. Yeah, definitely, I think, need that mobility with this Junker Queen comp. Need to get it within striking distance if you can. A dupe, though, off the Queen by SXJ. And they might have the first rampage on the field if things go right for them here. A huge part of the Queen setup is hitting those knives, being able to catch people out. Hitori's able to get the axe swing on the Captain Prash, though, now, as there was a rampage that came out from SXJ. Doesn't look like it was a big difference maker in the end as the commanding shaft keeps Hitori and Co healthy enough to come forward, but they've only got Lucio for heals here. Yeah, they're really low on healing, but that rampage you're able to actually connect to while inside of the orbital array and at least gives ExOblivione a chance in this fight. Hitori under pressure, of course. The Reaper's trying to move up. Lauren getting in range of Skytor. But now, of course, this overclock is absolutely going to be forcing the entirety of Quick Esports away, especially with an orbital array in play. ExOblivione is 65%, and that's... and he just popped his overclock, and Zoro clapped him.
not ideal there for Ken as Lauren and Hitori die at the hands of the highway there. As now ExOblivione, they're in a fantastic spot, Mitch. I mean, this choke is very difficult to break in general. And now look, I mean, they have Farah on the other side, right? So Farah just all this damage through the chokes. A switch off of the Juno over to the Kiriko, right? As you don't have that orbital, right? Just gonna try and get back in the fight a little bit faster. Is this is last ditch effort? As a Rampage only connects with 2.
Yeah, but it might be enough. Catching Skytor with that anti-heal is pretty big, but he's able to shrug it off before Quick can actually get in range to take advantage of it. Here's a Death Blossom from Lauren and an attempt from Johan with a Suzu to keep Quick Esports up and ticking, but they will fall flat again as this sustained damage from Farah will get them through that last fight and a pretty comfortable win in the city center round.
Yeah, and even though Hitori connects with a 2-player Rampage, there is a rally that kind of comes in there from Captain Prash towards the end, right? So they back out, they stay alive for a brief period of time, then they start getting the benefits of that rally plus the cage fight, and there's no way that Quick Esports can battle it.
Yeah, interesting. They make this move over towards the Junker Queen composition, which again we're starting to see a fair bit here where, you know, Juno is actually starting to be considered somewhat interchangeable. Normally it's like Juno Kiriko, not Lucio Kiri, but that was Quick making a switch up there, I think, just to try and get back into the fight, so don't read too much into that composition. Back again with another Orisa setup here. ExOblivione convinced that the Malga comp is where they want to be, and that last round was pretty decisive, I feel. However, a wayward Chaplain catches Captain Prash at the start of the fight, but Takuno at least is able to exchange some torpedoes and take down the crucial Juno of Quick.
Yes, just an odd start, right? With 2 supports falling at the beginning as ExOblivione, they'll try and take some of this high ground here as Tori take on loads of damage. Spear spin just to back on up there and stay alive, as and take a little bit to get this Orisa healed up before they can go contest again.
Lauren just cannot fight out in the open here. Far too dangerous for the Reaper. They back away. They actually get hit with the sticky bombs before they TP up to the high ground. They're trying to take some control of that position, I think, but there's not really much to be done there. Skytor as well, clever, just drives into the corner and then stomps inside the opening of the door, zoning Quick away. And yeah, Lauren has struggled, having to play out in the open this round as the Reaper. They've been constantly peppered down either by the Sojourn or the Echo.
And I don't know about your opinion, but it feels like for me, like even in the scenario where you kind of have the Orisa and the Maga, like in that neutral fight, it just seems like the Mog is able to stay alive and just keep the health pool much higher, as this is going to be an orbital right here right off the rip, as Skytor also pops the Cardiac Overdrive. Going to be able to stay really healthy. Terror Surge available for Hitori. Could just bring everybody into this Reaper damage.
Yeah, ExOblivione not actually able to find any big kills off that exchange, even though they had Skytor inside the orbital ray. And now the crackback comes in pretty quick. It's XSJ brought rapidly back down to earth here as Skytor tries to hit that backline, but there was just no one there for the Malga to impact. Johan can sit on this orbital ray. There's no reason to use it, and Quick should be able to string a second fight.
Yeah.
Win together after this one.
I mean, that is massive, right? Being able to win this fight without having to use orbital ray or rally when Takuno's use the orbital ray on the other side. It should give you like 2 fights, right? In a situation where you think you can win for Quick Esports, which gets you right back into this game.
It was a really good disengage from Quick, I think. Maybe a little bit telegraphed, as Skytor was literally running at them in slow motion like it was Chariots of Fire. But still, they got the message. Here's Skytor again, comes in for a stomp. Hitori's able to shrug it off though with that Fortify, and Ken asking for more here with this overclock. Will force ExOblivione right out of the way, and on the backside they get the pick on XJ. That's the 2 fights in a row that Quick have won, and they still haven't used their support ults.
Yeah, I mean, just they're probably going to get another fight out of this, right? Just using the overclock or not having to use anything else and pushing them back to the spawn and winning the fight off of it, just delaying, is huge. It should actually get them close to taking the lead, and then they have a huge advantage in this next fight coming up.
Skytor here just trading. Can't afford to take too much damage and has his armor knocked. He's going to be throwing down this cage fight. Okay, Lauren's caught in the middle of it. Has a Death Blossom, but okay, doesn't really have an opportunity to make use of it there. They're going to fall to those torpedoes. Zora here with this overclock now is able to get away from the increased range of the Terror Surge and avoid that Orisa ultimate here. Quick Esports then lose a fight that they had to commit both of their support ultimates to, whereas ExOblivione only end up using the rally. So the ult economy completely in shambles here on both sides. But we're going to have an even game.
And cage fight is still really impactful, right? The cage fight from Skytor and then a rally there from Captain Prash. I mean, just about everything thrown in there for Quick Esports, and all you have to do is use that cage fight, burn a player or two down right away, and it creates a huge advantage for the rest of your team. Not exactly like everybody wants to push directly into the cage to fight it, and with the percentage right now, Quick Esports, they're in a lot of trouble, right? You lose this fight, you're in a really rough situation.
I don't know if they can beat Orbital Ray Malga. I mean, we saw it happen on the first round, in fairness.
The longer it takes for this to develop, I mean, they're going to give themselves no chance at a second attempt.
Yeah. Oh, I like this, though. Okay, Zora getting picked off. Lauren's able to find a free assassination in the backline. Do they have the TP to get back up? It may not matter. This Orbital Ray is a problem. You can see just how hard Skytor and Co are hitting. That's a beautiful stomp as well. There is no way Strebor is extricating himself from this fight, and Johan will be chased down. There was a quick flip there by Quick. I think it might have been Lauren, actually, back on the point after finding that assassination. But they get hit harder than I don't know, a 12-year-old getting run down by a rugby player. Not much you can do about that one here as the charge came in from Skytor to get rid of the Reaper, but it's still a contested little stagger. Yeah,
it's still contested here. It's already goes on to the Doom, try and keep it in their favor as it's going to be Ken still up on the high ground. Nice railgun shot as now you're getting everybody back here on just mobile heroes.
Yeah. Ken trying to slide away there under a lot of pressure now. We have a duplicate of the Sojourn for SXJ, and they're going to find Lauren with a nice little headshot. That is absolutely absurd. ExOblivione end up taking the round away. They walk into that fight, of course, with the Orbital Ray to back up their Malgamat, and they're able to convert, although it gets a little dicey.
Well, you know, as much as like there's a new patch update comes out, right? What's the meta? Malga. Still pretty good. Right? You can still make Malga work in a lot of situations, you know, regardless of what happens. So, ends up working out there. The Malga combined with the Orbital Ray in that final fight, like we were talking about. It's just a really devastating combo to try and fight.
Yeah, it could have gone either way, though, because Lauren somehow gets into the backline of ExOblivione.
Yeah, it was wild.
Fight and gets that free kill on Zoro. Then goes and I think flips the point. Basically, you know, meaning the round could have gone a lot longer. So I do like that look from them. It wasn't quite enough in the end. And from Quick, we saw the Orisa, we saw the Queen, we saw the Winston comps, all three of those. You know, they came out of the gates on the Winston setup and were able to win that round. So it's nice to see how much is at their fingertips. But the Malga comp got ExOblivione there in the end. Let's have a quick look back and see how this went down. I'm a big fan of the Winston comp being able to win the first round.
Yeah, and I mean, if you are a team that was pretty good, right, at the Malga-based setups, even with the patch, there's probably not a huge incentive with the short amount of time to like swap, right? Unless something is like super strong, right, and like overpowering. Where the Winston setup at the start looked really good. The Orisa, if they can close the gap against the Malga, can like bully the Malga out a little bit. And same with the Queen, right? We saw some Queen in Stockholm, a very limited amount, but at least here at the start, it seems like just, you know, the cardiac overdrive, everything that Malga brings to the team, still very difficult to stop.
Yeah. And we kind of wondered what the impact of the sort of elongated DPS passive would be, because I think the intent of making that now 3 seconds and, you know, increasing the healing reduction was so like sustained damage was more of a threat in those longer fights against the comps that just abuse healing, right? Orbital Ray setups, or of course, like anything with Malga and that sort of cardiac overdrive. You know, that's why maybe some teams were trending towards the Orisa setup, which is less about healing to mitigate sort of threat, but, you know, break it up with Orisa's cooldowns and get in there and sort of brawl that a little bit more. So we start to see maybe these comps look similarly impactful here, but the Malga setup still is definitely something to be feared.
I also wonder how much the DPS passive, the extension of it, like impacts this level of play, right? The fights at this level of play are so fast, and the kills happen so fast, the targeting so good that like, does that extra second of reduced healing actually matter? Where like, I think if you're playing at like a lower skill level, right? I think it's definitely probably noticeable. Yeah, exactly. I think it's probably more pronounced like a lower skill level, like not being able to keep teammates alive through some of this stuff. Where, you know, the highest levels of competitive Overwatch, you see how fast they're able to take people out and just burn down targets. I wonder how impactful it is.
Yeah, we're going to go to a quick break. And while we have you there, we're going to run you some highlights of the FACEIT League we've seen so far. So enjoy that. We'll be back with Map 2 real shortly.
one and all. This is
Jesus.
This
is some video.
Playoffs. These is some video games, though. Mitch, Matt joining me here once again. We just saw one map being played in our first series of the day here in the upper bracket in the EMEA region. And what can I say? I was right. You guys were wrong.
Was I?
We said 3-1.
Wrong.
Yeah. You said.
Did you say 1? You gave them a. Okay.
Yeah, I think I said that Quick would win 3-1. So I'm still.
Did you though?
I'm still.
We're still in the mix here. We're still in the mix. Yeah,
I'm calling it. I'm pulling a Jake on you. I'm calling the action already.
That's
like half a map in. I'm calling it.
Yeah. I do think that in fairness, like looking over the records of these teams, I was a little surprised to see EXO at like 6-5, I think, wherever they were. I just think this team is a lot stronger than maybe like a mid-table finish into the playoffs would indicate. But yeah, they look really good here. I do think that this is like I think we picked what is probably the most competitive match of the quarterfinals. So
I mean the viewers,
absolutely.
I mean they decide with Zoe. I mean this is. You know.
Obviously, it's a me thing. It has nothing to do with EXO actually being a really, really decent team. And EXO just took that dub on the map that Quick Esports actually picked. Now we're heading over to Kings Row, and that was EXO's pick. So let's see what they have in store for us as we're heading into our second map of the series.
Thank you. Yeah. So control doesn't go the way that the Quick sort of hope it does here. And EXO's map pick, of course, is Kings Row. Obviously a map that's very conducive to playing as Malga comps. Also the Orisa very reasonable. We've seen Junker Queen play on this map. There's honestly, you can play a whole bunch of different stuff here. So I think the one thing that you can bet on is that both teams will be running Sojourn.
Yeah, I mean Sojourn obviously extremely good controlling the high ground here. You could even like put an Ashe in the mix, right? Like we saw Twisted Minds do in Stockholm. But this map is well, so look, it's pretty good for like Maga based things, right? It can also be pretty good for like Winston or Diva and like Dive, right, to kind of like access some of that high ground. I assume though this is a straight Maga pick, right? As it'll be excellent defense first. So I'll actually play the Ashe in the mix. So Ashe at the start probably has an advantage over the Sojourn, just like at the effective range, right? But I wouldn't be surprised if we see Sojourn like as we move to the second part of the map.
Yeah, we'll see how that plays out here. The SXJ also has a question for Quick Esports in all chat. We turned off all chat in OWCS eventually this year, which is a real shame. So I am, I'm kind of excited to see the players talk some smack. It looks like Quick are so locked in here. Obviously, after dropping that first map of the series, they are going to be back with the Vengeance here. So they will have the Orisa comp. Interestingly, though, it's an Unup rig setup, which is pretty curious here. I mean, Orisa is a reasonable nano boost recipient, but a little surprising not to see something with perhaps some mobility or also the Juno.
I mean, it's just to come out the spawn, right? Maybe you hit a bio and you can follow up on it, but now you have the Juno back in the mix. It feels like you need the speed, orbital ray as well. Just extremely strong as Ken just rips XSG's head off right there. I mean, that is a sick shot.
Yeah, I mean, you're asking for it. Playing Echo, I think, or any sort of like airborne hero against Sojourn as she stands right now. SXJ comes off second best there, but Quick Esports still need to step a bit further over towards the point to start this cap here, and Skytool will be ready to move out of the hotel to engage them. Lauren has to be careful, of course. The Zoro has those sightlines on the Ashe here, the more defensive pick. One that obviously wants to abuse that dynamite as much as possible against the Quick Esports team, who will likely group on the high ground. You'll notice the Ken goes very low there, so that has to be healed up pretty quickly. You got to be a little bit worried about Captain Prash, who's in the mix there as SXJ at least gets Lauren. This will force the drop down though of Zoro, which means high ground belongs to the attackers.
Yeah, Ken up here with Strayboar coming up on a little bit of a flank, right? So you have the Brig and the Sojourn up here in combination as Hattori pushes through the choke with Yoham. So they're trying to make a play here and push some of these players out through the choke, then double back towards the point.
Hattori wants to push in here. 2 ticks already now for Quick. They've gotten rid of Captain Prash, and Skytool can't do too much about that, trying to get away. But it's that first pick there, the pick on SXJ by Ken, that opens the door for Quick to move on in.
Yeah, then you get good high ground control right from Quick Esports. They push some of the players from Exoblivione off of there down into the choke. That's where you have the Orisa, get the little bit of speed boost up there with the Juno and take those players out through that choke. I was going to say, I wonder if we see Zoro switch here as we go to the second part of the map, but with a Bob available, you probably just kind of hold on to this. Dynamite as well. We've talked about in the past, putting a lot of heal pressure on, even more now, right, with the DPS passive.
Great point. That sustained damage is what benefits most, actually, from the elongation of that DPS passive. Here goes Ken, though. A little bit hard to see the wood for the trees right now, with an overclock in play, looking at Skytor trying to bring down the one that caged them in the first place. The cage is down. Bob is an issue on that corner. Eventually, though, he will pull himself on out there. We have a duplicated Malga going to work, but Ken is finally able to get rid of Skytor. And even without Lauren, they should still be able to do some work here quick. They have that tank advantage, and Hitori has exacerbated that by taking down both DPS. Both healers, rather.
Yeah, I liked the use of the cage there for ExOblivione. Ken putting down so much damage with that overclock on the Skytor, and they almost used the Bob to like kind of zone some of the players off, prevent them pushing through. And this is what I thought you would see from Zora. I thought you would see a Sojourn switch after first point, and now you bring the Sojourn in, but you might be a little bit too late. You're probably going to be, well, it's going to get close, right? You're probably going to have one more fight here before the second checkpoint.
Yeah, if they can get close enough. ExOblivione have Skytor waiting in the wings there, and Zoro is also ready to get involved, charged up with a railgun, waiting. Captain Prash for the rally here can step on up, and it's going to be the plan pretty much straight away. Skytor wants to come forward now, and this is beautiful. Shoulder charge connection. Ken, with all the mobility in the world, it feels, for DPS, couldn't get away from that.
Yeah, everybody on Quick Esports, I know, tried to disengage. Maybe Ken didn't get the memo there, just get stomped out now. But for Quick Esports, right, not the worst thing. You end up getting the cart pretty close to getting that second checkpoint. They end up using a rally. You come back with Orbital Ray, such a powerful ultimate. It feels like that'll be a fight win, right? Orbital Ray kick things off here.
Yeah, it comes out reactively here, but Zoro is able to take Shrivel down before they can benefit from the healing of the Orbital Ray. What? Quick make use of that ultimate, and yet the DPS of ExOblivione come clambering over them. That cart, though, still sailing towards the checkpoint here. ExOblivione do need to respond, but they don't have that Malga. He's coming back off spawn, and Prash is just able to touch just in time. SXJ is there, taking down Lauren. Now the 2v1 on Hitori. They can defend this. ExOblivione have gotten away with absolute murder.
I thought Hitori with the Terror Surge was going to like grip them off, and they weren't going to be able to get back. Tries to use a Spear Spin, push players back, then the Terror Surge try and group them in. So I thought potentially they weren't going to be able to get a touch, but they end up doing there for ExOblivione, preventing them from getting that card over the line on defense. I mean, that was clutch.
That's a tilter. That's an Orbital Ray fight for Quick Esports that goes horribly wrong. Now SXJ with another duplicate can jump into an Orbital Ray of their own. Then just sit on that ultimate. No need to make use of it here. Hitori eventually succumbs as they just run out of defensive cooldowns. And our Quick Esports are inside the 90-minute warning.
Yeah, and I mean, ExOblivione, right? You're going to be able to have this, cage fight here coming up next. Cage fight plus rally, obviously, a pretty strong combination. See if Strebor uses the rally to kind of push into that cage fight as Quick Esports, right? You end up using this like overclock in your rally. You're very close to an orbital ray, but like the worst thing would be using like those three and not getting it, and then you're now what, below a minute? I mean, probably below 30 seconds at that point. I mean, that's a brutal scenario.
Yeah, here's an Orisa Dupe in a beautiful cage fight to come down here with the rally in play. Quick Esports are still forced to just stand here and try and fight. Lauren is the last person whoever wants to be caught inside that cage with an ultimate, no less. If they had time, they could have gone for a Malga dupe and build up one of their own, at least have had a cardiac overdrive cooldown to give to their team inside the cage. Could have given them a chance, but Lauren never had the opportunity.
Yeah, and Hitori dies late. You see the players in ExOblivione push up a little bit, see if they can just kind of catch one player out, waiting for Quick Esports to get back together, but that is huge, right? Rally plus overclock off the table here for Quick Esports. So it will be a rally here for ExOblivione. Yoham, though, with the Orbital Ray. I wonder if you can, like, hype this if you're ExOblivione, or if they end up using that Orbital Ray. Okay, they use it really early.
Yeah, very early. They really want to try and take this fight. Quick Esports with a dupe here of the Malga, trying to bully their way in. I mean, they do get to benefit from that nasty combination here. It has worked out for them so far. Only Strebor falling. Skytor as well. The last player standing with nobody really to play off of. That's nicely done by Quick Esports. They had to go for it there. I'm a little bit surprised. ExOblivione pushed so far out into the...
That's what I was going to say. I'm surprised that ExOblivione played that aggressively into it, right? They kind of opened things up with Skytor jumping in with a stomp, and then that allows them to use the Orbital Ray, and Captain Prash uses the rally, but there's nobody there, right? Like, you end up using the rally back by the payload, and there's nobody there to really gain tons of benefit for it, where I feel like if they played that a little bit more passively, at least they kind of get into OT on the card, and what is this? We have a Zenyatta sighting.
Yeah, okay. Trevor with the Zen. Now, ExOblivione are playing a comp that does want to run up on Quick Esports, so this to me feels pretty risky. But on these longer sidelines here, you can really make life even harder for the Mauga to stay healthy in the middle of these fights. That Discord Orb is going to really hurt them. Down to 30% HP as ExOblivione tried to start the fight here. There's still an Orbit Array that came out from Tekuno, and they are playing from within it, getting healing out to the players on the periphery. Once again, ExOblivione get to run Quick down, which is why we're a little worried about the Zen being used here.
It feels like you just run the Zen down. It's like, I mean, Zen obviously a little bit of a glass cannon, and then being able to just kind of get on him with a stomp or even, you know, XXJ. I mean, think about how fast it is to use that focusing beam to kill that Zenyatta. It could be very difficult to keep him alive.
That was dirty. The off angle. This is a 1v1 against Lauren. That is so nasty. Quick Esports not ready for that at all, and of course they have all the trimmings, not that they need them. 2 overclocks are better than 1 apparently. There was no need to do any of this. But again, it's the end of the round. Quick Esports are not going to have a way to get out of spawn. Yo, that SXJ, that was
that was sick. I mean, comes out of that top window, takes out Lauren, and then also takes out Stripper on the Zen. So, you know, double kill coming right out of that top window. I mean, that was pretty nuts there. You also see the downside of the Zen, right? I know he basically gets hit with the stickies. The focusing beam goes directly onto him, and he's dead instantly.
Yeah. You can't. I mean, again, you want to play Zen against the slow comps, the ones that like want to try and poke you down. Maybe you feel like you have an advantage there. We've seen it against like Ramatra comps, for example. But yeah, if you have a comp that's going to run at the Zen, like you have that sick mobility of like Echo, for example, and a front line of Mauga who can charge in there, it feels scary. You don't always have the time to get value from your Discords.
But even then, right, you talk about these comps that Zen would want to be played against. Even when we see teams play that, we don't even see them bring out Zen, right? Because he's such a... we're talking about how teams at this high level, like the target prioritization so good. As soon as you see the Zen on the other side, I mean, there's no discussion about who the target is, right? It's like, okay, we're going to attack, you know, the 250 HP target who can't move, right?
Yeah, brutal stuff. Quick Esports. We did pray them to win, and you know, perhaps my faith has been shaken somewhat. I won't lie.
Yeah, you know, Zoe brought herself in after ExOblivione took that first map. If Quick Esports wins here, you know, ties it up. You know, is she gonna come back on? Defend the ExOblivione? What's going on here?
What is this crosshair, Zoro?
Yeah, so this is something obviously new with this update, where we actually see all the player crosshairs with the observer feed. So this is going to be a lot of judgment, I think.
Why am I?
That is quite large.
This is some Roblox level-ish. You know what I'm saying?
This is like a early Overwatch 1 XQC on Junkrat, like with the crosshair being the entire screen.
I remember that one.
Like a block crosshair.
The Doom crosshair. There's just one big square.
Yeah, just a big square. See, this is I like this one. SXJ. This is a nice crosshair here.
I'm pretty sure Captain Prash, by the way, with the most default of default any crosshairs. I'm surprised someone plays the game for so long and never want to tweak that a little bit. Either way, Zoro finds the pick with that ungodly crosshair. Getting rid of Ken, the Sojourn no less here. And this is ExOblivione, who are already capping the point, by the way.
Yeah.
Getting these picks incidentally. Oh, they're chilling.
Yeah, fast pick. Well, Quick Esports, right? You start here with the Sojourn. We were talking about Sojourn versus Ashe. They're going to get staggered out a little bit here. You just don't have as much range with the Sojourn here on D, especially when you're going to get outranged now by a Widowmaker and Zoro switches. So I really like the decisions here from ExOblivione on offense.
Yeah, that's a great look. And again, we've sort of seen this where they picked up to punish the more range inhibited hit scan DPS on that first point. And if you have like the tempo, you have so much room as that Widow just to sit, take the shot, and win the fight out. So, Quick still adamant about this Orisa Reaper-based composition here. Out of spawn they move, giving Skytos a free ult charge. Sure he's happy about that one now, because that card has already made around that first corner, so no chance to play in that first choke at all for Quick.
Yeah, and I mean, now you're in a scenario for Quick where I mean, you lose this fight, you're in the world of hurt, right? Here's going to be a dupe Reaper, so put even some more tank damage down on the field, yeah. That's an orbital array as well.
Yeah, the orbital array here for Quick, I mean, they sort of disengage back behind that. Hitori just has to harass XJ just to keep them honest here, but there's no real kill pressure right now on the Echo. Is SXJ going to back away? Here's that cage fight. Who's caught inside of it? Well, Terror Surge going to be popped here, and SXJ is able to get away from the brunt of the damage, and here's that later orbital ray from Exo, and this should really end the fight.
Oh, I mean, this is brutal.
Nothing against this.
Yeah, I mean, they end up swapping sides pretty much, and then the orbital ray comes in there from ExOblivione. A nice try there with the Terror Surge inside of the cage fight just to put down some big damage, but you also end up holding on a rally here. This is probably going to be second checkpoint, and with how close you see right there, just around that first corner, really, you're like, if you give up this checkpoint here, you may end up having to fight it just to give yourself an extra fight, because if you give up this checkpoint, I mean, you're really just one fight around this corner, and then it's GG.
That checkpoint's coming up in, yeah, just a few moments, like you said, Matt.
You gotta fight it.
Quick Esports have got a lot to fight this with, in fairness. No reason not to win this fight if you're the defenders. I say that often, and it tends to be a curse, but Lauren, again, that's what they were able to make happen on that first round. Think back to Oasis, that early pick on SXJ. Seems to be one of the key win conditions here for Quick.
Yeah.
ExOblivione don't even want to fight it, and they've also drawn 2 ultimates out of the defenders.
Yeah, it's going to be the overclock and rally, and then they just back up, right? Johan potentially getting this orbital rate would be huge here. I know for Quick Esports is this has not even been a lot of time off the clock for ExOblivione, as Lauren in a pretty difficult spot, gonna have to use that Wraithborn to get out.
Okay, Zoro's able to get to the back of the pack and would have loved to make use of that overclock here, but they're gonna get picked off at longer range by Ken, who wins the Sojourn duel, and SXJ's duplicate of the Mauga unfortunately isn't going to come to too much. They get Strep War at least here. Might be decent in terms of the tempo implications as Hitori does fall. There's a chance here now without the Mauga in play, Matt, for ExOblivione to push up.
Yeah, these kills aren't useless, right? You're going to be able to kind of push off of some of these as you end up losing a few players to Quick Esports quite early. You can get back in the fight, but it's going to be a little bit of chaos, as now you're going to have both support ults here for ExOblivione. You can stagger these here if you wanted, as Zoro using that overclock there on the side, just putting down some big damage.
What? Oh, Lauren! Okay,
Oh,
great TP to get back behind them. They're going to walk straight into the cage, and Lauren saves the day with that Death Blossom. If I'm not mistaken, that is a full team wipe from the Reaper. 5 kills, starting with a nasty little backstab on Zoro.
Yeah, I was like, when Zoro died, I was like, where is the Reaper? That damage is coming down from the Reaper. Did Zoro know as well? The TP directly behind, and then the Reaper goes crazy there with the Death Blossom inside of the cage fight.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Oren sees an opportunity to go ham. Saves the day here for Quick. Now it's ExOblivione down to the 92nd warning. Quick have really started to turn up in this game. There's no big ultimates for Exo to work with here. Ken can come forward with an overclock and already forces a disengage out of Exo. Skytor doesn't want to be there. Takuno, frankly, can't get out of dodge. And now Exo just need to die on card as quickly as they can. Hitori falling here probably won't amount to much because there's a stacker on Zoro.
I'm just getting started.
So I mean, this looks really good for ExOblivione, and it is just falling apart. As Quick Esports here on defense come up pretty clutch, right? Also, it feels like they've definitely made more strides here at Quick Esports as they've decided to go to the Mauga, right? Trying to play the Queen, trying to play the Orisa, some Winston, like, let's just play the Mauga, see how that goes. As and now in this Mauga head-to-head, they've come out on top.
All right. Okay, Skytor finding Hitori first, though. This could be the opening. Somehow, Hitori just takes too much damage. It's something you can't afford to do. Zoro going to be picked up in response. Skytor wants to turn back around, though, and deal with the, I guess, the Brig that just dove into their backline with the rally. Looks like Quick Esports, though, have overextended too far into the setup of ExOblivione. And they're going to have to set up to fight on this last phase of the map, but the clock bleed, Matt, has been very good.
Yeah, I mean, as good as you could ask for in the situation that Quick Esports was in, right? I know ExOblivione felt like they had a world of time, like 2+ minutes on the clock. They get it into OT. This is going to be rough, though, for Quick Esports. They cannot have Lauren die here early. Trying to control that high ground, though, gets pushed off. It's actually quite huge. You want to kind of control that if you're ExOblivione.
Being able to just drop down as Echo and throw the sticky bombs on any sort of target. In fact, Oren did keep that space up, but ExOblivione opted not to take it up. Perhaps that happens here. Oh, okay, huge. That was an overclock from Ken. Shut down. Orbital right now from Johan for Quick Esports. They're going to try and make something happen here, but Zoro has the overclock themselves, and the damage boost makes this all too easy. Lauren tries to save the day again. They might just have done it with a Death Blossom for 3. Captain crashes down. SXJ needs to win this battle against the Reaper, but the healing's not good enough. And Lauren, by God, you've done it again.
The Reaper absolutely bailing out Quick Esports here in King's Row in map number 2. I mean, Lauren's gone absolutely crazy for Quick Esports. Really, that is a losing fight in just about every scenario, but the Reaper just going absolutely crazy.
Lauren as well, chilling up on that high ground position. SXJ will have to clear them. And tough business. Okay, it's going to be a dupe of the Reaper here. I don't think SXJ is close enough there to Johan, but a finishing shot from Zoro as both DPS combine and collapse on towards that Juno. Death Blossom here for SXJ doesn't have to be impressive, just has to clear the rafters, and it does. Zoro with then yet another railgun kick here, and just as quick, we're looking like they'll be able to hold off. It's EXO who will take a second map.
And a quick 2-0 lead there for ExOblivione as, man, Lauren on the Reaper, I mean, just going crazy. There's not really much more you could do there. You lose, I think it was Zoro, 2 fights in a row, gets an early first pick on the Sojourn. Your Reaper gets a 4K, it ended up kind of keeping you alive in the first fight. The second fight, though, I mean, you can't ask them to do it again. Now you're in a really rough spot.
No, look, genuinely a very close map. If any one of those fights, there's a pop-off from, an extra pop-off from Ken, rather, or, you know, quick sort of just win from an ultimate disadvantage like we saw ExOblivione do on a couple of occasions, right? Then the game looks completely different. It's a one-fight game, is what it comes down to. If this was the OWCS and we were showing stats, they'd be basically the same here. So another really competitive map just to show that these two teams are right at each other's level here. But SXJ gets a pretty big duplicate of a Reaper there. And like, it's a Death Blossom that comes out that's not amazing, but it controls Hitori, gets the Malga low crucially, and also means that Reaper can't, you know, go for a flank on the quick side. Then they're forced down out from that window. We might see that later, but yeah. Great map in general.
Yeah, I mean, SSJ also puts down enough damage with the Reaper onto Johan for Zoro to just finish him off, right? I know with a railgun shot at range. So it's still really good stuff here from both teams. I mean, this is a very close map, really close series. Even Oasis kind of back and forth here. So we take a look at some of the highlights. Is Zoro felt like, I mean, both Sojourns had their moments. I feel like, though, towards the end of the game, right, where ExOblivione was on offense there and those winning moments, that's when Zoro started to get the upper hand.
Yeah, I think Lauren obviously see them here. This is that nasty little 2-piece from SXJ when they just emerge out of sort of nowhere. The attack side strat for ExOblivione is great, right? Play that Widow against the Reaper Sojourn. You're advantaged in both this matchup. That TP was a TikTok level TP from Lauren. Coming back into the fight, then killing 4 people with that Death Blossom. So that is beautiful. They obviously feel more comfortable on the Reaper as opposed to matching the Echo, where SXJ seems to be a little bit better. But it also means that they no longer have the option to dupe a Malga. And maybe that's the reason why they switch off the Orisa and actually take the Malga comp instead. But yeah, they just pull up short. I'd be pretty frustrated if I'm Quick, because you know that you're right at the level of this ExOblivione roster.
Yeah, I mean, you're right in the mix, right? And to lose 2 maps in the way you have thus far with them being that close, I mean, it is a pretty draining. I mean, this is the fight where Lauren gets 4 and then not able to kind of come out on top. As here is the kind of winning moment, though, as you lose Johan off the rip. Very difficult to bounce back. So we go over to Runasapi. Runasapi's one where I actually think the Echo is quite good, right? We see a lot of Reaper here early on. But the Echo can be really good here, right? Controlling some of those longer sight lines. So we'll see how impactful Lauren on the Reaper is.
Yeah, I mean, these two teams played Runasapi back in October, so as you put it, 3 holidays ago. And EXO actually slapped them by 100 meters was their winning record here. So that's the historical data for you guys. But again, different day, and it's been virtually an era since that game went down, so plenty can change. We're also on live right now. Those wondering, we are on the live patch without Hazard available, so it means obviously we've had a lot of tweaks in this patch, as well as a change to the DPS passive, so that's something worth bearing in mind. In terms of tanks, like we've sort of discussed here, Ramatra's Vortex got buffed a little bit, Winston got a small jump buff, but for Malga and Orisa, it's just the proportion of health to armor that got tweaked on them, nothing major.
And also, because we are on live, there is also the chance that obviously tons of players just spamming ranked at the moment, that something in ranked becomes really strong, and we see it kind of come in throughout the weekend, right? This is just kind of our first look as Quick Esports. They will come out that Winston Reaper. I think this is going to be really tough to play into the Malga here.
Yeah, look, I mean, we saw this in our first round of Oasis, and it worked, but that was a map obviously with much more high ground, which Runasapi does offer, but a lot less than other push maps. Tough to make the Winston work here. Definitely more like if you want to play Winston, you'd almost feel like you'd want to go to Esperanza, for example, because they have those bridges and higher grounds to play from. But let's see. Let's see if this works for Quick, because teams have actually swapped sides on the screen, if you're wondering. That is perfect. What a dive. I mean, again, Hitori just finds SXJ and Captain Brash split after the rest of their team, and Lauren elsewhere goes to work on Skytor. So far, not too bad for this Reaper comp. No Juno in sight, by the way. It's Lucio Kiriko.
Yeah, you just want to kind of like circumvent the Mog on the other side, figure out where Zoro's playing, most likely playing round Captain Prash or Takuno, and just dive on those targets, right? Yeah, go back, deal with the Maga much later. Is all they assassinate. SXJ, you have a Tori here there with Lauren.
Bro, I'm sorry, we are watching Winston on Runasapi. This is not normal. This is extremely rare, and they are clapping them. These dives from Hitori.
First checkpoint already.
But against, by the way, a team whose Winston comp we gassed up in like FACEIT Season 2 or OWCS, I think, groups or something like that. Like Skytor was a great Winston player. But EXO not fancying it at all, and they are getting smashed by this setup.
And let's see how they play against this, right? Because you're going to ditch the Echo to play a Reaper of your own. If you can play with that Reaper around the other team's Winston, I mean, this is just a blowout now, though. I mean, that is ExOblivione just kind of throwing themselves onto the cart. And they just get ran over by Quick Esports.
That is... Okay, this is very, very quick. Already 80 meters. We are 2 minutes into the game, by the way. So this is about as fast as one team can possibly push across the map based on the movement speed constraints of your boy TS1 moving the barrier. So ExOblivione actually allowing this to get to triple digits already. They've got to make something happen here. As Quick last fight, it was Yoham who got into the backline and found an assassination. And I think we're looking for one from Lauren here with a Death Blossom developed. Ken going to be popping the overclock now. Looking to try and bring Zoro down, who's close to their own ultimate. That is a bit of an overextension. They are caught out of position well and truly. And Hitori can deny any orbital ray value by knocking players out from it. Captain Prash has been relegated back to their own spawn.
I mean, this is a slaughtering right now. It's Hitori going to work on the Winston. Able to pick up two, chasing down this Maga. Takes a lot of damage here. Does not have the Primal. Gonna get some healing there from Yoham, and you do have a sound barrier to work with, a rare sound barrier occurrence. Oh, but you're not gonna be able to drop it here.
The Ajax is so rough. I think Skytor charged in there, and Strebel didn't have a chance to use it. I think they might have been stunned up by a stomp. Either way, yeah, we saw it. That's brutal.
I mean, not as an FD God play. I mean, that is. Just calling it an FD God play, I mean, that is tough. Not as egregious as the one, I believe it was Violet from the top ropes on, Runasapi.
Yeah.
Not as egregious as that one, but still not ideal there for Quick Esports. Is you end up just kind of throwing that one in the bin.
I mean, if I'm Trevor, I'm calling SRP check right there. If I'm getting flack about that one. I got hit by you got hit by a stun. The stomp, it happens. I feel for the guy. Either way, ExOblivione now with a bit of tempo, finally in a position to actually gain some meterage on the map. Here we go. Not on the move, but already they're turning to try and deal with the threat of Hitori. Yoham tries to dive deep to help out Winston, but they don't have their Sojourn in play here, and it definitely feels like an elongated cleanup phase for ExOblivione. The stall is real. Are we actually... Okay.
Primal?
Why?
Maybe thought they could just kind of stall it out a little bit longer. Maybe see if you can like force a support hold or something, but...
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you're gonna switch. Maybe because the Reaper on the other side. I mean, they've been running the Reaper for like two fights now, 3 fights. Yeah, okay, so they're gonna play the Queen. So maybe you just felt like you're gonna swap as Lauren gets taken out. So some staggers here coming on for Quick Esports. Is we've seen a lot of comebacks on Runasapi specifically. I would not be surprised if ExOblivione makes this a game. There's still a lot of time on the clock.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And also, like, I mean, this is a really tempo-dependent map. I really do think you can sort of snowball multiple fights in a row once you get to a critical mass of those ultimates. I don't hate the Queen pick. There's no Juno on the map. I just want to point that out. 0 Juno to speak of. It's going to be the first time in months I feel like this has happened.
Right.
Tori's in the mix though. Nice little axe swing. The residual healing is good, but it's not good enough against a team who's playing inside their own Kitsune rush. Ryoham's just wasn't able to be utilized by Quick Esports in the same fashion, and Exo will push on past that first checkpoint.
I mean, that is, you know, we're going to get well beyond the first checkpoint. They know that one player is actually still behind. Is that Yoham still behind there? As Quick Esports is one player, I think, still behind.
Yoham out of range for a swift step? I think.
Yeah, I believe so. I think they're trying. Yeah, they're trying to get them near an angle here. So yeah, they do end up getting back near the team as Trevor takes some damage.
Okay, Zoro with an overclock popped here, looking for Yoham, who threw down that Suzu very quickly. Hitori now has to get away, and they had to walk into what looked like a disruptor shot. Well, from Ken, it might have been a defensive one, but either way, they catch that queen and put the damage down. And ExOblivione,
they're going to take the lead. They're going to end up taking the lead, and then even worse is Skytor is going to end up having the cage fight in combination with the Death Blossom, and you also have a sound barrier advantage here. I mean, this is absolutely brutal here for Quick Esports. We've seen a lot of comebacks here.
Immediately. This is unreal. Here comes the sound barrier now for ExOblivione. Lauren's going to get caught out. The cage fight's going to be a problem. Ken can't do too much about it. Hitori's fallen. Ken's trying to save the day, but only able to find a pick on Captain Prash is not enough. Zoro's able to bring them down. We might be looking at a clear here from ExOblivione. We're in the lead now at 130. We still got 3.5 minutes left in the game.
Yeah, both sound barriers used here, right? So you're going to have a free Death Blossom here for SXJ. So Tori takes a lot of damage. You're going to back out here probably. You're going to wait. I believe you need a support back in the action here for ExOblivione. Had somebody drop in that previous fight, but a massive comeback from them. A Tracer in the mix?
Yeah. Tries to switch for Ken.
That feels like a just get back to the bot.
On the last point, you have a lot of flank angles. I think you have less of them here, though. It's a bit rough to play that. Okay, SXJ. That's two, of course, for the Death Blossom, and Lauren got picked off by Zoro. ExOblivione back now in the driver's seat, and as that fight went, they were already moving the bot here. So as the first spawners come out from Quick, that bot is actually going to be advancing towards the end of the map. They are so close to that full complete, and Skytor is pushing into their spawn. Hitori's going to jump out there with a quick stomp now. Captain Prash went very low to the stomp damage, I think, and Lauren caught them from behind the bot. Great stomp again here from Hitori. That sets up the kill on Skytor. And Quick Esports stay in the game, but they got a lot of go.
I mean, it's an insane comeback there, right? As ExOblivione, they had about 5 minutes on the clock, so and they had almost like no meters, in terms of their push, right? They got 142 meters in about 3 minutes. I mean, that is about as good as you can ask for. And now you're gonna have a few fights, right, where you're gonna be able to take them, here towards like center of the map, deny any space.
God, Zoro just came up with an airborne shot on Lauren, and a second to finish them off with his overclock. What confidence! They're brimming with it. Quick Esports were able to get the bot back towards the middle of the map here, and it is going to take another fight for Exo to, potentially finish the map. But what a beautiful opener with the Sojourn, taking the game into Zoro's hands.
Yeah, I also think just completely catches them off guard, right? You just round the corner on the Sojourn and just pop the overclock instantly. It's not something that Quick Esports expects, right? You're expecting maybe a little bit of poke, a little bit of neutral, and then we kind of get the fight kicked off. But Quick Esports, I mean, you just turn that corner. I mean, Lauren just gets headshot there, during the overclock. There's nothing you do.
Ken's still on this Tracer. That is not the kind of range where you can put any real threat on someone. Ken is just trying to keep SXJ away from Hitori, probably. Who, in fairness, is able to chunk Skytor down and keep Quick Esports moving. A lot is going to hinge on controlling SXJ's positioning. Ken now has a pulse bomb to make use of. It was here hoping to connect that one, but a Death Blossom now comes out from SXJ. Cage fight thrown down by both Malgas here, but ExOblivione look far better as those walls come crumbling down. The Tracer comp here for Quick is good enough to kick them in the map for now, but they need to beat this 142-meter total.
And I mean, Quick got off to a 6 start in the net, that Ajax, right? It feels like since they got control of it for ExOblivione, I mean, it has just been all them. So they're going to be able to get control of this high ground, double support ult as well. They don't even really need more push, right? I mean, 30 seconds on the clock. This is all on Quick Esports to make plays.
All right, time to go. Soundberry here for ExOblivione, but they'd already lost Zoro to a nice shoulder charge from Hitori. They are punished, though, eventually, as SXJ gets theirs back. Ken getting involved here. ExOblivione are just trying to stall at this stage. They've definitely lost the fight. We'll be back on respawn. They, remember, have that front spawn to work with. So for Quick, it is really a very unlikely result for them to get the map done here, to be able to win things out of Runasapi as things stand.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have to win probably 3 consecutive fights to get there. The next one coming to take out here in the middle of the map. ExOblivione still with that close spawn, right? I know as it goes through here, it's gonna be a TP Parlay Death Blossom combo.
All right, Lauren in the back line. Do they realize this? Ooh, yep, they're ready for it. Kakuno with a nice little kunai lobotomy on the Reaper. Don't know how much IQ he's working with, but enough to know that he's has to come in from the side. He's a very powerful hero in the game of Overwatch. Kakuno eventually is going to be brought down there as well. The cleanup was good. It all starts with that straight up dive by Quick into the back line. Lauren switched over to the Sombra here now as well. And bear in mind, because Quick got so much progress at the start of the map, the bot moves awfully quick. They can win this game. They have an overclock to leverage here.
Yeah, getting through this choke is going to be very difficult. A lot of cover here for ExOblivione to play around, and SXG does have that Death Blossom.
All right, here's that overclock for Ken. No targets there to really make use of. Skytalk comes in with a charge. SXJ has a Death Blossom. Cage fight. ExOblivione have all the important ultimates here, and there's just really not much Quick can do in the face of that. It's going to be a 2K with the Death Blossom from SXJ. Press Q to win. ExOblivione claim the series.
That is a brutal one to lose there for Quick, as they got off to a fantastic start on Runasapi, and then everything just fell apart.
I could not follow. Like, there was, again, it was a very volatile matchup. Runasapi gets like this when both teams have pushed deep into the map, because all of a sudden the bot is moving, you know, like 2x, 3x speed back and forth. So it does mean that if you can string a couple fights together, you can cross literally the entire map and threaten there. But EXO, of course, with 3 big ultimates, both DPS ultimates and a Malga ult Zoe, that last fight there, it's pretty hard to lose.
Yeah, I mean, they were locked into the composition they play, Quick Esports. I did like that they tried different things. I mean, starting already on Oasis, right? Like, they're adding the Lucio in the mix. They also dared to go with the Zen at one point. So, you know, was it the desperation move at that point? Maybe a little bit. But I do appreciate that they tried things out. The best look still, I do feel like, was actually when they took that Morga mirror. And quite frankly, they have great pieces. Lauren on that Reaper, he did so much for that team. Like, he tried to drag them over the finishing line. Overall, a really, really competitive series.
You can see the snowball with the Winston comp is pretty insane as well. That's what gets them that like initial 129 meters at the start of the map. But in a pitched battle, the comp should get absolutely clapped by a Malga setup, right? It's pretty uncommon to see the Winston look, but if you can constantly like dive and exploit, like, you know, staggers or people not being in formation, you know, like we see these great dives from Hitori diving onto like a random Brig and an Echo, and the follow-up is good at long range from the Sojourn, then you can really put these fights together.
I mean, there have been rumors of the you know, the death of Morga with this patch. I don't know if I believe them.
Greatly exaggerated.
Yeah, because Morga still looked quite effective. Might just be you kind of have to change some of the stuff around the Morga. I thought the Reaper was really good. The Reaper seemed to be a very good combination, because we've seen a lot of Echo with Morga. Morga and Echo kind of work pretty well together in terms of like coordinating that stump with like a focusing beam and just taking somebody out. The Reaper, though, seems to be pretty effective about getting in there and taking care of business.
I mean, we've seen a lot of Reaper already during the World Finals, so no big surprise, still shooting heads. However, it's not going to be the Reaper who is making our player of the match. No, it will be Sojourn player Zoro will get the honors for the player of the match in our first series. I mean, look, he's had a great game. Zoro had a great game.
Yeah, I mean, when they absolutely needed those kills on King's Row towards the end, right, coming up clutch with that overclock, and I know battling out with Kent was very good on the other side. Zoro definitely came up clutch.
Yeah, a couple of these fights where, like, I mean, we were looking all the way back to Oasis here. We'll excuse the crosshair, but just a couple of times, like, Zoro's just like hitting ult and sliding out into the open, and then just clapping, you know, someone instantly with that overclock, turning into a second kill, and all of a sudden, a fight which looked like fairly neutral. You know, when we used to talk about Sojourn ultimates, like in the grand scheme of things, it was not like a game-breaking, fight-winning automatic ultimate, like maybe.
Did Zoro change crosshairs?
Yeah, I guess they did, right? Because that they had the Widow crosshair. Yeah, Zoro's been tweaking the crosshair. I think the players having a bit of fun with it now because they know we can see them.
Yeah.
They're gonna go real mad with that one. Yeah, either way, I mean, this is a double elimination bracket, so Quick Esports, they're not out of the running. And again, this was a competitive series. There were a lot of great things that we got to see in this very match, and perhaps against a different team, they will fare better and could potentially make a little bit of a run through the lower bracket where they're now finding themselves. ExOblivione awaiting their opponent. Team Peps and Areas are, I believe, still playing their series. Areas actually on match point, so the all-French roster are going up against the red team on Liquipedia. Currently
Bro,
not faring
Peps,
too well.
please don't do this
I know.
again, bro.
It's a Peps
Every
moment.
time, man.
It's a Peps moment of all time. Now also, of course, Virtus Pro and Vision Esports. No huge surprise there that both of them moved on into semifinals or into the semifinals. We're now heading into a quick break and find out if the Team Peps and Areas match will wrap up in the meantime. But we keep you up to date and we see you on the other side.
Please, FD God.
Shumaga.
Somewhere now.
Shumaga. They will see. I'm shooting.
I'm gonna cut it.
Yeah, I need you to match soon. I need you. I'm shooting.
too.
I'm catching one.
So dead.
Got no one in it. Moga.
Use it.
Let's go. Let's fucking go. Nice.
Let's go indeed. Welcome back, one and all. Day one of the FACEIT League Season 3 playoffs are in full swing, and we just wrapped our first match of the day here on our broadcast. Of course, we had matches being played simultaneously as we have a lot to get through. Mitch and Matt joining me for all the shenanigans, and so far you guys have just been wrong. Isn't that great?
I mean, it's one game, right?
Yeah, it's a 1 out of 1. Wrong.
I don't think I was wrong. I was just alternatively right.
That's true.
Yeah.
Depending on how you look at it.
I was predicting on the sacred timeline, and you guys were predicting on this one, so that's fine.
Well, I mean, I predicted the same as you. So.
Yeah, but you probably weren't. You were probably just wrong. I, though, was definitely alternatively right.
No, we weren't wrong. We were just inaccurate.
Both of you gave me flag when we handed in our predictions, making me feel like an idiot. Had to turn tables.
That's gaslighting. That's actually gaslighting.
That's egregious.
That's crazy.
This may or may not have happened, but there's no proof. What did happen, though, is that all 4 teams you're seeing on your screens right now did drop to the lower bracket, and that means it's elimination time.
Yeah.
And we will be focusing on the first one, Gas Tier 3 Not Job, whatever that is, versus Wasp X. Oh, no. We're eating the things, guys.
Bro.
I love when we get like just some incredible names for teams. I love when the players get pretty creative around them.
Look, guys, I don't think T1 is the job. Just putting it out there. Most of these guys are collegiate players as well. You know what I mean? I don't even think. Is T1 casting even a job? I don't even know.
What is a job, really, Mitch? Like, maybe let's start at the beginning here. Maybe you have to dig a little deeper. Now that we're just gonna take a look at their roster, guess Tier 3 jobs or not. These are the people playing, and a lot of unknowns, I would say, on this team, mostly, right?
I mean, what?
Face.
What is Ryan Shidret?
Reinsteret.
Anybody want to?
Reinsteret. That sounds like reindeer, probably in some Scandic language. I don't know, but they have been very active in the Scandic LAN scene. Also, that's all we know actually. No.
There's some awesome gamers in that region.
I was looking at my notes, it's like I have nothing.
Let me check my notes, otherwise known as Wikipedia.net.
Yeah.
No, I mean, like, we don't know a ton about this team. Their opponents, though, we're a little bit more familiar with. I don't know why Heb's name is all messed up in our graphics, but they're Swiss. We like Swiss people on this broadcast, right?
We do, yeah. Big fan of the Swiss, in my extremely biased opinion. I'm also a mega Gergmeister fan.
Gergmeister's not on the starting roster.
Yeah, but he will come out. This is fine. He'll be back in. I'm almost certain.
And when we take a look at the loser bracket, right? I mean, Peps ended up losing that match, so everybody was wishing for, don't go full Peps. They did go full Peps there.
No, never go full Peps.
And if you want to watch whether or not they'll continue to go full Peps, then make sure to also check out our off-broadcast match, which will be covered by Hammerkick. So make sure to check out our co-streamers throughout this weekend, as we'll try to really cover all the bases, of course. So send some love and support over there.
I love Hammerkick. That guy, homie's based. I'm pretty sure we hung out with him in Stockholm. Actually legendary.
Why didn't you? What stopped you?
No, he was backstage. He came and said hello.
Oh.
Yeah, it was.
Well, not to me. So there's that.
I guess you probably just maybe
that's a me problem.
So Zoe, it's difficult to track Zoe down. She's got the private security that follows her around at events.
It's
out
the
there
cup
with the
of
people.
coffee so big that you can't see her past it, that she has to have.
I'm inside my coffee.
We might be the most caffeine-addicted talent team I've ever seen, by the way. Like, they are bussing in Trenches of coffee for us. It's wild.
We were all jet lagged. It's not our fault, and I'll die on that hill. what did we want to do after this?
We want to talk. We want to do
Probably we want to
about
make predictions.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think these are extremely educated predictions since we know so much about both of these teams. I went with Wasp because, again, they got a Swiss, they got Gurkmeister. That's all I needed to know. 3-1, send it.
Yeah, I think I predicted Wasp X Ono as well, but it was the Gurkmeister factor that really had me, predding that. Now they're not there, and also I need to find out what Gas T3 is actually supposed to be, and maybe someone will explain that to me. I think there's also a guy called Nevix in this team, but not.
But it's not
Nevix,
the Nevix, right?
Not the Nevix that we knew, the Boomer Nevix.
No.
Yeah,
The
it's
Boomer Nevix.
Zoomer Nevix instead. Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, I mean, that Nevix that we knew, he's probably like 40 at this point.
But do we know it's not him?
Literally, and so what? Yeah, we do. Yeah, it is another person. But I mean, all you need to know about the name. One of the players is called Gas, and the team is telling him that tier 3 is not a job. I've been informed this in chat. Thank you very much.
Oh, there we go.
Clarifying this for me. I did figure that's
Mystery
what
solved.
I went Wasp 3-0. I jumped on the train with you guys there. No T3, not Gas, no disrespect, but I think I have a better idea of what Wasp can bring. Now, these predictions could also be, not wrong, inaccurate. After this,
Just not correct. They're not wrong. They're just not correct.
Yeah.
That could
Right,
happen.
right.
I mean, there is some stuff to be said about recent changes that Wasp had in their roster. Maybe that's something Gas Tier 3 can abuse. 'Cause they are playing with they're playing with a loaned main tank, so that could change something.
Zoe, tell me something.
Ostrix just
Did you
recently
pick that?
retired.
Did you pick that headset to match your background? Be honest.
Yes.
Okay.
What's wrong with that?
Just wanted to know. Did you pick your headset to match the background, Matt?
I did.
Yeah. What part of your background is the headset match? Out of curiosity.
The
Bottom
frame of the
lamp.
picture that way.
No, it's
Okay.
because you got that headset. It's the only one that they make the pea-sized headset. You know what I mean?
These
Yeah, it's for it's the
mean-
children's size.
Matt doesn't use a webcam. He uses a microscope. To
Yeah.
Okay.
all the big-
What is this?
All right, this is
Don't explain
ridiculous.
This lower third. What is
let's
the?
read. That's so much.
So, there's a player on Wasp, I believe.
it's Gas T3.
Sorry, Gas T3, Sivart, who says that he is in the top 3 conversation for the best
Symmetra.
Symmetras in Europe.
According to sources that are him.
Yubi and Backbone. I personally love just like I'm just gonna throw myself in the mix.
This is Sivart, I think.
This is Sivart.
Yeah, this is Savart. Yeah, this is Savart. As we all know, obviously, because
Mitch always gets mad at Jack when Jack's like, who's the big 3 in casting, and then he throws himself in there, and then Mitch is like, you can't do that. Like, you're not supposed to do that, right? Like,
if you're that good, you can though. You don't have to be humble if you're on top.
Yeah.
You just
I
don't.
mean, but if you're not on top and you do it, that's
Well,
what
that's-
you do. You're running.
a lot of people
Let's
have been
reveal
talking.
it. We've already been.
If I'm one of the top 3 basketball players of all time, me, LeBron, and Jordan, those are, a lot of people are talking about that. But
I'm glad we've got this conversation going. I do want to, we're gonna evaluate Sivart's sim play throughout
what if
the
he doesn't
series.
play sim? Like, you feel like you gotta play sim if you're gonna come out with this type of
Was
statement.
he even
you
in the
gotta
starting
play.
roster or in the roster at all? Because I didn't see his name there.
I
Secret
think
weapon.
that they might
Secret
have
weapon.
they might have the really messed up name. Someone has a really messed up name at their
it might be
DPS.
them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who knows?
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
It
we're
doesn't
playing
really-
guess the player, by the way, to like kill some time. Okay, which one is it?
I actually do think.
See who is it? Which of these tells you I'm a sim?
So looking at their roster,
I'm the best
the only other
player.
DPS player outside of J9 is Sivart.
Range.
Is Sivart. Yeah, I think that's them.
Okay, so
Yep.
range direct. I bet that's something super inappropriate.
Yeah.
And I'm just saying it over and over again.
I love how the players will submit their name and then join with a completely different name. That's
Keeping
like
us on
one
our
of the.
toes.
Or where was it? Was it FACEIT League where somebody was playing with the streamer mode on and had like their name was like it just kept changing. So We'll see. I mean, look, people have different, maybe they play on different accounts for,
Yeah, but they
Overwatch
have
than what
someone
they
called
usually
Red
do. Like,
Moose Goat, and that's strong. That's powerful.
I hope we get some red moose goat gameplay.
Red Moose Goat. That can only be good. Like I don't know about you. Do we have another guest player? Do we have another one production?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not entirely
we
sure
were
what we're
supposed
doing
to
here. I
guess.
think we're filling.
Sorry,
time.
I thought we were just showing ridiculous statements by people, but we were actually supposed to guess who that came from, and I just happened to remember that one. I didn't. We have no more.
No, actually, we're looking at viewer predictions. That's right. Cool.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm
We're on.
not surprised.
Whoa, my channel is broke. We're aligned. I think we're aligned on these in these preds.
Yeah.
We have me and Sophie at 3-1, Matt at 3-0 for Wasp. I do think that this GT3 roster is a little less of a known quantity for us, but we see some Symmetra at play, and I can be swayed. I can absolutely be bought. I want to make never.
What about their logo? How do you
Bro,
feel about their
Sivas's not
logo?
even on the roster, I'm being told. Bruh.
Nah, he just submitted himself into the sheet. He was like, you know what? Let me get my name out
You're
there.
that good, you don't need to play. I
So-
do like that though. He made it on broadcast, but yeah, their logo.
He made it on the broadcast.
So we have an outdated. We just have an outdated roster for this team. So it is Reinsch. Reinsch is a Norwegian player, not the same as Sivart. So changes.
Okay, so
have
they're
been
not
made to
them.
this roster.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
There you
right,
go.
so we talked about a player that is not on the roster for like.
He's somewhere though.
Yeah.
He's out there.
Yeah.
He's out there somewhere.
I mean,
He's out there somewhere watching, playing sim, and you know what? We keep an eye on him. If we
And now
find
he's
him.
in the top 3 conversation.
because
Yeah, now he's in the
they put
conversation.
themselves in there. Honestly, that's all you have to
crazy.
do at the end of the day.
Yeah,
like
this
if you want to
that's
win
so
a
based.
30
Yeah.
out of 30 award, you just pay for it, right? It's the same thing.
Yeah.
Just get yourself in
That's
there.
right. Yeah, so and while Savard is living rent-free in all of our minds, we're going to head into a quick break, and then hopefully we will be back with our second match of the day.
Or just more
round.
nonsense. Honestly,
Or just that, yeah.
absolute tripe. Doesn't make any sense. Everything's made up.
Start your climb to OWCS by joining FACEIT League. Gain competitive experience in weekly FACEIT League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Register now and start your competitive journey at fce.gg/s4.
That's right. Sign up and be a
Is that my
part
boy
of all the
Julian?
action.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say hello, Hugo.
Wait, hold on. You have matching hoodies.
What, me? No, they're like, you got
Hugo,
a little
you're
shirt on.
matching.
He heard me talking about Seavard, so he woke up. He was like, hey, I gotta see that action. I gotta see that sim gameplay. You know?
He was like, I heard Seavard is in that conversation of the big three. And we actually spared no resources and costs and time to find out if Seavard actually exists. We may or may not have just forgotten to put him on the graphic. So he's
there.
He's real. He will be playing probably, just not in this first map, which I personally think is a mistake based on everything I've learned about him in the last 10 minutes. So, I mean, I don't know what that team is doing. Maybe they're overcooking.
Yeah, I don't know. I tell you what, though, if you guys are culinarily inclined, there's plenty to cook up next year in the FACEIT League. We're actually going up to 4 seasons, by the way. 4 seasons, not 3. And all year in FACEIT, it was 50K. That was the prize pool for this year.
Yeah.
That is going to be the prize pool for every individual stage. I mean, it's $200,000.
That's going up.
Up from 50,000 next year. So we are quadrupling the prize pool for FACEIT next year and adding a season. So what better reason to get involved? Sign ups at the end of January, get in there and make sure you have a chance to compete for the big money. And also,
that's right.
I'm pretty sure you qualify to OWCS through FACEIT.
You do?
Properly.
You do? FACEIT Masters goes right into OWCS.
Since we do have relegations, so we kick out the weak, we're picking up the strong. Here's a pyramid or a part of a Toblerone. We don't know, but this is what we got for you. And I'm very, very excited about that. There's a lot of very exciting players, very exciting teams. So I hope to see much more investment. Obviously, with the increase on prize pool there, that will... I'm sure that will.
Yeah,
I mean, Overwatch is just more fun to play with your friends competitively, right? You know, you get a bunch of friends together, you play against other people. I know we played Open Division ages ago.
Masters was such a roaring success, guys.
Such a success story.
A great endorsement for queuing up with your friends and playing the game.
For whatever reason, nobody really liked to play with Josh and I. I
so
still
weird.
really haven't figured out why, but
people liked watching it. Was it because there was good gameplay, or did we have drops enabled? I don't know. We do have drops enabled for this one though, so make sure you connect your FACEIT account to how do you do it actually?
You have to hit the extension, link your FACEIT account and earn.
Yeah.
And you can get some awesome prizes.
That was not super helpful, but yeah, if we can shut our mouths for a second and let you read what's on your screen, this is how you get it done. We have tons of drops, so very much worth it to connect your accounts.
The FACEIT points can be redeemed for in-game items and also physical things in the FACEIT store, right? They even have like things like
laptop. It's like a laptop and stuff. Yeah.
Or like
so many points, though. It's so many points.
Yeah, it's a lot of points, but we are giving out a ton of them on these broadcasts. And if you did play FACEIT this year, I know one gripe we heard was like people struggling to like fit the games in around their schedules. Next year, the changes, the system's going to be much easier to fit your league games, around your own schedule. So a lot more flexibility there in terms of like organizing those games in terms of time slots. So if you tried that this year, I recommend you come back and give it another shot and see if it fits in with what I'm sure is a very, 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 very busy schedule out there, because I know being based is a full-time job, chat, but come back and check it out, see how you like it. Guarantee you it is an improvement.
Yeah, that's right. And since we know now that Gas knows that tier 3 is not a job, it might change, in the upcoming season. We'll see about that. We are waiting still for the teams to get ready, which I think should be happening very, very soon. And we also want to, of course, take a look at our map set very soon as well to see where both of these teams are taking us. This is an elimination match, the first one of the day. The loser will go home. So let's see what we have in store for you. Once again, we're starting on Oasis, and that was Wasp's map pick. Horrible sentence to say. Don't like that.
I mean, these are the first same 3 maps that we just saw in the previous series, right? No, New Junk City we didn't get a chance to see in the previous one, but still pretty consistent in terms of the map pool. I wonder if it'll be consistent in terms of the meta. Thinking about, New Junk City's not a terrible Symmetra map, right? If we were looking to see some Symmetra gameplay, maybe.
Unironically,
bro,
we have seen it mixed in a bit. I think that's really tank dependent though. I do think like ducts and stuff are like good opportunities, but I don't like labs for Sim, for example, necessarily. I think you just have to facilitate her a lot, or just be a team that's really good at making use of the TPs. And honestly, on some maps, especially the newer maps, it can be a little bit hard to like have all your Sim-based rotations nailed down. And even teams that have, you know, UB and Backbone are not playing Sim on those maps generally. So, you know, it makes sense to, you know, play Reaper in her place with the Sojourn right now. But hey, you know, I do think that Sivart has a huge reputation to live up to. So I think they're going to have to do it for clout.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you have to do it for the chat, right? I mean, that's kind of got to be what you go for, is do it for the chat.
For us, because we, you know, we began this conversation. You can't just start the conversation about whether you're not the GOAT and then not, you know,
not be the GOAT. Yeah, you gotta be.
And Zoe, with those
like,
FACEIT League changes, you can play now. We can get a squad together. We can.
Even I can play. Yeah, well, Matt, I think you and I have a really good track record the last, like, I don't know, week at playing together.
That's true.
We got dubs.
Mad invite, by the way. Mad invite, guys. Crazy.
Well, listen, I wrote in our group chat. Yeah, you literally did not reply to us.
Let me check my mail for that
us.
invite. It might be here. Not sure. Crazy, you know.
Oh, Matt even came out for the wine night. I don't know, Mitch.
Okay, he didn't. But do you know who didn't get tagged in the photo on Instagram of the wine night?
You weren't there yet.
Matt was not there at all. He never. Okay, we're gonna have this conversation offline. I think that's fine.
But I'm gonna take it offline, guys. It's a very business thing to say.
Shocking.
I don't know what I did.
No,
You're
nothing.
doing great, Matt. Just keep it up. Keep it up. Okay. Okay, just in.
Wow.
Big news. We did request an interview with Sivart, but he refused to talk to us.
He wants to keep his aura. This is like a
mad mystery. Is he?
You know,
even
maybe
real?
we don't even know if he's
Enigma.
really Sivart. I mean, you know,
We don't?
like
to keep his mysterious aura. That is actually a quote. Like he said that.
I guess it's an aura. That's fine. There is some
an aura. Yeah.
There is some mystique involved. I do think it's interesting though to insert yourself in the conversation and then not partake in said conversation. But that's a style.
No, this is played
that's
perfectly.
that's the Kevster playbook, no?
Yeah, it's the Kevster playbook. It's like the guy who created Bitcoin, right? We don't really know who that guy is, you know. Sivart.
Yeah, we do.
He's in the same category, right? But we haven't interviewed him. We don't know him, right? We don't know who he is. I mean, it's the same type of thing. We have no idea.
Why would we even
Sivart's
ask him though? Like,
him.
we wouldn't even be prepared for that interview.
Yeah.
Like it's kind of daunting actually to go up or like to like have one of the greats on. Like that's.
I hope they play Sim. That would be epic. I
hope they play him and he sucks.
I was just thinking that. I was like, man, for his sake, I hope it would go well. I mean, we just talked about him for 45 minutes about how, you know, he's the LeBron James of Symmetras, and then he comes in and just drops a goose egg. That would be tough.
He provided us like unlimited content, which is one statement. So I'm personally a massive fan. Whether or not he's good or not, I don't even care at this point.
They helped us fill 10 minutes of broadcast time while waiting for the teams to get in the lobby. That to me is a quid pro quo relationship. I'm quite
for real.
Yeah.
Feels very symbiotic. Like this is good. It's good for everyone.
What about we should get the illustrious founder of Gas Tier 3 is not a job, Horitz, on the show. Love to get them on and get a bit more of the lore of this team. Big shout out to Horitz, the homie. Yeah, we could do that.
So you know this person? You make it sound like
yeah. It
makes it sound like they're best friends.
Yeah. We go way back, honestly.
Yeah, way back since like half an hour ago where I read their Wikipedia page.
Yeah, you had to be there, I think.
First name basis.
Yeah,
it was a different time. You know. Yeah.
That's right.
I've left those days behind.
Zoe, is that your chair, or did you like knit over your chair?
No, I got it covered because it's I think I have it's either the Tracer chair or the Diva chair I'm having underneath.
And so it doesn't play with the decor of the room?
Yeah, it ruined the aesthetic, so I had to abandon it.
But did you
choose
make
your
that?
microphone mount
No,
based on that color scheme?
I painted it. Yeah, I went arts and crafts on my very expensive
I told
Rode
you.
microphones
told you.
because everything needs to match. And then Pocket hooked me up with Razer to get me this headset, so everything fits.
Yeah, obviously not
I'm
sponsored for
happy.
this show. No free promo, of course. But,
Yeah.
you know, yeah.
I don't care. It's like, I have a headset. I'm happy.
That's crazy. Yeah, if anyone wants to give me free peripherals, you know where to find me. At the
And
top
Mitch
of
was
the
saying
list.
earlier. Mitch
You
was
just have
saying
to be
earlier.
really whiny
at,
over on X. That worked for
Okay,
me.
all right.
At 1,500 viewers,
different.
Mitch will take down that thing behind him and do a room reveal.
Okay, but my bet is he didn't make it.
Okay, that's not accurate.
Unmade
Never
bet
happened,
behind
bro.
it.
That is never happening.
Unmade bet. I honestly still think that one of our best OWCS segments ever was rating room backgrounds for interviews. I think that was just
That was good times, but also
was so good.
we went so hard on Unta's background, and then he gave us some story about it was his grandmother's place, and she put the hangings in
Yeah,
the
that's
wall
unlucky.
to make us feel bad. So like we do open ourselves. I don't even know if I believe the guy honestly, but yeah, it does open us up a little bit to fallibility perhaps. You don't want to see what's behind this, all right? There's more protein powder containers in there.
It's just a pile of protein
Oh my
powder.
God.
Just
Crazy.
empty tubs of protein.
Yeah, it's just don't worry about it. It's
Don't worry.
You guys
That
are-
adds to your mystique.
Yeah.
oh yeah, honestly,
I
I do
like
need
it.
to maintain
Anything.
some level of mystique. Yeah, because everyone
Yeah.
knows me as someone who really isn't very forthcoming with my thoughts and opinions. So I like to keep it that way.
Now we basically know nothing about you, so I think this is really cool.
You need to learn from Seavard a little bit. You need to start.
Don't we all?
Well, I don't need to insert
Yeah.
myself into the conversation as the greatest all time. I'm already there, buddy. All right.
Yeah,
I
he's
just
got
let
he's
that
got an
happen.
award.
Yeah.
A prestigious
Yeah, I pay
award.
for
What
that
do you
one,
have,
too.
Matt?
But yeah,
We
what do you got, bro?
know that.
Yeah. What do you got?
Me? I have a cool dog.
Oh, that's pretty good.
I got a few
That's
awesome
pretty good.
pictures behind me.
Okay, yeah. Yeah.
I'm good.
Your wife definitely put those up, bro. You definitely didn't pick those.
What's the middle picture? Are those
I get
just
to pick them
cassettes
out.
and VHSs or like what it was?
Yeah, I think so.
Some floppy discs. and-
Yeah.
Oh, it's very
There's
retro.
like a basketball
Very
with a
cool.
cup, an espresso cup.
Why is the espresso cup on top of the? Why does it look like fine china on top?
There's one over here.
Why did you
can't
use
really,
a brown frame for that? Like
You
that's
can't really see the one over here, and this is just like we're going into the fill zone here.
Yeah.
no shit.
It's a picture of the Night King from Game of Thrones with a thumbs up, and he
Very
says,
cool.
I want you cool as ice underneath it, and he's in like a bubble
Okay.
jacket.
A bubble jacket. Oh, you like the one you wore in Stockholm, bro? Nothing
Yeah.
more New Jersey than that, bro. I'm telling you. You turned up with like the sleeveless bubble jacket. And I was like, yo, bro. This
And then I got my boy.
Dying.
I got
We
my
stepped
boy.
outside the airport.
the
It was
I got
Italian
my boy
snowing.
Punch Kid. I got my boy Punch Kid right there too.
Yeah.
Overwatch
You were
Punch
wearing
Kid.
Crocs, so we're all like in a group chat talking about how cold it's going to be and that it will be snowing upon arrival already.
Yeah.
And my boy rocked up in Crocs. Like them toesies were vulnerable, Matt.
That's
Like,
crazy.
We were meeting
dangerous.
fans at
Like,
the airport,
dangerous
Zoe
game.
and I, and they were like, "Did you bring anything like warmer to wear?" And I was like, kind of.
We didn't really ever go. Well, we did. I guess we didn't often go outside of the venue though in Stockholm. Shame, because obviously a beautiful city, but it was snowy and pretty blustery most of the time. We did
cold.
go into the city for dinner, which was pretty lit on a couple of occasions. But
Yeah, that was
I
nice.
did
You know
not.
what else is lit? Map sets. Let's go. We already talked about them though, so we don't have anything more to add to this conversation. I'm still trying to figure out the GT3 logo, but that's a story for another day. I
it's-
think we're heading into the game now? Question mark?
yeah, it's
New
I
graphic?
guess I like it actually.
Uh-huh.
It's a G and a 3, and the T
Yeah,
is supposed
and it's
to
got
be
the
top of
tie down the
picture.
middle. Yeah.
It's the tie because it's a job. Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
nice. All right, I see where they're going.
That's cool.
They're cooking. Let's go, guys.
I'm not gonna lie, I rate that. I rate
We're
that.
getting into the game. Wow, this is the real game, Mitch.
Gameplay,
Funny.
We are into the game. I was like, are we getting debated here? But no, we are in. So both teams actually hovering on Risa here. At the start, Risa would be a bit of a shake-up. I mean, we saw some in our first series, but the see it kind of in that mirror would be a little bit surprising.
Yeah, I think so. That being said, she, has been tweaked positively, I think, with more of that health being armor nowadays. So that's maybe one reason why people are going for it. Reinsch obviously
Yeah.
won't be playing the sim, teasing us a little bit there, but that's not who we're looking to see the sim from at this time anyway. It's going to be a Cassidy for QRXU.
And a BAP in the mix, so that's quite interesting. So like we really don't see BAP that often at the moment, but in combination with a Cassidy, right, if you know that there's going to be some type of like dive potential on the other side, BAP's always a great pick, right? Immortality Field, one of the more impactful just abilities in the game, even including ultimates, it's still up there.
Yeah, especially if you have a Cassidy or someone that can really benefit. Even the Orisa with a Fusion Drive, it can do a lot of work with an Air Matrix in play.
Yeah.
However, Hev, Swiss Sensation, taken down right at the start of this fight, and we've actually seen their Tracer on occasion. They are going to switch into it here because they're going up against the Sojourn, and Ranch is not missing. So GT3, though, a lot of pressure on their front line. Linrax and Fake Nevix respectively taking probably too much damage here to be staying out of the point, but what a deflate from J9. That is filthy stuff, and the mini picked up. Hev's in trouble. They're brought down as well. That is a bona fide 2v1 for J9.
Yeah, the deflector from J9, I actually don't even think that was a bullet from the Cassidy. It looked like that they had stopped shooting, so it looked like maybe it was like Ilby or somebody from behind just fired a shot in that direction. Maybe didn't know the deflect was up. It ends up taking out their Cassidy there, so quite unfortunate for Wasp at the start, as Gas T3 not Job gets control of the point first.
I'm so glad you read it out in its entirety. I think it's important to bear in mind this is an elimination game here in season 3 of the EMEA Master League of FACEIT, and there's a large amount of prize money. It's 17 grand up for grabs, 7,500 for first place, so a lot to play for here. QRXU is aiming like he knows it. Nicely done to bring J9 down, but Ranch does have this overclock now, pressuring over towards Wasp X Ono as GT3 still maintain control of the point here. However, Fake Nevix a little bit low, but this Kitsune Rush means that the healing boost from Kiriko due to the haste will allow her to keep that Orisa standing. QRXU comes in from the top rope here. What the timing is beautiful. I think the combination of Terra Surge, Matt, and Orbit Array is severely underrated.
And they needed to come up with something there, because you cannot use that orbital ray and just you end up losing your judo right away, but you cannot end up getting no value out of that ultimate. Gas T3 could do that as well here, Mitch, and in combination with a blade. I mean, that could be quite devastating in a combination together.
We'll see that come out here in just a moment, surely. Pulse Bomb here for Hev could turn this game on its head, but there is a Suzu in play here, so the ability to cleanse the Pulse Bomb off is there, and there's no recall left for Hev. How are they alive? That is ridiculous. There it is. Finally, Javelin claims, and Hev just, lingers in the danger zone for a little bit too long. Orbit Array here for GT3, but nothing else to really combine with it now. They use it to maybe try and get back into pole position, but the point was flipped by a Wasp X Ono, and QRXU is back to the high ground, but here comes the Genji. J9 gets their Cassidy down, and yet another. Ilpi gets a little bit too close to the blade here. Somehow, Carney able to push J9 back, but the rest of GT3 collapse and have the flip.
Yes, you end up holding on to that Terra Surge. Terra Surge with the overclock, right, could be pretty impactful. As you have the blade there, there's no real big support ultimate on the other side. They end up using the Immortality Field, trying to keep people up, but you're not going to be able to do that for that long.
78 and counting here for GT3. Suzu has to be used there, and both the Kiriko and the Genji get out of dodge. QRXU very low. Nice little overclock railgun connection there by Ranch. Although they don't really have much of a sight line there. Have once again caught out in the open at low health. That's the second time we've seen that happen. Now, Wasp X Ono really gonna have to try and play around this Immortality Field. Excuse me. There's the Amp Matrix though. Fake Nevix comes in. Nicely done, yeah. Orbital, Terra Surge gonna be able to catch up this Baptiste, and GT3 should be able to clean this up.
You see that Immortality Field from Ilpi come out really early, and then you're able to just follow that up, right? You get the Orisa right into the mix, use the Terra Surge, there's nothing to protect any of those players inside of it. You do end up giving up your Orisa, but you get both supports in the mix, and now Gas T3, they take round number 1.
Tough round for Hev. I think it was a Echo start, forced onto the Tracer, and then ended up switching to the Genji, and I think on all of those heroes, they really struggled to have an impact. J9 looked really good. Nice little double kill with the blade. There was also a beautiful double kill on both DPS towards the start of the round there, just with a beautiful deflect elimination on the QRXU and then a clean up on the Tracer. I think Wasp X Ono need to make a change.
Yeah, we'll see what they potentially try and put Hev up to make a little bit of an impact. Curious as well, with the BAP over whether it be like a carry or even a brig, right? Not a lot of brig in this series thus far, so We'll see actually head on the Mei. So Mei obviously good, but I know split players off and like sustain. We'll see how they decide to use the Mei in this comp.
Yeah, against the Sojourn, no less.
Yeah.
Against that Orisa, because she lacks that vertical mobility, you definitely can catch her and a couple of other players out, but not a Genji or a Sojourn, not Kiriko. It's pretty tough to catch a Juno with a Mei wall, though it is possible, I suppose. So we'll see what the plan is supposed to be here for Hev. Maybe to cut off sight lines from the Soj. But yeah, that is definitely not a catch, as Fake Nevix is able to fall back towards the point here, but Wasp XOno have the momentum. They come forward, and Linrax actually got caught out there by an icicle as they hovered in midair. Without that Juno healing, and it's a tough fight to win.
Yeah, you kind of need that Juno, right, for the damage and the healing, but you do have, I know, some, still trying to play for high ground here. Mio, this right shot takes out one, is, nope, that is going to be Wasp, ends up taking the point. The LP Immortality Field as well, used on the point for the Mei, and the Orisa. Pretty good position there. It looks like not going to see really any response to this Mei, and I don't think you really need to change anything up in response, right? Like the Genji, you should be really good against this comp as long as doesn't get like put by a wall, right? Doesn't have dash or something like that to get out of the way.
Oh, early pick off there. It's not good for GT3. They lose Mayo early, and honestly, it's just a pure poke damage.
I think it was a javelin and then some damage following it up.
Yeah. I mean, that's how Orisa can just like generate those neutral zone kills, right? Catching on with a javelin. It's a pretty big deal. GT3 obviously will have the Kiriko back very quickly. Maya just swift steps back into the fray, and we are good to go. 35% and counting though for Wasp XOno, and Ilpi now has that M matrix available from that high ground to theoretically set up Cracksu to be more of an impact player. It's going to get thrown down now just for the Baptiste here. A lot of red crosses over on the point, and we're not talking about Swiss flags for Hev. That is very important for LP to get their healing down. And even despite having a weirder sightline, they do make good use of that amp matrix, the AoE healing of those right clicks to keep Wasp XOno in fighting form.
And that one pick onto the Kiri in that previous, it wasn't even really a fight, right? As they were just trying to gather together. I mean, that is huge, right? It gives them time to get both support ultimates for this fight. It's given them about 40% on the point, just that pick off, right? Turning that pick off into another fight win right after. So that pick from Connie was huge. I mean, you're going to get another pick early on here for Wasp, as I know Gas. I mean, they haven't really even gotten an opportunity on this map.
Yeah. Getting a little bit dicey here for GT3, but they got the ultimates to work with. Reinsch, a crucial connection onto QRXU, opens things up, and LP, they can delay the inevitable a little bit with this immortality field, but eventually that gets broken through. And GT3, towards the end of the round, will be able to have a flip, and still online to take the map, of course, but they need to ration out some of these ultimates and snowball this fight win.
I feel like they got quite fortunate there, right? You lose your Kiriko right off the bat. You have to use Orbital Ray as Wasp kind of pushes in towards your spawn. You end up turning that into a fight win, but good start for Wasp, right? They really just need one of these to go their way, and the round is theirs.
Let's run it back. There it is. First pick, especially on the Baptiste, is about as good as it gets. That's a full disengage required here for Wasp XOno.
So how many times do you full disengage before you start to get a little bit worried here, right? As you're going to lose Hev, that's going to get a little bit of a stagger. You're going to lose some time here, right? Going to get up near 50%. So, Gas T3 not out of this just yet, because there's also nothing really for Wasp to use on the other side of things, right? So, you have a blade here. Maybe you can get away with just using the blade in this fight, winning it off of the back of that. Then you're up at like 70-80%. You're in a spot where you can win. It's going to be a Kitsune rush, though, here. Kick things off.
All right, here's Ryan Chip with another overclock now, 55 and counting. What do Wasp XOno have to work with? They're coming up upon those support ultimates. Cracks are now going to go straight for the overclock. Can there be an opportunity opened up here? Well, nice javelin, but the follow-up's not really there. Sojourn at 250 health these days means it's a tough pick off, but a blade comes out from J9. They get ahead of the game, and FACEIT is brought down. Ilpi, despite building their net matrix now, won't have a chance to use it, and it is unfolding like you laid it out, Matt.
Yeah.
One more real chance for Wasp.
Yeah, I think the benefit here for Wasp, though, and in kind of how I laid it out, is they're able to have both support ultimates for this last fight. You're in a horrible position. I mean, you've given up basically the entire point in terms of percentage. You have an early lead, and now you've just given everything away.
All right, 95 and counting. It's going to be here for Waspex. Oh no, they got both their support ultimates layered, but the Immortality Field's already gone, and LP follows it soon after. Clinical there from Reinsch. There isn't a health pack available, but no one's looking at the Sojourn right now, so they drop down and just lend their efforts to the dragging down of the enemy Orisa. And from absolutely nowhere, GT3 takes away the second round, and therefore the map.
Yeah, they're down 96%, but they have a good suite of ultimates, right? They get a few staggers there towards the end. And they were in a fantastic spot in that final fight. I like how Ryan used that positioning to, they drop that ant matrix, kind of goes up into that window, takes a little bit of a side angle where LP on the Baptiste doesn't really see him, able to deal with that immortality field, then just take out the BAP, and you're able to win the round after that. So really good start here for T3.
Yeah, I mean, I'm impressed by that comeback in the round. I do think they're able to stretch out some of those ultimates crucially. I've also been sent a picture of J9's gaming posture, which I really want to show. I really want to show on the broadcast if we can get it. I've sent it to our producer. We'll see it in a second, but yeah, that is a thunker for me. But let's go back over Oasis here, Matt, and start with this first round, because it definitely felt like Hev especially was struggling to find their rhythm.
Yeah, kind of playing, musical heroes, mystery heroes towards the beginning here, right? Where you're playing, some on the Tracer, then we went over to the Mei as never really kind of found footing, I think, in this map. But J9 on the Genji, extremely effective. Genji, obviously, we see do wonders in the backline constantly, as now seems to be pretty impactful yet again, right? Oasis is a map where Genji can kind of control some of the high ground as well, whether it be on this point, as we see here, the second point, or the first one that we saw. So Genji, solid pick. Also, as we go to King Throw, Genji also really effective there.
Yeah, absolutely. J9's looked great over this map. For me, definitely the MVP so far. Reinsch though with a couple of crucial involvements. This was good. This fallback here, and obviously Kani is already kind of surrounded at that point. They're able to fall back and even without being able to get the health pack, still have a big impact in the fight a little bit later on.
What do you think of these Orisa comps? Like, obviously we've only seen one like Maga today. What do you think though about this Orisa? Like, do you think it ends up winning out? We obviously have a small sample size. But...
Yeah, it's really marginal. I do think that the pick potential from Javelin on supports or like 200 or less HP heroes is legitimate, right? That is absolutely a thing. I think Orisa was tweaked such that during Fortify she's not immune from overheating anymore in a primary weapon. I think that was maybe a patch or two ago. So that's obviously theoretically a nerf to her, but they've made Terra Surge bigger, which is pretty important because that just makes it's an extra 2 meters in game. It makes it harder to get away from. Most heroes have like a dash to usually get them there, but usually if you just start moving at the right time, you can run out of it before it's full charge. So I honestly think so. I think she's the stronger pick right now in the sort of comp that it enables and does so much with Kitsune Rush, Matt. Here's a widow on the attack side though for Wasp X Ono on King's Road.
And a Zarya here for Wasp. So we saw some Zarya during Stockholm. It was a pick that was, you weren't great on like Maga or Brawl. You kind of went towards this Zarya, or maybe if there was a Queen on the other side.
Queen counter, yeah.
We'll see now how they make this Zarya. Zarya with Reaper is a great combination, right? Double bubble, and you're able to just get that Reaper in there, even safer.
Yeah, I mean, there are some issues with it. I think the Zarya comp is great because you cleanse off the bleeds from Junker Queen, right? And obviously you can shut down the rampages with the bubbles. But here, Orisa just ignores you for a second. And once you don't have bubbles, you can be moved aside really easily. You can also be ignored. Like Orisa just wants to walk past Kani, right?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like if you're gas T3, just wait out both bubbles. And then just force both bubbles out and then just wait and then just burn them down, right?
Like you literally just look at someone else. Like if Kani can't get more than 20 charge per bubble at least, I think here, that gets a little bit tougher. Also, it's a stronger comp with the Genji. It really is. Like I think the Reaper's quite good, but like people tend to just sort of force the Reaper away. Sometimes though, they will just shoot the bubble and give you some value, but Genji does so much with Zarya because he can get much closer and actually take some risks to get resets because of the the clutch capability of the bubble to get you out of trouble.
Yes, I know this has been all gas T3, no job at the start here. Yeah, it's I mean, it has been a really good performance from them over the first map. Then here, starting on King's Row, is who is even this like Ant Matrix for you? Just trying to get the cast
It's just
set up on the high ground. Yeah,
I just feel LP, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, you're in a position here where eventually you have to push past the position of that. So like QRX has to go forward now, but they've already lost
Lose your
Juno.
Juno.
Yeah, I mean, the Juno's sort of towards the low ground, right, where Kani is probably not in a position where they can even see, let alone bubble them. You got the Reaper in a decent spot here though now. That's both Zaya bubbles, if I'm not mistaken, getting used. But if we had an immortality field, if Fate never slows down here, then we're cooking. F comes in from nowhere with the big 4K, and all of a sudden, it's Waspix 0 on the road.
And that is just like there's nothing to combo with it, right? Like there's not like obviously like a Death Blossom or inside of the orbital array or that is just on a little bit of a flank there. Hev comes up huge. I mean, they were not making any progress.
What is that skin? That is so good. Looks like Vendetta.
Yeah, it's got to be like one of the
Battle Pass
newer
one,
ones.
right?
Yeah, Battle Pass.
Yeah,
I don't have that look. I gotta get on to get that one.
That is so nice. Okay. All right. Well, Ryan's taken down here. QRXU on the Cassidy. Still on that pick. Again, this Zaya comp can definitely play with that shorter range hit scan DPS because you are grouped up a little bit. Also a comp that benefits a lot from that orbital ray. And they are on the road, starting to snowball a little bit with the graviton surge and an orbital ray to play with here. Waspix Ono can chain together some fight wins.
Oh, Deadeye with a grab, right? Not a terrible combo as well. You can get everybody clumped together. Is once they've gotten that first the payload unlocked, they've actually made really strong progress with just one fight. So we'll see Gas. They'll probably get another touch here, and this could be the final fight on this point. It's going to be a Kitsune rush here. Open things up. They're gonna not even back out. They're actually just gonna fight inside of it.
That is so good, Matt. It's a grab to shut down the blade. That's all it's for. Kitsune Rush doesn't reach as far as the position of J9 there, so Bubble catches the Genji. They really can't do anything about that whatsoever. Beautiful snowball. And again, they carry a Deadeye into the next fight with an Ant Matrix for Ilpi. This is scary.
Well, also, it's quite interesting, right? A lot of teams, they'll back out of the Kitsune Rush. Whilst they don't really care because they have the orbital ring and then they have the graph to use on in it. So obviously with the Kitsune Rush, you all want to be grouped up together around that area to be able to use it. It's a great spot to use the graph.
GT3 though, coming alive finally. It's still 3 minutes and 30 on the clock here for Waspix 0 so they really need to lock down a number of these fight wins. They're trying to get used to that's the competitive drive name card, right?
Yes.
Animated one. I'm trying to get used to it.
Yeah, the last drive we just had. This is the
purple one.
Card. Pretty cool.
That's nice. Pretty. Ooh, okay, Ryan. That's unfortunate. Disrupt the shot there. Probably not intended to be in that position, but we'll call it a zoning one for all intents and purposes. Fake Nevix there with a nice little Terror Surge. Follow it up as QRXU gets caught by a Javelin. And a couple of important defensive stops here for GT3.
He has some changes here for Wasp, right? They'll move away from the Cassidy. Get better sight lines here with the Sojourn. Like, I think the Cassidy in the second part of the map, I actually think is quite effective as, right here, the sight line's really long. They lose head right off the rip, so you're gonna have to back up here as Immortality is out, bubbles are gone. They decide not to push up, though, into the spawn.
All right, LP with no Ant Matrix still. Waspix don't want to go for this. GT3, no ultimates to speak of right now, so this is the opportunity for Wasp X to get there. Here's that orbital ray coming out. QRXU trying to control that high ground, but they're pushing into him, and he's not playing inside the orbital ray either. Dangerous stuff. Gonna be a 2-for-2 trade, though, as J9 gets in there and deals with LP. GT3 now want to try and regroup in this side room and maybe get the Juno eventually, but Hev is going to punish. They're grouping up within these close quarters, and that card is moving. Cunny is sailing forward with it. Hev is on the cleanup.
Yeah, and he knew one more player is there. Not going to let that Kiri stay alive. TP on out is finally Wasp ends up breaking on through. Gas C3 does a nice job there as you see once that Arisa's armor's gone, health just starts to fall so fast, especially with the Zarya discharged up.
To the high ground and a blade for J9. Ilfi absolutely ruined, and somehow was able to find Fayet. Not an easy catch there as the Juno sort of floats in midair. Nice little 3K blade. And that'll be another defensive stop for Gas. T3 is not our job, and 90 seconds remain for Wasp to finish the map.
You know, we didn't actually see it there, but that's the grab and Death Blossom used there during that. So we're actually on with J9 as the blade goes to the high ground, but on the low ground, that was the grab plus blade, plus Death Blossom uses. That's huge.
All right, here we go, Nevix. At the forefront here, getting brought down by Canny again. Orisa cannot stop this Zarya damage with the Javelin spin. GT3 forced to back away, but eventually this Zarya will run over them, snowballing with that energy charge. No one can really mitigate that kind of damage. Nicely done. Waspex, oh no, with the Zarya comp. Get the map done with about a minute to spare.
Yeah, I mean, if you can burn down that armor off of the Orisa, right, with that Zarya, and then just push up and get in that Orisa's face, I mean, the health, especially like, I know when we're on with Kenny, he's like 90 plus charge, right? Just starts to mow the Orisa down. Can't take space, can't fight. The ultimate doesn't even matter, right? In that type of situation, for Wasp, not having a grab, you're able to just kind of push on in and deal with that Orisa quite comfortably.
Yeah, honestly, that Zarya looks really good towards the end of the round. There's obviously an interaction where that sort of the only graviton surge we ever saw was used to shut down J9 on a Dragon Blade, which felt pretty reasonable in that case. It actually allowed GT3, or rather Wasp, excuse me, to take that last checkpoint and get through into the last phase of the map here. However, the J9 Genji still looking pretty scary. 1 minute to play with is definitely the danger zone on a map like this. It does herald a potential extra innings if GT3 has anywhere near the bite of Wasp.
What's your opinion on the Zarya on D? It feels like Zarya is a bit easier to run and get use out of on offense, where here on D, I'm curious, if they'll be able to make it work.
In theory, it's probably fine. You also can help your players that are up on the high ground. I think you want to probably push into the choke and take a slightly closer fight if you can. I'm curious to see what this Zarya ends up playing. Maybe like she just feels like she can't give up the statue.
And also something we didn't really talk about as much in the first round, right? But the bubbles of the Zarya is also really good for the backline against the Genji, right? I know you're trying to dive in if you're J9 onto LP or Fate, and bubble on one of those supports. I mean, you're in a lot of trouble.
Okay, I think GT3 thought they could burst Canny down there, so they might have got a lot of bubble value, but yeah, the Ana, not mobile enough really to deal with something like this Genji pressure. J9 navigating that beautifully, cooldowns, everything you could ask for. The Zarya charge is a problem. Neither you nor the Orisa can actually stop any of that. Hev can just sort of walk away from this one now, as Canny is very charged up, but in a 1 versus 4, they're not going to do enough damage, and they are eventually going to be overrun. So there's a real opportunity there for Wasp X, but yeah, losing the Ana on the high ground to the Genji, not where you want to be.
Yeah, and I'm curious if they decide to stay with this. I don't know if you can get great use out of this on defense, as you lose Hev here off the rip, right? So you're gonna have to back up 5 minutes plus here for Gas T3. You're also playing the Cassidy, which just has a, maybe here in the second part of the map, right? If you get a fight win, you play close to the choke, you can make work against the Sojourn. But
what is this?
I mean, you like the Sojourn here much better.
QRXU is absolutely trolling. Okay, Canny fully charged, but this is where it gets a little bit scary. No bubbles to work with, and nicely done.
Immortality feels late.
Yeah, I mean, they realized, I think, that, they've just managed to stress the Zarya bubbles enough, and she's not really grouped up with teammates, can't get any utility over to the rest of the side. Close to a graph here, though, which could definitely be a stop, and that cart has been moving. There's a stall from QRXU solo trying to get on the cart there. It's a very interesting fight breakdown.
This has been a messy second half, I feel like. It's just been like players just solo dying on Wasp, just kind of going in, trying to make a play here or there. I mean, we really haven't seen much of something resembling a team fight. As we'll have Gas T3 getting very close here. Taking the checkpoint. Hev was up on the high ground. Now gonna go low here. Kasune Rush, do you try and blossom into it? You already lose this Zarya.
That's not good at all. Great use, that orbital ray here for Gas T3, not job, and there it is. I'm going to get absolutely rolled over. In fairness, there were 3 big ultimates, including the Terror Surge and the Kitsune Rush to make use of. Both support ultimates committed there by GT3, and hey, why wouldn't you? 5 minutes and 12 left on the clock, and we're going to see some changes here for Wasp. It's QRXU on the Widowmaker.
I mean, this is like, okay, so Widow's good here towards the end, right? But you could have just played Sojourn the entire map, right? I mean, there's nothing wrong with playing Sojourn the entire map. Like, I can understand maybe playing the Cassidy on the second checkpoint, right? But, you know, first point Cassidy and then kind of playing the Widow here towards the end. That's LP using the Amp Matrix. They just kind of back up away from that, right? They just don't want to play into those sight lines. And now you're going to get an overclock in response, and that is a sick shot.
That is so dirty from range. Yeah, another one catching out the Juno. Sojourn Masterclass, just as we were absolutely glazing the Soj pick, just talking about how it really dictates the way the game goes. Range goes and does that. That is dirty.
They are gonna set a nasty time bank. Have now going over to the Genji, right? You've got Grab in the mix here, but they have a Blade on the other side. I mean, this is brutal for Wasp. It looks like, yeah, they're doing a nice job here, not even shooting at these Zarya bubbles and then just kind of working the Zarya down, but that's a huge pick.
Right. What am I watching? Cardi throwing everything it have to help them win that duel against a 5 HP Sojourn. I respect it. A bit of an overreaction maybe, but still.
The 5 HP Sojourn in your spawn, right?
Give him the bubble. So based, man. Okay. Yeah, that's definitely on the more aggressive side there from range. Sometimes though, to carve out the Widow, you're allowed to wait for your Genji to do it for you, and you can keep doing Sojourn things. That is allowed. You've got to Kitsune rush up here. Yeah, FACEIT in play. You've got to respect this is something. Look at the damage. Look at the absolute damage on the Wasp X Ono front line. That's just poke, for God's sake. That's range, and Fate Nevic's going to work on them. FACEIT now is good for a couple more seconds, and that will be over. It's patiently waited out by GT3 because they've got a bit of time to play with here. Match still about 3 minutes 10.
Yeah, and how does this play out? Can he actually get hit with a spear, right? And they decide to go off of that.
All right, well, Fate is very, very low here. Deflex coming out inside the grab for J9. He's got the blade in the back line. And Mortality Field's already been taken down. Hev and Kani both fall. Terror Surge is a great setup for the blade as everybody basically caught inside that small space. Great patience there for GT3. Here's a bit of Soj action from QRXU. I'll see you later, champ. That'll be a 2-minute 50 time bank for GT3.
Yeah, and I think Wasp, I think you need to kind of consider your setup there on defense. I even think if you want to play the Zarya at the start, it might be better off if you just combo it with like Genji Sojourn as opposed to like the Reaper Cassidy, right? I think that would be a better situation to be on the defensive side of things. Offense, maybe you can keep it going the same, but yeah, it's just a tremendous job here, on their offensive side.
Yeah, look, I mean, that level of time bank lead, pretty impressive. We saw the Zarya comp pedaled out on defense here, and some of your concerns, Matt, about the defensive side Zarya, I think were pretty valid from what we ended up seeing. I think that GT3 had much more of the option to just disengage as attackers away from Zarya with bubbles and wait them out. And they waited out the infra side. They were really patient, actually, and made sure they had the best opportunity to win a fight when they came in at the end of the map. Well, they pressed Q, 4 of them, and just rolled in with a 250 time bank. Yeah,
no, you'll have Connie here play the Queen. So we were talking about like, Queen, versus Orisa and things like that, where now this will be an interesting setup on offense here for Wasp. And I believe I have a listen in, so let's hear how they're going to go on their offensive side.
They have Orisa. Careful flanks, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm a thatcher.
I can take top right. Can you look at me if I go top right?
I can shout you.
3, 2, 1. I'm forcing point actually. So I flank in. Take space if you can.
Go in, you can walk in.
Genji. Genji's the right side.
I have shout. You can go here,
Yeah, I'm ready.
Genji out.
Get you one.
Doge peeking hotel.
Go your hotel.
I'm with you, Kenny, chill, don't.
Pretty solid on the defense side here, GT3. The Portuguese accent you're hearing is actually Kenny, who is Brazilian. So that's kind of cool. That's a lot of ping to play on.
And they had, you could hear in the columns, right? They had the Genji one. They're just not able to finish it off as Fate actually turns the corner and gets killed by Ryan. And now J9, I mean, this Genji just still doing work. You do get a tick here for Wasp, so that's the positive out of it. You just don't get much more than that.
Yeah, definitely not enough, I think, with this Jungle Queen setup. Wasp X Ono just don't want to play Orisa here. Mayo, up in the chat, calling for some dive. GT3 are absolutely poised to take the map here with almost 3 minutes to get themselves. Well, they need a little bit more than a tick, in fairness. So,
Yeah.
Still, though, a huge job for WaspX to hold them at bay, especially like it feels like it's inevitable once J9 builds a blade, there's going to be a winning fight there. Also, Reinsch with some nasty overclocks towards the end of that sort of first attacking round. So much.
And what do you do if you're Wasp on defense, right? Do you play? Okay, I was gonna say, do you play like the Zarya? Do you play the Orisa? Nope. It'll be actually just gonna be playing the Queen with Echo in the mix. So. Gas T3, there's no reason to change anything up, right? I mean, you've looked good on the Orisa comp. It's clearly bothering them. They're moving to different types of things to stop you and what you're trying to do. And J9 is going to go crazy on the Genji, right? So no reason to switch anything up.
I'm also requesting the GT3 listen at some point. They've got a large amount of UK players on this team. Let's get it in our ears.
J9 got to work.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and take top.
Echo?
Yeah, I'll try to
Surge.
Watch on me one shot in LP again. Let's try it.
Third half. I don't see tank.
Weak hotel. Tank's on
Wait,
side.
thank you. Yeah.
I'm shooting Queen out a bit.
I look Echo. 3, 2, 1.
Hold when I want to go high in the mix. I have speed.
Come on.
I'm not going high. I'm not going high.
Okay.
I'm looking through her actually.
I'm shooting main.
Echo split.
Blue.
Third main.
I'm gonna look. Queen.
Main. Queen. Me give.
Can you hit me? I'm killing him.
One down.
Oh, I'm dead.
Try trade. Look Surge.
I can't. Yeah.
Just get a Queen walk if I'm not main.
Yeah.
Okay. 50. Yeah, Kiri, Juno.
Kiri top right.
I don't know, do you want to clear top right, Juno, or where are we going?
Yeah. I go to top right then.
I'm not.
Alright, TP2. Yeah, we're clearing. Just chill, guys. They might rush you.
They're walking in.
Carrying a TP.
Yeah, no TP.
Back inside.
Queen walking me, man.
Look Queen. I'm spying Queen and man.
She's still walking.
I need care.
Okay. Look Queen.
Medics. Okay.
Back. Chill, like, we don't need to do anything.
That's... Do I go Echo then? Or is it like...
I can be fine.
Okay.
I mean, it depends if you like want to play the 1v1 or not.
Oh, I tell you what, that's smart. Little Hev double sticky bomb kill. Definitely doesn't go astray here as GT3 is struggling on this attack side here, Matt. Building up though, of course, for those ultimates, but WaspX also haven't been put under a lot of pressure here yet.
No, but you're allowing Wasp to build up some of these ultimates. They're obviously, gaining some momentum. That's a really aggressive play behind the Doob on the Orisa. This is going to be an orbital, right? This is so far back. You're going to be able to just walk away from this if you're Wasp. I mean, this is great for them. Yeah. Not ideal here for Gas.
The only thing you get as Gas is a bit of positioning here, and eventually the auto rate comes back out from Wasp on defense here. Both sides have the Kiriko ultimates to work with. GT3 do not win out in that engagement whatsoever. Overclock here for QRXU to make use of, and GT3 getting close to their DPS ult. But this one's going to the wire, Matt. Here's the Kitsune Rush coming out. Forward they come. FACEIT is going to throw one down, so both teams have the golden roads to play with. QRXU, though, can't really find a target with his overclock, and Reinsch is about to swing the corner. Big damage there. Hilpy falls, of course, too. That overclock, something that was teased at in the comms earlier on to one-shot them. But a big rampage caught Fake Nevix and J9, respectively, who with a blade will have no chance to use it. 5 seconds left of the round, and WaspX might have done enough here.
Yeah, the rampage is huge there, right? Being able to kind of get both those players, the Orisa and the Genji, out of the equation. It'll be a Doomfist here for Fake Nevix to get a touch. J9 coming back with a blade.
Here's the Doom. Fake Nevix with a big charge up. Gets in there, but doesn't hit anyone with a punch. Ilpy goes down first yet again on the blade. He's going to have to save them. J9 to salvage this here for GT3. Suzu does get used. J9 gets some respectable damage, though, off that blade. And here comes the Queen. Looking for the swing. That's the tick. They're almost there. 39.5%. And Kani eventually goes down. Nothing available to WaspX. Oh no. And GT3 just squeak out a win.
Barely there. They get it at the last moments, and really they're doing a nice job of just touching the point, keeping it contested, letting Fake Nivix get back in, and then J9 towards the end being able to clutch it out with that blade, right? Even if Blade only gets 1 kill, it kind of forces everybody inside of the hotel, makes it really difficult for them to get back out and touch the point.
Yeah, I mean, a really interesting Kings Row map in general, right? We were looking at two teams that don't really want to play the same styles generally. You know, Waspex Ono trending away from that Orisa composition to try and make the Junker Queen work, which I thought was an interesting look. And to start with on that defense side, looked good, maybe even more sort of on defense, durable than that Zarya look, which on offense I thought looked great. There was less opportunity for GT3 to disengage away from the bubbles as defenders, but yeah, probably a clever switch to make it a very close game in extra innings.
Yeah, the Zarya, like we talked about, looked awesome on offense, not exactly great on defense. The Junker Queen pick was pretty effective, really, kind of throughout that. It's just one fight goes your way there. I mean, you only get 44%, right? No, especially when you've exhausted all ultimates, the other team's got that blade. So we take a look at some of the highlights here from Kings Row. Very back and forth game.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoyed the Hev Reaper, for example. That's what we got on screen right now. Saving the day with the big 4K Death Blossom on occasion, but this is pretty good. You always look good as Reaper when no one's particularly looking at you. This little pop here, though, from Reinch was ridiculous. Found the Widow, firstly, with like a really tight angle. Ends up with what is basically a 3K. LP obviously has to use that immortality field, but yeah, just slides forward. Like we saw, you know, on Runasapi in the previous series, Sojourn can do that now. She is looking back to her old scary self, and I, for one, welcome her back with open arms.
Yeah, I mean, when you start to see a Sojourn player, some of the best in the world, nail some of these railgun shots, it is really fun to see. And then also, when you talk about, like, they were playing some Cassidy earlier, right? The mobility is crazy. This is...
Yep, this is...
how does he move?
Thanks, Spectrian, for this one. We're talking about it in the chat. This is the J9 setup. Yeah, I mean, also...
like, that can't be comfortable.
Well, it's not...
But how do you... okay, so how do you start playing like this?
What are his movement keys?
What's that, like? Is it the arrows? Is he I think like an arrow angle?
Dude, his pinky is dead ass on the forward slash
that's
key,
like a
the backslash key above the enter button, I think.
Yeah, I would love to know how you start playing like that. Well, like, how do you...
So I see it a lot in CS, actually, especially from players that like come from sort of, I mean, players that come from
games.
Well, setups that have less space, right? That's, I think, why the keyboard was getting turned sideways in the first place. Because like back then, the desks weren't huge. We had these massive, you know, standing gaming desks. Right? Back then, they used to be just sort of small ones.
I mean, you talk about these desks like back then, like, you know, we went from, we went from chopping the trees down in just a slab of like one slab of plywood to like these huge gaming desks. I mean, there's, you know, it's not like a desk had to be quite small, you know.
Yeah, I see it in CS all the time, and in Val as well. People like have their keyboards. I'm going to use my wrist rest as an example, but they have them like diagonally. I go curl their hand a little bit, like around it.
A slight, you know, a slight diagonal, you know, but that's like upside down vertical.
Yeah, mine is diagonal the other, like mine is like slightly like tilted towards my left. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not, look, I don't know. I'm only going to assume it's because there was a setup with not a lot of room. They had to make do. But you know, guys, you can get these game pads, right? You used to be able to get them where you had, you know, a number of keys enough to play the game and it would just fit in your hand. I think like Logitech used to make one. Racer, maybe? I don't know.
Or you can bite the bullet. Use the sticks. Bring out the sticks.
The sticks. Oh no! I mean, I'd rather go through the potential like life-threatening risk of Neuralink.
Get the sticks out. Yeah, no, I still game on the sticks. I mean, not shooters. Not well. I say that, you know, not many shooters. I think like fast-paced games, obviously, like an Overwatch or like you know, even something like a Val or whatnot. You still use a keyboard and mouse, but you get on Call of Duty. I mean, that's a sticks type of game.
J9's in the chat, whose dad played CS, which I don't know if they're attempting to call me old, but also, is that a Fortnite thing? Because I played Fortnite and I did not use, I mean, I was not very good at it, admittedly, but I never use the arrow keys to play Fortnite.
Wow.
Right?
I mean, everybody's got their own build, buttons, but I can tell you, I don't even have arrow keys on my keyboard.
Really? Don't they? Show me.
What do you mean? Yeah, I have the Wu-Ting. I have like a 65%. So it doesn't have a numpad, doesn't have the arrows.
I thought 65 still have the arrows though. I think I got a 65. The glorious.
Whatever's less than that, then that's what I got because I have no arrows.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Maybe that's the thing there. No, we're comparing keyboard sizes. Yeah. I'm not showing my keyboard because my keycaps. I need some new keycaps. Some of these are a bit munted, so to speak. That's fine.
Munted.
Yeah, I mean, Zoe's telling us she'll show us her keyboard because it's very cool. I'm sure it's been matched to the rest of her room. We'll have more time to talk about that. We're going to come back from rep. We're going to quick game pause here. So we're going to take a pause ourselves. We'll be back with more FACEIT League Season 3 playoffs for the EMEA region right after this. All right, we're going in a game. My condolences to Matt Murray in the chat, whoever you are. You're getting absolutely cooked, my guy. Unfortunate.
Why?
Because
he plays for the stick. People gotta respect the sticks.
No, bro.
Right?
I don't respect the sticks.
Everybody's out here being a keyboard mouse elitist. Yeah, okay, whatever. Dude,
Bro,
the sticks.
what games do you use the sticks for nowadays? Out of curiosity.
I use it for actually a decent amount of games. I've gone out. I know when I was like out on the sticks, but now I'm it's gripping me back in.
Okay.
Ostrix in here for Wasp, so that's the sub that we were making, taking the little breaks.
Ostrix,
so Connie out.
A Wrecking
Ostrix
Ball
in.
main, I think. French player. Yeah, don't know if we'll see that ball, but just putting that there. Normally, it's the international sign of inting.
We've seen ball here.
Yep.
You know, I believe we saw it in Stockholm a little bit. I believe like Infected ended up playing it. So we'll see Wasp go in that direction. Is looks like they're just kind of searching for anything that can really get them a map win now.
All right, here we go. Out of the gates, Wasp X with the Wrecking Ball. Bit of an Ostrix special here, apparently. Bam! Nice little pile drive, caught 3. The follow-up, though, was in a different postcode, apparently. Not quite ready to launch, but still. Good start here. Also 20% ult charge. Hey, okay, Ostrix.
Hey.
Go here, Chief. Where are we headed, son? Heads in trouble. Caught out in the open, as we often saw from them on Oasis, but they're able to get away. They're on Tracer after all. And Ostrix is going to pull back for a little bit of extra healing, but
well, yeah, as you see when he backs up to get some more healing, actually get 2 of the dynamite on the way out. Has to go even further back, but they lose 2 teammates. Now the bot will go in the direction of Gas T3 as J9. I mean, he's talking some junk in the chat now, starting to feel himself on the Genji.
Okay, not too bad for QRX2. That was a big dynamite there from Ranch at the end of that last fight. J9, no, got his work cut out from here. 4 plays for GT3, looking for that checkpoint here as Ostrix drops in on that Wrecking Ball. They're dead serious about it, folks. And so far, not too shabby. J9 definitely got isolated there, but the damage is good onto the ball. Still playing disadvantage here for GT3, but not as much for Wasp X to go on with until just now they bring the Genji down.
Yeah, not a ton of meters gained there by Gas T3, right? So not the worst thing in the world for Wasp. They also have a comp that gets back into the fight extremely fast, right? So not going to be slow to get back into the mix. A comp that takes a lot to get going, a lot in the neutral. This is going to be a comp that just either burst targets down or they end up losing those fights and going again.
I'm trying to give Nevix a tickle here. Was hoping to maybe push this card over the line. Not to be, as Mr. Bot is headed elsewhere. Oh, Blake hit! Oh my goodness, right in front of Ilpi, asking for a kick in the face, and he got it, but Ilpi didn't have quite enough damage. The Wrecking Ball. Ostrix, low-key, my goat.
Somebody help him out.
Let's go. J-Dog didn't have a dash, so it's a bit scary, and they could climb back up, but a little bit of tech is there from Ostrix. I do respect it. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to get out of the fight here.
Yeah, the ball is able to make it out, but you don't actually get the lead there for Wasp X. Will still be Gas T3. They're going to try and make a play here for checkpoint. It's going to be a Kitsune Rush really early, and you lose the Kariko, so no ability to use that Orbital Ray.
Yep, Hep just crumpled there, though. J9 was able to find the headshot with the right click. Here's the Terror Surge. Ostrix able to walk out of it, and a nice little Suzu there to make sure that GT3 could shrug off the slowing effects of that Terror Surge and get back in the driver's seat. This should put them ahead here in car progress.
Yeah, and that Terror Surge series used to just get another fortify. They, FakeNevix had used the fortify, was getting extremely low. The minefield drops. You don't have an orbital rate of your own. You're inside the Kitsune Rush. You end up having to use your Terror Surge to just stay alive a little bit longer.
Ostrix will play to the extremities. Show you parts of Runasapi you've never seen, folks. Here's the orbital ray, though. They'd love to play with inside this ability. And they'll get themselves that checkpoint as well. GT3 can't really contest with that Juno ultimate in play, so Wasp X make good use of it. Now, though, GT3 also using their own Juno ultimate there, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
A little later. Don't get the fight they wanted, but can push the bot back, I guess.
Yeah, they also end up using a Bob there on a little bit of an off angle, right? So they have a little slight damage advantage with that Bob in the mixes. J9 going for the backline gets taken out. It's going to be an overclock here to finish things off. So Wasp starting to gain some ground here. They're going to get even further past that checkpoint into gas territory. But like we saw earlier, this map we've seen a lot of comebacks. We're going to get with the Reinhardt. I mean, this is not what.
Bro,
so you're going to have
the shock skin as well. I mean, really, the Nevix cosplay is getting to unbelievable heights. Okay.
So you're gonna play the Ryan into the ball here, and then you're gonna switch Cassidy. You still want to keep this Genji, right? But something like a Sombra would even be good here, right? Dealing with the ball and things along those lines. Yeah. Reinhardt, I don't know how this Reinhardt lives.
Sombra, Brig, Ana, all options against the ball, right?
Yeah, I mean, you could You could go Bat Brig, you could go, just, I don't understand the Rhine. I mean, maybe now because you have the BAP in the mix, but...
When you lose that fight primarily because there's a minefield in play, it's really nice. Ostrix is looking very good on the ball this map. That minefield that basically 3 players, I think, from GT3 go down to like 10% health each just because they're in the minefield as it drops. Not much you can do about it, really. Here comes Hev. We're going to make some flank action happen. J9 being kept honest here by the Pulse Pistols, and there is an ultimate available for the Tracer now. A good target would be the Orion, but instead, it's just going to be field goal between both supports instead. I respect it, Hev, I do.
Yeah, they were going for any support. Yeah, the Rhine's almost like just a sitting duck. Like, why even use the pulse bomb on the Rhine? You see here, just trying to charge back towards his spawn. So this is another fight win there for Wasp. As for Gas, you have a Blade here coming up, but just a brutal scenario. I mean, this ball, they were fighting to get Ostrix in the game, and I can definitely see why, making a huge impact.
Yeah, I mean, Ostrix able to play in this position as well. Really powerful. There's an archway you can sort of swing through. A minefield here would be pretty effective. Throwing down on the bot. J9 is able to deal at least with QRXU and looking to heal up. Here, switch over towards the Tracer, realizing that maybe the time of Genji is past. Fake Nevic's still alive. Spoke too soon. Actually picked off by FACEIT pretty comfortably now, and this actually is going to be a full complete here for Waspix. Oh no. GT3 are looking like they are absolutely struggling. Minefield here going to be deployed a little bit off center here, but it should still be effective as a venture comes down from Reinsch now as that orbital ray is now in play. Ostrix looking to break the sound barrier here as a Malga is opted for by GT3. This is going to be enough to avert the end of the map, but I won't get them out of this sticky situation quite yet.
Yeah, just about as close to a map completion as you could possibly get there for Wasp. And only about 3 minutes or so left on the clock. This should be a fantastic spot for them to close it out. Gas C3 making some pretty large changes, right? Now going over to the Malga, the Venture, a lot of these heroes just to get onto that point. Not allowed to go in towards the end. We'll see now, though, if they can make it work for an extended period of time on this map.
Yeah, Mayo on the Baptiste is interesting. Obviously, with the Malga, though, makes perfect sense. However, Linrax, not a lot of support for them as Hev's able to go and get the elimination. And Mayo is in trouble. They aren't even inside their immortality field at that point. Ostrix was able to clear that up anyway. Hev just comes across J9, playing that outer area of the map. And this switch to the Malga comp was really just to keep GT3 in the game. And in terms of advancing their game plan, it might not be the play.
No, and they just keep that Malga alive for a little bit there. And just stagger them out. So now you're going to get all the way back into enemy territory. As we said, there's a lot of big comebacks here on Runasapi. This one, I don't know if it's doable. It looks like FaZe calling for a Sigma for the other team. They're obviously going to keep playing the Malga.
Play Sigma against their ball comp. I mean, that's actually...
Yeah.
Sigma's pretty bad against ball. That is fair. All right. 1 minute 53 to play. Ostrix here. Just building some ult charge now by rolling on through. J9 switching over towards the Tracer. Genji, not it. They were switching during the desperate hold on just before Ostrix Ono cleared the map entirely. Pulse bomb doesn't quite connect there. Ostrix is able to roll on away, unaware that he was the target of that Tracer. There's a Kitsune Rush available here for FACEIT now as Waspix Ono are really dominating so many of these fights. GT3 are going to have to rely on the Malga ultimate to keep them in the map. But by that point, they'll have about 30 seconds left.
They fought in their spawn most of the game. I mean, it's now they finally go Sombra. They get a hack onto the ball, and then the Sombra. I mean, that's what I was saying a little bit earlier. It feels like Sombra, even still in like a kind of new, changed, adjusted state, as you will, is still really effective against the Wrecking Ball, right? So being able to play the Sombra, just gonna get those hacks, force the ball onto something different, huge here. I think if we see the ball throughout the rest of the series, probably some more Sombra.
Yeah, with the Sombra and the Brig, as Maya there has to shield bash out of the minefield. It ends up being caught vulnerable by Ostrix. And Fake Nevix has to sort of dash back through a little bit there. He's obviously less bothered about the minefield, but this is still dangerous. He's a cage fight thrown up.
It catches the ball.
Yeah. You got the ball. Ostrix there, feeling like he's got some fans.
Yeah, I mean, he captured the ball, right? I guess the Sombra was coming off of the spawn, and yeah, Ostrix just letting them know in the chat who he is. His name is Ostrix Overwatch. He is balling out on the ball.
Ostrix Overwatch.
Thank you.
All right, here is a Old Array matchup here in this fight. Ostrix going to be hindered by the Sombra, but able to just double back towards the health pack direction, get back in the fight pretty quickly now. Getting a bit heavy now. It's going to be a rally here for Mayo, though. Ilpi falls. Mayo actually goes down midway through that ultimate. GT3 fighting tooth and nail. Should be able to win this out. The stall, though, of Ostrix is going to be a little bit of a nuisance, especially with FACEIT healing that Wrecking Ball up. So in overtime, GT3 are on the move, but they only just get to the halfway point. They don't have the first checkpoint even yet either.
I mean, this would be an insane comeback if they're able to pull it off. You do have an EMP here, right? EMP is good enough to win a fight. So we'll see if they're able to kind of get J9 in position. It doesn't even need to be like a massive one. They lose a Maga right away, though.
Big EMP comes out for GT3 to play off the back of this is important. Waspix Ono going to give a little bit of space here, but no Malga. Like you said, Matt, for GT3. If they get the checkpoint here, they're going to be able to buy enough time for the Malga to get there, and it looks like Wasp are going to allow this to occur.
Yeah.
So there'll be a butt scratch or a window for GT3 to regroup to try and win the map from here.
And you see how fast they deal with the ball when that hack and the virus comes in and some damage from the Sojourn. I mean, that feels like what they've needed to do for a while now, was Neo here getting everybody back in the fight, you know, using that Lucio speed boost, spin around for Ostrix, gonna get one. Oh, what?
Okay, Ostrix the GOAT. Absolutely disgusting ball play. Knocking a Lucio off the map of all people. It could have been worse, by the way. It looked like another person was knocked off and had to translocate out just quietly. Dirty. Absolute. Yep. I need a shower. In fact, I need Power Wash Simulator to try and wash away those memories.
That was
I want
sick.
the high pressure hose directly on my brain.
Yeah, I mean, Ostrix's ball definitely made a huge impact there. Just dominated the game, right? They had no answer for the ball. They tried a bunch of different stuff. Sombra, I think, started to work towards the end. It was just too late of an adjustment. Then I think you can definitely chalk that one up to Ostrix's a really strong performance.
Yeah, big difference maker. The Wrecking Ball. I mean, and Runasapi, the kind of map where you can play that, right? You have plenty of good grapple points here. Nice opportunities to flank around. That was, I remember that, yeah. All of chat was also pretty revolted by that moment. But again, like in general, the amount of disruption that Ostrix offered, and also, you know, a diver for Hev to link up with, who had a much better map, I think was a huge difference maker. There were big switches, right? J9 goes off the Genji. Fake Nevix switches over to the Malga here. We end up seeing like a, you know, Mayo on the bat for a time, you know, being pretty vulnerable to dive. The immortality field there wasn't enough to keep them standing. In general, I think the ball gave Waspex a huge edge, though. I won't argue with you.
No, I mean, it was an awesome pick, and I wonder if they continue to go with it. I believe I know New Junk City would be our next map. We've seen some Wrecking Ball here in the past. Also, I think the chat was like, "Oh, hey, I thought Ostrix was retired." Evidently not. He's still got some game left in him.
Okay, retired? That would have been a shame. I mean, let me look up the profile. It better not be a red name, Ostrix. Otherwise, we're gonna have some words, mate.
Yeah, chat was saying retired, but not anymore. Back in the mix.
It said they left the team. Yeah, currently apparently a retired French player. Well, how about that? Notable teams: Ono and Waspex Ono. All right. Well, I'm glad you came back from retirement. That's all I'm saying. You're putting on a bit of a show for us.
Just to ball out one last time with the homies.
One last ride?
One last ride.
Oh, Ostrix has been uncrossed out. So, yeah.
he was crossed out, and then he uncrossed out.
Yeah.
I mean, that is the most Overwatch player thing ever, though, right? Is no, I'm retiring, and then like a few days later, be like, I'm now unretired.
They're actually one of the few people on Liquipedia that actually have a history. I wonder who filled that in. So here you go. Ostrix is known for his techs and mechanics on Wrecking Ball. He began his Overwatch journey in 2017 on console and quickly rose to rank 1 multiple times across various seasons in both Overwatch 1 and Overwatch 2. In Season 8 of OW2, he made the switch to PC and rapidly climbed up to top 10 in tank, leveraging his game knowledge gained from console. Okay, we'll let that one go. Ostrix continues to push the competitive ladder with multiple accounts, consistently playing at the highest ranks. He has achieved to get champion only by playing Wrecking Ball and Sigma, hence the Sigma call, perhaps. There you go, folks. Some lore on your boy Ostrix here.
Like, if you can make it work with the sticks, you can figure it out anywhere.
Okay. Fast power driver there, though. Again, pressure on Linrax, who has to hit the shift key sort of in midair, making him a little vulnerable to hit scan pressure, or just the Wrecking Ball swinging back through. Again, Fayed goes down here. GT3 obviously have a comp that allows them to walk up and basically just shoot at the rest of Wasp X. Great to see, again, I guess they know.
So weak.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Fake Nevix dealt with another nice little power driver here for Ostrix. The stuff he can do with that hero when you put the time in is crazy. J9, though, however, will be the one to flip and take the point first, but in a 1v3, they'll have to leave pretty quickly.
Yeah, it looks like just trying to, play on the point there has to break healing him up from this choke. But now you lose the Genji. You may end up losing the supports. Nope, they end up backing out all the way. So that'll be Wasp end up flipping the point in. Dude, Ball is one of those heroes that, like, if you go against a good Ball player, I think regardless of level, of skill, tier, I guess you would say, in Overwatch, it is just annoying. I mean, there's like,
that's pretty hard to beat.
You feel like you're playing these fights right, and he's just kind of all over the place. He's in, he's out. I mean, it can be really difficult to deal with, and I think you're seeing, Gas T3 having a extremely difficult time dealing with it now. I mean, look at that. I mean, both supports get weak right away.
Hanging from the ceiling the same way Jaws sleeps, and they don't know where the Wrecking Ball's going to come from. Drops down with an easy pile driver and was already ready to use that cooldown yet again, so pretty powerful. J9 in the back line, though, again, that means that LP and Fayed have to get out of there. 74% and counting, by the way, for Wasp X, and Ostrix has been stalling this out a lot. And Minefield just around the corner for the ball as well, which is going to be so devastating on this point, and they build it off the power driver. Linrax goes down to the torpedoes here, and Fake Nevix got ended. Great pulse bomb connection there by Hev.
Dude, you're able to keep that contested there with the ball for so long. That'll be J9 end up using the blade here towards the end. I wonder if that kind of signifies a switch potentially here for Gas T3 as Wasp ends up taking that first point, and they don't even need the minefield.
This is forced Maya onto the brig. That's why they're have to switch over to this pick. J9 also gonna play the Sombra. Yeah, we are reaching DEFCON 1 alert status because this Wrecking Ball is taking the game over.
I think the Sombra is the right call. I think if you end up kind of losing with the Sombra, at least you feel okay with it, that you've kind of, gone all out trying to deal with it. Just kind of playing the Genji, constantly and losing would not have been the way to go.
Oh, dangerous here for J9. Didn't have a translocator up? Unclear. Either way, they get brought down by Fayed here, so awful start to the fight here for GT3. And the minefield that Ostrix built in the previous fight, that they didn't even have to use to stall that point, gets used now in the choke. GT3 run into it, and Fake Nevix just wants to exit the fight as quickly as possible.
I mean, as soon as they've switched this ball, I mean, they have looked dominant. Like, these teams are back and forth, I think especially with Wasp kind of like searching for answers in terms of what they were going to play against like Arisa and Maga on the other side. But they have seemed to, once we have this ball in play, it is night and day in terms of the skill. Right there, I mean, Faye just jumps around the corner, takes out the Sombra, then maybe a little bit over-aggressive there, challenging the Sojourner at range.
Yeah, I mean, J9 has been staying around in these fights for quite a long time, in fairness. Not wanting to pull the plug too early. All right, Craxley goes down. Have complaining that they were not seen before they were killed. For GT3, though, here should be able to flip this second flashpoint back. I have to feel like the series is starting to run away from them a little bit, but they might have found the answer with this Malka comp. And we, of course, have a lot of counter elements for the ball and the Sombra and the brig.
It's wild that you say it's like the series is getting away from them when they're the team that's up 2-1, right? I mean, they're the team that it looked like it was going to be hell, it looked like they were going to move towards a 3-0 at the start of this, and I know Fake Nevix and Ryan end up picking a kill up a piece. This flashpoint would be huge just in terms of momentum.
No pulse bomb connection there for Hev. 46 and change here for GT3, and a rally still to play with. Ostrix, though, I'm pretty terrified of a potential minefield here over on the point. But outside of that, Wasp X don't have a lot to work with.
He's got to get a good angle to disrupt. Yeah, they don't actually use it over on the point. They use it in the back line there, and they take out and they kind of like end up giving up the brig, so to speak, right? They kind of play him away, and now they're going to end up losing just about everybody.
Okay, well, Kutsina Rush ends up being a big difference maker there. Ostrix with a cheeky 3k in the fight. Everywhere at once is the Wrecking Ball. Yeah, that rush was pretty big, and this means Wasp X can just flip this point and take it straight away. GT3 don't have enough time to get back into the fight.
Yeah, they're going to give up on it. Go next point. As that's a quick 2-0 here for Wasp, as You lost 2 maps trying to play some Zarya and other different types of things. Now you bring in the Wrecking Ball and just look absolutely dominant. This Gas T3, they're going to get here first. They rotated quite early. It's going to be a hack there onto Ostrix. Going to get out very low HP.
Yeah, that's something that Ostrix has to respect. The strongest Wrecking Ball is the brief duration of hack. Leaves them extremely susceptible to this front-loader damage. In comes Ostrix again. J9 elsewhere though with an EMP. Catches FACEIT with a virus after the fact, so that's a guaranteed kill virtually. And now Hev, who's trying to chase someone down, potentially Linrax or Mayo, does fall, but their intended target also were taken out of the fight here. Okay, that was some crouching, I think. It's going to be FakeNevix v Hev. I don't think they're quite in the same weight class here, but they will be contesting for point control.
Yeah, it looks like Hev just backs up a little bit. They're going to get both supports back in the fight here. It's just peppering down FakeNevix as, oh, I missed the pulse bomb. That would have been huge.
Yeah, Hev has been striking with those sticks, but honestly, Mayo's been hard to catch. Great little jump, maybe even a shield bash to the side at the right moment. Is anyone in that cage? No. Ostrix.
He is.
No, staying outside of it, yeah. I mean, plenty of the GT3 players are, but I think he was hoping to catch the Wrecking Ball with FakeNevix, but Ostrix a little bit too fast. Tough. I think you really have to time those. Overclock here for Krax, who doesn't need to use it, though. The damage has already been done. Waspex are back in control.
And that is unfortunate. I mean, if you don't catch, I mean, you're not even playing the Sombra anymore, right? You're playing Tracer. You don't catch that ball inside of the cage. I mean, you see what it looks like. It is just used for absolutely nothing. Wasp just backs up just a little bit. After that cage comes down, they collapse from all sides. And they end up flipping the point. Oh, man, I guess they need a point win in the worst way here to just kind of stop some of the momentum.
Orbital Ray for both sides here, but Waspex definitely, that overclock Kitsune Rush available, should be very favored to win this engagement. Ostrix as well with a minefield within close quarters. It's a scary prospect, but nobody from Gas really in that vicinity. And this J9 falling yet again to the bloody Kiriko. There's going to be 3 eliminations for FACEIT against J9 in general. And they've always been on some sort of nimble flanker. Now FACEIT, though, is caught on the wrong side of the fight. Ostrix goes down. Kiriko's trying to get back in, and an overclock here from QRXU to try and maintain point control. Nevix is sitting out there, out in the open. His range is trying to force QRXU off the line. Is Wasp going to be back to take this flash point in the map here?
Yeah, they're in a perfect position, right? You just have one player alive here. It's going to be J9 up on the high ground here for Gas T3. It has to drop down and contest.
That's going to be it. Nothing GT3 can do. And just like that, add the Wrecking Ball, and Waspex are taking this to a decider map.
Just a blowout these last 2 maps, right? You bring in the Wrecking Ball, completely different look. And you know, this went from a close series to just almost like non-competitive at times with the way it was looking. It looked like we were going to cruise here to a victory for T3. And I mean, man, bounce back in a big way for Wasp.
100%. It did not feel close whatsoever once the Wrecking Ball got involved. And again, like Ostrix had some great moments. I also think like FACEIT on the Kiriko had a fantastic game. There was a switch to Sombra for J9, and they were getting picked off constantly.
Yeah, I believe the last map is Shambali though. So I don't know like how.
No, it's the most anti-ball map I think I've ever seen. I hope they
yeah, I mean, you feel like you have to try it, right? Yeah. I mean, yeah, you looked so good on the ball. I mean, what, you're reading that the guy's like rank 1 right on the ball. Like, I'm sure he has a great idea how to play Shambali. Maybe it's not ideal for the hero, but it's been so disruptive and it's thrown them off their game so much on the other side. I think it's worth it.
Yep. Okay. I mean, that might be the only time I think, Matt, we're ever going to prescribe Wrecking Ball.
But what'd you also say that you got rank 1 on like Sigma as well? Sigma and Ball, right? So like, I mean, you could play Sigma on Shambali, right? So you could leave him in and play both of those. You just don't really have the Maga Orisa look.
And remember, this is an elimination match. Winner advances in the lower bracket here, and the loser will be amongst the first teams to be eliminated from the FACEIT League Season 3 playoffs here in EMEA. So not what you want to happen, especially with a cool, what, let me look at my screen, 17 grand up for grabs here for this. 7.5k for first place. So a great little prize purse here, and what we're calling the off season, right? So yeah, you know, it's a pretty nice little chunk of change to take for an off-season tournament as things are going to get spun up, I mean, early next year pretty quickly for OWCS, and FACEIT qualifiers again in January.
I was going to say, we don't really have, you know, in the past, we've had these like long 6-month, you know, droughts of off seasons. Like we don't. We have the holidays and then we get right back into it. You know, with FACEIT League and OWCS. It's awesome to kind of see that moving to more of like an all year round type of calendar, right, where there's competition always going on.
And I always have work, so I'm not complaining about it because I don't know what to do. I sit there for like 3-4 months in the off season, man.
Yeah, what do? Just sit there with the lights on and that jacket and just practice lines? Is that what you do?
Practice lines.
Yeah, like,
Well,
you know, you write down like, oh man, yeah, what am I gonna say when this team wins? I'm gonna write down some cool lines.
Yeah. You know, I checked in this morning. Was like, okay, we've got Gas T3 is not a job versus Wasp. Yeah. You know, how can I work some bangers into this game? They write themselves, Matt. And they write themselves in my head, buddy.
I hear you when you're talking to the production. You're always telling Ben, he's like, hey, you set up a lobby so I can get my timing right when somebody wins. I just want to, you know, shout cool lines into the mic.
Yeah. Have I had any cool lines today, Matt? Any memorable ones that you've liked?
You know, not really. If I'm gonna be honest with you, not many.
All right.
But
well,
you've been satisfactory though in my.
Okay, I'll take that. Yeah, I'm glad I've met the benchmark for Matt's test. I think for us here, the first thing we want to see is whether or not GT3 actually can handle if there's a wrecking ball on this map.
Okay.
I don't think there should be. I think it's objectively bad. But honestly, Sigma could be fine. I just think he's a little susceptible to some comps that can run up on him.
Yeah, so no subs for Wasp, just riding it, you know, sending it down mid there with the ball like it. You do have a sub though for Gas, so Fake Nivix will come out and they will play Booga as the tank. So making a change there, maybe it's to kind of like play like a Sigma, maybe some other type of hero in the pool.
Yeah, definitely the kind of game, the kind of map, where we see a departure from the normal compositions that we tend to see. We've seen like Ramatra pretty popular on this map, right? He definitely is a bit of a go-to. Malga definitely is applicable. Booga, Maiko, coming on in. Big fan of that. Also, I just want to point out Civ Art now included on the subs for this team.
Yep.
This was the last chance to see the goated sim play.
Well, if they win, maybe you see it in the next round. It's possible.
Okay, I'll hold out for that. That's a reason to get excited. I think about that roster. So can they do it? Can GT3 deal with this onslaught of silliness and chaos from the Wrecking Ball comp? Ostrix is still in, of course, for WaspX, and they're going to go for it to try and win the series here on Shambali.
Okay, so we'll see. Obviously, Wasp on defense, kick things off. No reason to change off of this. The ball has been so annoying to deal with for Gas. They've not been able to deal with it. We haven't seen them prove that they can. So keep running it until they've shown that they can stop it and deal with it. Gas on offense. This will be quite fascinating what they decide to play. J9's been really good on the Genji throughout, but it seems like the Genji not as effective against this type of comp, right? So it looks like potentially going to be hovering over that Sombra yet again.
Wrecking Ball on Runasapi. I've actually seen some things today I've never seen in Overwatch at all. So I've got to say, I've enjoyed that aspect. Horrocks isn't playing because apparently they're washed, chat. This is what the streets are telling me.
Man.
So we do know why.
Oh, you're just ending people.
I mean, this is what the streets are saying, bro. You didn't hear it from me. I mean, you did, but I'm more just I'm a messenger from the street.
We literally did hear it from you.
Yeah, no, I'm just not able to have that same level of impact on the Sombra as they have had on the Genji, which is understandable, really.
You see, though, not a lot of great spots for the ball here, though, early on. You can see nice pile driver, though, there. It ends up resulting in a kill, right? As Larynx gets low, is still not able to pick up any kills here. As you get a knife on the Faye, but just TPs on out. As now you're in close quarters. All right, you do get Ilpy, but Booga takes out 2 with his life before it, but yeah, not able to get much. Yeah,
you can work with this, honestly. I mean, Junker Queen, if she's hitting those axes and knives, the amount of residual healing you're just getting from that means that you are really, really hard to kill. And I think GT3 comes out with 3 kills there with spawn advantage to play with. That means they've virtually won the fight there. They're able to push up to this next choke.
Well, I mean, the ball can just constantly touch the cart, right, and just be a nuisance in terms of pushing it. That's a Queen shout inside there as Booga trying to fight, keep that space for Gas. T3 just want to deny them being able to come out of that window.
Booger looking to come forward. What a pile driver though. Mayo turned into a pancake. Ostrix able just to produce 2 kills out of a hat. And now I think Linrax is not getting away from this one either. Oh man, this cop is scary. I generally have never ever seen.
So this is the streets you were talking about.
Yeah, the streets are talking about. I'm telling you. Listen, I am literally just a messenger.
The streets is real. As the golden boy would say.
The spam in the chat is killing me. Ostrix, I mean, I've never seen a wrecking ball comp on this map.
Oh man, I mean, this is. I feel bad for Gas because they look so good, and I know map number 1 and 2 they clearly had an idea of how to play. I know those Orisa comps against like the Zarya that we saw from Wasp and other different things, and then they just sub in Ostrix, and the entire game just seems like it's just flipped on its head.
I'm not gonna lie, FACEIT has been really good over this series. This Kiriko play has been excellent. Now we're just poking there for some free ult charge. That is a nice little, little rampage. You do have a Suzu in theory. Fate opts not to use it, or maybe can't because they're across the map on the other side of it. That's okay, fair enough. Well, they're going to go with a Consider Rush and a Wrecking Ball play here, and somehow I still believe they can do it. Not sure why, but here comes an orbital right here from GT3. Ilpi going to have one of their own. Ryan's trying to come forward here, and now we see GT3 roll over them.
All right, so they finally get a fight win. They hold on to EMP for the next fight. Yeah, like you mentioned, Faye is so far behind enemy lines and not really able to get the cleanse on a QRXU. But still, I mean, it would have just been a solo cleanse. I believe only one that like kind of really gets hit by that, as you're probably gonna have to sacrifice somebody here to the EMP on the other side.
Yep, there's an EMP coming down. Ostrix has to walk away from that one, but gets the abilities back on time, and it was honestly a big adaptive shielding that keeps the ball. I mean, it looks like one of them G-Force simulators you see at like at NASA and stuff like that. You know all about that, Matt. Ostrix just spinning around the cart so quickly. Big pile drivers want to take a couple, and even the commanding shaft here from Booger is not enough to keep GT3 healthy in this fight. Ilpi is down though, but Linrax is not able to be part of this fight. Ostrix can chase that kill down and clean up the fight. It's another Wasp X Wrecking Ball Cup win. There's no time left for GT3, bro. They've actually done it to him. How do you come back from this?
This is, I mean, this is brutal. This is brutal for GT3. I mean, this is, you know, it was like, it started off kind of cute, like, they're playing the ball, like, and they're not able to stop it, and then it kind of continued to go, and now we're 3 maps in.
It was
just
not cute anymore.
Ball
domination.
Yeah, I mean.
They are getting absolutely.
Yeah, they're kind of getting
really blasted by Ostrix on the
They're kind of getting rolled right now here by
this
by
is
the ball.
World Star caliber reverse sweeping suplex moment, bro.
Yup, this is like a this isn't great. What do you even do? Like they're subbing in different people. They've tried every kind of combination of hero that you can.
They're playing Sombra and Brig against this comp.
Right.
Ball is just so good.
And they're playing the Queen, right? Now maybe they're gonna try Reaper Tracer. But I mean, it is. They went from. It was looking good for Gas, right? First 2 maps in their favor, pretty convincing. All smiles, and then just the Ostrix just came into the game, and it is just completely flipped on its head. I mean, Wrecking Ball doesn't even get any adjustments in the last patch, right? So still the same state as he was from the 0.5 previous. But I mean, you get a good ball player and you can just see how chaotic they can make the game.
Yeah, I think it takes a pretty high level to deal with a good ball comp. Ostrix there got yanked back briefly by the knife. Didn't seem to be too bothered by it. Yeah, just a casual 1000 HP at some points there with that adaptive. Yeah, very basic. J9 dealt with there pretty comfortably. Nice pile driver is going to pop Linrax up. Pretty dangerous for a Juno when she gets popped up, because if you hit shift, then you sort of are just stuck in the air unless you cancel that, and you are very floaty, so easy for sojourns.
His movement is nuts, though. You see kind of like, using like almost like a on the ledges and stuff right above there, on the lips of those little kind of ceilings, and then able to use the pile driver off of that to like kind of gain some height. I mean, sick stuff. As now he's gonna go up into the sky. He's gonna lurk. Gonna come down with a big pile driver, right?
And this is a map that's considered traditionally hostile for Wrecking Ball. Like, it's just, people have called it stone unplayable. We are not seeing that here. We are seeing Ostrix find a way to make it work. And honestly,
Very playable.
Yep, looks very playable. Commanding shout here for Booga gets everyone forward. The axe swing does not connect on QRXU. They're able to get back, but the back line of GT3 is under some serious duress here. Big stick. Booga goes down. Hev on this Tracer has looked excellent this map. No two ways about it. They're going to clean things up now. Ostrix with the copy. Hey, Ostrix is literally fighting and copy pastoring.
He's got to have it like bound to like a key to spam at his. No, look, have able to do a lot of work because Ostrix is in the back line killing everybody.
Is it over? Is it over?
Yeah,
Bro,
Nice,
nice.
Nice. And what about me killing everyone with him? What about me killing everyone with him?
No,
you're only
I
good
love
when
you guys. Oh my fucking god.
Yeah, but that's good.
But
thank you.
Thank you, secret.
Bro's
What
calling
is
out
up, gang? Is
retirement.
Uber in your comms? How you feeling?
Oh!
Yo, Uber.
What's good? What's good?
Well, feeling very,
Yo,
very right,
what's
very
good?
fine.
I mean, Bao is
Yeah,
just a
that
secret,
ball
to be honest.
though.
Yeah, straight up.
What about-
I've never seen Wrecking Ball on this map, guys. Why are you playing Wrecking
me
Ball
neither.
on Shambali? I think it's the first time I've ever seen this.
No, I think this is because
Yeah.
of one trick, I think.
Yeah.
Came out of retirement.
I was
Ostrix
just
is
about to ask
basically the
that. So
goat.
what's up with the retirement? Like, did you just right this day decide to unretire? Like, what happened?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, they asked me to play like one map, and I feel like I could, so I tried it, and that's quite all.
And then you played 2 maps, and then 3 maps, and then you won.
And then 3. Yeah.
Are you gonna play some more? You got to play more now, right?
I mean, maybe I don't know.
Yeah,
We'll
he
see.
will. He will.
Maybe.
We just bamboozled the entire scene.
Yeah, I mean, we just don't play Overwatch anymore, so.
That's true.
We're
All
gonna
right.
see.
Well, you've just knocked out GT3, which is a pretty big deal for you guys. Obviously, you're just having a bit of fun with it right now. But did you expect this to happen, or do you think that Ostrix comes in and plays the map, and then you guys just lose 0-3 and get on with your lives? Like, did you really think you'd be here right now?
No, we were supposed to be
I
this all the
actually
time. It was free win.
No,
Never even tough.
Yeah, true. Yeah, that's true.
I'm okay with that as well. I guess.
Is there any team in the competition that you would really like to go up against, and if so, why?
Peps.
Team Peps.
Team
Yes.
Peps. All right.
We'll start
Yes,
with that.
Is that just a French thing? Is it a French thing? You want to be the other French guys? Yeah.
Yeah, kinda.
Kinda, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you might
Love
not
some
get that
friends.
opportunity. I don't know what's going
Yeah, I
on
was
with
about
Peps
to
at the
say,
moment.
that might not happen. Well, guys, we'll let you celebrate for now. Thank you guys so much for joining us for a quick chat. And
Thank
best of
you.
luck in the next game.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, GG's.
Thank you.
GG's.
Bro. That's wild, man.
Oh, yeah.
There were some gamers in there.
It-
Did I ask
like
they just wanted to bring in for a map, and then they just, oh man, that's crazy. Again, like I've never seen Wrecking Ball on Shambali. We've obviously seen Wrecking Ball find success at some points, but like there's a lot I think to discuss about this. And like as good as GT3 have been, they got utterly gapped by the ball comp. Right, like just beating on some maps where like people just never felt comfortable really playing that. Yeah, Ostrix is the one trick, but I think this should show everyone what is possible with a really dangerous ball player.
Once they subbed him in, it wasn't competitive. I mean, this was a pretty close series, you know, in the first 2 maps, right? Although G3 ended up winning them, but. Man, the ball, I mean, you just see constantly in all of these clips, right? Knocking players around, you know, building up the big adaptive
So
shield.
disruptive, yeah.
It's just so annoying to deal with. And they clearly had no plan to deal with it today.
Most teams, to be fair, don't have that because it's not like you will face off against the ball, especially not on this map, right? So like,
ball
that's,
who's retired.
One. Exactly, it's a retired ball. That's even worse.
I mean, if Ostrix can come back while retired and dominate, Horrocks can do it too. That's what I'm saying. That homie needs to get in there. But this comp, by the way, really good with Sojourn. In the same way that like the Orisa Javelin can set up picks with the Sojourn comp, the power driver knocking a Juno into the air, who again is like really floaty in general, right? And doesn't have like a great sort of, well, she does have lateral mobility, but it makes her sort of vulnerable, I think, to Soj. You pop her up with the power driver, and it's such an easy rail kill for the Soj, whose rail, of course, has just gotten buffed recently. And the damage is non-negligible from the Wrecking Ball hitting you, especially if you're really close to the point of impact. Also, like Hev can just come in and put half a clip into whoever just got pile driven and can eliminate them. So the combo is really powerful. This team also played really well around Ostrix, someone who they had to bring in midway through the series and probably adjust their approach a fair bit. I'm really impressed.
Yeah, they have played with Ostrix quite a bit in the past, so I guess there was pre-existing synergy there, but I don't know how long he's been retired. It's been a few months actually since he was retired, so like they've not recently played with him in the mix, I want to say. I might be completely wrong, but it doesn't matter because they advance in the lower bracket. They keep themselves alive, and they just said in the interview they would like to face off against Peps. We'll have good news. They also are keeping themselves alive in that lower bracket. They actually took down Quick Esports in a 3-0 fashion. I almost did not see that coming, considering how competitive the Quick Esports match was in their upper bracket showing.
Yeah, that's a bit surprising, considering I don't think we expected Peps to drop down to the loser bracket, right? So potentially thought that they were like off a little bit. Maybe that was one that Quick Esports, which we liked some of their gameplay, could come in and win, but that looks like Team Peps just kind of rolled, just moving on. Still another round. You'd have to see both teams win another round to get that Wasp versus Peps matchup.
Yeah. Damn, I really wish we would have had that today, honestly, especially with the big Fefe raid coming through. Big shout out to him. But yeah, we'll track them. Still a high density of French players, within this bracket. We are definitely plenty of gluten going around over there. In the upper bracket, this is what I'm obviously looking at. I don't think we get that. Do we get any more upper bracket games today?
Yeah. We're gonna have a VP versus Vision is actually coming up next. We have something to look forward to.
All right, I'm about it. I am about it. I want to see some VP.
Well, you're in for a treat in just a little bit. First, we're going to head into a quick break, and then we're going to bring you the first semifinals in our upper bracket of the EMEA region. So stick around. You don't want to miss it.
Start your climb to OWCS by joining FACEIT League. Gain competitive experience in weekly FACEIT League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Register now and start your competitive journey at fce.gg/s4.
Welcome back, everyone, especially Horrocks, who's watching the show today. We're getting ready for our first upper bracket semi-final, and as you just saw in the trailer, we once more want to remind you as well to sign up for the next season of the FACEIT League. So much cool stuff in store for everything next year, so we're very, very excited, very excited, and hope to see some of those players, some of those teams making it, you know, all the way up the pyramid into the OWCS, as it's now all connected and weaving. Sure.
Interwoven?
Using big words.
Interwoven.
4-syllable
Interwoven, I
word.
think I said
Matt
that.
Morella could never. That's crazy.
I literally just said it.
I said it before you, though. So you
Yeah,
just,
she said it before you.
I gave you 3 options and you picked the right one,
sure.
so you passed the test. Congratulations.
Good job, Matt.
Good
You
job.
know, yeah, I mean, I said it correctly, but
Yeah,
I don't
Matt knows words. Tomorrow we will be working on numbers, but first things first, let's take a look at our match for our upper bracket semi-final. Virtus Pro will be going up against Vision Esports, and also, of course, ExOblivione and Areas will be playing today, I believe, as well, but that will not be happening on our broadcast, but we'll keep you updated on the results of that. Let's talk about those 2 teams. We've not seen either of them on our main broadcast yet. So, starting Virtus Pro. I mean, we've known that roster for a long time. They're unchanged as well since they got picked up by, or they picked up Ataraxia. When was that, like June, July, or something like that? They did place 4th, I want to say, in the last OWCS stage.
Remember,
I mean, they were like really close to actually making it through.
Yeah.
It was a meme against Mr. Binds. Like, that was a meme situation.
Well, they lost to TM, right? That was the issue. And then TM just had to field Yubi for like...
Yeah. That was that whole
this
thing,
thing.
which we
Yeah.
couldn't have scripted it any more annoying and funny. So that's the funny thing, and unfortunately they didn't make it.
Yeah, I don't care though, because TM went to LAN and looked pretty good off the bat, at least, right?
Yeah, agree.
I'm happy though that VP kind of finishing the year out strong together as a group, right? You know, you see some of the other teams that were at the top of EMEA for WCS kind of like maybe even take this off, or maybe obviously with rosters up in the air, you're not knowing what's going on. They decide to maybe do something else, take a little bit of a break. But VP's like, you know what? Hey, we got this roster together. Everybody enjoys playing with each other. They had a pretty good OWCS season. Hey, let's get some free monies going into the holidays. Let's sign up. Let's end up winning this one.
Yeah, let's see how free it is. You know, like there is steep competition here, Matt.
There is, but I still would favor Virtus Pro. Vision Esports has a lot of players from like the Saudi E leagues, right? And then obviously Top Dragon and Donghun from a one-man army in the mix.
Yeah, I mean, Aoma realized they couldn't qualify for LAN at the end of stage 4. So Top Dragon and Donghun ended up joining this roster, who was like doing pretty well. Like I think recently in like a Saudi team challenge, they were kind of like 3rd, I think, losing the lower finals. So this team with the addition of Top Dragon and Donghun is looking really quite good. So that's kind of why they were able to handle Wasp so handily in their opening game. But VP,
they actually
like we
played
mentioned,
way higher than that. Like the last match they played with Top Dragon and Donghun was like early in October, I think, and they placed 1st. That was a Saudi E League Major 4. So yeah, they've already had some reps under their belt with Top Dragon and Donghun, and it looks good.
and a cheeky Ice Nom on the bench as well. Someone who we also, I think, saw from Aoma. So, yeah, a couple of players obviously fighting it out in OWCS. I think this is like a really upcoming team. I don't think that they are going to be on the level of VP. That team has stuck together all year, despite failing to qualify for Stockholm. So, yeah, I am calling a pretty one-sided game, but I'm willing to be convinced otherwise.
I could see moments of a back and forth game here. I know Top Dragon and Donghun good enough to kind of like sway some of these games. Saudi for Overwatch seems to have like a lot of talent just in general, like a lot of depth of talent that we've seen. So I think, look, a 3-1, that's a respectable loss. I don't know if it's going with like a 3-0. What?
A respectable loss.
It's a respectable loss.
True, and again, this is a double elimination bracket, right? So they very much...
They're not out.
Yeah, exactly. They're not out. I'm excited to see more of those players, and also just see VP again in action. Again, they were so close to actually making to World Finals. It was a bit of a heartbreaker, really, how that one ended for them. So I'm pretty sure they, as you said, Mitch, they do want to finish that year out strong.
I think they just were slow to adapt to the Juno comp because, in fact, but they were one of the first teams that actually played in officials because in stage 2 of the FACEIT League finals, the EU teams agreed to play Juno on their patch, right? But I think there was an issue with they weren't sure whether Gala or Canale would actually be the Juno player, and I think they flipped them. They switched them, which actually quite a few teams have done. They've had to sort of make that change. I think we saw it from one of the NA teams as well. So that's one thing that hurt them, I think, in stage 4. But yeah, I expect like this is a meta as well where Rajari gets to play the Orisa. So I think if they go that way, I think they're going to be in great shape. Sauna can play the bloody Reaper. Hello, easy.
If this game is close, I could also see this being like a little bit of a grand final preview, obviously looking further ahead. I mean, you know, out of the rest of the field, right? Maybe ExOblivione at the time being, you kind of put, you know, in that mix. But you know, if you can get a good game here from you know, Vision Esports under your belt, you gotta feel pretty good, even if they go to losers.
Yeah. Okay with that.
Yeah, that sounded like you were pondering there, you know, Mr. 3-0 VP.
I just think VP are gonna clap. I don't know what to tell you. I think they're like Shockwave. Just imagine this for me for a second. Rajara gets to play Orisa. Shockwave gets to play Sojourn. Sauna can play Tracer, but Reaper potentially. There are also comps where like you get to see like Gala and Canale, the backline that can play Kiriko, which was one of their best looks like in the Kiriko Lucio meta. I think they were really strong there. Or like the Ana Kiriko, they play Ana Kiriko, excuse me. I thought they were really good there. I just feel like this is a meta that should honestly suit this team really well. I expect them to be very strong. And I just haven't seen enough of Vision Esports, in fairness. I mean, we know that Top Dragon and Donghun are good, but they also were on a team that didn't qualify, you know, towards the end of EMEA Stage 4. So they
were able to turn the tide so often, though. Like, and in this meta, like, that is so possible. If you have a DPS player like that in your team, like, you can change the game and turn it around. And the rest of that core from Vision Esports, they've been playing with each other for a long time, so there's at least a lot of cohesion.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I'm still giving it to VP, obviously, but like I'm saying.
So we went with the respectable loss, like I did.
Exactly, the respectable loss. That's what we're aiming for here. Yeah, but we obviously haven't seen either team on our broadcast yet, so we're really just guessing.
Yeah,
what we're talking about.
Seems like here in EMEA, the preferred map selections is to have Oasis and then Kings Row, map 1 and 2, and then Shambali close it out. It seems to be whether it be like Runasapi or Esperanza. This is I believe we have a Hanaoka that was the clash for, you know, the 4th game. That's a little bit of a wild card.
That's a Vision
there.
pick, by the way.
Yeah, that's a bit of a wild card, right? If you get to the you know, clash maps that we've seen kind of have crazy results.
Yeah, reverse sweep simulator. It's awesome. Also, like, I think it's notable that Esperanza is picked over the Runasapi map. I think it's like a bit more rare to see that done.
What does that tell you? Well, it's a compositional thing or just a...
It depends. So we used to see like Twisted Minds always try and force Runasapi because they played Casti Farah, and Farah's really good at sort of playing around that map. Esperanza's better than Runasapi for dive tanks, for example, because of those bridges that you can sort of play from. So like Winston obviously was very popular. That's where we saw the Mayhem actually win a world championship, right? You know, with that composition. So whereas Runasapi doesn't offer you that same potential to play dive, even though Quick did earlier today, which is really rare, and they did well at the start of the map at the very least here. So that's the one thing that stands out to me is a slightly interesting pick, though. It's not really right home worthy, but
you know, map 3 and 4 would be interesting. If we, you know, we will obviously get the map 3, right? But if we get the map 4, right, you know, Esperanza Hanaoka back to back could be quite fascinating to see how they play that.
Once again, before we're heading into all the actions, also once more a reminder that this is not a loser that picks the map, obviously. Like, this has been predetermined by both of those teams with a pick and ban kind of system, and we're playing in a double elimination format. First to 3 wins, and the grand final will actually be a best of 7. So more maps, hooray!
Yeah, no, sorry. I was gonna say, Mitch, the loser. The loser of like this, right? No, I'm curious who they would actually like kind of play into, I would not want to play into the wrecking ball stuff that's gonna going on there with Wasp. So actually at this point of the bracket would flip, right? So the loser of this would play Peps. Because you don't have the top teams play like a rematch, you'd go back.
But then
lower,
Peps also just seems like a coin toss.
lowers.
Like you don't know which Peps you get.
Yeah,
Can be
Been
bad.
like that all year. Hey,
Right?
honestly, even back on GG Peps, like they, yeah.
Being a Peps fan is hard. I'm sure there was a sports reference somewhere in there, Matt.
I mean, typically, you know, being a Mets fan
Jets
is
fan,
pretty
yeah.
hard. I mean, Jets fans, I mean, well, Peps wins occasionally, right? So that doesn't qualify for Jets fans. They never win. So like, it would be more like a Mets reference, you know. The Jets, I mean, they as long as they're the Jets, they'll never win.
You ever notice that all those New York teams all rhyme? Mets, Nets, Jets, Pets,
Peps.
Pets. Yeah.
Our
New York-
Peps a New York team.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the Pets. Yep. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's
I'm
us.
just saying. Did you ever notice that? Why do they rhyme their sports teams' names, Matt?
They're simple people over there. They need to keep it short.
Yeah, I mean,
And with
we
that,
just
I'm out.
like short names. Just keep it
Short people, short
keep it
names.
clean. Hey, well, hey, what you gotta get in short people?
Nothing. Just pointing it out. Honestly, it's just making an observation. Like I'm observing this Juno Ana backline by VP with the dive tank. So this is why, Matt, I thought that they picked. This is why I think I picked Esperanza, because they want a better Winston map here. This is a comp that only VP you'd think would go for. Yeah, it's Ana Kiriko. They are literally going back to their comp from earlier this year. Okay, all right.
And this is like kind of what we saw, like Quick Esports. Obviously not the same exact type of comp, right? But they tried to play some of the Winston-based stuff.
Kill Shockwave, hello?
Yeah, I mean, he just gets taken out, assassinated there by Top Dragon. And then you see the Maga on the other side, and it's really difficult to play into that, especially with Top Dragon, right? How good he is on Echo. So will be the point going first here to Vision Esports. So fantastic job. Look, you might be in trouble if you don't want to kind of like play some of this Maga style rush. Nice bio grenade there, lands onto AMD. So have to back up there.
Right, so I think if you can keep the Ana alive, you have a huge edge over the Malka, whose obviously sustainability originates from healing entirely. Here's a jump back into the backline. Yeah, instant Bionade, and that's the end of the Malka. So really, this is going to have to change. This is going to change the way the AMDP plays. There's not really two ways about it here. RKM standing out in the open there. Rajaro able to deal with Zox, and VP will get onto the point. Man, this comp really requires Gala to be basically perfect.
Yeah, and I was gonna wonder if you see like maybe a support change potentially for Vision, right? Do you end up trying to play like a Kiri for the cleanse there onto the Maga? Because if the Maga gets hit with a bio, right, with the cardiac overdrive, I mean, he's just dead. I mean, you're able to take that Maga out quite easily.
Let's run it back here. Virtus Pro with that high ground control that has to be given up pretty quickly by Gala. A nano boost for the Queen? I say that with an upward inflection, not because I'm American, but because I'm unsure. He's asleep on Top Dragon. No, great connection there from Gala, and that is such a huge edge to give your team in this fight. Might be Shockwave getting the old nano here, but for now, Gala's just making sure they keep an eye on them.
Well, I mean, that's huge, right? Top Dragon had the dupe, right? So potentially a dupe scenario there. So AMD actually lands with Stomp, and this will be the nano boost onto Shockwave, like you mentioned. It'll be Orbital Ray for Zox, but that is Orbital Ray in a losing effort there as VP wins the fight.
So much of this is unraveled by the Ana. Sleep darts on towards, on towards Top Dragon there. There's a Bionade on AMDP. Also a Bionade on anybody who's standing inside an Orbital Ray to basically nullify, a good portion of that ultimate's effectiveness here. And again, you protect Gala. They're able to protect themselves as well by hitting uncanny sleep darts, and you're in very good shape. Here's a cage being thrown up. It's about to get brought down, but enough time for Rajari to be removed, and there's no chance to really follow up on that bio whatsoever. Top Dragon has to dupe an Ana to stay alive there.
Yeah, he was quite low. I just needed this to be able to kind of live. Just need the extra HP pool, as it'll be VP still with Cloud on the point here, keeping it contested.
Okay, Top Dragon able to bring down Cloud on the end, but a bio does connect on towards AMDP. There is a rampage here for Rajaro. Might be an opportunity to make use of it now. Top Dragon going down. Gala has the high ground and is making full use of it. There's the rampage, catching on to 3, nullifying essentially that rally that Donghun just popped. And the follow-up is good enough. Gala can see it all from where he stands and was able to bring that Malga down. That'll lock it up for the undefeated Virtus Pro here in Season 3 of the FACEIT Master League. They're looking to take this first round away pretty tidily.
Is Gala like invisible there on the high ground? It felt like he was able to just stand there and just do what he wanted that entire last fight, right? Vision so focused on trying to flip the point back. Never actually dealt with that up on the high ground. Able to just land, bios, land some damage, free healing. It's a nice, rampage from Rajaro on the way back. Connects with 3, like you mentioned. That was like during a rally as well. And VP cleans up there in the first round.
Yeah, beautifully done. I mean, yeah, this is a comp, like you pointed out, that has certain vulnerabilities that you'd want to see exploited by Vision Esport. I think the Echo is probably called upon a lot of the time to try and pressure the Ana, but it's not easy. It's going to be the same comp here from VP. So much anti-heal. Vision Esports is also, combine that, of course, with like the DPS passive being a little bit more effective now. That like Disruptor Shot is very good at applying that passive, for example, with the heal reduction. So keep an eye out for that. Important against these cardiac overdrive comps.
Yep, it'll be Vision Esports getting control of the high ground straight away.
Gala's dead, surely.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what they need to do, right? Just, dive him from, multiple directions, right? You can have the Reaper here, RKM from one side, and Top Dragon coming over the top with another. There's Top Dragon takes up 3 to kick things off, so much better start here for Vision.
Yep. Top Dragon, one of the best Echo players, I think, in EMEA, definitely in the conversation. Knows that they have to use their cooldowns on an Ana, which doesn't always feel intuitive here. You'd rather spend a focusing beam, for example, on a Junker Queen. But in the longer fights, Ana's healing output will outstrip that of Vision Esports, plus the utility of the anti-heal is just too powerful. Top Dragon, he'll be forced off that line and probably just chilling in the skybox for a little bit while they try and shrug that anti off. Focusing beam there, no good. They get brought down to the ground here. Rajaro, they're going to be stomped upon here, and I don't think the healing from Gala rather is going to be there. And even with an anti on AMDP, they can basically ignore that, as all of Virtus Pro are in the tatters.
Yeah, so Top Dragon finds an early pick off there yet again, that time onto Canale, so doing a much better job this round on Echo, just kind of like assassinating those supports. And then after that, like you mentioned, it's just Gala in terms of heals. They just kind of go in behind that Maga charge with the Reaper, and there's no way they can kind of keep everybody topped off. So a much better look here in the second round for Vision Esports.
Pulse here for Cloud, also Shockwave. The one player you really want on the Sojourn, I think, here. Dongun has already gone down. Rosario was able to deal with that Brig, crucially, with Rally available. And there's Donghun, who has to respect this overclock. Everybody looking at Shockwave while VP move on to the point themselves. Canale. Whoa! That's nasty. Shockwave with a cheeky little 180. Zox just asking for it, though, if I'm honest with you. VP, back in the game.
Yes, they get a point ball. So, like, if they can keep the supports alive, right, through the initial kind of burst and fly through of Top Dragon, and he has to kind of come down to the earth, they can deal with that Echo right away. It feels like he's kind of the one that's opening everything up for Vision Esports at the moment. So it feels like if you can kind of neutralize Top Dragon, you're in a fantastic spot.
I think that AMDP might want to switch to something that can deal with this anti-heal a bit better. Arissa or Zahia, probably good options here. Arissa obviously just can sort of fortify through a lot of that. Because look, the sleep dart right now on this Malga, not in the fight when they needed to be, so RKM ends up just taking a face full of damage while the Malga sleeps. This comp will be a struggle, I think, over as the round sort of continues for Vision to make work with, but I understand they want to get use out of this cage fight still.
Yeah, and they lose Zox right at the beginning, and that's the orbital ray as well, right? Yeah. So that's kind of just thrown down the drain there for Vision Esports.
And the gurgler.
Yeah, as Bio connects. Oh, Canale ends up taking out Top Dragon. So you see they're able to deal with Top Dragon. AMD can't really kind of push on in when he's hit with the effects of the Bio, right? Needs to just kind of wait it off. So Gala with some interesting angles here.
Yep. Filthy angs.
Some lineups.
For a Bio, yeah, just to catch people out in the open. Nothing doing from that one though. Rajaro briefly stunned up, probably by the stomp. Shockwave, yep, beams down. Top Dragon though, able to enter and exit that cage fight out will. It's pretty one-sided fighting for Vision Esports, who are behind the 8 ball though and have to spend an almighty amount of ultimates here to win that 5 days. 3 big ones committed to try and stay in this map.
I was gonna say, do you even feel that bad if you're VP, right? I know losing that fight. You know that Vision Esports wants to play up and quite aggressive. Maybe you can kind of catch them off guard here. I know with the Rampage from the Queen as RKM takes some big damage as And he wants to fight. I mean, he just duels it out.
Yeah, we're looking for the engagement. Sox down, Shockwave here with the damage and a big bio here. This is tough to come back from, I'll be honest with you. A little rampage here from Poppy D. Coming out of the duplicate there, dealing with Shockwave, but elsewhere VP have gone to flip the point now. Rajara will be able to attend. What's that creeping around? It's the RKM, yes. They have to back away though.
Gets a touch.
For a touch, get that overtime set up, and if they die here, it's all Ogre. Yep, Canale able to pick them up here, not ideal. Here comes the ball from AMDP. Probably not the switch I would have suggested against this anti-heal composition, but here we are. Zox in deep trouble now. Shockwave able to finish the job. This should be VP now. Landing the plane pretty comfortably. This Rizaro doesn't have any reason to pay too much attention to AMDP there. Now they can turn towards the ball and deal with them. Pretty close. Second round, all things considered. But VP's comp reigns supreme.
Yeah, some moments there in that second round. The first one not really as close. The ball pick from AMDP there towards the end just to get on and get a touch. Like you mentioned, probably wouldn't have been the ideal choice for an extended period. But VP takes care of business there in map number 1. Really nice setup behind that Ana. I mean, Gala's Ana was extremely impactful all map long.
Yeah. When there are maps with the high ground, right, to guarantee these big bios, you can see every time AMDP wants to step up here, there's an anti-heal. Obviously, we know that Ana, just due to her lack of mobility, is quite punishable by any sort of dive or any faster composition, but this setup here with the Malga doesn't always get deep enough into the backline to stop her, especially when Ana can sleep the Malga or play from a different position, an off angle on the high ground. You saw that Gala was attempting to set that kind of situation up on multiple occasions. That was a missed sleep dart on AMDP, which is a shame, but the fight was essentially already over. And I talked about it at the start. Yeah. We don't have Sauna in the game, who has played plenty of Tracer, by the way. But Cloud comes on in, looks really good on the Tracer, but at Shockwave Sojourn, I think that is plenty to be excited about for this whole series.
It also feels like for Vision Esports, if Top Dragon doesn't get the first pick, the fight's just lost. That kind of seemed to be, at least on Oasis, like if he doesn't find a pick on the Echo, them kind of pushing in behind that doesn't result in many positive fight wins. So see if that's something you can kind of keep going. I know winning consistently with throughout the series. It seems like though VP, obviously a great team. They figured that out. Also like Kanale and Gala, too, the supports who love to duel with damage dealers at all times. So they're not gonna be running from Top Dragon.
This definitely feels like it is Virtus.pro playing their comfort style.
Yeah,
and I mean, we talk about this sometimes with teams that it takes a certain level to force them onto a comp that is maybe a bit more universally strong. I also would say we're pretty early in this metagame. Obviously, tweaks across the board to a number of heroes. Both Malga and Orisa are affected, with Sojourn affected. Quite a few, heroes looking a little bit different. So, not massive changes, but enough to make teams reconsider their conceptions of what a metagame should look like. Subs here. Sauna now coming in alongside Shockwave. Sauna for me feels like the Swiss Army knife of this team has been able to play. I reckon we saw him play a ton of Ashe because Shockwave did not play for VP in the Season 2 finals of FACEIT League. The Sauna is into play, I think a lot of the hit scan Ashe play.
Well, we also don't know if that's just like a scheduling conflict, right, for Shockwave, and he's just not able to play for those, or if that was like something more in terms of strategy. Something tells me he wasn't available to play during that for whatever reason. So no changes there for Vision Esports. It'll just be Sauna coming in for VP, and like you mentioned, we did see Sauna the last time though play some hit scan. We know that Shockwave in the past has also played hit scan. So we'll see what they bring in Sauna for here.
Kings Row. Honestly, it could be the Reaper guy. This is a great map for him. We saw him used to great effect by Hev in the previous series, for example. Excuse me. Less so Tracer because some of the verticality can be an obstacle to her, but you can play Sojourn, Reaper. I was expecting honestly Rajara to walk out on the Orisa comp. I feel like they've had to play a lot of different tanks over the course of this year, as many top teams have had to. Rajara obviously for me was really like I saw a lot of Ramatra from them. Don't know if that was really like their main necessarily, but there was a long period of time where that was their sort of go-to. So They look great though on all those different roles. Obviously the Winston is what Rajaro was looking to play at times, but yeah, got off that for the Queen.
Yes, we'll see VP on offense here. Kick things off as Vision Esports looks like they're just gonna play interesting on defense, not play like a Sojourn or an Ashe. They're gonna just play Reaper Genji here on defense. So they want to play like really close and aggressive to the choke. I mean, you do not want to end up getting in some type of poke battle here potentially. I mean, that would be bad news for Vision Esports.
You can see what the setup is supposed to look like. AMDP in theory will try and avoid giving up that statue position at all costs. Man, there's so many Gilded Aspect skins coming out here, chat. All right, I'm enjoying it. Good to see these players blinging themselves out. So Sauna will probably try and spot out anything kind of close. Checks that high ground, doesn't see anything with a Sonic, and now...
I was going to say, you could just play Pharah against this. Yeah, I mean...
Goddamn.
Pharah is, really good, obviously, on this point. We saw TM do it, and we saw a lot of other teams actually running here. Specifically, now, though, with no hit scan or anything on the other side, I mean, you'd think it would be pretty useful.
Sauna just needs more time. The problem is that Vision's comp, once they get through both of the Zarya bubbles, they just hit W and push through. They're already playing close in the choke here. So Sauna, needs a longer fight. They don't want to just get rolled over too quickly. Not much to shoot at here for the Matt.
No, I was going to say he's kind of probably just looking for players to put damage on. Everybody's playing on the outside of the hotel and then wants to push on in, but that'll be Shockwave opening things up with a rail. Now I think, as you see, they just barrel in behind Rajaro. Once things open up, that's when the Pharah can start putting down some extra damage. But yeah, everybody was kind of playing on the opposite side of the hotel, waiting for them to move through the choke and then kind of funnel out that doorway there. Never actually developed so, because Donghun gets hit with a railgun shot, insta-killed by Shockwave.
I think Pharah continues to look good on this phase of the map as well, Matt. Maybe even more so.
Oh, without doubt.
Yeah. And Vision have already opted to try and answer this with like a hit scan option of their own. Top Dragon also could play Echo. We've seen them play Pharah at times as well, but Top Dragon's Echo obviously definitely feels like it's world class. Oh, man, Rajaro is very charged up here, as far as I can tell. In goes Top Dragon, tries to go for the dive. AMDB is going to be forced back immediately by the bio. There's one granny striking fear to the hearts of this Vision team and shutting down their strategy.
Yeah, and I mean, that's just, you get this Zarya extremely charged up, you push on in with that Kitsune rush, you hit the bio onto AMDP, and there's no way you fight back if you're Vision Esports. What's, from bad to worse here for Vision Esports, I mean, you have a filthy combo, right? Grav plus Barrage potentially on the cards here for VP. So you can see why they were undefeated throughout this season. I mean, they are looking phenomenal.
Yeah, pretty good look so far. They always seem to have the answer. Top Dragon has a blade to work with now. It's pushed in the direction of Canale, but AMDP is able to bring Sauna down. No barrage juice there at least. Sauna's coming out to keep that ultimate for later. There should be a full-scale disengage now for VP, but a pick on RKM might give him a reason to come forward. Top Dragon, a random sleep into grab play by Virtus Pro. Rajaro at full charge, or so it seems. And they'll just go and take the fire win.
Yeah, full charge with Nano as well. I think they were going to fully back out of it. And then when the Shockwave picks up that kill on the RKM, they're like, screw it. Like, they, that Vision Esports is pushing up. I think Vision probably got caught off a little bit surprised that VP was going to continue to fight that. That's the second, very close to the second checkpoint. This is going to be actually, they're going to rally plus cage fight and blade here to try and get this.
I mean, they would have had it maybe without the blade, I think. Top Dragon. Yeah, trying to go for it here, but Virtus Pro inside the cage fight make good use of that with the barrage from above. Sauna's happy just to hover there and send that. VP did have to spend. Shockwave's ultimate doesn't get a lot of value because much of the time is spent outside of the cage, but hey, it doesn't matter. 4:33 to play.
Well, it doesn't matter because Vision Esports sends everything there, right? They end up using cage fight. They end up using blade there, rally. And now look at this. I mean, you have the D.Va here to try and control some of the high ground, and then Echo. But D.Va's like horrible against the Zarya, right?
Yep. Generally not good. I don't know if... Oh man, that is tough. That is tough with 2 Fs. Here comes Virtus Pro now pushing on in. It was a D-suit of AMDP because should they stand out in the open against Desire for any period of time, they are going to be laser excised from their man.
I mean, look, maybe they obviously want to play Diva to like eat some of the rockets, but you're just asking to die at the hands of this Zarya. As that's going to be actually a sleep from Donghun out of the spawn. It gets a bubble out of Rajaro. There's a second bubble as well. You're still not even like able to get Rajaro, as you're gonna have this nano boost here in a second.
There's the sleep. Oh, Gala. My goodness, they do it all. Nano over towards Rajaro here, by the way. This is VP looking to try and end the map. Donghun fighting in that back corner. But a fully charged up Zai that just can't die. Gala also hitting a sleep on an ulting Reaper. That is chef's kiss.
You know,
that is some
at the moment,
F in Overwatch.
Zoe's and I's prediction looks potentially inaccurate. This one, man, that is a blowout. I get you're scared about like the bar and the damage that comes down, but you can't. I feel you cannot play, and even controlling some of the high ground. I feel like you just can't play the Diva there, though. I mean, Rajaro is just kind of like running through you, even on the Mauga. I mean, to play the Diva there feels like.
Can we just? Sorry, in fairness, I don't think that Mauga into the Zarya is bad. Like I think that's very reasonable. You just try and outlast the bubbles. Like Zarya can't really stop you from doing what your game plan is. The Ana is an issue, and Vision, aren't able to really access the backline. We do see Gala get pressured pretty well when VP. We can see Gala get pressured when Vision get in there with a Genji, but there's not a lot for the backline. And maybe that's the thought. It's like this Diva gives them more capacity to sort of bypass the Zarya, but I hate it against
Diva.
I hate it against the Zarya. I hate it.
I mean, Diva's obviously good against the Pharah, but also like eating the bios and things. But you're just gonna get farmed by the Zarya.
Yeah.
You're gonna play it again?
Can you not play Kiriko here with the Mauga? Just play Kiriko, Mauga with Juno. In theory.
Yeah.
Cleanse
or you were gonna
fire.
play, or just play like Winston at this point.
Sure. I mean, I think Winston.
If you're gonna dive, right?
Dive comp against this setup is very good because there's no brig for VP. They actually have struggled in the past against those like full Winston dive setups. All right, this is the way it's going to be. You play Ana Brig into it, right? Donghun and Zox should be able to manage that. Already Vision able to start this cap. Not a bad way to start the game, in fairness. Rajaro needs to build up that bubble charge here. AMDP pretty low, obviously, on the Diva, but doing well staying out of those sight lines here, and that's another tick. Rajaro's out of bubbles, if I'm not mistaken. Gala needs to get the work, keeping them healed up here. But now we're starting to hit a critical mass, and the dive finally comes in. This backline pressure is what we needed to see from VP. From Vision, excuse me. VP are the ones that will fall under the weight of it. And Rajaro being mostly ignored.
Yeah, and that time they're able to kind of break through that choke, right? I think it's that early pickoff, though, on the Canal. Canal, like, playing in the hotel as they will switch from the Kiri over to a Brig. Probably trying to help protect the Gala against this dive that comes on through. And yeah, I mean, look, I think for VP, if you can survive that first onslaught of the dive, you feel really good about it, as Sauna now goes over to Tracer here. Dude, they lose Canal again. I mean, they ended up losing him on the Kiri earlier, and he was so far pushed up. They just kind of out in the open there on the Brig.
All right, well, let's run it back, VP. So again, like you can see, obviously, Diva can't stop Zai's damage. Big shame. But nor can Mauga, in theory, right? Like there's a lot of sort of heroes that had to just take that don't have shields. But what Diva offers you elsewhere in terms of like shutting down the Ana and also giving you an extra sort of mobility element seems to be well worth it. I love that! I love that from Gala. Just lobs in that bio. Unreal pressure. Zox has to get on out of there, even with the orbital ray in play. 2 players hit with the bio. Top Dragon has to save the day at 11 health. Paltry points of health. Gala, I think, misses that bio, has it deflected. It's unclear. Top Dragon should not have gotten that second kill. That is ridiculous to let him get away with that. He's a death loss from RKM.
Dude.
Stunned up, I think, by Canale.
I mean, Canale tries to use Rally there to save Rajaro, and then I believe just gets stunned by Donghun, and they just take him out during his own rally. So that's going to be second checkpoint, as Vision Esports just kind of like bounce right back into this.
I do think that we're able to stun RKM out of his ult, but yeah, I think Donghun just ran over the top of Canale. This is good for Vision. I like this comp a lot more. We're starting to see exactly why it works here. Rajaro a little bit awkward out in the open. 0 charge to speak of here. Just taking some poke damage. AMDP never giving Desire enough time, and that was risky business, I think, going for a grab there, but you catch the Diva. She's not able to eat it up, and VP win an important fight. Now they really need to stabilize.
Yeah, and VP obviously sets a tremendous time, right? 3:25. Still Vision Esports with a decent amount of time on the clock, at least could potentially match it. You think, but now this fight will be tough, right? Nothing to really work with. Overclock, you saw Sauna from his POV kind of lurking with a pulse bomb. Actually, just gets deleted there by RKM.
All right, Sauna out of the picture. Moving over towards the Tracer on this defense side. Shockwave overclock here. Trying to look at someone else that's not Diva. The Hyper Rings being able to send AMDP up to the high ground with quite a burst of speed. The Shockwave has to drop down and respect. Big stick though, that's RKM out of the picture. Sauna back in the fight with a vengeance now. High ground being operated on by Vision Esports for the time being. But with Donghun under some serious pressure, they have to find a way to peel back for them. It's going to be Zox actually going for an orbital ray to keep Donghun in the game. And Vision turn it. Inside that orbital ray, they deal with Rajaro, and AMDP is going to send them further forward. Rally used here by Canal to try and stem the bleeding. It's AMDP pushing up against that Brig. And Top Dragon and Co will disengage for a time, but there's a nano on the cards here for Gala. Might be for Rajaro here now, as they are safely sat in that back corner, but the pressure is starting to mount. Already Canal's going to give a little bit of ground. Big 3 stun from Donghun there, straight into the backlight of Virtus Pro. They are struggling to stay in this game, and Rajaro has got to go for it with this nano boost. But it's one player against what feels like the world now, and even at full charge, it's not enough damage to bring them down.
Yeah, you still have Sonic here actually kind of contesting the payload, so it's actually stopped a lot of progress that potentially Vision Esports would have gotten, and then Shockwave actually takes out AMDP off a spawn, so it's looking really good for Vision Esports. You're really not going to get much payload progress towards the end of the map here out of that. I do think Vision Esports, though, Mitch, is doing a much better job of coordinating this dive. I know previously we saw actually AMDP and Top Dragon go to high ground, force Shockwave down low. RKM with the TP in down low, waiting for Shockwave as soon as he gets there with no mobility, and are able to take him out. So starting to coordinate this much better.
I like that from Donghun, actually coming up to shield his Diva because they got bioed and would be susceptible indeed to the Zarya damage. RKM though was able to find a kill in the backline. Looks like he just dove in with AMDP, and they got both supports for their troubles. Sort of would need a massive pulse bomb here to save the day, and it just doesn't connect. Rajaro just going to be roughly shoved out of the way here as Vision Esports are close to finishing the map. Yes, their time bank is going to be less than that of VP, but they made a very competitive game of it. Blade here for Top Dragon, not quite necessary, as Canal would have fallen either way. And it's about a minute that separates these two teams.
Yeah, and they're not able to get a long extended touch there towards the end, right? Not able to kind of get any stall. So Vision Esports looks much better. We were like, why the hell are you playing Diva into Zarya? And they actually make it work really well there, doing a much better job coordinating the dive.
Yeah, I like the looks. Again, we talked about this a lot. Can you pressure Gala? The more control they seem to have, the less deaths they seem to have, the better the game goes for VP. Just a couple, Donghun looked great on the Brig in that round. I wanted to mention it because we saw Gala throw like a long-range Bionade that hit AMDP in the front line. And Rajaro was like, oh, I can actually kill this Diva now. I can just walk up and kill them. So Donghun steps into the way, shields the Zarya damage, now ultimately gets caught in a grab as a result of that, but Vision is still able to win the fight. They force a grab onto a single Brig. Rajaro just thought they had an advantage and actually ended up getting punished for it there. So sick awareness for Vision supports there.
Yes, VP on defense. So they won't play the Kiri off the rip, right? They'll end up playing the Brig here in combination with the Ana. I think it kind of like fell apart the last time because they lost Canale so fast, right? He's like over in the hotel playing the Kiri and just, I mean, Top Dragons just takes him out instantly, just dashes right through him. So we'll see. They're able to survive a little bit longer here, because the longer the fight goes, right, that's when you think the Zarya can get charged up, take advantage.
All right, VP get to run it back on defense first, of course, having the superior time bank. That was considerable. He's got to look in the back away here. Found a big buy on AMDP, and getting rid of the Diva here could be huge. I mean, Rajaro is not going to be shifted from the point. They have no reason to leave it. And now without Diva entirely, Vision are at risk of being staggered out over a longer stretch of time. They get Gala for their trouble. Top Dragon also looking to set up here around Donghun, but they need the rest of their team to get in position. And no one in VP can actually taxi the Ana into the fight. So it will be a slower walk back for the Octogenarian, who wants to get back to healing.
And I think they know that Donghun is up there on the high ground. You see Rajaro looking at it, but I don't think they have any type of way to access him. They send Sauna up there to put down some damage, but Donghun rotates all the way back around as Top Dragon yet again finds Canal.
Still a ways away from a blade here, and AMDB's going to get desuited yet again, so there's an opportunity for VP to come in here. However, yeah, virtually a 4-1. I mean, AMDB is in a different postcode here without a It's tough. However, Top Dragon going to walk on the backline of VP. Rajaro and Gala both fall, so AMDP didn't have to do anything. They would have pulled people out of position enough, clearly, for Virtus.pro to get into the game. They do deal with the Baby Diva before a remake can be attempted, but this is going to be tough still for Virtus.pro to defend adequately. Shockwave is pretty close, to an overclock, but they've got to give the point up.
Yeah, nice job there from Top Dragon. So AMDP just uses his body to just create enough space. But man, where would this team be right now, Vision Esports, without Top Dragon? I mean, constantly getting first picks in these fights onto the supports. It's really one of the only reasons that they're kind of still in this one.
Blade time here for Top Dragon, and no Graviton Surge, available for Rajaro. That is the danger for Virtus.pro. Maybe a sleep to shut the Kennedy down, but that's always a pretty speculative one. Into the back line we go. Nano boost on Shockwave. Bionate throwing the Top Dragon. Everything, including the kitchen sink, to shut this blade down. And frankly, it works. But Sauna fell elsewhere. Donghun's able to get rid of him, who's still holding his rally, by the way. And it's great staggering of support ultimates here for Vision Esport. But a grab. Is there any follow-up? There's just nobody to do a thing about it. And Rajaro's out in the open with no bubbles to speak of. This Vision Esport party is still going.
Yes, Top Dragon ends up using the blade there. They get the nano boost onto Shockwave to keep him alive. Bio as well, and kind of splits everybody up there, though, from VP, right? Some of them are trying to focus on Top Dragon, and everybody else from Vision Esports at the front. They use the grab, like you mentioned. There's just absolutely no follow-up at all there.
That could have been a pulse bomb. Sauna just didn't have it ready, wasn't in the fight. VP, a little awkward look for them there. Come back in again, with that aforementioned pulse bomb. Not a whole lot else. That Death Blossom is concerning, especially with Gala switching off the Ana. Doesn't have a sleep dart available, but what a whip shot!
Nice
My
whip
goodness!
shot,
RKM just knocked aside as they tried to go for the big gambit. Zox is going to be destroyed already early in this fight, and what a beautiful stick. Everything just falls into place here for Virtus.pro. Not a moment too soon, might I say, as they did let Vision make some serious progress through the map, even with that fairly small time bank. And there's no guarantee they'll match it themselves on that attack side.
No, I really like the way that Vision played that. At the end of VP's offense, when they switched to the Diva, I think it was definitely questionable, but they're making it work here in a big way. I think they should just keep playing it, just keep rolling out with that Diva as they put themselves in a great spot to tie this up at one game apiece.
Yep. Again, I want to throw it back though to Virtus.pro's Fire composition, that once they did eventually get rolling on that attack side, they looked really good. They looked really oppressive, especially in this second phase of the map. There were a couple of false starts right at the beginning of that VP attack side where Sauna didn't really have enough time to, do the Fire thing to build up to a critical massive poke damage before VP walked on in. Because Vision were playing that Malga Reaper close to the choke style. You might see them stay with the DV here, which I do think is interesting. Probably take the Malga here, follow them.
I mean, it is a really, interesting setup, especially against a team that has wanted to play Zarya, right? I mean, Zarya obviously extremely strong against Diva. Seeing them play it though. I mean, they've been able to circumvent that Zarya, get out of the way, and then obviously, deal with the backline.
It's probably to answer the Ana, but Gala has switched off of that as of the last fight, I think, on that last round, and now. So there's no biotic grenades to eat anymore. It probably doesn't feel nearly as potent, this Diva pick. AMDP down to half, so they head upstairs. This will begin the cap here for Virtus.pro, but Rajaro constantly has to turn around and see what's happening in the back line. RKM a little bit low. Not a lot of charge for Rajaro. Having no bubbles left and only having 20 charge is not great. Not able to get that value they're looking for here. Ooh, that's ugly. There's no charge going on whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, not able to get any charge whatsoever. Gets staggered out here towards the end. I think they've really, it's almost been, obviously the Diva in the mix, but I think it's really just been not able to do with Top Dragon, right? You kind of have the Diva in the back line, and you're trying to keep the D.Va off of the supports, but then you kind of have that Genji that comes in and just ruins it all.
All right. Let's run it back here. Rajaro hoping to get some more bubble value here. Wasn't able to save Shockwave, but they are hitting quite hard. Gala has to try and keep them alive here. In theory, this Virtus Pro comp should eventually be able to get through, but Sauna's back off the Pharah. That looks so good for them earlier on, probably because of the presence of this D.Va to shut that Pharah down. ANDP inside the cinema. No one to be looking at right now as an orbital ray comes out from Zox. Gala doesn't quite have theirs yet. RKM looking to try and get away as those torpedoes are thrown out. Zox, you'd think, would be in a bit of an awkward position here, and you're right. Rajaro is going to punish them for being out in the open. And now Top Dragon tries to go for the blade. We're going to be stunned up midway through, and Rajaro is able to finish the job. RKM, they got rid of that brig, but Jonghun is so low. It's a 1v3 here for Rajaro, excuse me. And that grab will have to be held for a next fight.
Yeah, he's gonna fall, and you're already below a minute here. I mean, this has been fantastic for Vision Esports, right? Considering how far they got the cart. I mean, you're in a great spot to win this, tie it up. It'll be, this is gonna be overclock in blade combo here.
Oh, that's nice. Aim to be caught out by the overclock, but it's gonna take a bit more than that, Matt. Oh, Death Blossom. What? Okay, Shockwave just shut down 2 ultimates in a row,
sick.
and still it's not gonna be enough. That is rough. Rajaro here sat out on the point, but couldn't see Shockwave. Actually had a bubble. This is another fight that's gone wrong here. VP might just drop the map here.
Oh, this would be a big shock with the way that the first offense went there for VP. Just completely dominating. And then now, once you get this Genji, D.Va, Reaper in the mix, they've had no answers.
That is wild. Okay. Virtus Pro, 17 seconds left. Still gonna grab. Still get an orbital ray.
Imagine this gets eaten. That would be tough.
No, dude. There's no reason they don't win this fight. 0. Okay, that's 45 charge off a bubble. Just kill the brig. Kill the brig. Anybody. Just, yep, there we go. So Dongwon falls, but Gala goes as a result. Orbital Ray, though, is still deployed, and Rajaro can now play from inside that. That's a parting gift from Gala. 1 tick. You don't need a few more than that, but Top Dragon now is down. Here comes AMDP out to the party, but Rajaro should be charged enough here to cut through the D.Va pretty comfortably. He's a big ass laser. Yep. There's going to be VP taking the point here, but there will be an overtime for the rest of the map.
And I think the biggest thing is, like, a blade is going to come from Top Dragon. If you can live through that, you kind of got a chance, right? They didn't get that second checkpoint, which would have been huge there for Vision Esports, and they'll actually go and play. So look at this. They're going to actually go, okay, for a second I thought they were going to go Maga. No, they're going to stay on that D.Va. It'll be Gala actually making a change of not going to play the Juno, going to play the Ani here, potentially for like a sleep and an anti onto Top Dragon kind of coming on in.
I don't mind that. It gives you some counterplay against some of those ultimates that could end the game straight away, but the Gala switched off this pick because of the pressure they were suffering from the dive. All 3 DPS, or all 2 DPS plus the D.Va, may as well be a DPS, can access that Ana pretty comfortably. The Gala's going to have to be centimeter perfect when it comes to that sleep dart, for example. Here comes an orbital ray over the top. The torpedoes. Everybody from VP going to be forced back, and Shockwave got caught by it. Oh yeah, this is done. They're absolutely cooked.
Yeah.
Vision Esports going to be able to take a map back here, and it's all off the back of this switching comp to bring the D.Va in.
Yeah, the D.Va with that Genji Reaper, they're just putting so much pressure on the backline, right? They just go right past the Zarya, who cares? And they just charge down Canale and Gala, and they're not able to stay alive. And what are you gonna ask, like, Shockwave to, kill 2 players as they kind of come on in? Not able to do so. And then once those 2 bubbles are gone, there's no protection for anybody, right? That was a really good look there from Vision Esports. It started out not great, right? The D.Va on point 3, when they were rolling with that Zarya, didn't look good. But as the game went on, they definitely, that looked sick.
I think the switch of tanks was huge, right? Because not only did it negate the Ana to some degree, maybe just support a dive on the Ana's position, but it also basically renders a Pharah pick for Sauna on the attack side impossible.
Yeah.
They don't have that option anymore, and that was something that was probably the most effective at punishing the Genji and this Reaper setup, right? Obviously, they can't really interact with Pharah whatsoever. But once the D.Va comes in, you've got an element that can blow up Pharah, especially if she tries to barrage, just basically counter that ultimate entirely, and also be able to dive on towards that less mobile backline here. So great adjustments, and this is exactly why it feels like a pretty diverse metagame right now, at least this early on, because we see teams making these switches here just to try and give them the edge. I like the comp that we ended up with from Vision.
Well, do you think that we see any changes there for VP, right? against this? Like, do you continue to just run Zarya into it? It'll be Esperanza. So you think the D.Va's probably better here, right? Like,
yes.
yeah,
I think it's pretty good here. I don't know. You probably don't sub Cloud back and you keep Sauna in on this map. You probably still play them on Tracer though. You play Tracer, Sojourn, Winston. Maybe you play an Ana Brig. I don't know about Juno. Just obviously in that kind of comp, the orbital ray is not quite as impactful, but she's just so busted. So, or the Queen, I guess. Yeah, I wasn't really thinking about the Queen. That's obviously a bit of an annoying comp for a lot of tanks to sort of deal with. But again, D.Va doesn't mitigate damage via like large amounts of healing output, right? So less concerned about the anti-heal aspects. That defense matrix that is a nuisance.
The Echo would be quite interesting here, right? Echo, another character that has a very strong, beam-like ability that can't be eaten up by defense matrix, right? If you can get that D.Va weak, finish her off rather quickly, could be difficult to deal with. But this actually might work out well for Vision Esports, right? Like you mentioned in the pregame when we were talking with Zoe, like this is a map that you can play a lot of dive, and they just win a map playing this type of style. As you see Canale take a lot of damage early on. That's already the bio.
Peel's really good though. I mean, Gala is able to get like a defensive bio onwards Canale, but also anti-heal AMDP, who's now been desuited by Sauna. So yeah, this Echo pick might have been the answer. There's not a whole lot that Genji and Reaper can do about it either, as you can sort of see right there. And it offers great peel potential for Gala and Canale. I think keeping this backline alive is important. That's why I suggested the Brig. I thought it would be in a Winston shell. But still, yeah, here it looks quite good.
Yeah, they end up using the Brig on King's Row, but they still were not able to keep Canale alive. I think now, though, it's probably a little bit less shocking to see the D.Va on the other side. Look at a Ramach for a look here. So this is all the teams earlier, right? We saw, I mean, obviously we saw the ball there in the last series, but first series of the day, we saw a lot of like Arisa Maga. Now we're kind of seeing a little bit of everything.
No, I don't mix-ups from VP. We've obviously already seen them try to make pretty extensive use of this Queen. All right, is RKM down. Whip shot pretty darn good. Yeah, you really have the option to stave off those stickier DPS from your backline with those. However, a little bit of Ramatra play. That Nemesis form was pretty gainful here. Division are trying to consistently switch tanks here to attempt to counter VP's play.
Yeah, and like against the Ramatra, you probably wouldn't mind like a D.Va, right? As this is actually going to be Shockwave getting the benefits of the Nano, as they still want to continue to fight this. He's got Overclock here now as well. Oh, that is a nasty shot.
Yeah, still have to deal with the Ramatra though. Still have to respect it. Eventually AMDP will outlast and end up winning the fight. So there's a whole conversation about like what your option is against the Ramatra. It looks like Gala feels like they're getting run over a little bit too much. So off the Ana, over towards the sort of Juno here alongside the Brig. Still think this is a reasonable comp for VP to make use of now. They want to push up. Rally, bit of an issue. However, Dongun knocked to the ground there. That's a big one. Top Dragon forced back there as well during Blade, and just no prior opportunity. Able to finish off Rajaro at the very least here, but Vision is struggling. Zox is too low and probably doesn't want to make use of that orbital. And that's a dupe of the Ramatra. Pretty good once the Annihilation gets developed, Matt.
Yeah, the Annihilation, I mean, even in the dupe form with not the large HP pool, still extremely powerful as they lose RKM across map. So this will keep the bot continuing to move deeper into Vision Esports territory as you're going to get very close to checkpoint here for VP. As Vision Esports, I mean, Annihilation plus Orbital Rays, pretty nasty. But you're going to have this Rampage here for Rajaro.
AMTP wants to push up here. Annihilation finally developed. Rajaro though as well. An anti-heal could be massive here against this Ramatra. Ultimate. Gala going to go down there to the torpedo. Sauna at least able to find Top Dragon. The Death Blossom from RKM doesn't get value. And there's AMTP caught by the Rampage, but who is looking at the Ramatra? Just Rajaro, and eventually that gets shrugged off. That focusing beam coming in from Sauna definitely put some pressure down on AMDP, but not nearly enough. There's just not enough people looking at him. That's nice though. Just a random pick from the Sojourn. She is so powerful right now. Shockwave is more than happy to sit at the fringes of these fights, hit these railguns, and that was a recall forced there on Top Dragon as they realized they'd been dinked.
Oh, they're still going to get the bot moving though, right? You still have Donghun and AMDP here still alive. But I was going to point out like how much more space it looks like that Shockwave has without that Diva on the other side, right? Now it's actually a switch off of the Genji over to the Tracer. Probably a little bit better synergy there with the Ramatra. But yeah, still, without that Diva getting right into Shockwave space or getting in the back line, you see they definitely survive a bit longer. This will actually be Vision Esports taking the lead. They'll actually get checkpoint.
All right, 53 and counting here for Vision Esports. They've made a way through. Rally also on the horizon for the next fight. It's a slim lead, but it is a lead nonetheless here after switching to this Ramatra setup. I think that VP haven't been able to address adequately yet. Donghun taking a lot more damage than I think they would have anticipated there, ultimately falling to the Massacre swing. Shockwave, though, heavily pressured by the top Dragon Tracer, which has looked excellent. And now has a Pulse Bomb, ready for using situations like this, but Rally popped by Canale. Virtus.pro still grouped up here. And no one being affected by the Pulse Bomb means that they can deal with AMDP now. It has to be an Annihilation popped instantly, which is a decision you can respect. Zox, though, is taken down, so the healing for the Ramatra is limited. Rajaro, though, has to respect this and is caught inside the Maelstrom itself. Ramatra ult still pretty busted.
It's still extremely strong, right? Especially when teams want to fight around each other, right? You're playing like a Brig and a Queen. You definitely want to fight in that type of scenario. As they still not able, Sonic, you see, trying to use that focusing beam, trying to take out AMDP. Is Shockwave now behind, firing some railgun shots, doing a great job keeping this Ramatra alive as RKM just kind of playing around that ram. Takes out Sauna. Now Sauna gonna ditch the Echo, going over to Tracer here. Is not finding much use of the Echo at the moment.
RKM just maybe gets a little bit too close there to the prickly ends of the Junker Queen. Vision really looking to push up there, and they're probably happy to draw some key ultimates out of VP if they can get them, but Rajaro's been holding onto that Rampage for quite some time. Looking to try and snowball with it. A little bit of Ray here from Zox. Can they tease out the Ray from Gala instead? They still have this lead, and it's starting to become pretty comfortable, Matt. 30 meters and counting. Top Dragon has built yet another Pulse Bomb here. Running rampant on this Tracer pick, and oh man, that is nasty. Canale blown to smithereens.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely see that Vision Esports starting to feel it here at the moment, right? As you get rid of Canale, that's going to be the Rampage that comes on through. Connects with 3. It actually hugely connects with both supports there, right? If you take out both supports, you're in a great spot, but Donghun able to live, and then you also pick up 2.
I've got some doubts about VP's ability, Matt, to show the flexibility they need against a team that is actively countering them with compositions like this. They're still stuck on this Queen setup. Now Rajaro switching over towards the Ramatra. And that was an orbital raid that came out before Canale went down, and it will allow VP to stabilize here. That was a hard-earned ultimate, though, that they've got to part with.
Man, I'm impressed with the flexibility of Vision Esports, right? It seems like every time that Virtus.pro makes a change to try and, adjust or counter what Vision's throwing out, they kind of have an answer on the other side. I think you probably would have saw Vision Esports make some changes, but AMDP so close to the Annihilation, that's an ultimate you just don't want to kind of like throw in the bin, right?
Not at all. Really want to make sure you can make use of it, and AMDP's going to use it well here. Shockwave Sauna being affected by that one there, but the Pulse Bomb deployed does take care of Donghun, and AMDP doesn't have enough healing. It's a very aggressive play with that Annihilation. Clearly Vision hoping to halt the bot as early as they possibly could, but they end up getting the floor wiped with them, and there's a chance here for VP to snowball with a rally in the next fight, and AMDP has switched off the Ramatra. Now to the Malga. Desperately looking for edges against Rajaro at every opportunity.
Yeah, and just showing that flexibility I was just talking about. Like Malga historically has been really strong against the Ramatra, right? Ramatra can't exactly kind of stay in that neutral and brawl for long periods of times against the Malga. The Malga definitely much healthier of a selection.
All right, there's RKM caught out by Shockwave again, definitely outranged by the Sojourner. And Shockwave has been hitting him. Another pulse on Canale has been good, but Shockwave finds yet another kill in this fight here. And this is where Vision Esports are at risk of losing control of the game. Looking to stabilize in this fight now as AMDP is low. Regala's able to bring them down. The Juno, a bit of a problem here. Top Dragon also trying to duel with Sauna, if I'm not mistaken now. That bot is getting awful close with 1:40 left to play.
But there's some kills from Top Dragon that happen here, right? So it's going to take players a little bit to get back from the spawn. So you're going to be able to get a touch here of your Vision Esports. It'll be RKM, gets on the bot, prevents it from going further at all. You already have rally use here for Canale, so no support ults available here for VP.
Pulse here on the Brig. The attempt was good from Sauna, but no connection. Here's the Annihilation, though, and look where we are. We are the cat amongst the pigeons. As Rajaro Canale goes down. AMDP a threat from that high ground, but there's a risk of giving up the lead here. The Annihilation does time out as AMDP dives down, but who's contesting Shockwave on that high ground right now? Top Dragon is down, so nobody's going to answer the threat of that Sojourn.
Dude.
That's VP getting the lead inside a minute left.
The kill onto Zox is massive, right? Because he was 99% to the orbital ray. You could have easily orbital rayed there in that fight of your Vision Esports and be able to win that fight right there, and it probably seals the deal, but you end up losing. Now you have to make a big comeback.
Tough break here. Orbital ready to stop the snowball, but Gala has one of his own. Shockwave's overclock hasn't quite found purchase anywhere critical yet, but Zox was low and suspended in midair, so the Pulsar Torpedoes are able to claim them comfortably enough. Death Blossom for RKM, they need more than the 1 kill, I'd say. As Rajaro goes low, that's the pickup on the Ramatra, and Vision have a chance to stake their claim here to this map.
So, man, it's going to be a run back here, though, for Vision. And you're going to have a rally to work with. But, I mean, dude, it's going to be difficult, right? Top Dragon needs to come up with, like, a pick early on. We've seen him constantly go after Canal, so keep an eye on that, right? If you're able to get Canal out of the fight early, then it's all protection gone for Gala and Shockwave. You think everything starts to fall apart from there, but you see VP, they're going to kind of play from this high ground. AMDP will move up here, just going to keep that bot contested. Oh, he gets it with a pulse bomb, I think.
Not ideal. Zox is anti-healed as well. Hit by that Rampage. Donghun with the rally. It's timely. It's perfect, in fact. And it's what keeps Vision Esports in this game. AMDP was so low, and yet they're able to overcome the huge health deficit. Gala's going to get staggered out here. This is punishing as heck. Top Dragon doesn't need to deal with the Ana.
Nope.
Eventually, they go down.
Top Dragon gets into the back line yet again. Like I mentioned, it takes out 2 players as Vision Esports going to make the run around the corner here. They just need one more fight to go their way. It's going to get so close. Sauna going to get on, has to touch, just wants to stop it from moving.
There's about a rally here for Canale in just a moment. Gala with the switch back towards the Ana as well. Could find a key ultimate in this fight. Here's Top Dragon, though, good damage. Canal, though, gets the rally, and it's time to go for Virtus Pro. It's time to end the map here. Canal looking to get towards the Reaper. Good pressure. RKM going to fall as a result, but Shockwave gets hit by the stomp and taken down. Gala struggling in the backline. Blade would have been an option for Top Dragon, and it's sent in the direction of that Ana. Rajaro's too low, and Sorta is eventually going to have to capitulate as well. Vision take the second map in this series. Constantly counter-picking VP. With these tank switches, a well-earned victory on Esperanza.
Man, I am so impressed with the flexibility of Vision Esports. Not going to capitulate and just take the mirror and just, you know, fight it out like that. No, we're going to constantly change, try and get the advantage in terms of the tank battle. And we saw them do that all map long. And then, you know, we like what you're talking about. Hey, how do they kind of swing it here towards the end? Top Dragon can get into the back line, make a play. Sure, you know, you end up losing the Reaper early on, but then Top Dragon comes back with a blade to kills 3. I mean, no, that's some sick stuff.
Great game to watch. Let's look back over some of the moments here. Top Dragon, obviously, his pulse bombs, really, really important on a couple of occasions. I think even the next one built up, got very, very close to being, yeah, this one here. Stunning stuff, really. Time and time again, big impact from a Top Dragon. Someone we know more is like a, yeah, Echo Genji player. The Tracer, they looked sublime here. Donghun is a standout player for me on this team, Matt. I'm not going to lie. The rally timings have been impeccable, but also the sort of stun priority off that rally bash, absolutely crucial. It's tough for Brig, especially in the age gone past of all those Farah comps here, but yeah, it's great to see Donghun looking so good there. And I don't know if VP... Yeah, you're gassing up. I appreciate you're gassing up the flexibility of Vision, because I agree. Allowing them to switch here into these picks. I don't know if VP have the flexibility required to actually answer this. Like, can they just keep playing this like you switch, I switch game at tank? Because it looks like Rajaro is less inclined to do that.
Typically, when you get into the you switch, I switch type of game, we go kind of round and round. Eventually, we end up at just a mirror spot, right? We just have not seen that at all right now, right? It just seems like, no, we constantly go around in a circle. Is the safest pick just playing Maga? Like what is like the, you know, you play the Zarya, it seems like they play the Diva, just go for your backline, right? Then you play the Ramatra, they just play Maga. Like, it seems like the safest is to just play, yeah, I guess you could just play Orisa. We haven't seen Vision play like Zarya, right? So potentially that's like an option.
Yeah. Okay. Something worth pointing out. I mean, Vision don't need to because they just play Malga into the Junker Queen and are happy enough with that matchup. Like Zarya is sometimes the counter to the Queen, obviously, for, you know, just cleansing off those bubbles and also make it hard for Queen to get that residual healing via bleeds that she tries to apply through the fight. So
we get a pause, and right before the pause I saw the game chat, and I think I have an idea why we're paused.
What did you see? What did you see? I didn't
it was I finished the shot. I'm not gonna say the word. There might be a player using the bathroom.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, that's cool. All right.
Yep.
Damn.
But, you know, yeah.
I mean, can I go as well then if we're doing that?
You know, with the way it was described, you may have some time, but no, I don't think enough time. I know you have those tubs of protein powder behind you. We don't know. You may go to the bathroom and get lost. Come on back. Yeah, see, it's a recipe for disaster.
You can be on a high protein diet and still have excellent motility, chat. So don't listen to what the guy says. Yeah, 1.4 to 2.2 grams of protein per kilo of body weight. There you go, per day. It's healthy.
Yep. There it is.
Get some protein. We'll be back after the break with some more of this last match of the day. It's going to be Virtus Pro struggling against Vision Esports here in this upper bracket semi. Welcome back, chat. From what can only be described as the fattest, nastiest break we could have had. But we are back, and everybody is in control of their faculties. We're ready to play Hanaoka.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a little bit of a wild card pick, right? We were like, okay, like, why Hanaoka? We get an idea now. Is honestly, I understand why Vision played it, but picked it because they seem extremely flexible, right? Like whatever they would decide to do, you can make adjustments, right? And it's just kind of playing control at that point. So it'll be VP playing the Queen with the Pharah here off the rip. As it'll be Vision Esports getting aggressive. They take out Zox.
Yeah, great start here. Obviously, Virtus Pro, the Pharah in the mix on this map's great. Plenty of purchase for her to play from. Really annoying to deal with. As you can see on boots on the ground, Shockwave is making sure that those of Vision are smoking. Here comes a run in from AMDP. Will be yoinked back into Oblivion pretty quickly. So first point on the board for the VP.
Yeah, it just runs in, maybe tries to extend it for a little bit, and then just kind of gives up with his life. So point one here to VP. Also, keep in mind, VP undefeated, 11-0. This would be the first loss. I mean, this would be a huge win here for Vision Esports.
Yeah, that is quite true, Matt. And I've got to wonder about the percentage of, if you take the first point, what your win percentage is here, because so many people say that it doesn't guarantee you success on a map like this.
You would think it would be high, right? But for Clash, I've almost felt like the more we've watched it, that like the team that goes in the lead early usually ends up losing, or like it becomes it's like artificially becomes close. So we'll see And with just kind of winning that first point, it's benefiting VP at all.
Yeah, I mean, this fight looks like heavily starting to roll in Vision's favor as the reinforcements come in. Shockwave getting brought down there, not a great sign here, but Sauna's been able to get a lot of poke damage in here, so much so that barrage isn't too far away. But there's a cage fight up here for AMDP. Gala with an orbital ray, though, could be huge in response. Yeah, he's going to throw that out now. Rajaro is more than happy to play from with the inside of this. RKM is low. Orbital rays crossing the night, but it's going to be Donghun falling first. The barrage unsuccessful from Sauna, but here comes the rally from Kanale. Stunning Top Dragon instantly. Bionate applied. And a Top Dragon couldn't do anything about it. Excuse me, that was a Rampage to anti-heal the Genji. Either way, the result, the same. Another VP fight win.
Yeah, I think obviously the advantage of winning that first fight is like you don't have to make any compositional changes. You're just going to kind of like steamroll through the rest of the map. Here is where I think we see the most, you know, kind of like where the game starts to turn the opposite way is when teams push into the other team's spawn to try and, you know, take this point, right, and just kind of like end the game. We've seen them talk about and you know, make adjustments to it you know, throughout Clash's history thus far. And
wait a minute,
we may see an end here. Is that's going to be too fast pickoffs? AMPD just really low, just trying to use that cardiac overdrive just to live.
An end might be asking for too much, but a tick here could be pretty big. First Pro can walk away from this point getting one tick. That is obviously going to give them 1 point.
Yeah,
they don't have to capture the entire sort of point to walk away with some progress here, but yeah, I think it's going to be too much to ask. The reinforcements come at just the right time here for Vision to force them back.
Yeah, they were just a bit low, right? You know, you had, I believe, a support die. You had to go back on up as now you'll be able to kind of capture your home base here. If you are Vision Esports, you'll get a point out of this, and this is where we start to see things flip, right? You get this point, and then, you know, you're able to kind of rush on in. Maybe the other team uses some ultimates, right? Like they just did to try and take that final point. Now you push on in and end up taking it, because I think the value is there, right? If you can get those ticks and get it, but the issue is when you invest and don't get it, you're on a bad side.
Scary Blossom there from RKM. All the Virtus Pro basically had to batten the hatches, shield up and try and get away from it. That leaves an opening for Vision Esports to come in with this nice little rally from Donghun. And then they come. They're going to be good now to even up the game. Just like that, we are 2 points apiece.
Yeah, and this is how it happens, right? They end up investing some ultimates, try and push into the spawn. You have no ultimates, then you take A and B, and then we are back at even footing going back towards mid-map. So it's kind of the positive of obviously pushing that last point, using some ultimates, is you can get like just full like point value out of just ticks. But if you invest and don't get it, it feels like you're highly punished.
Right, here's an orbital ray here now for Vision. They are throwing all of their ultimates into this fight to try and get a lead before the objective even becomes available. Virtus Pro are out of there.
Man, this is gonna be another point taken here for Vision Esports. I guess for the benefit here of VP, right? Is Vision has absolutely nothing to work with here moving on in. VP's been pretty conservative the last 2 points. It is a Vision Esports lead. I don't think it'll be for long though, Mitch. I mean, double support. I mean, you're gonna have like all 5 ultimates here for VP. VP's in a perfect position to actually kind of chain these two together, right? Take D, go back to mid-map, take C, and then you have game.
Yeah, just 2 ticks required for Vision. Rally comes out here from Kanale, but Donghun was already down. No need to commit any more to this fight. 2 ultimates here is going to have to be enough for Virtus Pro. We'll see the healing still comes in here for a time from Zox, but they eat a knife from Rajaro. And that'll be that. Virtus Pro get themselves even here in this game. So we are going to be at 3 points apiece, playing for the neutral point, but Virtus Pro have ult advantage to play with.
Yeah, and I think, you know, for Vision Esports, the brutal part about that is like you weren't able to extend that point long enough to even get them to really kind of invest heavily off of it, right? So Vision Esports, because the fight goes so fast and because VP doesn't have to invest that much, they're still at a huge advantage as VP, and they're going to move in behind this orbital ray.
The heals were good, I'm going to be honest, on Shockwave. Eventually they get brought down, but all that attention the Vision spent on trying to get rid of just the Sojourn, well, they got torn to pieces by Virtus Pro in the meantime, and they still have a Rampage, which I'll be honest with you, could be a literal map-winning ultimate coming into this next fight. Virtus Pro moves to Clash point, we're going to call it that. They just need to win one more engagement here.
Yeah, just one more fight here for VP. Like you mentioned, they do have this, I mean, it feels like though if you use Rampage and you use Blade, it's must win, right? You lose that, and then we go back towards that mid map. I mean, you're so far behind. Sona's going to use the blade here, just try and give them an advantage early on.
Hang on, Sox. That's pretty good. Rajaro still holding on to this Rampage, though. It looks like Virtus.pro aren't convinced that this is the fight worth investing in any further than just the blade that we saw. And then Shockwave going down, so Rajaro's going to let this go. Virtus.pro realized that, okay, we committed a blade. It took us too long to get the one kill.
This isn't good for...
ball off of it.
This is not good for VP. They're going to end up... Yeah, I mean, they're going to end up being on the losing side of this. They lose Canale early on at the hands of Top Dragon there, so they're not even able to build up towards their own rally, right? They had used Orbital Ray in the previous fight to win C, so now they're pretty far behind. I mean, this is bad for Virtus.pro, and this is the series for them, right? You lose this Clash point, and you're done. I mean, you're down in the loser bracket.
VP have position on C though, on virtue of giving up B a little bit earlier. But Vision have all of their ultimates. It is such a huge advantage. Still, an early Rampage could be the answer. AMDP needs to stay alive. Inside this, they can't. Zox, though, still has an Orbital Ray in play. There's also going to be a rally, and, well, Vision hit Q enough times to get the advantage in that fight. This will be a capture on point C, and, folks, as a result, Virtus.pro will be handed their first loss of the FACEIT League Master Season 3. And they will be headed to the lower brackets.
What a win here. Yo, Vision Esports, we are in your comms. You hear these guys, bitch? They're going crazy. Vision Esports, how's it going? It's Mr. X, Uber, Zoe, we're in your comms. Crazy series.
왕에게 씨발? 이거 그냥 왕에게 고인의 개쩌는 판으로 들어줘야 돼. 에이!
In fairness, a lot of Korean and Arabic going on at the same time.
I'm not Danny Lim, so yeah. I can't tell you what happened.
You're also not Jake, so there was really no winning for you.
Yeah, you couldn't command their attention, man. That's crazy. You tried to bring me in there, but I was like, nah, I want to see if Matt.
Mitch was like, I don't know any of this, so I'm not gonna say anything.
Chances of them having had their headphones off immediately are also fairly high. Big victory for them, obviously. It didn't look so hot at the very beginning. It looked like VP are in their comfort zone. It was very smooth sailing for them. And then even the first round on King's Row, right? We're questioning that D.Va. Should they switch over to a Winston dive? Is that a better idea?
Yeah,
but suddenly they turn it up. Top Dragon Mun. I turn German when I'm talking about that man for absolutely no reason. Let's take a look at the highlights of Map 4 as we're, walking back down memory lane to talk about how they got it done.
Yeah, they started off really, I would say, slow, Vision Esports, but I think what surprised me is just how they just kept counter swapping constantly, right? It didn't look like this was a series that was going to go potentially that way. But I mean, I got to give props to Vision Esports, and no, really, I mean, obviously Top Dragon was tremendous throughout the series, but AMDP being able to play all these different tanks, right? In one series, I mean, just tremendous stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's been a complaint of some players. They've said they feel like this game is you're constantly switching to try and get an advantage, and the truth is, you have that option. Or you can just try and play, what you think is best and just, outskill your opponent, feel like you're better enough than the enemy tank to play whatever you want here. But that's always been the point of Overwatch. You've always been supposed to be able to switch up your heroes to find an advantage. And I think that's what I really enjoyed, I think, seeing from Vision. Also, it was only the tank that they were switching up. Core of their comp stays pretty much the same. Reaper Genji basically all the way through. The Donghun's Bring is disgusting. Guy is so good, man. And Bring, obviously, pretty important. You have to play against Farah Sojourn, right? So where's your value coming from as Brig? It has to be on, really punishing Rajaro for mispositioning and getting these huge interrupts with your shield bash stuns during rally.
And to absolutely no one's surprise, our player of the match is Top Dragon. I mean, he put on a show on that Genji, unsurprisingly so. We've seen it in the past. This person can take over games.
Yeah, I mean, just tremendous stuff on the Genji. It felt like time and time again, he was able to get first bloods onto Canale, right? I mean, Canale getting into the back line And Top Dragon getting in the backline, just able to take out Canale and supports time and time again. I mean, right here towards the end, they end up losing a player first. It doesn't matter. He just uses the blade, goes right through everybody.
Yeah, I mean, this has been really impressive, and it just doesn't matter what pick they've been on, right? I enjoyed the brief Echo stint that we saw from Top Dragon, but man, the guy's sick. Really been great to watch him play. So yeah, looking forward to more.
Absolutely. Let's see if we can actually get him on. He should be joining us for a quick chat. And he is indeed Top Dragon. Thank you so much for joining us and congratulations. How are you feeling right now?
Hello, thanks. To be honest, I didn't expect to be won, but we won, so I'm just really happy now.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people had VP as the favorite into this because we weren't sure. We haven't seen much of you on that team so far. I know you guys played already in the Saudi E-League, but taking a first place there. How has it been like for you adjusting to a new team after your time at the One Man Army?
Like, to be honest, like One Man Army was like really good players, but they have like big ego. But now here, like a lot of new players, so like everyone just listen my briefing, and then when I said go, and then they just go. Even like Brick or Soldier, like other targets. So that's why we won against VP.
We got to see your Echo, your Genji, your Tracer over the course of this series. All of them looked fantastic. How did you guys feel playing against this style from VP? Because it's pretty early on in this meta, and VP were playing like Winston and Queen and a few other weird picks, but you guys seemed like you could handle all of the styles from Virtus Pro over the course of that series really well.
Oh yeah, that was pretty strange comp, like King comp or like some Winston. So Zarya even. So that was our first time against Zarya, but we were just good for Adept for our play style, and then that key was Genji. So just stop the Genji and then keep trying dive down with Soldier or Break, like 200 HP targets. Then if we make kill, then win. But otherwise, just lose. But we always made kill, so that's why we won.
Yeah, for you guys, I mean, you had a tremendous series, and then AMDP being able to play all these different tanks, obviously had a great series as well. Just tell me a little bit about like his versatility and what that adds to your guys' squad.
Sorry, like, can you explain more?
Like, well, what is AMDP can play all the different tanks. How valuable is that to the team?
Yeah, it's like good helper is really good value for team. So we just talk to Ender like, Ender, you play this, you have to play this, you have to play this, and Ender just keep practice on the comp. So now Ender have good value on even other tanks like Mauga and Diva, some things.
So we're seeing a lot of different looks today already from many of the teams. Do you feel like the meta has established itself? Like, do you feel like there is one comp which can beat it all? Or do you feel like as a team you just have to adapt, you have to be able to switch your heroes?
Yeah, just we have to adapt for enemy play style, so...
Right on. Well, Top Dragon, thank you so much for joining us, and we wish you best of luck in your next match. It's been really, really fun to watch you play, and we hope to see much more of that.
Okay, thank you so much.
That was Top Dragon from Vision Esports. They take the dub against the favorite in this series, VP. That is a surprise, I think, to many people.
Yeah.
But of course, we knew that there is a lot of talent on this team.
But, well, no. I mean, we didn't really. I mean, I guess we saw the results, right? But these are young players. Like, Amgen, for example, has only been on teams since, like, the end of 2023. Like, these guys are legitimately... Like, we're used to dealing with people that have been in Overwatch for, like, 3-4+ years, right? Been on Overwatch League teams, come down, play, you know... This is not that. And what Top Dragon is describing is the opportunity to sort of mold a roster of younger players a little bit more in his style. I was waiting for him, by the way, to answer the Amgen question by being like... We expect him to play everything. This is acceptable.
He must.
I do love the fact though that like he kind of mentioned that he just kind of tells them what to do. They listen, and it's like, okay, sometimes with teams it can take obviously, like you mentioned, a one-man army, like you have like a little bit of ego in the way or whatnot. Seems like, at least from the outside, it's like a group of talented players who now have Donghun and Top Dragon who are like, hey, tell us the best path to victory, and we will go forward and do it, and we will listen. And you kind of see the results here, beating a team like VP.
Yeah, and they've not been with the team for that long, right? Like they only really joined like 1 or 2 months ago. So it's really, really cool to already see them like throwing out results like that in the Saudi E-League, now also here in an international competition. So good stuff on the horizon for this squad. Let's see how far they can take it, at least here in the FACEIT League Season 3 playoffs. As they're moving on to our upper bracket final, where they will be facing off against either EXO or Irias, which, by the way, EXO currently is down 0-2. So I don't know what's going on with that Irias team, but they're popping.
Okay, yeah, this is something that I really enjoy, I think, about the FACEIT Leagues, is because we really get a chance to see what these teams have been cooking up. I mean, this team, I'm trying to think, Irias has the DPS player by the name of Escanor, who we've seen before, and also
Gucci's in that team. That's literally the only familiar name on my radar. Like everyone else, and it's a red team on Liquipedia, so like you can't, there's nothing. They were formed for this very purpose to play here. Okay, very interesting.
Yeah, also they have Chaba on their team as well, who was on Wasp X Ono, I think, last time around, who was like a decent support player. So I don't know what to expect from them. Peps are in for it. I've got to be honest.
Oh, come on.
It's going to be a difficult game. I'm sorry, bro. Like, they do want to advance, but like Virtus Pro look fallible. They're settling, I think, on what the best comps are in this meta still, and I don't think they were nearly adaptable enough. I would have liked to see them try and sort of match and try and put Rajaro in a position to succeed and have like a positive tank matchup when possible. Maybe not all the time, maybe not every spawn, but maybe a little bit more often.
I mean, I think I was kind of, right leading into the series, wrong with the prediction, but right in that, like, I think we probably see that as a grand final yet again, right? I know VP obviously now has to run the loser bracket, right? But you think the way that Vision Esports played the day and the way that just the versatility in their game, you think they can kind of carry that on through the rest of the winner bracket?
You say that now, though, but like so far, people have been falling at the hands of Irias, so perhaps they, pop off somewhere down there after anything is possible in the world of Overwatch. That's what I know. But we have to wait and see how they're faring in the lower brackets. Virtus Pro and Team Peps, that will happen tomorrow, so we'll have more answers soon-ish, like 19-ish hours from now. For now, though, it's time to say goodbye to Mitch and Matt. Guys, it's been a pleasure, as always. And now gonna yeet you off my broadcast.
We're getting yeeted, yeah.
You're getting yeeted. Kids still say that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Ask the old men on broadcast. Good job.
the oldest broadcasters, yeah. This is what the kids say. And Mitch just figured out who the Rizzler was the other day. I mean, he's so out of touch.
Okay, I need to stop you right there. No. Yeah, and on that note, I say goodbye to the two gentlemen, and we are getting ready for all things NA. You don't want to miss it, so we hope to see you on the other side of this break.
Start your climb to OWCS by joining FACEIT League. Gain competitive experience in weekly FACEIT League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Register now and start your competitive journey at fce.gg/s4.
Welcome back, everyone. We've just wrapped day 1 of the FACEIT League Season 3 playoffs in the EMEA region, which means we're now getting ready for all things NA. And of course, I brought in reinforcements for that one. I have Jake and Jaws joining me. How you doing?
Yeah, how are you what now?
How you doing? How you doing?
How am I doing?
Doing?
Yeah, I'm doing all right.
Doing?
I'm doing all right. You said reinforcements. I was expecting Johnny to pop out of nowhere in a random 4th box, but
Out of the ether. He sometimes does that.
let's do that.
Jake, why?
Out of nowhere.
What happened to your hair? Is so dark. I literally just saw you 2 days ago.
That is very
I didn't dye it, guys. It's just the light. It's just the light. Should I go midnight
we could
black though? Would that work? This is like my
Maybe that's your art.
training
I don't
arc.
know. New year, new you, perhaps.
No, guys, I like my hair. I'm happy.
And then you should get a lip ring like I had and be really sick and then spike.
Whoa, that would be hard.
Oh, you had a lip ring?
Yeah, black.
In my god.
Also,
I'm imagining
there is a
this.
little
We need a
hole.
photo.
I'm learning
my
so
lip.
much about Jack. He had a lip ring. He also actually dices his apples, not
You wanna see
slices
him?
his apples.
All right, show it, Jack. Okay.
But that's not a cube. You don't know what a cube is.
Not bad. I was just snacking on an
That's a
apple.
quarter moon.
They were giving me crap because I was like, I cube them up, whatever, and they were like, you do what? Sorry, it was like the worst thing ever said on broadcast ever.
What you just showed us is not a cube. A cube has 4 sides.
All right, yeah, my bad. It's a
Yeah,
cube, but it's
like
not.
this is
It's
more
not
a triangle
It has
than it's
6
ever been a
sides,
cube.
Zoe.
Well,
What do you call a
the
3D
cube is-
trapezoid,
Good point.
whatever this is, I guess.
Okay, from yeah, we're.
How do you
we should
transition
just
out of
talk
this?
about. Yeah, I don't know.
Sorry.
I can't. I tried drops. Perhaps I can just completely distract people with drops. How about you connect your accounts with each other and earn drops? You should do that. You should give that a try. Have you tried that, Jack?
I have tried that, and I was successful at it, and I got some drops. So I
Love
think
that for you.
all should do it as well.
I stay linked up on the drops. I mean, come on, this is amateur stuff. This is day 1 stuff. I've been dropping. I've been getting drops. Come on,
Yeah, and,
get the people in the chat out there. Link your accounts.
That's right, that's right. And you can't just get, I mean, you just saw in the lower third there, right? There's free Overwatch cosmetics, but there's so much more on that FACEIT website. Like, go and browse, have a look around. There's lots of stuff you can grab, including a laptop. We talked about that with Mitch already. So, yeah, well worth it. Well worth a link up, right? Right.
A link up. Yeah,
I gotta start farming those points. I need a new gaming laptop. That would go crazy.
It does go.
All the traveling over the holidays, that actually work out super well for a lot of people, I think.
Could be nice.
Well, you'll earn a lot of drops watching FACEIT League, and there's plenty of FACEIT League to come as well. If we're taking a look at our format, I mean, we already went over this. Right now, we're at the very end of this year, obviously, Season 3 playoffs. However, there's so much more to come. Here's our pyramid. And we're now directly funneling into the OWCS next year. So there will be relegation matches, and that means that the best, the cream of the crop from the FACEIT League can actually qualify to participate in the OWCS circuit.
And also a huge increase in the prize pool.
Oh, yeah.
For tier 2, like quadrupling the prize pool from last year. So, I mean, for a lot of players, a lot of teams who've been, you know, on the outskirts, not only could you potentially make it to the OWCS to play in the biggest lands in the world, but maybe if you're not quite on that level yet, there's still a lot of money to be won, a lot of FACEIT points to be won, get those gaming laptops. So definitely get your signups in. They are still open for next season for the future of Overwatch competitive.
Yeah,
Dude,
and
get
all
this guy
that
on the
starts
voiceovers. Damn,
Right,
look at this
he's-
tone from
Memorize the
That's what I'm
lines.
talking
Love
about,
that
baby.
for us.
Give me in
Love
there.
that for us. Yeah, but
Got the script behind the
faceit.com/FACEIT League is where you can sign up to compete in January. That's like a few weeks away, actually. Registrations will close at the end of January, and up until then, you should get ready with your team, with your friends or foes. I don't know who you want to play with, but
I'm just scared, sorry, that you
You're
said
scared?
2025 is a few weeks away. That is very scary.
It's crazy,
when
isn't it?
when's
This
2024
year
happen?
I know, this year was flying, man. And that's because we had fun. Because we got to watch some of the finest players in all of Overwatch battle it out in OWCS and at the FACEIT League. Let's take a look at who made it to the top here in Season 3. These are our top 8 teams in the region who will battle it out in this double elimination bracket. First to 3, all the way up to the grand finals, where we will be playing in a best of 7.
Oh, yes. I mean, look, hey, that first game, Nightmare versus UCI, it's a little tough considering they just did pretty well at Stockholm. So yeah, not the best opponents to match up at the first round of the quarterfinals there, but it's all good. Maybe,
I like the Citrus Nation Dreamland one. I can see that being a close. They've been closely matched all regular season long. I think that one actually has the potential to be a banger.
And they've both been teams that have kind of innovative, that haven't necessarily locked in the meta, have played their own styles and been confident with those off-meta picks. And so I think, it's going to be exciting to see how they approach this newest patch, where there's been just a bit more adaptation than we saw in Stockholm, where the meta was pretty fixed.
Right, on your screen you can see the UCI roster right now. They're definitely the underdog coming into this. They're literally just like squeezed into it after the regular season, and they're going up against, well, the top squad in NA. So it's going to be a tall order to go up against. We do have some name value there, especially on the bench. McGravy, of course, a very familiar name. And a lot of these players, they've been playing with each other for a long time in collegiate as well. So many years of experience together. And yeah, they actually just added a few new players, I think in October, so a few new pieces to the puzzle. Let's see what they have in store for us.
But look at this, man. Like, can you really bet against this team? Zera, Secret, Infected, Admiral, and Zed? Like, oh, there's just no way. I mean, look, McGravy, fantastic coach. Can he coach UCI enough to defeat Nightmare? Oh, I mean, it's a tough ask.
I think definitely Nightmare has to be the favorite. They're just like a team with a lot more experience at the highest level. But I think this is actually a pretty good meta for Junker Queen, which is kind of Romani's like signature one-trick hero. So I'm pretty convinced that UCI are going to be playing the Queen. And it's a meta where I think the Queen can work. And when it comes to piloting it, I do have a lot of confidence in Romani. So Nightmare, they can't take it too easy, I think, in this series.
Well, here's the map set for us. Guys, walk me through it.
Thank you very much, Zoe. Yes. Oasis, Kings Row, Runasapi, New Junk City, and Gibraltar. Honestly, Jake, if we were going to have a kind of a Mauga Orisa meta again, I would attempt to sabotage these map picks and map choices and only go to dive maps. But this is actually kind of a nice little spread here. How do you think Nightmare, I mean, going up against what you can imagine is going to be a Queen comp from what we've seen in EU as well, what kind of tank lineup do you think here for Nightmare would be most beneficial to him?
I mean, I think this is a real opportunity for Nightmare to show us what they've been practicing and how they think about the meta, because you could just play the Mauga and make it work. People have won that matchup. It certainly hasn't seemed unwinnable, but I don't mind the Orisa either, giving a little bit more of that like one-to-one counter potential to the Junker Queen. UCI also going with the classic Queen comp here, the Lucio Kiriko, which that's a really drastic off-meta choice, right? To not play Juno right now, where she looks like probably the best hero in the game, is kind of a wild move. So this is a full commit from UCI. It's kill or be killed, and these are going to be some very fast fights.
Still not nerfed, by the way. Didn't get touched at all. We are playing on live patch right now without the ability to use Hazard. So we won't be seeing him, sadly. Hopefully soon. However, it will be UCI on the low ground, unfortunately for them. Not exactly where the Queen wants to be. Sojourn getting a massive buff, Jake, in this patch. It's going to be quite deadly against the Ashe.
Yeah, Ashe still a threat, and UCI struggling. Health bars dropping low on both DPS, and Infected, though, having some trouble as he tries to take this rotation to point. Still, UCI playing very carefully, not finding their opportunity just yet.
I mean, look at that. Yeah, instant spear. As soon as Romani goes to that axe swing there, that carnage, ain't no way Infected's letting that one go. Easy spear, pushes him back, and then instantly eliminated, and pushing all the way to spawn too.
And the Sojourn, I think, is a strong hero, right? Like, has gotten a lot of buffs, but against the Orisa, it can sometimes be a little awkward. Not only is there multiple ways for Orisa to cancel that slide and catch the Sojourn if she gets caught too deep, but also Orisa, not the easiest hero to poke with and just farm those rails. Romani, though, has really been feeling a ton of pressure. I mean, both Admiral and Infected can boop him back and protect the team. And I mean, you get the pull, right? But you just can't follow it up onto something like an Orisa.
Yeah, still got gold probably as well. XL trying to find an angle here, but instantly that orbital ray has been used as soon as UCI try and step through that choke point, and Otter's just evaporated. Crusher 99, my favorite Overwatch League legend.
Oh, Zera, that's a dirty kill. Like, I didn't think there was any chance for him to get that. Just slides in behind. So risky, too, if he fails that kill. Could just die without the dash, but Zera's been a really impressive player, especially in the last few tournaments. Like, he's really come into his own. I think definitely a player to watch on this Genji.
All right, 50% in building. Romani's still not with an ult, sadly. Both support ultimates available for UCI as they try and make their way through the choke once again. Well, they're going to be able to spot Seeker out on the Ashe, deploys the Bob in the end. Rush coming through as well on the choke point. The Bob doing a fair bit of work to Romani there, can't quite step up. But they infected it and Seeker do end up claiming kills, even though Seeker didn't end up going down. A very scrappy affair as the blade's been popped by Zera, taking out Romani, making this fight extremely tough for UCI. Still not able to kind of break this choke point. One person on the point, however, make that two, in fact, as it will be Sai and Otters coming in, but there's not going to be a flip at all. Just respawns available for Nightmare, and they come back full force.
UCI have a lot of ultimates, but they have a long way back in this round, right? You got to win this fight for UCI without over-ulting. Blade gets one. Oh my god!
Oh, he fell off the map. Well, Zed ends up taking him down. Sai dead. Nightmare now pushing forward with the rally. However, instantly taken out by that disruption shot. Excal going absolutely crazy in the front line. Rips the overclock. Actually decimates Nightmare. Aberrant was so low during that fight. Tried to turn the shield, stop the disruptor shot damage coming in, but that rally just dissipating so fast as Nightmare fall over. Thought they won that fight too off the back of that support.
Yeah, but the good fight from Nightmare, I think, did get all the ults out of UCI. So in the end, Nightmare going to feel pretty good about this. Seeker, that's Crusher 99, going to go over to the Reaper, be an even harder target for any potential rush in with that Queen and Genji. And this Orbital Ray could be devastating. No counter on the side of UCI. Let's see how they deal with this.
Yeah, you got to save that speed boost if you're Otters, right? Romani looking for a small little flank angle there, but it looks like Nightmare are just going to push themselves onto the point. Sai, main focus the damage right now, and here comes the Orbital Ray. Little pulsar torpedoes as well. UCI's DPS have actually jumped onto the point, away from that extra damage coming through from Nightmare. The Excal does end up going down as 3 members of Nightmare look around. 180 as they see the point being capped. As the Terror Surge coming through from Infected as well. A lot of health bars going incredibly low. And there was no chance there for UCI to come back. Both their DPS just split up from the rest of the team, lacking the damage, the firepower, and everything else to boot as Nightmare take round one.
It's a solid round from Nightmare, right? Can't argue with it. From the mid-fight, being stable, getting the point cap before really forcing that engagement, so they're already ahead on the control percentage, taking the aggressive fight in the spawn. I mean, Nightmare are really showing the breadth of their experience as a team, right? I love the Reaper swap as well in the final fight, where you know you're pushing in, you know you have the ultimate advantage, and you just take away one extra liability from your comp. All right, this is hit scan is the obvious target for you to try to jump on when we push in, and we're just going to drop the hit scan for this push. And now much harder for UCI to find any kind of opening, any kind of opportunity, and then get shut down.
Well, it's like the meta previous, except it's got an Orisa now almost. Well, I suppose we're Seekers on the Ashe, which is nice. See if Romani can fare any better here on the Queen. Bit easier for the Queen to kind of run around the center point, but very tough to dislodge Orisa, even at the best of times. Orisa getting a small buff as well, losing a little HP, but getting armor in replacement, and then her Terror Surge extended by 2 meters, so grabbing people a little bit further away.
Nice moves by Otter there. Pushes back Zera a little bit on the Genji as UCI going to rotate to the high ground. Players taking a lot of poke pressure. Nightmare is doing so well on this aggressive pressure.
Yeah, Romani is just getting turned to spam, put in a can, and then served straight up onto Musubi. Like, the guy is just getting demolished. I mean, I love Romani, respect to him, and the amount he plays Queen and how high he's got in the ranks with it. And he's very prolific on it, but against an Orisa, it's just so hard. And of the caliber of Infected as well, it is just a losing battle, it feels like.
Yeah, and the choice to be on this Lucio as well. I mean, maybe you need it, arguably, to play the Queen, but that's the challenge here. Without a Brig, without a Juno, so difficult to win these sustained fights. I mean, the health bars from UCI are just constantly dropping thanks to the pressure from Seeker and Infected. The spam is so good that, I mean, UCI just hasn't found like a single aggressive dive unless they have big ultimates to deploy.
I mean, look at the ult disparity right now as well between the tanks.
They just can't do anything.
Surge available.
How painful this choke is.
Well, anyway, time to use CDs. There's the shout. Sai's already down. KHD under pressure. And there's the Terror Surge. Skewered, put on the barbecue. And there go the supports. Oh, nice spear onto Romani.
He might die.
Almost. Oh, he did. Oh, that's rough.
And they're gonna hold the spawn here. I mean, why not? Why not? This Orisa has great long range poke pressure. The Ashe is gonna feel better than the Sojourn, especially in these open fields. I mean, you would just love to take the trades out here. Man, these long range spears are Infected. This is so annoying. It's really hard to walk.
He's gonna get a trapper kill. He's gonna get a trapper kill, surely.
They're gonna fight out here. I mean, they're not scared.
Well, there's the Bob, hits the pillar, Rush launched out, but only deals with the Bob, really. Good trade, yeah. Nightmare in a backing off. They got an orbital raid, they got a rally coming up, and the blade, and in fact, he can just play on the high ground. Oh, sorry, Zera can play on the high ground. Does end up having to dash away.
Oh, he's
jumps
dancing
over,
on him.
and he's slippery. Okay, OT approaching now. Suzu coming in, already used. The blade pop here from Zera could be all they need. Crush 99 does end up going down, so Seeker dead. There's the blade, ends up getting pulled, and Romani gets sliced clean in half as soon as he pops his ult. Rally, orbital ray against the blade, nothing that Sai can really do. He does end up picking a 1 kill on Admiral, but where's the connections for the next swipes? Looks like it's going to be after KHD to actually pick up a couple of kills here. Zera goes down as Nightmare still control the point. There's 3 people on it that have to deal with Infected. Seeker ends up coming back. A swift double kill. A Terror Surge to finish it off as Otters is just demolished as Nightmare. They take a very quick and clean map victory on Oasis.
Infected is feasting in this game, right? Like, he's constantly running it down into the other enemy backline. Anytime he gets low, he just presses 1 scale, backs off. I mean, UCI just cannot deal with the frontline pressure from this Orisa, the Juno behind her. They're just never getting a crack in the tank line, and it looks so desperate trying to force something when you're losing the tank trade this hard.
Yeah, I mean, Romani, how many ults did he get off? 1, but he didn't even actually hit Q, but it didn't connect. It was actually the
first round, I think he
him.
got one off. It was like they want to fight with it, but it took them everything.
Right.
And I mean, Infected just has no pressure on him in this comp, right? Like, Sojourn doesn't really want to shoot an Orisa. Just too many rails to actually get through her. Maybe with overclock, maybe it's possible, but they're just not able to with the Lucio Curie. I think that's kind of the real problem here. Like, you don't have the staying power in the front line. You need to be hitting aggressively, getting an instant kill, but you're up against Brig Juno. I mean, like, no one's even low. There's no opportunities for that kind of kill.
Nice long range shots there from Infected too. Oh
The
yeah, here it is.
execution from Nightmare is really clean too.
Oh, Romani, I didn't see that there.
I mean, he
Romani,
would have
I
been
think,
canceled by the bash. Like,
dodged out of the beat as well. Otters laid down the sound barrier. I don't think Romani got any of that overheld. So, yeah, very unlucky for Romani there. Quick 1-0 for Nightmare, who unsurprisingly has an 11-0 record coming in to today here at the FACEIT Master League Season 3. As we jump into King's Row pretty quickly here, Jake. Can't imagine we're going to see too many variations in comps from UCI, but you never know.
I mean, you got to remember, Nightmare is just the juggernaut in this tournament, right? Like, they are the team to beat. They're 11-0 in the regular season. They're the team that's competed Tier 1 on land with some of the best teams in the entire world and look competitive and look like they belong to that group of teams. UCI, on the other hand, I mean, certainly we can't say the same about them. They're going to try to force, their vision of the game, trying to play things a little bit differently. Maybe try and hope for some kind of mix-up, catching Nightmare off guard. But Nightmare look really stable, really strong, and I think trying to play these like off-meta strats, especially against a team as flexible as Nightmare. I mean, Infected just plays every tank, right? Zero just plays every DPS. Like you're not really gonna catch them off guard. It's gonna just take heroics, but heroics are what you're getting from Nightmare. The DPS are just constantly popping off here.
Ooh, a little Widow. Okay, I like this a lot.
And the Echo as well, man. Sai is going to have such a hard time on Genji into this matchup. Echo is going to be just free reign in the sky here.
Yep. It's going to be a little tough. Got to be careful, though. These railgun shots, very deadly to Widow. A good knife, too, onto Zera. Okay, good first kill. Holding this choke point's going to be quite nice for Romani, but they cannot get picked up by this Widowmaker.
And now with their own Juno, maybe they can take this DPS trade a little bit more consistently with KHD able to sustain Romani. Maybe that is the difference in terms of tank sustain that gives UCI the stable front line they need.
All right, Excal burning to death there, unfortunately. Romani shouts, moves forward, steps on the wrong side of the map by the looks of it there, going extremely low. Zera's actually going to give chase too. And there's the kill. A nice little whip shot there from Admiral through Hotel. Otters also gets speared to the wall, and as quick as it started, as quick as it was over. Nightmare, 3 minutes on the clock. They're going to cap point A.
Great catch by Nightmare there. Just knowing that the aggression's going to come in. They swap to the Ashe, who can tolerate that kind of push a little bit better. Zero over to the Genji as well. Rather than the poke pressure that Echo provides, Genji just a little bit stronger as an additional frontliner. And doubling down on the front line seems like exactly the ticket against this Junker Queen.
All right, Streets phase now. Unfortunately, being a full wipe like this too, are all going to respawn together, but can they actually hold this choke point? Especially with Infected having this Terror Surge, it's going to be tough for Romani once again to stand up to the Orisa. Good high ground control, however, from Sai and Otters up on there. But it's only a matter of time, really, before Seeker gets a kill, although almost gets taken out himself there. There's the Terror Surge, that's why I expected to come in. Sound Barrier to match from Otters. Now here comes the Orbital Ray, a quick disengage there from UCI.
In the end, it's a 2-for-1. You're not feeling too bad about that as UCI, but you've got to stay alive. Everyone's got to stabilize here. Nightmare, though, get through the choke, and they want to pour the aggression on.
What a slide! Slides out of the way, and Infected ends up going down. Seeker behind the enemy lines right now with the Bob, but here comes the Orbital Ray straight into the rally. That shield cannot stand up to the pressure. Oh, just only Seeker now. Although, saying that, Zera's actually going to pop the blade. Thinks he can maybe win this one. Otters narrowly avoids getting taken out there. So Romani taking down Zera. That was a heroic play from the Genji. Didn't end up working out.
Yeah, but UCI trying to fight with 3. They're down both Sojourn, Lucio, and Juno. No way to fight here. Hopefully they just get out with their lives. Nightmare, even though they lose the fight, in the end, the trade gets them to move the card here, and they swap to the Kiriko so that they have something for this Queen ult.
Yeah, but here comes the blade. Little boot forward there, and instantly using that Suzu, but yeah, Zed can't run anywhere at all. The Admiral also falls to the blade. Nice little whip shot initially, and Suzu, but good Genjis will save that dash after that whip shot ends up coming in, and there's Zera. It does end up getting the kill onto Otters, so they do end up trading that, but it is a Lucio, so they'll be back very quickly.
That's a huge find, though. Like, taking down the Lucio, Venture coming out. Nightmare, once again, you're just not backing down at all from the frontline pressure. And another hero who can escape potentially from the Queen ult. I think that's a big shout in this kind of engagement. Queen ult can sometimes just win the game on its own. So you've got a lot of answers here for Nightmare.
Whoa, there you go. Always a bit risky with that Venture when you hit that burrow. Don't want to hit it too late. All right, Queen ult still available from Romani. Hits a big axe swing there onto the front line, but still taking a lot of damage. This armor from the Orisa that just got buffed, just really showing its full force. Suzu maybe required there. Here comes the Sound Barrier from Otters to stop that Terror Surge getting full effect. Still, though, Infected still under a lot of pressure, but look at the heal bot action coming through from Zed. There's absolutely nothing they can do in the front line. Just so much to CC and sustain from Infected. I mean, it is Seeker at the end of the day cleaning up the backline. As that entire time, the entirety of UCI were looking at Infected, but you're holding left click as Kiriko there, Jake, and the Orisa is not dying anytime soon.
Yeah, the Juno plus Kiri hard pocketing, and Z-Man, why is he just holding on to that cleanse? He knows as soon as he uses that, it's an opening for Romani.
Oh, what
on the 2 instant cleansed.
Unbelievable instant cleanse there, as well as that spear spin from Infected, stopping Romani's ult in his tracks. Didn't hit anybody in the backline whatsoever. And even then, if it did, the cleanse would have hit everybody anyway. So yeah, perfectly countered ultimate. The Queen
so
really
many
struggling
in this comp. Like for the Queen ult, just so many responses. The Juno has, I think, helped stabilize their front line. Romani's not just getting like bulldozed over, but now Nightmare have just swapped their focus, and they're pressuring the Sojourn. They're pressuring the enemy Juno. Maybe the Queen can stand strong, but if you pick off these backliners, everything's gonna fall apart. Seeker, this could be a big find if he gets a catch.
Whoa, nope. X-Scout takes a couple of little left clicks there, but that's about it. X-Scout going super low though. Oh, just not healed. Blade ends up getting popped there from side to try and settle the score, but instantly taken out by Zera. Just the Orbital Ray instantly popped. They know they can win the fight as soon as X-Cal ends up going down. And, well, that's all she wrote for that DPS ult. They've only got one to really hold on with here. UCI, they're going to come out with an overclock, but that's about it. But they've got Terror Surge and the Venture ult to come up against. Well, they're going to try and pop it, but it's just too much AoE damage, Jake, unfortunately. 0.6 meters to go. X-Cal finds one, but cleaned up by Z-Man, and that should be that. There's the push from Nightmare with 2 minutes and 20 seconds in the time bank.
Such a powerful set of ults to finish out a cap in overtime, right? With the Terror Surge spinning on Car, you got the Venture ult. You mean you gotta come touch this objective, and they're just so ready to punish. Nightmare, this is an unconventional comps, not an assortment of heroes I've seen comboed before, but it seems like a great response to what UCI are bringing. And I really like this from Nightmare. They're not just saying, okay, we're going to play the meta. We've always practiced it. Just spam it. We'll be fine. We can beat anything. No, they're actually just going to respond. Okay, UCI, you're going to make these adjustments. You're going to try and play a comp to punish us, and we're going to continue to adapt, and showing that respect to teams that maybe you're higher ranked than, maybe you would expect to beat them, but you're still adapting to them, and you're still giving them the respect you would give a top team. I think really speaks volumes about Nightmare and their intentions in this tournament to win it all.
Had a decent showing as well. at Stockholm, worth remembering. Of course, they did win in their first game against Space Station. That was a 2-0. A bit of an upset, too. A lot of people were saying Space Station were one of the best teams there, especially in the meta that they were in. They did end up losing to NRG Shock in the lower bracket quarters, but still a very decent showing regardless. Yeah, just the amount of adaptations they can do, like you said, Jake. The hero pool is so vast. It's quite scary. This upper bracket finals, especially with no like elimination bracket or a double elim bracket. UCI almost doomed in that regard.
Yeah, this is a scary spot to be. Maybe XCal opening things up with the Widow pick could be what they need to get the ball rolling. It's a big time bank for Nightmare, so UCI really need to respond in kind.
Oh, I really like the Sojourn picks right now. Super strong. Still, though, Ashe, very capable in her own right.
I do think Bob is particularly great against Junker Queen. I mean, Junker Queen, one of the tanks that really just doesn't have much to answer the Bob other than raw damage compared to heroes who can displace the Bob or kind of tank it. Nice job by Romani, though, slipping through, not getting duped off that Infected was looking for. It's going to allow him to contest this high ground.
But look how much damage he's taken. Nosta's already dead. Source of healing now missing for UCI. Eventually gets speared off of that high ground and looking for another entrance into it. Looks like Hotel is going to attempt to make a reservation, but quickly kicked out of the front door. And there you go. There's the kill onto Romani. As soon as he used that shout, Jake, that armor on the Queen is just non-existent, really, right? I mean, at the end of the day, Infected's got so many tools to survive with. The healers don't even need to pay attention to him half the time.
And Ashe is just, it's going to be so difficult, right? With the Lucio Juno, you have so much speed for the Queen, for the Genji to initiate in, but trying to contest on a flank, on an off-angle Ashe, much more difficult. This Lucio Juno, they want to be 5-stack with their whole team. They don't necessarily want to be chasing down a flanker. And I mean, look at the Seeker's just ready, very defensive position here. He knows that he needs to get shut down for UCI to accomplish anything. And man, the space control is really beautiful from Nightmare. They're going to bring the whole team for UCI through this high ground, but I mean, this is going to be open season for Seeker.
Yeah, super easy.
Oh, no,
and
this is
there's
sad.
the
Oh.
And the reflect kill from Zera. Zera almost falling though, but yeah, like you said, open season for Seeker on the Ashe. Otter's dead, and UCI, their comp that they love so much, unfortunately just being torn to ribbons by Nightmare.
I mean, there's just levels to this, Jack. Like, Nightmare has such a clean setup, right? Like, playing every angle. They know the angle of approach. They have a perfect response. They don't even really need these ultimates. I mean, UCI are going to have to ult just to start the fight, just to open something up and create some chaos. Nightmare, I think they're just going to sit on 5 ultis. Maybe they'll go with, like, a Bob or a spin if there's an easy opportunity. This time, though, Romani trying to take the approach lower to point. I don't think you're going to be able to cap point. With the amount of pressure Nightmare can put on spam-wise, so difficult. You're chasing a Genji right now. Is that going to work?
Yep. No. He's got dash, so unfortunate. 5 ults for Nightmare. Romani's on the point. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go now. They don't really need to do all too much, just trying to tease some cooldowns out. Well, Sai ends up falling, and here comes the orbital raise. KHD's now on the point. Nightmare not going to want to dance with this one. Bob does end up falling, but that raise is going to dissipate in just a moment, and they can just return with theirs. Terrorsaurus on the high ground. KHD just instantly killed a sound barrier. Not quite quick enough from Otters to save the Juno. With only a minute to go, UCI need to either get in or get out. Looks like they're going to choose to get out, but not through their own... through their own means. They're not going to hold S, they're just going to die. Nightmare still have 3 ults to go as well, Jake. And with 50 seconds, it's looking a little rough for them.
Yeah, you've got double support ultimate online. I mean, especially this rally is so powerful into the Junker Queen ult, right? You always have the chance to just stun Junker Queen out of ult, completely cancel it. And that's if she gets his path to Orisa, right? Something like Overclock maybe could make magic happen, but that orbital ray is always such a big threat. It's going to be so hard for these DPS of UCI to stay alive fighting into an orbital ray. Zera, I think, is going to have a big opportunity with a blade. No support ultimate to stop him.
All right, here's the blade first. A lot of slices there sent towards Infected. There's the bash coming through from Admiral. Pops the rally. And what do they do now? Size blade now just not... pretty much didn't do anything. I mean, it all healed up, realistically. And Zera just, well, pops the blade, and that'll be it. There's only 30 seconds to go or so, as this blade just doing an unbelievable amount of damage, and Infected, of course, still alive. Almost 100% HP there. Eventually ends up going a little bit lower than you'd expect. In fact, falling by side, but it's all Zera all day, baby. Lucius on the board, but hang on a second. Excal ends up coming back in, and I say, Flicker as Zera just absolutely schools Excal. Does end up getting taken down, but the Juno Orbital Ray does end up coming through, so a lot of extra healing and extra damage there from a Z-Man. Oh, and the pause. No. Oh, Seeker DC.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so because of that DC, I feel like UCI should cap here. I mean, yes, you have Orbital Ray, but it's just Juno on point. A lot of long spawns.
Oh.
Man, that was disgusting from Zero, though. The overclock came in. Is like, oh, I'm going to finish capping this point. Not on Zero's watch. Still, though, I mean, UCI, at least they've opened the first checkpoint, but you got to remember, I mean, their backs are so against the wall here on King's Row. Capping with overtime is not going to be good enough. You need to have some time bank to work with.
Yeah, and you've expended all your ultimates as well. To be fair, the other team has too, but you still need to spend time building them up and actually getting a big ult snowball fight to try and get through Second of Kings. So, yeah, unfortunately, with that DC... Oh, maybe not. Okay, here we go. Here we go. We're back in. We're back in. Z-Man?
Oh. Are we back in?
Are we back in? That's the question. Well, Z-Man looks like he's chilling.
Z-Man does not look like he's chilling, Jack. This
He's chilling.
looks
No,
really
watch this.
not
No,
chill.
he's chilling. He's chill.
This does not look chill for Z-Man.
Romani has no CDs for like 3 seconds, so he's chill. He gets the high ground. Here's the plan. He gets the high ground. He has the Ray still going, which will disappear in a couple of seconds. Abril comes back, packs him. Then Seeker comes in, triple blink, on point. He's chilling, Jake. Look, he's chilling.
He is chilling.
He's still alive. He's dead.
Okay. He almost had that. He was really close. I like your vision there with Straw and Jack. Z-Man probably going to regret jumping that Ray. Maybe thought if he keeps Zero online, you know, maybe they do just close it out there. Starting to feel really confident here. Excal over to the Widow. This is the type of variable I think you may need. I mean, the Widow's going to be very hard to stay alive against a player like Zero. We've seen what he can do. But I think maybe your hand is forced for UCI. Widow is just that hero who can always create a win condition no matter what else is going on in the lobby. And I think it may be necessary, but look, he's scared to even go on the high ground. Zera on the flank.
Oh, that Terror Surge is absolutely massive. And Otters, I believe, is split off from the team, yeah? There's the Terror Surge kill. Doing the trading though, Seeker does end up going down on the Ashe. But Infected just standing tall in the front line. Shout comes through from Romani now pushing in. Infected, no CDs left realistically. As soon as that spear spin goes down, it's going to be very vulnerable. Receives the speed ring from Z-Man just in time. As Nightmare just trying to make their retreat. Another fortify. Not quite, sadly, there for Infected. Damage a bit too much. Another shout comes through. UCI can be able to clean up Nightmare.
That was way too close to Infected surviving that fight. I mean, an unbelievable peel from the rest of the team. Still, though, it's the opening for UCI. The Curie ult gets them a ton of card push. Those staggers were very late for Nightmare, so it's going to be coming down to a final fight, to a final contest. You only really have the rally online. UCI kind of has all the tools they need in a great position for Widow. What are Nightmare going to do in this situation?
Yeah, I mean, getting a headshot on someone here is going to be really tough as well. You're dealing with a couple of flankers. Blade ends up coming through, from sight. Bit of damage onto Infected too. Z-Man ends up going down, same with Avril. Support's dead now for Nightmare. Aside just looks towards Infected, who has no backup, no support left. 40 seconds to go, but Zera thinks he can actually win this fight. Otter's now down. A TP and a cleanse already used. He ends up carving up a Psy, and maybe even a third. KHD eventually with a single kunai takes down Zera. Sliver of HP remaining. That could have been a very different fight there if that shot missed. Eventually UCI does manage to cap that second point with 1:50 in the bank.
Man, KHT lives on like less than 10 HP there. And honestly, I think if he goes down there, that's the fight. That's potentially the game. UCI, though, once again, battling back from a tough spot. Still, though, you've got so much delay potential for Nightmare. If they can just stall for overtime defense, it's going to be a win in their book.
Yeah, they're going to be able to do that. That comb is built for it.
Oh, no.
Oh, there comes the Pulsar Torpedo. Psy ends up going down. Rush used from UCI now, trying to push forward, but they're pushing forward into a Terror Surging Infected. They're actually just going to use that Ray first to force UCI away, force their positioning all the way back. Getting a free extra, a bit of ult charge as well for Zera.
Kind of a wasted Ray, though. I mean, that's a big ultimate. Getting no value is definitely way too low, unacceptable here. Ooh, Infected really going to go for it.
Infected super low. Double pocketed too. Couldn't quite stay alive. That DPS passive, that buff to it, in fact, really working out wonders for him. For UCI, sorry, at least. Zera's still coming up with the goods, though. My goodness.
the raw deathmatch from this guy. He's clutching way too many fights.
How is he killing so many?
He did just put this guy in Genji. We don't screw the meta. Put him on Genji. Lock in. Give me the heals. I'm clutching.
I mean, yeah. I mean, honestly, at this point, if everybody's dead but Zera's alive, you have a chance.
Okay, walls is really going to help, though. Very hard for the flankers to get in when they're up against this wall hack. You've got to push down Infected, but so far, I mean, they're waiting out the walls incredibly well, not giving XCal any opportunities. Oh, hey, he's got a chance.
Oh! Zera out of nowhere eliminates XCal into with 10 seconds to go. They got to try and find something here. Duplication onto the Orisa as they do march on forwards. Sound barrier available as well as that Rampage. They're going to have to try and find something in this fight because Nightmare are just finding pick after pick after pick. Zera Search ends up coming through as the Romani Rampage doesn't end up connecting with the backline. There's no Suzu available, but a nice little TP there away from the Kiriko. Does manage to save their life, but is Zera on the rush. He's going to finish it all as Nightmare going to hold on that 3rd point as they find a match point in the series.
This is a tour de force from Zera on the Genji, right? Like lighting it up, offense, defense, doesn't matter. So many opening kills and great discipline as well from Nightmare. In the moments where things are against them, they have to play slow. They actually have the read on that. It's not just that they're terminally aggressive, always going in because they're so confident. They're finding these perfect windows where there's just nothing UCI can really do. Oh my God, like moments like that. It's just, Junker Queen looks pretty rough there.
Yeah, rougher than a bit of sandpaper, I think, Jake. Nice Zera Surge there from Infected. So he actually went for the helicopter play, is what he did there. I mean, Zera has also been farming. Like you said, his deathmatch has just been crazy, just in the neutral. Not afraid to pop ults either. This is the fight he almost won too. I mean, this could have been absolutely massive for Nightmare. Very, very clutch play though coming in for UCI to win out that 1st point at the very least.
Sai as well, though, fighting back pretty well. I mean, this fight, if he doesn't find those 2 picks onto Infected, I mean, this was disgusting. Zera's like, you gotta just believe in these moments, but this is insane. I mean, the clutch potential, though, in the individual basis is there from UCI, right? We saw in that clip, as much as we're highlighting Zera, Sai and KHD finding picks of their own, like finding the trades. They are making this messy, and they're definitely not allowing it to be easy for Nightmare. But it's the team play that puts Nightmare over the top. And somebody like Seeker, being a core hitscan player who's just going venture in the series because that's what he needs to do, that he feels like this is going to be a better character. Really great use of the flexibility that you just don't see that many core hitscan players willing to bring out a hero like Venture.
Well, hopefully we see a little bit more Venture here. Runasapi is the next map. I know, it feels weird being on 3rd map already, but Oasis was very fast. Yeah, here we go. What do you think we're going to see here from Nightmare? Probably the same thing, but let's talk about like DPS matchups specifically. Because you've seen XCal even pop over to like the Widowmaker. Do you expect
Yeah, the Widow has just looked really tough against how aggressive Nightmare is. I mean, I think with this Junker Queen comp, for me, it's like maybe you just have to play Widow and you're just like praying for your Widow to get miracle kills, but it doesn't really make sense. It's not a good time to be on Widow. It's just forcing it for the sake of forcing it. And Nightmare not going to be on a core hit scan. I think that's an interesting choice. I think an Ashe would have been a very normal character to come out here, especially given Seeker's competency. But he's feeling it on the Venture right now, wants to take it into the enemy backline and punish. And KHD and Otters could be in trouble, right? There's a lot of aggressive potential from Infected and the 2 DPS to kill off something like an Ana. I mean, if he doesn't hit his sleeps, it's going to be a really tough fight to survive.
XCal on the Tracer. Sai on the Echo. Can be fairly easy to deal with that Venture, to be fair. There's the Echo. Nice anti-nade on Infected, but it will matter. Oh, double sticky bomb kill from Sai. Okay, that's something at least. But of course, Zera has got hella resets. I mean, look,
dude, he's killing them all.
Dude, my
this comp is actually Genji is God comp. It's like we are all gonna go in and die, and Genji will carry us. I mean, this is what you want if you got a Genji player like Zera on your team, right? Put him on a comp where it's just like you put the pressure on him, you know he can deliver and getting these resets, and he just snowballs exponentially into these fights. He's carrying the team, but they're doing a great job of stabilizing, creating opportunities for him to snowball.
So sharp on the Genji, man.
I mean, he's about to duel this Echo. He's about to dash into the sky and kill her. I mean, it's so unrealistic. I feel like it's gonna happen.
70% on the blade already. Oh, taking a lot of damage here. Not even finishing out that deflect. Had to dash away, knowing though that beam would have come in at any moment. Infected now in the back line, as well as Seeker. Doesn't end up using that burrow to get to the back, and look at that. Like you said, Jake, this backline is going to have a tough job of it staying alive against Infected, who ends up, you know, Infected ends up going in. You want to try and nade yourself. You want to try and bash whip shot, and then you have to worry about the Venture who pops up next to you. It's just so many small things you have to worry about as the UCI backline right now.
Yeah, and I'm thinking about this comp for Queen. I mean, like, normally Queen's this hero who wants to run in, right, like, get a knife on a backliner who can't escape, pull them in, get that kill. But who are you going on as Junker Queen into this comp? Like, Genji, Venture can both escape you super easily. Orisa's an absolute beast. And Kiri and Juno are so elusive, so hard to catch.
Well, here comes the rush. I mean, Romani! Yeah. Well, that's the second time in a row, unfortunately. Ult cancelled there by Nightmare. Duplication comes in as well. From side, okay, trying to sell the score. Seeker already taken out the backline yet again. Lands a double. 7.5 minutes to go.
Oh, he's gonna live.
I think this
it's not looking good,
here,
Jack.
but we'll see. We will see.
Seeker's in. He's about to go in. Oh my. Okay, surely they don't go for more kills here. Take the reset. But I mean, pushing past this choke into last on this map is where it really starts to get out of control, right? Like, this is the fight. UCI can stop the bleeding, but they're up against a really challenging old fight, and I mean, Seeker goes straight to the back line. You can
there's the rally. Ooh, can't quite get the burrow off, sadly. All right, Infected, overstaying your welcome. I think they're my son. Although does end up surviving, at least for the short time. Good little sleep onto Zera. Can they actually kill the Genji? That's the question. It's the deflect. There it is, finally brought to justice. And 135 meters. That's all they're going to get.
In the end, it's expensive, though. It cost UCI everything. I mean, you did have to win that fight, but the cart still rolled through the choke for the duration. Seeker going to go back to the Ashe at an efficient time for the swap since he's already used that tectonic shock on Venture. And now Nightmare can just kind of be passive, play defensive for the next 6.5 minutes. I mean, running this clock down, UCI is going to have trouble crossing open space into the Ashe. And they're not even
playing
it. They're just running it.
And they're dead. Okay, well, I think we go next fight, methinks.
Late deaths are really bad right now, though. Like, CY and XCal have to stay alive and reset because, I mean, look at that barrier, Jack. We're looking at an early cap here. And a late, oh, that's about as late as it gets. Sai got completely caught off on the flank there.
He's hitting the gritty on him, bro. I mean, look, hey, you got to do it to him. I respect it. Oh, in backline. Oh.
No way. This is illegal.
Just put him in a highlight reel and put it on Twitter already, please. Social media manager of the FACEIT League account. Please just put him on. Yeah, that's it. That's the cap, Jake.
That was a crazy kill on Admiral. Is that enough?
Infected AFK. And there it is. Nightmare with a full cap on Runasapi. Just a differential. Honestly, I mean, what more can be really said? I mean, Sarah went kind of sicko mode, and yeah, that's it. That's the quote. That's the title. That's the clip. That's the highlight.
Yeah, the team play really put Nightmare over the top there. But from an individual level, I mean, obviously we're highlighting Zera and Seeker for most of that series, Infected as well. But I gotta give it a shout out. I mean, Sai was having some pretty sick moments on the Echo, on the Genji, like getting a lot of trade kills. So from an individual perspective, I still think there were some stars on UCI, some players that I'm excited to see against other teams. But Nightmare, they just got the download, they get the perfect strategic responses, and they're just executing on way too high a level as a group and as individuals for this to be a close series.
Yeah, not too much more to be said, to be honest. This was a bit of a stomp, you know. They're playing catch-up. That's okay, because we had some closer games over in the EMEA region. So NA is all about speed and efficiency. Nightmare, we can appreciate that. But it's very clearly and very much on display why they were so dominant all regular season long.
Yeah. I mean, you come back from Stockholm as well, where you're scrimming some of the best teams, well, the best teams in the world, right? I mean, they're going to look strong and they're going to look dominant.
This kill.
I mean, although saying that, Zera putting up numbers like this, Zera doing what he was doing in this series, like, I mean, even if you're scrimming against the best in the world, that was a masterclass in how to play the Genji.
Yeah, definitely monster performance. And Seeker's Venture, I think, was a key part of how they got such an enormous lead here on Runasapi. This was another part of how they got a huge lead on Runasapi.
Yeah, true. Infected dancing on the payload. That's facts. He's just been a little payload princess, which is cool. That's fine, because Zera and Seeker were killing everything else.
And hitting the flank from the DPS there. I haven't even seen that push before on Runasapi, right? Send the Ashe and the Genji down that left angle flank, and they're just targeting down the back line.
No one goes there.
I've never seen that. That's
little staircase. Yeah.
I mean,
risky play, right? You can get punished, but it pays off.
Obviously, they looked really, really, really good, but also UCI, they were not the team to push them, you know? Like, we didn't expect them to be able to push them to the limits. I'm very interested to see, though, looking further into this bracket, like, which team can?
I mean, honestly, for me, Nightmare's the favorite to just win the whole thing. Like, I don't know if anyone's going to be able to test this team. I think you're going to have to beat them straight up. Like, I don't think you're going to be beating them by having some tricky comp. Like, Nightmare's very good at flexing and countering you. They're going to respond well to any kind of, like, weird strat you pull out. You need to beat them in, like, the head-to-head skill mirror. And that's a very high bar. That's a very high bar.
Right on. Well, we're heading into a quick break, and then we'll be back with our second match here in our NA region. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back. FACEIT League Season 3. We just watched Nightmare take down UCI. A little 3-0. We're going to be jumping into a in progress match in just a moment, but make sure you go check out the FACEIT website where you can sign up and compete, which is the most important thing and most fun thing. Playing with friends in a ranked kind of environment. I know, Jake, you played a little bit of a FACEIT League this year.
Yeah, you know, I think there's never been a better time to jump into competing in Overwatch with FACEIT now. I mean, even if you don't have friends, you're like me. You know, you can just find scrims, you can find pugs, like-minded players, similar level players, and compete at whatever your skill level might be. And there's more prizes than ever to be won this year. So definitely the big moment. Go sign up, get on FACEIT.com, sign up for the next season. And you know, who knows what your goals are in Overwatch. If you want to be competing with the best of the best, or just play pugs, play tournaments with your friends, all of that is going to be really supported and the emphasis next year for the FACEIT platform.
And it's like easy to find scrims and stuff too. Like, yeah, there's been a lot of like added features over the last year. Definitely a platform that's like building out and making sure that they support every kind of different styles of play. And like you said, you know, if you start an open, hey, maybe get up to advanced, maybe get up to masters, and then for next year you could even qualify for OWCS. So yeah, make sure you go check that out on faceitleague.com/FACEIT But yeah, we're going to get into a match that is currently underway in just a moment. But yeah, I think it's quite fun actually, Jake, because it's at least for next year. We're not in there just yet, although saying that, it's like 15 days away or like something like that until next year. It feels really weird, but we're pretty close to the next year. And like with OWCS, it feels like with a tier 2 relegation promotion kind of series straight up into OWCS, it's going to be really cool. There's going to be lots of new names and faces that we're going to see, of course, but having those games broadcasted too will be really fun.
Yeah, potentially some of those teams could be competing in this tournament right now, right? Like these are the type of teams that want to be making it into OWCS next year, that want to be fighting for their chance at a relegation match, trying to earn their way to play at the highest level of competition. So I'm excited to see what we get from some of these tier 2 teams where there's been a lot of innovation. There's been a lot of different comps played in the EU. We saw a lot of different strats played. It seems like the meta has diversified quite a bit from what we saw at Stockholm.
Yeah, okay, thankfully, because I cannot take another double cage, double ray into a copy into a cage and then another like I just no, please no more.
I will say the double Reaper does strike a chord with me. I'm kind of a fan of the Echo copy Reaper plus real Reaper. Die.
It's kind of epic in a cool trailer kind of way, but then when you see it every game and it's like, okay, well, maybe not. It was kind of cool to see the Echo evolving though, to be fair, because most Echoes were duping the Mauga to start off with, and then it was like, okay, actually, if we just dupe Reaper, we can just shoot more people and we can kill more people and we can win, and then you hit the double ult and it's pretty sick. It's yeah, it was cool to see that kind of evolution, but I am glad we're seeing a little bit of variety here as well. We're seeing some Venture, which is kind of sick. I've been playing a lot of Venture recently, so
Venture Genji,
yeah, I do believe
combo.
I do believe the game's ready, so we'll jump on in. This should be map number 3, Runasapi here, as we jump into Citrus Nation versus Dreamland.
Citrus Nation, I believe, leading 2-0 right now. So backs against the wall, Fluffy Dreamland. They're potentially in trouble. Chime on the Mei. That's kind of been the signature look for the Dreamland. They played the Mei while others have eschewed it, and so far Citrus has been answering it really well. Now Doomed in the lineup alongside Chronic on the DPS. Looks like a pretty conventional Orisa comp, but honestly, Zeb is very confident on the Orisa. I think this is like his best hero, this most comfortable hero. So this does look like a potentially scary meta to go up against a team like Citrus Nation.
All right, here we go. Seeing oh yeah, the DPS are swapped around in the UI there. Everybody's a little bit mixed up. It's like Overwatch of old, where everybody would join the lobby randomly. But you'll know what they're playing, and no real surprises here from someone like Chime either on the Mei. It's good to see him back, and with Dreamland playing the Sojourn as well. Of course, only just recently buffed, which has been really sick to see, because Sojourn as a character in general, pretty entertaining to watch.
Yeah, Chime needs to find some headshots, some snipes with this Mei. I think they really do want to just poke away and trade kills. But Doomed is always going to be looking for a chance to dive in and pick off a backliner. So you got to be careful about this Genji.
Yeah, he's already used that deflect. Astro Dude ended up trading there. Should be nice for Citrus Nation. They can push on forward. I mean, yeah, you've lost your Genji, sure, but Chronic can just land a nice little headshot. They are just pushing the payload for the time being, and they are trying to pick off Ryan. Might be a little bit more elusive than Chronic wants him to be. End up doesn't actually following up with a kill. Master watches back as Ryan just peeks around the corner and takes down Zeb. So what looked to be a Citrus Nation fight to win actually flipped on his head as Dreamland come up big.
Yeah, it's a great clutch from Dreamland, right? Without their Orisa, it did look like the fight was going against them, but the Mei wins this fight, and opening up that first fight and push is a big deal, right? It's going to get you a lot of free card time, give Dreamland a little bit more space to spam, and getting closer to these ultimates while playing slow. Like, when you have the initiative on the objective, you are very happy with this Mei and Sojourn, just sniping, looking for kill opportunities. Now Doomed is really going to feel the pressure to make something happen on Genji, but it's not an easy position. I mean, no one is really giving it any opportunities.
Yeah, nice little corner hold. Renko very close to this orbital ray, only 15% away, just needs to get this online. That will be a checkpoint if they manage to get it off successfully. Slowly but surely. Also, both Sojourn's kind of classic Sojourn meta as well. One of them's looking for a pick off. But here comes the orbital ray from Renko, speed ray already used. And well, it looks like Zeb wants to step up. Has got Terror Surge, so could be a force to be reckoned with, but almost instantly taken out. Blizzard deployed by Chime, just separate the team as Doomed pops the blade, but instantly frozen. A rather scrappy affair as Chime and Astro now try and stand on the point, but is slowly moving away from them. However, as Neutral managed to use that late orbital ray, but is Jacob quickly picked off those icicles. Another aim from Chime, we know all too well for the Mei, and you can see why.
Yeah, getting Mail value is easier said than done in this matchup. I mean, I think the Mail's pretty hard to get much out of, so pretty happy he's able to find the Genji, shut down the blade before it can do too much damage. But for the most part, this does look like just like a reset. I think Citrus gonna kind of hold the same position, but Dreamland are winning. I mean, it's Citrus Nation who have to change the status quo. They're looking into this off angle, but Chime is so ready for it.
Going on a cheeky flank. Yeah, can't quite find line an icicle there, but what a devastating combo too. I mean, hitting someone with an icicle body shot and then straight into a railgun, like, yeah, you're dead. Can't stay around for too long. Dreamland now pushing forward, just so many ults on board. An early rally there coming in, but already a Terror Surge, just lining Ryan up perfectly for these railguns. I mean, these overclocks, they're just so deadly, and everybody's grabbed in, slowed up a little bit, and that's an easy collateral from Ryan. Even if he's not getting kills, it's enough for the rest of the team to follow up, and that'll be checkpoint for Dreamland.
Yeah, and continuing to get a bigger lead. This open part of the map looks pretty good. Tribe is able to put a lot of pressure down with the Mei. The walls are forcing a bigger response. Neutral gonna make the swap over to the Zen. This is an unconventional response, but I kind of like it, right? Dreamland, are you really gonna be able to play slow against, well, now the Kiriko, but the Pharah as well? Now I think this poke trade is going to start to look a lot better for Citrus Nation, and it's going to be Dreamland who may need to make something happen with this Mei, may need to initiate and push in, but that's a much taller ask.
Yo. 27 HP.
Scary.
That was close. All right, nice little check there by Grapes, making sure Doom can't get an off angle on the Pharah. Overclock huge, speed ring for Chronic. Here comes the rally, nice bash as well as Chronic finally brought down those Pulsar Torfinos, managing to find the final blow. Stun onto Zeb, a little icicle to the face as well, onto Neutral. Chime with this Blizzard, and with Dreamland's space control here with the Mei. As soon as that Pharah ends up falling, just the Mei doesn't really have too much to worry about.
I mean, Chime is kind of unconventional on the Mei in this comp, right? Like, he's not necessarily running in, trying to wall the enemy like we do sometimes see Mei do. He's playing more passively, poking away, and using the wall as a way to clear out some of those resources from Citrus Nation. Now Chronic onto the Widow. So once again, Citrus Nation are looking to find ways to force Mei's hand and not allow them to play this passive, slow style that they've been so adept at.
Oh, the barrage on Astro's back. Unfortunate. Here comes the orbital ray as well. Zeb already going golden there, trying to survive it through the damage. And Chime, well, I mean, Chronic can't really stand around for too long, unfortunately, as the Widowmaker. Terror Surge being used to try and survive once again as Blizzard is popped down at Chime's feet. An unconventional. It does work out for Fluffy Dreamland more often than not, but can they actually kill the Orisa? I don't think they can. Zeb, throughout the whole thing, was just ping-ponging between, what, 10 HP and full HP the whole time. Just refused to go down. Every cooldown in the book used by Zeb to keep Citrus Nation in that fight.
Yeah, it looked like Fortify just came up in time to escape from the Mei ult. Needed that. Chime over to the Genji, so realizing, yeah, okay, this slow poking style is just not going to work against Widow. But Chronic, in this wide angle, he's at such long range. Kind of hard to deal with the Widow. Card being pulled towards him. I like the setup for Citrus Nation, but now Dreamland is going to be their opportunity with the Genji, with the overclock. Diving in, getting resets. Chronic's going to have basically one chance to get a kill. I mean, I think they're going to get on top of him very quickly in this next fight.
He knows it too. Oh, even Chime. Okay, on to the Genji instead of the Mei. Doomed already dead. There's Chronic under pressure, but whoa, look at that. Nice little backup there from neutral. Although it's all right in this fight, apparently. Already 2 kills with that Overclock, now turning his attention towards Zeb. Overclock does end up running away, running out here, but it doesn't matter. Zeb is finally brought down as Chronic dealt with. I think it's about time they end up going for the swap. I mean, you got sights, but it's whatever. Citrus Nation lose control of the bot. 3.5 minutes to go now.
Yeah, Dreamland just, for me, having a better mastery of the swap game here, right? Like, they're forcing all these wild comps out of Citrus Nation, and Citrus Nation just don't look that comfortable having to make all these swaps. Dreamland have just, it's only Chime, right? He's been playing the Mei. Okay, now you're trying to play a slow hero. I'm going to go Tracer, punish that. Makes a lot of sense for me. Chronic needs to find some kind of opening kills on this Widow, but it's so hard. He has to be very scared.
Tracer for Chime. Another swap. Sight active. No one peeking just yet. You can hold this corner with the Orisa. Not too much of an issue. A nice double body shot there onto Renko. Dicing with death, although look how low the front line is. Astro required healing. Chime eventually takes down Chronic, who's been quite annoying. However, oh, that rush. Almost got rush jacks there. That was very close. But Chime on the Tracer, and a very different style here from Dreamland. They, like you said, Jake, swapping up here, there, and everywhere. Going for almost a full dive with Grapes and Ryan and Chime on the sidelines.
Yeah, Citrus gonna do the double support swap, right? Like, get neutral back to the Juno, Jacob back to the Brig, stabilize things a little bit, but they're staring down a pretty tough disadvantage here in terms of the objective progress. They need to find openings, but I mean, just with the Terra Surge, kind of hard to push in and force. It's Renko who's in full control of this game with the Orbital Ray.
Yeah, Terra Surge available, drags everybody in. You got a shield at some point. Renko does end up going down. Even that Orbital Ray is not enough to kind of help them. He's running away from them right now. Eventually is going to pass through that wall, so not effective for Dreamland whatsoever. This Chime tries to find one exit kill, just anything at this point. Chronic does end up flipping around, and there's the kill onto the Tracer, and there it is, bot moving 104 meters to 40. Dreamland still in a decent spot, and well, the bot will reset that forward spawn, but not for long.
It's a big fight to win to turn the tempo of the ult game, though. I mean, you know, Orbital Ray is generally considered the trump card in this comp, like the most dominant ultimate. And to win, to trade that with the Terra Surge and to win the fight is huge. It's just what Citrus needed to put some win back in their sails and build momentum to potentially make a comeback happen. But Chime is unchecked on the flank, right on the Widow, and there she goes.
Alrighty, okay. Yeah, but Kiriko nowhere near, unfortunately, to get that Suzu off. That's 1 kill for Chime. As now they look for the flank. With only a minute to go, they are in desperate need of something. Blade popped by Doomed. A couple of, what was that, 3 or 4 slashes on the Brig. That'll do. It's enough. Unfortunately, though, a little bit too slow for Renko, though. That kill onto the Juno extremely hard as soon as you've used that dash, as Renko just glides gracefully away from the Genji's blade.
Yeah, and Chime is just not really letting Chronic get any space to find opportunities to find picks. The Widow has kind of fallen flat so far on Runasapi, and it's not a bad Widow map, right? There's a lot of these wide open angles. Dreamland have just done really well managing the angles, not creating opportunities. Still, Infrasight is your best chance on Widow to get kills. Even a headshot on the tank, it's not bad, right? Forces that gold as well. Could be an opportunity here for Zeb to push, find something.
Yeah, no way he was even going to give him a chance to shoot that. OT approaching, Rally, Overclock, available for Dreamland. Similar odds coming up for Citrus Nation here. Oh, there's the pick though. Chronic finds Ryan, no Overclock available now for Dreamland. This is Citrus Nation's chance to come back into this one, and what a bash. Stops Chime in his tracks. Still Rally spending from Citrus Nation. Not too much of a delay there onto Grapes, but now you have to be perfect. And you haven't even got checkpoint as well, so an added delay for Citrus.
It's really big, though, that Grapes was able to get back to the bot and not get stalled, right? Like, the cap's going to come through, but you're still going to have at least 2 solid fights for Dreamland, and this is overtime, so there's no wiggle room to get off the point. In the face of something like a Rally and an Orbital Ray, maybe Zeb can hold on, but oh my, Doomed, that's just what the team needed.
Chime down. Chronic on a decent angle as well if they do jump out that window. I don't think they're even going to have a chance to do it, to be honest with you. I mean, Doom's just shutting this window on him.
Yeah, he's
Almost got
pressuring
played
it
as
so
well.
hard. And now we're in a one-fight scenario, right? Like, you don't have any wiggle
Oh,
room.
there's the rally. All right. Oh, but Chronic takes down Renko somehow. Ryan also ends up going down to Doomed. How have they let this slip? How have they let this happen? Grapes Nasher at least settled the score there, killing Chronic and Jacob. Chime with the pulse bomb could look for a flank kill here. Citrus Nation still have control of the bot, and they've got Terror Surge, they've got the blade, they've got the tools to actually win this map. Can this pulse bomb actually connect? Neutral trying to dodge away. Oh, what a perfect read from Chime. Saw that maybe the Juno was going to go for the health pack, and rightfully manages to get for the stick. And now with this limited healing of the blade gone, Terror Surge is the only tool they can use, and Zeb gets annihilated. No heals left as Dreamland managed to pick up that win. What an unbelievable stick there. That was ridiculous. Terror Surge blade, you're like, okay, we've won this, guys, but that stick was someone else.
Yeah, that was good patience as well from Dreamland, right? Like, there was 3-on-3. They could have just rushed straight to the cart and like hope, oh, we're probably gonna win 3-on-3, but they play it slow. They give it just a few more meters of cart time, and that allows their spawning teammates to get back to the fight a little bit quicker. 5-on-3, and then the pulse bomb is just the end, slamming the door on Citrus Nation. This could be the start of something. I think this May looked pretty solid on Runasapi, but since the series is 2-0, I have to imagine that on other maps that there have been answers for Citrus Nation, that maybe this is just a tougher map to play against that slow style on the May that generated such advantage here at the start of Runasapi.
All right, okay. Got a series in our hands. There's that nice stick on the Widowmaker as well. I'm surprised to see him Widowmaker here, but it can work. The, you know, long sight lines. Really nice.
He was producing these last couple fights, right? He picked up the Juno. Right. I mean, that's game winning, right? That gives you the chance. Without that pick, would have been a much more difficult fight. But in the end here, just too much objective advantage. A couple fights earlier in the game going against Citrus Nation, and that would have been a cap. Or rather going against Dreamland, and they would have capped, but it was that early progress early in the round to get such a big lead. They had the ability to bend but not break here in the final fight.
Man, that prediction was so sick. You know the Juno's going towards that health pack as well, gliding along. Juno's so hard to stick as well, but hey, if you're going towards there, I know exactly where I want to be as well. Good stuff all around. Yeah, I mean, look, Citrus Nation, thinking maybe they come away with this one with a little 3-0, but they've always been a very, very close set of teams, to be fair, them and Fluffy Dreamland. Or Fluffy Aimers, you know, whatever name they decide to choose this week.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this series from the outset, name-wise, I would have thought, you know, these teams are pretty closely matched. Like, historically, they've both been teams that have sometimes upset top teams and sometimes fallen, right? Like, they've been those teams on the cusp, you know, trying to make it to that next level. And I do kind of consider them both as teams that want to be competitive in a tournament like this. Like, maybe they'll have a tough time, but they want to be challenging a team like Nightmare. They have to be having their eyes on that target. This isn't these aren't teams rather that are going to be okay with like, oh, we qualified here, we can lose out in this tournament, we did well already this season. No, I think both these teams have a higher expectation of themselves, especially for Citrus. Honestly, in an Orisa meta, this should be their comfort zone.
Yeah, I mean, look, double elimination as well, so even if Dreamland do end up falling, you can still get another chance. Hey, that's the best thing about double elimination. Thank goodness we're in this age of Overwatch where it exists almost permanently. Look, Citrus Nation still here with an advantage. They're going to go into the next map. They can rinse and repeat, hopefully, with Chronic on the Widowmaker. I want to see them pop off that again. I want to see more Gibraltar too, by the way. I feel like we haven't seen Dive in so long. It was so nice to see it in Stockholm. I'm curious where we're going to go. I can't quite remember. Oh, I don't think we saw the map pool.
I don't think we've seen the map set for this, so we'll have to see what.
Yeah, we'll have to see where we go.
I do think that Chronic's Widowmaker was solid. He was producing on it, but honestly, I think I'd rather invest in Zeb as Citrus Nation, right? Like, you know, Zeb's a solid Orisa player. You have confidence in this front line. I think play that front line trade fight, right? Like, maybe the May was a challenge here on Runasapi, but if Doom can bring out the Pharah, something like that, put some more pressure on the May, I think winning this tank trade is going to be the key to winning an Orisa mirror. Like, if you play Widow, I just feel you're gambling. You're like, maybe on Gibraltar, sure, okay, of course, don't get me wrong, Widow's gonna dominate, but on these Orisa maps, I feel Widow's scary, man. Like, you get 1 or 2 chances at a headshot, and then the Orisa's on top of you, and your day is done. You're not looking real good with the Orisa on top of you on Widowmaker.
Plus, if you do go to Orisa maps and like maps that kind of don't have that many long sightlines, or maybe a couple of chances, like you said, Chime can just play May and then kill you over and over again. Even hitting a couple of icicles from downtown forces the Widow's positioning, or any kind of like long range hit scan's positioning, and it could be really tough. Not not too unconventional at this point, I don't think, to see the Mei, especially from someone like Chime, but it could be really tough, especially if you're not scrimming against it a ton. But you're expecting when you go into the lobby a world-class Mei performance, and hopefully we continue to see that from Dreamland. Map number 4, of course, is going to come up in just a moment. Just waiting for the players to get into the lobby and ready to go. I think it's about 2 minutes, so yeah, we'll be there in a minute.
I believe it will be Clash/Flash, so I'm curious to see what the teams banned, how they drafted maps. Honestly, I think the key here is going to be dealing with Chime's Mei. Like, that's going to be something unconventional that you haven't seen that much of. You started off the series strong, but here on Runasapi, the Mei was a problem, and there was a lot of chaotic swipes from Citrus Nation. There wasn't like a defined response. It didn't seem they were really well prepared, at least on that map, so it definitely was a tougher test.
I don't know if that was you.
Somebody rang my doorbell, yeah.
Someone rang your doorbell. It's like, it's like, okay, well, match is starting, guys. It was someone ringing the door.
Guys, we're live.
Invite him in and bring him on the
car. Our producer,
Shane.
Ben. He's knocking on my door. I guess we're about to go to the match. Get ready.
This is kind of a grudge match as well for Citrus. Dreamland managed to knock them out in the Season 2 playoffs of the FACEIT League. So definitely a match that they want to win. Just, you know, continue that trend potentially.
Well, I mean, they're in a tough spot. As we've just heard, it's going to be Suravasa for the next map, which strikes me as a tough spot for Mei. Like, just, it's not a good Mei map. There's a couple points where I could see the Mei being pretty effective. So maybe if you win on those points, but there's a couple that are really rough. I think mid-fight can be hard on Mei. I wouldn't mind if we see Doom playing the Pharah here, right? Like, play that spam damage, put some more pressure on the Mei. If the Mei's pushing forward and forcing some kind of aggressive wall, I think she's not so strong in this meta. But if she can just sit back and snipe, I think that's where Chime is a real threat. And if you can't play slow against the Mei, you could run into trouble. So I think that's going to be the adaptation from Citrus. But we'll see. Maybe they have a different perspective on it. They've tried a few hero swaps. Maybe they found something that they liked, something they can stick with. Maybe it is the Widow. But Suravasa, I mean, that would be unconventional.
Yeah, Suravasa, yeah, for the Widowmaker, definitely not. It's probably just going to be Sojourn, I'd imagine. I mean, Chronica's no slouch when it comes to the Sojourn either, to be fair. Yeah, Sojourn, especially with this new buff, it does seem they're really trying to push Sojourn back into the meta, because we've seen Ashe just almost permanently for far too long. Not far too long, but like for a long time.
Sojourn's picked up a lot of buffs.
Yeah, she had the Disruptor Shot buff, so you get energy now when someone sits in your Disruptor Shot, and then your rail now scales differently. So before it was 1 to 100, now it is, what is it, 20 to 120. So at 100 rail, you're getting extra damage, like, on top. And then, obviously, Headshot Multiplier plays into that factor. You can one-shot Tracer now as well, just straight up bang. Just, if you see that Tracer flanking, boom, here in the headshot, easy clap. Like, Soj very much feels like she's being pushed to the forefront of the meta, which is very exciting, because Sojourn's sick to watch, and pretty damn good with Orisa too. Like, Orisa being able to slow people, stun people, terror surge people together, railgun shots are super easy to land when you're immobilized like that.
Yeah, and I think the Genji looks great this meta, and great follow-up for a hero like Sojourn, right? Who wants to get in, put down big damage, create openings, but isn't the pure sniper like a Widow Hanzo getting the one-shot kills. Sojourn wants somebody to come in and clean up those weak players and snowball the team fight. And we've seen what Zero SI did in that last series on the Genji. It looked really, really strong, looked phenomenal. Maybe even unseating the Echo that was so dominant in Stockholm. And you know, traditionally I would say Echo's good against Genji, but so far it's been kind of all Genji this tournament, other than Chime, who brought out the Mei and played a different style from something else.
Well, it's Chime, so yeah, you kind of expect it. All right, let's get into the game though. Suravasa Flashpoint, 4th map in this series, Dreamland versus Citrus Nation. We jumped into this one halfway through, so didn't get the full context of what happened in the first couple of maps, but of course we're back to Suravasa, which means there's more pigeons on the menu.
Always.
They even cheered in Stockholm. If anybody was watching Stockholm or is in the crowd, yeah, as soon as those pigeons come up, the crowd goes wild. It's a cultural phenomenon, if I do say so myself.
Chime marking Genji for the moment. Curious to see if this is real. He's going to Sim TP. Sim TPing does suggest he's not going to play Mei, or else you'd probably have the Sojourn do it.
Ooh, let's have a look.
Both teams going to this right side rollout. It is going to be a mirror.
Okay.
Citrus, I think, are going to be confident here. I think Doom definitely very sharp on the Genji. Chime looked a bit shaky when he did bring out the Genji on Runasapi.
right, let's have a little look. Zeb 1 HP. 1 HP. Yep, and pop gold. And popped pretty much everything else. All right, Doindon was going down there as well to Chime, who dashed from beneath him. There it is. Okay, kill from Ryan. Headshot landing onto the Genji.
Yeah, Zeb just got absolutely destroyed walking up to that high ground, and then there was just no opportunity for Citrus to fight from there on out. Big pickup from Ryan, though, denies the reset, and now Citrus is going to have to try and work their way back in.
Yeah, do you not get destroyed walking upstairs challenge? Zeb? Yo, that's not where you want to be. Railgun goes a little bit wide, but still under a lot of pressure. Now Ryan, too, taking a lot of damage. Look at that, how low that Brig is. Jacob ends up going down just in the neutral. They're going to be able to get a double here. Looks like Chime and Grapes just on this small off angle. Helping with the heals, helping take out Chronic. Really big pick from Dreamland.
It's such a chaotic fight, but if Citrus can regroup with Zeb, I think they're going to be pretty all right with this. Renko died very late there on the flank, and without a Juno, it could be hard for Dreamland to hold on to the point. Citrus Nation want to strike while the iron's hot here.
They do, but can they actually get in? They can. Looks like Dreamland's just going to back all the way off. No, they can't win that fight without Juno.
Yeah, well played by Citrus there, scrapping it out and getting the flip here. Now time pressure in their favor. Gonna assist them in this trade.
Astra taking a lot of damage on the come up there, on the little stairs. Terror Surge available from Zeb. Still backing up a little bit, giving the space to Dreamland for the time being. Rally available from Grapes too. Everybody's kind of surrounding him, and there it is. There's the Terror Surge. Chime going super low as well, and the rally comes out. Orbital Ray available from Citrus Nation as they try and fight on the stairs and just continue the pressure onto the front line. A nice little stun bash there onto Zeb, but the Terror Surge comes in from Astro this time. Ryan does manage to line up a shot onto Chronic. Dreamland still in control of the point, 65% and building, as Citrus Nation have to back off, have to give it up, and maybe give up a couple of their lives as well. Zeb manages to get out just in time as the chase continues from Dreamland, just trying to follow as many cooldowns as possible. Blade pop straight to the backline. Ryan turn tail and running. Nothing from Doom there. Maybe one slash, but that was about it. And now a return blade from Chime, quickly shut down by the pulsar torpedoes of Neutral. A trade though, Jake, as Doom also falls.
Chronic has to be a player here, has to find some opportunities. Juno headshot, that's big, needs to follow it up, needs to find more.
Right?
So much pressure on him.
Tap by Chronic. Asher also ends up falling over. OT in session for Dreamland, but they can't quite get it. Oh, the stagger onto Renko as well. Could be large.
Is rough. Ooh. This is going to be the point, probably. Oh, wait, Renko.
Oh, Renko, my boy.
Oh, my. If he lives, this is huge, actually. Oh, that's massive. Be able to slip away. But still, though, the time is so low. I don't know if they're going to.
I don't think they touched, though, Jake. Yeah. Just point over to Citrus Nation. Damn, that fight was insane. Both Genjis losing their life so early on in the fight just came down to those overclocks.
Yeah, Chronic having the OC, definitely critical. But connecting the shots, too, right? I mean, he could have easily gone down there with a lot of pressure coming in on him. He misses 1 or 2 shots. That fight could look very, very different. So Citrus Nation, clutch up, take the first flashpoint. Now looking to jockey for tank pressure here as Astro low on the armor, kind of struggling in this trade.
Okay, I have not seen the Soj skin in first person, the new one. It has the dog on top of the gun and it jiggles when she shoots. That is epic. Do watch it. So when we go on Chronic's POV again, watch the little dog. It's so funny, actually. All right, Ryan takes his head off for neutral. Vaporizes. Here we go. Look. Look, it jiggles a little bit.
Oh, that is cute.
Yeah, it's really cute. All right, Dreamland. Need to push on forward now. Neutral is dead, of course. But Citrus Nation still not giving up the ghost at all. Not letting this point go over. Ryan with a fully charged railgun. Terror Surge in the back. That's a lot of damage onto the soldier. But return Terror Surge in the orbital ray. You don't need to charge that up for long to guarantee yourself a kill. Chronic does take 2 with him. But it should be a fight win here for Dreamland.
Doomed and Neutral, though, fighting pretty well here. If they can get out, they should be relatively quick to stabilize, and that was Orbital Ray expended from Renko to close that fight out. Neutral, with his own Orbital Ray, could be a really strong way to flip the point here. You do rev rally from Grapes, but are you really going to rally into the Orbital Ray? That's a pretty scary proposition. And the flip for free, that's terrible.
All right, overclocks have been popped, but Chronic's got the advantage. Using the Orbital Ray as additional damage. That's one-shot body shots right there on pretty much almost everybody. Scary stuff. That flip is not exactly what you wanted to see, honestly. Looks like the Genji's going to be able to get out. Yeah, Chime gets out alive. 99% on that blade to boot.
Yeah, Chime does have blade. Graves with the rally is going to make it much more difficult for Doom to get in, but still not necessarily easy to just initiate with Blade, right? We've seen how much focus fire the Genjis take when they come into the enemy backline, how easy it is to get CC'd and die. So both teams going to have to posture here, try to create the opportunity. Doom goes first.
Blade pop from Doom there, like Ezio jumping down from the rafters, but Chime has got one better. Jacob already down, actually spots Doomed, gets one flash on him. Genji pretty low, finished off like grapes. I say a whip shot to kill him off, and Citrus Nation control the point, but not for much longer, as Dreamland are going to be able to clean up. Chime looking rather clean there on the Genji.
Decent fight, and Citrus Nation, no ultimates to speak of, kind of a long way off from anything. Gonna have to find opening picks here, right? Like, there's no easy way to initiate. I don't think you're gonna be able to farm an ultimate before this clock goes against you.
What?
But that's the pick you needed. That's exactly the pick you needed. Now the front line gonna be falling apart for Dreamland, and Doom knows it.
Wait. Rewind real quick. All right, Dreamland, you lost one now. What do? You got 75% on the board, and Citrus Nation capping the point. Are they going to jostle, or are they just going to give this one up? Looks like they're going to give it up, but they have to be quick. 97% and building. Someone has to touch for OT, and it will be Astro. Terror Surge available. Has gone golden already. Now focusing fire onto Zeb and Chronic at the front line. As soon as Chronic dashed away, the Terror Surge was popped, but not before Chronic actually gets out alive. The low trickling health bars of the Citrus Nation are going to be very apparent now. This Orbital Ray should finish this fight for Dreamland. They didn't really want to invest this much. And in fact, a rally coming through. This is an overcommittal there by Jacob. They don't end up winning that point. Don't even get back for an OT touch.
Yeah, definitely a wasted rally. Arguably, I think even Renko's Orbital Ray maybe wasn't necessary to close that out, but Jacob popping the rally kind of makes it worthwhile. Still, though, the ultimate tempo is swinging back in favor of Citrus Nation. So as we head to the next flashpoint, I think this is one that they should be opening up on. Ryan, though, 85 to that overclock. He would love to get that online, would love to find some initial opening spam. Got to be careful, though. You know Doom's Genji is looking for those picks on the flank.
All right, big wrapping around here from Dreamland. Try to force Chronic off the high ground. There you go. Okay, Chronic just going to transition to the other one. Oh, that bash! That bash was sick! Stuns Doom, followed up with a spear, insta-kill on the Genji, CC to death pretty much. Blade available as they actually end up popping the Ray here despite losing one pretty early. Blade available from Chime, trying to stay alive right now. Same with the rest of his team, we're just dancing around the center of the point, away from this additional Ray damage. Renko now in trouble, does manage to use that shift to get away, and oh, the slippery Juno play from Renko. Does eventually end up getting killed by Zeb there. Point capped by Citrus Nation as well. This is an extreme messy fight.
Astro.
Doom dead once again as Astro picks off the Genji. But it is all Citrus Nation still, Jake, in control.
That was such a sick spear from Astro onto the Genjis while they're dueling. Saves his Genji and turns that little 1v1 around. But you're right, just too strong of a fight from the Orbital Ray. And Citrus Nation having the confidence to commit that 4v5 ends up paying off big time as they win with now what it looks like a relatively minimal commitment of ults. Dreamland, yes, you can initiate with overclock, but can be hard to sometimes walk in with that skill. Chronic's the one who's going to be in position to play nice and defensive, have a good angle for the OC. Ryan, just no targets to speak of here.
All right, quick wrap. Unlike me wrapping my Christmas gifts. Blade available from Doomed. Astro's already gone golden, big cooldown already used, and you can see the blade being popped. Terror Surge trapping everybody in. Ryan, the target for the Genji, gets the dash. Easy reset there onto the Sojourn, and that will be 2 points for Citrus Nation as Doom somehow manages to stay alive.
Yeah, Genji real one. The spin blade, I mean, they just see that Sojourn, they know she's got overclock, and they just think, you know what?
It is
spin blade,
insane,
we shut this
bro.
Sojourn down, like, good
Terror
luck,
Surge
bro. Good luck.
grabbing people an extra 2 meters is a little wacky. Like, it's so strong now.
Yeah, you try to slide away on Sojourn too, and it just pulls you
good
right
luck.
back in. You could be in real trouble. Once again, overclocks I think are going to define this team fight, but Astro does have that spin. It's going to make it much harder for Citrus Nation to play this frontline fight. Doomed has got to be very careful. You dash in, you go for a kill, and you don't find it instantaneously, you're going to die to a spin. But that is the biggest kill you can find on the map right now.
Yep, Renko down, both overclocks popped. Here comes the rally from Citrus Nation. A headshot to Astro will end that fight. Ryan, unfortunately, just shooting into a concrete wall called Orisa with the overclock.
Yeah, the opening kills have just been great from Citrus Nation. Whether it's Doomed or Chronic, they found a lot of these key kills on the Sojourn, on the Juno, and those are just the type of kills where, I mean, the other team basically has to instantly int on you and instantly trade to have any hope of winning the fight. just not likely in the Brig Juno comp, right? It's all about that slow and steady frontline trade. So anything forcing your opponent's hand is going to look really, really good in this meta.
Such a nice spot for Chronic to be in as well, like on this side of the map. Can get the high ground if you really need to, if you need to run away from somebody. Renko starts to fight off with an orbital ray, but it looks like Citrus Nation are going to respond in kind. Oh, a good stun onto Astro. No CDs remaining for the Orisa, but now both tanks are down. Oh, it's a free-for-all now, just waiting for the Genjis to hit those resets. And it looks like Doomed comes out on top. As Citrus Nation managed to clean up, and Jake, final fight now. Astro and Ryan going Tracer Doom to get the touch.
That was just a backbreaker, Jack. 3 ults to 1, and it's Citrus Nation with the single ray that comes out on top. That is really hurting. He's gonna touch, but this looks unwinnable here. Maybe Chime's Blade, maybe
all of the fates.
Kill 6. I don't know. This is gonna need to kill the coach with this blade.
All right, there's the blade. It's going to get popped. Jacob already down. There's one hitting the deflector pretty early. As Doom's just going for the chase. He knows exactly the win condition of Dreamland, and it was that blade. Chime just had to run away from Doomed as soon as he used that deflect. Still, though, they are surviving on point right now as Doom's dropped pretty low. Astro dragged back in, though, with that Terror Surge, and the survivability from the Orisa can't be understated. As Citrus Nation take the map and the series, a 3-1 victory for them.
Yeah, the Genji from Doomed, I think, was just a huge factor in this series. Chronic as well really came alive on the tail half of Flashpoint, started really lighting it up, finding tons of opening kills with the rail. And Citrus Nation gonna advance. A worthy win for them in the Orisa meta. Zeb also looking phenomenal in the front line.
Absolutely. And we get that grudge match, which they probably don't care about because it's way too long ago. But set it up.
You don't know, so sometimes you don't forget so easily.
Storyline. I mean, hey, if it's the team that knocked you out of a bracket, you want to get back at them next.
I think they remember. I think they remember. Right? If it's me, I'm remembering.
I mean, I remembered. Now I have a goldfish memory. So.
Hey, better than mine.
Also, apparently, Jack, you're a fish expert. Goldfish actually don't have that bad of a memory. Is that correct?
No, I don't think fish do in general. It's just that they do, this is going to sound hella mean, but like they don't have the brain capacity realistically to just.
How dare you say such a mean thing?
Yeah, I mean, most fish. I'm sorry to say it. They just don't have the brain capacity to like feel or like the memory isn't an important thing for them. It's more like a habit forming and Pavlovian response.
Okay.
You actually have a fish.
There you go. There's the harsh fish fact for the day. They haven't got bad memories. They just got bad brain.
Doom gets rally bashed into spear into Genji dash and just vaporized. You're like, what happened?
Yeah. So you hope he has goldfish memory at this point. You don't want him to remember that.
Yeah, exactly. You're hoping for the very least. I mean, look, the Genjis look sick here. And this is the perfect fight, right? Where both tanks die, because then it's no need to worry about the Orisas, and now hopefully the Genjis hit the resets. It was all on the raise. There was a lot of really nice pickoffs early from the Sojourns too. It's something that we're going to see a lot more often, I think. Just like back to they're fast fights, but the setup is kind of slow, waiting for one of the Sojourns to hit a rail for the Genji to finish off, or hit a spear for the Soj to then finish off. I think it's a really exciting time with Sojourns back in the meta.
It really is. It's high-octane gameplay. That's what I want from my Overwatch, and that's what we're getting currently. So I'm very, very excited about that, and very excited for what more is to come and what different looks those teams have to show us, because we have not seen all the teams play yet. Let's take a look at our brackets to see where we're at. This was an upper bracket match, right? So neither of the teams is out just yet. There's still a second chance. Dreamland, I do believe they will be facing off against UCI since the bracket swaps. I'm trying to like visualize it in my head. I don't need to do it in my head. We have it on our screen. Perfect, because that would have probably not gone too well. And now Citrus Nation will have the utmost displeasure of going up.
Dude, 0-3 Splash went to 5. That's damn.
I know these matches are going places.
2 to 5. Wait, 2-3 surely, right?
No, that makes
No, we love the 5.
They won 5 matches, guys.
Yeah. They're that good. They're that good that they just get extra maps added to their score. ExOblivione, NA, going up against 0-3 Splash. That might be a good one. And of course, we do have a lower bracket now, where 4 teams will be fighting for their tournament life. UCI, as I said, will be going up against Dreamland. I do believe that will be our next match to focus on. And then Rad X Avidity, whatever. They go up against
Wisp are a
Which one is it?
scary team too, man.
They
That's
are.
the Rocket King team with Riker, Liar Squid, like goddamn Vision. That is I'm surprised to see him drop so early, to be honest with you.
I think
Against
they're
Oasis
surprised
Patch,
too.
but-
That's going to be a gut punch for those guys for sure.
Yeah.
This is a team that wants to win it all. So for them to drop to the lowers, they're not going to be feeling too good about that. But honestly, tier
But
2
they're veterans of
Overwatch
the
and
sport. They can
NA,
recover from that.
it's a competitive spot to be. Like, there's not really easy wins in this bracket. Maybe
Right.
if you're like Nightmare, you could think some of these teams are going to go down easy. But honestly, there's some very closely matched teams and players. And it's a meta where I think the team play and the individuals both have an opportunity to shine.
Yeah, and we've seen that already on full display today. We hope to see more of that. First things first, though, we're heading into a quick break, and then we're getting set up for our first elimination match of the NA region. You don't want to miss it. See you on the other side.
Start your climb to OWCS by joining FACEIT League. Gain competitive experience in weekly FACEIT League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Register now and start your competitive journey at fce.gg/s4.
Welcome back, friends. Our upper bracket quarterfinals are done, which means it's time to draw blood. We're moving to the lower bracket round 1, where 2 teams will be eliminated today. And if you too want to be eliminated out of the tournament, sign up for the 4th season of the FACEIT League and see how far you can take it.
What a pitch, what a pitch. You can be eliminated by Nightmare 3-0.
You too can be eliminated.
That'd be fun.
You want to get rolled? FACEIT League. Actually, but that's the cool thing about FACEIT League, right? Like, you are playing in your skill bracket.
Exactly.
So you tell me I don't have to play against
not
Nightmare.
as good.
Exactly.
Yes.
You do not have to face
Yes,
up
we are.
off against Nightmare. However, you can climb up to where they're at and have a shot at it. So very exciting stuff. Make sure to sign up. Sign-ups are open already, I think, and they will close at the end of January.
You got a while. Sign up for FACEIT. This next year is going to be definitely the best year yet for FACEIT, right? I think this last year, we're wrapping up now. It's kind of the tester year, like get a feel for it. But now really opening up the services offered. You can find scrims, you can find bugs, join teams. Exactly, and 4 times the money and the chance to play, like to qualify to OWCS, play at the biggest lands in the world, one connected ecosystem. So sign up, play with your friends, find a team on the FACEIT platform. It's all there. Just go to the faceit.com and sign up.
That's right, what he said. Do all of that. Now, we're shifting gears to see who's already made it to the top here in our Season 3. Let's take a look at that bracket once more to see exactly where we're at after some games in the upper bracket obviously already happened. Quarterfinals are done and dusted, as already said, and we are now heading towards the lower bracket. That's right. We're going to say goodbye to 2 teams here. And the match we will be focusing on is UCI and Dreamland. Quick reminder that the matches are happening simultaneously, so we will keep you updated on any results. Also, of course, Tiny Shiny and Bullskunk are actually covering the Wisp and Avidity actions, so make sure to tune into their stream as well and say hello from us. We love them. Support the homies. That's right. For now, though, you got to support the teams because UCI will go at it again. They had a tough first match. Let's just say, like it's hard to really gauge what they can do if you're going up against Nightmare. They were sticking to their Jungle Queen. Not an ideal matchup against those Orisa comps. What do we want to see here? Are they going to die on this hill? Are we bringing in Rhino maybe to like? Okay, no.
I think they're dying on this hill.
No,
They're doing Romani things, baby. They're doing Romani things. Romani is going to run it down on the Queen, and he's going to come out on top, crown himself, or they're going to die to an Orisa comp, which is fine, which is also okay. It's very hard against the Orisa comp, man. It's like almost impossible if the Orisa's like super skilled, like Infected, right? You can just spear every single time you want to go for a Carnage. Use the spear spin to get him away from it. Use the block, the Fortify to stop the ult. Like we saw so many small little things that the Orisa could do to interact with the JQ. It's tough, but I'm here for it.
Okay, we're here for it. Are we though? I don't know, man, because if we're looking at the opposition here, Dreamland, they've also just really been playing that Orisa composition, and they look very competent on it.
Astro is super good.
They are confident on it, but I do think Nightmare is a different beast altogether. And for UCI, I mean, frankly, I don't think they're beating Nightmare playing the mirror match. It's not looking good for them. Sticking to their strengths maybe is their best chance. They are an underdog team, right? They're a team that's going to try and make this work. And I do feel maybe Sai and KHD on the Genji, the Kiriko, can make magic happen, can find picks. This Dreamland team, I mean, they did play the Orisa, but this is a lot less solid and coherent of a team than something like a Nightmare. So I think this is a real opportunity for UCI to have some redemption in this series.
Let's take a look at our map set for this series, as it is predetermined, of course, by the teams. Let's see where they're taking us.
Ooh, Runasapi? Oh, yes. Okay.
Run it back. Run it back.
Classic. Okay, I like this. You know what? If you're allowed to pick, these are probably the maps I pick as well, to be fair. Saravasa and Shambali Monastery to round out this series if we go there. I mean, would it go to all the way to 5 games, Jake? How close do you think these teams are matched up against each other, UCI and Dreamland?
I mean, honestly, my biggest worry for UCI is just that if Dreamland executes really well, if they're really clean and stable on the Orisa, I think the comp just wins. However, for UCI, I think it's going to be up to especially Genji and Kiri to find openings. Sai and KHD were finding picks. They were clutching fights and you know, forcing Nightmare to really fight back, right? To really play well together and even to make comp adaptations. So will Dreamland be as adept in that kind of a scenario, right? Like, will they have as clear responses for the Queen? As Astro is marking Hazard. I think that is not allowed in this tournament.
That is illegal. Illegal. Nah, he's probably not going to play it. He's going to switch to Orisa, I'd imagine. Yeah, there you go. All good. Just checking out the new character, man. It's all good. It's all chilling. TP out from UCI and Dreamland. Okay, Chime, what are you going to play? Genji. Okay, no Mei.
Yeah, I mean, this is the more stable version of the comp, but Sai on the Echo going to make it a little bit more difficult for Genji as the spam pressure comes in. We'll see if the frontline trade looks as good as UCI also with the Brig Juno now, maybe a more stable backline. I like these swaps. I think this is a much stronger backline, whether you run the Queen or the Orisa.
Oh man, look at that. That's exactly what the UCI want to do. They want to run down the backline. Otter's in a little bit of duress right now. Chime trying to get that kill. Eventually finished off actually by Grapes of all people. And now trying to take to the high ground to deal with X-Cow, who found the first kill of the game and got another one too. And it's all only Chime left to go. And there it is. That is what you want to see. UCI with the Junker Queen just take over. I mean, killing Ryan straight up like that, Jake, that's exactly how you want to start those fights off.
Yeah, it's such a scrappy fight, and I think though the Brig Juno to me makes this Queen a lot more viable. Like running the Lucio carry, I was really worried with how strong Juno is right now, but just 1-to-1 Queen versus Orisa, I don't think this matchup is completely unplayable as long as you have the support to sustain that frontline trade.
All right, nice high ground control here from UCI. These supports are going to be really hard to actually get off this height unless Astro goes for the wraparound. Oh, Sai, 27 HP. Manages to get away, receives a pack, a couple of shots as well from the Juno to keep them healthy. They're really struggling to get in here, Jake. Struggling to just stand up to Romani right now.
Yeah, in that last series, right, Romani was struggling in the front line. Now it's him charging in, getting aggressive. Very early Queen ult. I mean, that's insane to have Queen ult with 45% on the cap from a huge first fight. Getting it off this early in the round, I mean, there's a very real chance Romani could have another Queen ult before the end of the control round. This is a phenomenal start for UCI. Much better strategy this time around. They're showing what a threat they are, and if anything, this shows how scary a team like Nightmare is.
Double DPS ultimates available from UCI now. High ground for Romani. Now with no ult, doesn't really want to play low too often. Also, you got to be careful. Almost got one combo there by Chime. Goes for it again. Wow, that was aggressive. I think Chime's just going to die, yeah. Over eager on the Genji there. Duplication coming through from Sai. Another Orisa joins the fight. UCI still in a good spot. That orbital ray now from Dreamland not being much use at all as it just disappears into hookah. KHD ends up going down, same with Ryan. Here comes the dupe. Terror Surge straight onto the front line. Does end up getting bashed. A double bash, in fact, onto both tanks of UCI, but Grapes just split up for the rest of the team. Chime eventually back from the spawn. Here's the blade. Sai ends up going down, but 60 HP and dropping as UCI just continue to hold this point. An extremely scary team when they get any space, any time to build up towards these ults, Shake. And it's going to be 100-0 for UCI as they just clean up the last couple of members of Dreamland here.
Yeah, this Brig Juno has completely changed the narrative, right? We talked about how challenging this Queen is to play, but I think the Brig Juno backline, it's been the Queen who's winning the frontline trade, right? Who's forcing Dreamland to take actions. And then as well, Sai and X-Gal both playing flankers mean there's not really a target for Chime on the Genji. Like, who are you exactly going to go on? The Junker Queen is probably going to push you away. Brig Juno, very, very difficult to kill when they play together. And then this Echo Genji, or rather the Echo Tracer comp, has so much mobility. Ryan got to switch over to the Cassidy last round as well, but wasn't enough. And honestly, can be hard sometimes to stay alive on Cassidy in these brawl fights, especially when the ults start getting exchanged. Cassidy just doesn't have the most mobility.
Bit easier to tag down the Echo though, but yeah, very hard to kind of get away from things. All right, we'll see if Dreamland can deal with the Queen now. Of course, Chime is on the Mei. Brief pause. Okay. Hopefully nothing too serious. But yeah, it should be good. Should be fine.
Chime, such a Mei specialist, right? I mean, you go to Oasis University, you might just think, you know, we're just bringing out what we're good at. This is a good Mei map.
I mean, you gotta play Mei here. If you're gonna play on any of these maps on Oasis,
probably
this
right?
is it. Yeah, here it is. All right, everybody's ready. Right back in. Perfect kind of dice roll as well, right? With control. Gotta love a good spin of the D6 just to see what's up.
Still getting it into this inside map. A lot of pressure on Dreamland to deliver here. They have to show that this Mei comp is a threat and something that UCI has to respond to. If you lose this map here, the Mei just feels hard to pick for the rest of the series.
The poke damage is really frustrating from this Mei too. Surprised we're not seeing the Sojin, but again, we do need to deal with the Echo. At least put neutral pressure down on the Echo rather than just kind of waiting for the rails. That was a lot of damage actually onto Astro too. Full sets of sticky bombs there.
Yeah, big flank. Both Fluffy Dreamland DPS swinging right side, but Ryan's low. Astro dying. Focusing beam is just too much.
Yeah, they do end up getting traded though, but Romani now can just kind of take over the game. Although I say that, it was kind of isolated in the small room. Maybe no packs available. It's actually Scrapes. Okay, you don't need no tank when you got a Brig, I guess.
Brig.
Release Brig moment, I suppose.
Oh my god.
4 kills for Grapes. Creating a whole vineyard there. All right, UCI. 6% is all you'll get.
Man, what an engagement there.
That is got to be the lowest percent you can possibly get on a control point. I don't think I've seen anything lower.
Yeah, they like barely flipped it and then instantly everybody died to the Brig and they lost the fight. Early copy though from Sai. I mean, he's farming a lot in that last fight. Waldo in on Romani and Otters and they just get cut to pieces.
Yeah, the Mei. The Mei in the small room.
Yeah, dealing with somebody like Chime on the Mei has got to be so annoying. But XCal deep in the enemy spawn could be a little thorn in their side. Like, you don't want to hold forward too much, but still scary to be playing Tracer. I mean, Mei and Cassidy are two of the toughest heroes to fight as a Tracer. Both can, you know, survive pulse bomb even if you stick them. So definitely XCal has his work cut out for him.
Dude, Romani's like, please stop left clicking me so I can barely move. And just getting walled. Oh, whoops daisy. Duplication? Oh, it's dead. Okay. Terror Surge. And now it's Blizzard time. Actually, they might not even need to use it, to be fair. Although Rinko going down might prompt the usage of it. Chime pods down a nice little wall, just now waiting for a perfect opportunity. Deadeye ends up killing Otters, and there it is. The Blizzard comes in. Romani dodges out of the way, though, as the Queen Ult does connect. But no one ends actually going down, Jake. Eventually, XCal, though, with the double kill on the Pulse Bomb. I take it back. Nice little pulse connection there onto Ryan. Ends up killing Grapes as well. Oh, that Tracer. 1 HP, but so is Chime. Good stuff from XCal. A quad kill in that fight for UCI.
Yeah, not only cleaning up the kills, but also getting the back cap to start the fight off. That's a massive error from Fluffy Dreamland. And, I mean, UCI got like an extra 20% cap just because they started the fight with the flip. So really, really well played by XCal. But Fluffy Dreamland making a big mistake. Now they need to find something, some way back into this round. Maybe the Orbital Ray is the answer.
Orbital Ray is going to be a good start, but Grapes is already dead. Look at this rush here coming through from UCI. Just really early pop the rally here, stun, and that's all she wrote for Grapes and Ryan. And now they can just push on forward. Ray ends up disappearing, and Romani can now just hold this door. 70% on the board for UCI now, as the high ground control is all that their Dreamland are going to be able to get, as UCI chase them away from the point.
Yeah, too scary to climb those stairs against an Orisa. So Dreamland gonna have the opportunity to get back in here, but XCal could end it all with the pulse bomb here.
So low. Astro's gonna go in no pops. That fortify, so a little bit more sustainable in the front line. Terraso's gonna get popped on top as well. Sai already falls in the hands of Ryan as Chime gets knifed straight back in towards Romani, but instantly pops the block. Buys his time, waiting for his team, goes for the backup, hits himself out of the block, and there it is. Dreamland. Now they're in control. A small stagger on KHD, but that will be the flip for Dreamland.
Romani up to that second Queen Ult very, very soon here. I wonder if Chime is going to be ready for that. He might try and Maywall Blizzard this Queen, but if Romani can just do a little bit of damage, he's going to be able to Queen Ult right out of that. Need to have a very good combo of skills to get a Maywall value.
Oh, I knew. Oh, I think that's a skull built up on side. It's got to be.
It's very close. You're not
very close, yeah. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, just like that. Just like that, huh? Tries for the sticky bombs, just gets double tapped by Ryan.
UCI, though, they know they have the touch from Tracer. They're not worried about the time, just playing it slow, getting the full regroup. They're going to be on 5 ultimates this fight. Definitely, they have the chance to win it all here. Chime has to disrupt this engagement somehow.
There's Noble Ray coming in as well. Duplication onto the Orisa. Chime looking for a flank right now. Ball ends up going up, but before he can use the Blizzard, Chime just gets absolutely destroyed. Dreamland now in a 4v5. Romani straight to the backline, hits the Rampage of the Century. Ryan and Astro afflicted with that anti-heal is another pulse-bomb kill for XCal. Results in a third kill of the fights. That orbital ray from Renko, absolutely nothing against UCI. 99% is going to tick over, and that'll be the first map.
UCI, I mean, that was rock solid, right? Like, this felt like night and day from the Nightmare series with how good Nightmare was at shutting down this queen, showing that that's much harder to do than it looks, right? It requires the team to play really, really cleanly. And UCI also adapting their own strategy, bringing the Brig Juno onto the field, I think with a much stronger ultimate combo, much more capable at just sustaining that frontline trade.
Yeah, man, Chime going down there, stunned or like whatever it was, like small, slow, just a burst, instantly killing the Mei and can't pop the block. And now you don't have Blizzards, and now your team is down a giant ult. It is a tough spot, but that's what I'm saying. It's a tough spot to be in, and then you end up falling, and you've basically lost the game. That ult, that Blizzard is just so pivotal, especially on the point that is so enclosed as well. Good looks from UCI, and something you brought up earlier too. It really just show how good Nightmare are as well. As this game is very close. This Orisa gave them so much trouble earlier on, but now finally conquering their fears.
Yeah, I think XCal's Tracer was so critical here, like to get that early flip before they come in and win the fight on the retake. I mean, that's not something you can allow to happen as Fluffy Dreamland in point control, right? Like in this fight that ends up being super close and XCal clutches. Remember, he already capped. So this is a position where UCI are on retake. They're supposed to be losing this fight. They're supposed to be, maybe we can get a flip in, but no, they're actually just racking up percentage this entire time. And the burst from Tracer comes in unexpectedly, get that kill on Chime. I mean, if you do block on Chime there, like you're just gonna die right after the block ends. You're getting swarmed over. If you drop a mail, you're scared of getting stunned. I mean, kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. I think the execution was just too good from UCI.
All right, UCI's map pick, Kings Row. Let's load on in. No substitutions either. Bearing in mind, UCI did manage to just squeak in, Jake. 8th place in the regular season versus Dreamland, of course, who are 5th. 4-7 record, like negative map record there. Just narrowly kind of beating Vermantra Punch, who ended 9th. So a big win here for UCI. That's got to put the wind in your sails.
Yeah, and I like this setup on DPS. Curious to see if they'll stick with it with the Ashe Echo. Just a very pokey setup, very defensively minded. Probably not going to have Romani rushing in, forcing kills. Ideally just holding the point, trading poke damage, and trusting in XCal to win that fight. At the same time, it does expose you to a Widowmaker play, right? There's not really anyone to get on top of the Widowmaker, so I like that Ryan is hovering this. We do see tons of players take the first shot from the spawn, but I wouldn't mind seeing Ryan come out, commit on the Widowmaker. No, though, XCal is going to go back to the Tracer. Interesting. So they want to keep the tempo up, maybe sensing the threat of the Widowmaker. They are going to continue playing fast. To be fair, it worked for them last round.
Yeah, that it did. Okay, Dreamland. Zarya now.
Zarya has a great one-to-one matchup with Queen, like phenomenal. You just bubble yourself when she axes you, and Queen really can't do a whole lot. You see Astro can just hold bubbles, but the rest of the team is going to be able to pressure Zarya. He's not able to build up any energy just yet. Got to be careful.
Yeah, just trying to always bait Romani in to try and go for an axe swing, right? Oh, there has to bubble that. Yeah, too much damage from those sticky bombs, but XCal's already dead. Yeah, all right, Ryan hits a nice two-piece. Good wall from Chime too. You saw Romani trying to navigate around the statue, maybe insert himself into the backline, get an axe swing off, but it's all Ryan there. And Chime with the help with the Mei walls. Looking good so far. A more unconventional comp, of course, from Dreamland, running Chime Mei, but he's just so slippery and he's so annoying to play. A good Mei is just annoying to play against, you know? I'm sure everybody's kind of had that feeling before.
Yeah, and I think the Zarya is a great pick here. Romani gonna switch over to the Ramatra to be a little bit more durable, able to trade in the front line a little bit longer and not necessarily feed energy. We'll see, though, how UCI execute. I think they're a team that's probably practiced a ton of Junker Queen. How ready are they to adapt and make this swap over to the Ramatra? Dreamland, on the other hand, are on a comp that I think they're very comfortable on. I think this Mei Cassidy Zarya is something that they almost certainly have experience with. So I definitely favor them. I think they've made this comp swap effectively.
Well, the speed ring high noon. That's a lot of damage on Ryan, but a lot of that actually absorbed by those bubbles coming through from Astro. Duplication on to the Zarya. A lot of free energy here for Sai. Doesn't need to worry about anything. Just hits the bubbles on people. 100% energy. Walks through that wall. Maybe tries to find a kill. Although this orbital ray is going to make it rather difficult. Has to now fly away, but doesn't even manage to get the shift off. Now Blizzard added on top as well. Oh, Chime! 30 HP. Managed to survive against the pole storm that was laid at his feet. And there it is. They all fall apart. Graviton Surge saved as well as that rally for this next fight.
Yeah, Grav's going to be powerful here, and Sai's going to make the swap over to the Mei too, so it's going to become more of a traditional rush mirror. UCI, I like this. I think the Tracer Echo made more sense when he wanted to play that fast pace with the Queen, but if you're slowing things down on the Ramattra, holding the payload, you want a little bit more spam, you want a little bit more frontline pressure, and that's what Mei and Ashe can offer.
All right, Excal kind of stepping up now. Sai on the Mei too, so just trying to give them some of their own medicine. Okay, yeah, spotting Chime on the sidelines here. Yeah, forcing one big cooldown. Okay, Excal's already found his own. And there you go, Sai picks up the kill. Chime dead. 100 energy on Astra right now with the Graviton Surge in hand, but still needs to deal with this rally. That's a very aggressive Otters, but still manages to stay alive. The healing coming through from KHD to make sure the Brick can stay as aggressive as humanly possible.
Yeah, well done by Sai, and I think this comp swap now has put UCI on a much more stable footing on a comp that they're comfortable on. It's more stable. It works together a little bit more effectively, and Astro couldn't get the grab off in that fight. I mean, Zarya is this hero. You want to be cycling this grab. You want to be finding openings, but it's pretty tough. I mean, there's not easy targets to kill with the Graviton Surge. I mean, grabbing Ramattra, he's happy to just sit there and tank it all.
Yeah, just hit the block. Oh, a little wall up. Oh, Graviton Surge on the corner, maybe? Oh, not quite. Just happy to kind of chase people off the high ground for the time being, but Romani will join them. Annihilation available. Walled in. Graviton Surge comes out. Sai's in trouble. Actually just gets right-clicked. No block available for the Mei. Ramattra. Annihilation. Straight to the low ground now. Puts the little shield up, but the Annihilation didn't last all too long. Secured a kill, sure, but now Romani's in trouble. No CDs left as soon as this... Nemesis form ends up running out as that high ground control. Both teams just desperate for it, and it will be eventually taken by UCI. Forced to use that orbital ray though, Jake.
Still good ray value, right? Like, you do get the cleanup. Yeah, I think you needed that there to stop the bleeding once you lost Sai. Now he is going to have mail. Is Romani swapping right now?
I think
wow,
he is, yeah.
Well, kind of wild, actually. He had the read. Maybe Astro went to the Orisa. He already ran back to spawn. I think he might be able to get back in time. Curious to see what he ends up swapping to. I mean, this is really risky. This is a long run to spawn.
Queen? Yeah, Queen.
Okay, he's so committed to playing Queen. I mean, he's going to be back, but Dreamland gets so much position after this, right? They get to kind of traverse the map as they please. If anything, UCI are lucky that Dreamland took this long road on the high ground, so they aren't pushing in forward, aren't aggressive.
High noon speed ring. Oh, the wall! Oh, Romani's dead.
Goodbye.
There's no way.
Goodbye.
There's no way. Romani, you were just in spawn. How about a first-class ticket straight back? Bob ends up coming in, but a quick focus fire from Dreamland should kill the Bob. And I think that should be it. I mean, sure, there's a wall, but you've got no CDs. There's no spawners. Romani is going to come back in a second, but yeah, no positioning whatsoever. As Dreamland have 2 and a bit minutes to come back into the 3rd point.
Yeah, and I think there's a worry here. I mean, like, for me, Astra could just go back to the Zarya, and the Queen's going to be in that same spot. Although with 75% Terra Surge, maybe you just, keep it rolling. Not worth losing the tempo to go back to spawn. Big Mei ults on the cards, though, for both teams. Gonna be scary for Romani. Doesn't really have a way to play his way out of a Mei ult.
Oh, no spear spin available, unfortunately. He's trying to eat that one. Blizzard Orbital Ray. I mean, come on now. UCI should just be melting right now. Otters ended up popping the rally, though. Hits a nice little double stun, but is now just fighting on the points. But I mean, Chime is just filling the kill feed. Again, the rally usage there from Otters just way too late, it felt like.
Ooh, the Ana pick comes out from Otters. I don't mind this, actually. I don't mind this here. An Ana on the backline high ground. A nade could come in and really start to threaten the Orisa, but great small.
Okay, what high ground?
Romani.
No high ground whatsoever. Romani's dead. Oh no, Sai is also down. Good read there from Dreamland. Honestly, Jake just running to the spawn doors. Don't want to give that Ana any space. You hit one nade that could result in a kill, especially if you've got a Genji on your side as well. So, intelligent play there from Dreamland to cap 3rd.
Yeah, and showing their experience with the Mei comp, right? Like they know the parts of the map where they're strong, where they can isolate targets with the Mei wall. And I can't help but feel, but this offense kind of exposes a major weakness for UCI. Like if the Zarya is this big of a deal that one Zarya pick is forcing you to switch 3+ heroes for UCI, you've got a serious problem in your strategy, because Dreamland can just leverage that over and over again, and the ult economy swapping 3 for 1 is not looking good. So honestly, I want to see Dreamland just start off on the Zarya, force some kind of response, and then just keep counterpicking, right? Like keep punishing UCI for their commitment to one strategy.
How far could the punish really go, though? I mean, again, Ryan just making these adaptations, right, goes towards the cast instead of a Soj. Oh, no. Okay, the Ashe. Even better, then, actually.
Yeah, it makes sense on defense where, you know, Cassidy probably better if the enemy's going to play super fast and swarm over you, but you don't know exactly what the attackers are going to come out with. Ashe playing these nice high grounds on King's Row just always feels so solid. Spamming dynamites down from above, you know, with the coach gun booping attackers away.
Yeah, we'll see now how Astra wants to play this too, because we saw what Infected did was just sit on high ground, right? Which is very normal for the Orisa, just constantly booping whatever tank comes up the staircase. We'll see if he... Oh, if they do end up moving. Ready yourselves. I keep forgetting as well, obviously we can see people's crosshairs now. So that's kind of fun.
Oh, he's gonna go on the Hanzo. I've been liking the Hanzo this patch. I don't know, it's definitely not meta. Like we haven't seen many top teams, top players using it, but it does feel good with that one shot returning. Always the opportunity to make a play. It's Romani. Oh, he's taking pressure.
Romani 1 HP. All good though. You're chilling. Ryan with his own personal bodyguard.
Oh,
okay.
Ryan.
Double-headed by Ryan and
savage,
Chime.
actually. That's a tough way to go on Juno. You're like dancing in the air and you just get a headshot by both players.
Oh, yeah. Romani, I don't think you're escaping this, unfortunately. Oh, a Cyan cross. Is this Cyan crosshair? I think it is. Yeah, nice. Okay. Respect for the Cyan. Ah, that's mine. That's more my beat. Green dot.
The green dot is just a classic. That's an OG. You know, you don't sleep on the green dot. It's
Oh, I love the 0 audio echo as she moves through at normal speed.
And the Reaper from XCal. Okay. Pushing the tempo. Push the pace.
All right, well, you have to wait for the team to get in first before Sai can really do anything. Romani, again, taking infinite +1 damage. Oh, good, good spear. Oh, here we go. No audio echo. Boom.
That's big. Not quite.
Oh, no, he's stuck. Oh, Chime. Dude, Chime is such a menace. Such a rascal, they'd call him.
Yeah, he's clean on
Who
the
did used to play May, to be fair.
Yeah, he's got a nice... He understands all the different ways to play, right? Sometimes he's sniping, he's mixing it up, he's defending his backliners. He really has that depth on the hero. Definitely.
You got that sick wall as well.
This meta.
Not like a wall from left to right, but back to front, so they have to break multiple pillars to try and get into you. That's very smart. Smart heads-up May player.
Reaper's gonna huff and he's gonna puff and he's gonna blow your house down.
That ain't happening, buddy. Not even a big bad wolf can blow Chime's walls down, unfortunately.
Oh, Reaper!
He's so low.
Reaper is scared. Oh, spin. It's only
Romani. Onto Romani. Oh, Romani's dead.
The damage is there.
Dude, yeah, the damage is just so great.
Oh, an orbital
Goodbye, UCI. And yeah,
really
once
rough.
again, a very late support ult usage there from UCI.
It seems like Dreamland have really got the download on UCI right now. Like they've adapted after that map 1. The Zarya pick I think was really intelligent on offense, forced a ton of wild responses out of UCI. And now UCI floundering a bit even into the normal comp. I think Chimes May also looks good against the Queen, who really just doesn't have the survivability to tank when she's got by the May wall, slowed down by May, and then, you know, Orisa falls up with some stuns.
Good Gracie.
Pulls nice, but is it enough?
It's over. I mean, oh, the spear. Oh, the blizzard, the globe. Romani should be able to get away. Yeah, doesn't quite see the snowball, so it doesn't get frozen. All right, Renko dead. Here it goes. Okay, UCI now back in the action. End up killing Renko. Unfortunate there for Chime. Of course, the spear onto Romani already sent him flying. Okay, Chime
nice on the
Chime still kills 2 people. Okay. Lol.
And he's nicer that he actually is so good at the Mei. And I mean, I think it's a good series to have a strong Mei. I think Romani has really been suffering playing into this matchup. Mei plus Orisa is so much control, and that's exactly what Junker Queen hates, getting slowed, booped, controlled, as we're gonna watch some of his POV as he experiences the fun that is pushing into an Orisa Mei on the corner. And I mean, Graves still has rally, so like, how are you gonna open up this next fight? Maybe Sai can find a copy? Still,
Through the window, go for the dupe, onto the Orisa, maybe? Hard to say. There it is. There's the dive, onto the front line. There's the dupe, onto the Mei of all things, actually. That duplication wall looking pretty good. Splits the team off. Duplication block as well. Almost got that Blizzard too. Chime's already down. Here's the copy. Blizzard jumps onto the floor, but unfortunately, it's going to get deleted there as soon as Sai comes out of that dupe. No, still searching for another target, Jake, but Dreamland popping that rally at the middle of that fight. It's just the sustain for them that kept them through and kept them in this fight for the win. Sai doesn't end up falling over, but Astro on the sidelines, a very scrappy affair, but Dreamland, they still got another chance to recontest, re-engage, as they didn't lose too many people.
Yeah, they just full kited the orbital ray, so no value from UCI on that critical ultimate. Really going to be rough for them trying to cap second point on King's Row, as Dreamland, I think, are more than happy to slow this game down, run the clock. Up against Reaper, you don't mind playing this nice passive poking game, and that's where Dreamland looked so great in the last series, when they could slow the game down, like allow Chime to dictate the pace of these engagements. XCal's going to have to find something on Reaper, but he's getting pressured out of the flank.
All right, Reaper guy's got ult, though. That's the big question, how effective it will be. Well, we'll have to wait and find out. At least gets a bit of damage on Astro, but with that Ray popping off as well, it's tough to get really much of anything done. Sai does end up killing too. And UCI still coming out on top despite Renko using that ult. That's a knife straight to the face of Chime. Blizzard saved by Dreamland, but doubtful that they're going to get a meaningful touch. It's going to be a scrappy one, that is for sure.
Yeah, well played by UCI delaying those kills.
Sorry.
Maybe Astro makes it. He's gonna go for it. They're gonna try, and actually Orisa could tank it up. Maybe it's possible. They're gonna stabilize here. Bob as well.
Bob coming in. Duplication available from Sai in a couple of moments though. And Chime, they just need to stall for this Mei. Blizzard available. It looks like, yeah, UCI backing up.
Sai on the flank though has an opportunity to maybe open it up. Looks like he wants to just go for the instant copy on Orisa.
Trying to push Blizzard away. Blizzard deployed on the point. Forces positioning now of UCI. Duplication stays alive for the time being, so could earn himself a free Terror Surge here. Dynamite in the front line is big. Otters just gets blown apart. The Dynamite damage plus just the aggressive bash there from Grapes. 2.5 meters to go as UCI now running out of time and out of hopes as well. XCal does find one onto Grapes, but that will be it. Dreamland going to be able to hold on to this point and take the map, tie the series up 1-1.
Chime's Mei was lights out here in this map, like making not only the adaptations strategy-wise, able to deal with the front line, looking great with the walls, but also just the individual deathmatch. Like when your Mei is the one lining up the kill feed, on top of delivering that much frontline pressure, things start to get really, really tough for UCI. And the Reaper, the Echo, neither of them really were finding purchase in the latter half of that King's Row.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're going to go to a map that favors Mei, Chime's going to play it. And he's going to play pretty damn well as well. Like, even finding these random exit kills, like, oh, just a double kill randomly on your DPS, that's cool. Just, like, these insane walls and, like, being able to wall off Romani, like, over and even prompted a swap onto the Ram. Like, come on, man. If Romani swapping off to Ram, like, UCI, fortunately, they're a little bit worse for wear. This Queen is looking good, but now I fear, Jake, I fear UCI going into these next maps. And because King's Row, and a lot of hybrids to be fair, very close quarters where you want to fight around the payload. So maybe Queen gets a little bit more value going over to these different game modes that a little bit more Queen favored.
Yeah, you're hoping maybe push can change things. I do think this is not the last we'll see in this series of the Zarya, though. I think the Zarya has a particularly great one-to-one matchup with Queen, just because Queen, the axe, has such a long telegraph. It's very easy to bubble people who are about to be axed. Queen, or rather, Zarya can cleanse targets from Queen's ult. There's kind of like no stage of the game at which that matchup is kind of playable for Queen. It's really, really rough, especially when you add a Mei, a Cassidy into the mix. That's a lot of control. And we're going to a map where Dreamland, in that last series we watched them, look great with the Mei on this map. They look very comfortable here. They know how to execute, and it's going to be up to UCI to have some sort of adaptation Citrus tried the Widow. Maybe that could work.
I believe in the Queen. I believe in UCI.
I am losing.
We'll see if
faith
they
in
can
the
come out on
Queen
top.
by the second. In case you couldn't tell.
Okay. Okay, look. Okay, it's not the best against the Orisa or the Mei, to be fair, but
or the Zarya.
Romani's made it work in the past, or the Zarya. Yeah, or the Zarya. It can happen again. Oh, maybe not. Maybe we won't see Queen after all. Maybe Romani. Lower bracket, of course. Maybe deciding, actually, you know what? Maybe we play something like the Ram to get some more work done in the front line and not get constantly walled off and then just blown up.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about the Ramatra, though, as well. I just don't think Ramatra's that good this meta with how many stuns there are in this comp. You know, something like a Blizzard, Ramatra just gets kind of dominated by that, or even just Orisa stun, whether the rally's online. Like, this is a tough comp to be playing Ramatra into either. I don't know if it's solving the problems that UCI are having. So Dreamland showing stability, showing confidence, running the same comp that they've ran before. Maybe Excal and Sai can make a difference here, but I think there's a lot of pressure on these DPS to find some miracle kills with lots of open space for Ryan and Chime to snipe from.
All right. Romani now trying to make some space in the center of the map, but against the Orisa, it's going to be tough. Pops that Nemesis form really early, and actually Excal too, so big cooldowns being used as that recall was popped to get out of danger. Just the arch nemesis of the Tracer a lot of the time, that Mei. Be very frustrating to play into, especially one that is as good as Chime. And yeah, look at
him on the off angle.
Look at it on the off angle, just freezing everybody.
Well, he could be in trouble now,
A little
though.
bit of help. Has got the wall though. Oh, 50 HP. Oh, not quite. Double beam kill achievement unlocked there for Sai on the Echo.
Well done by UCI, scrapping it out. I think maybe Chime got a little too big for his britches, the team trying to pull cart away, but they end up paying for it with their lives. Maybe would have been better off there trying to actually decisively close out the fight, win with kills, rather than greeting the objective. So they get punished. And in the last series that they did so on Runasapi, they went into an early lead and were able to just snowball it by playing defensively. Now that's not the case. Now it's going to be up to Dreamland to actually push in, stop the progress that UCI are making.
Oh, Sai with a duplication. Of course, did a lot of damage in that last fight. Rotation from Dreamland. They are going to take this high ground here, and it is going to be Astro that's going to be the one to touch. But, well, how are they going to deal with this orbital ray? I mean, Astro just turning, tailing, and running, throwing everything he possibly can out of the back line. Good stick on the shield, put it into the truck so it does no damage. 50 meters and counting, and checkpoint as well. Are they going to get it? Yes, they are. Good stuff. Orbital ray being used by Dreamland, but you know what? UCI probably pretty happy with that, Jake. They got a checkpoint, and they got a big ultimate out of Dreamland as well. Well, made that two, in fact, because the Blizzard was also thrown in by Chime.
Still, the fact that KHD commits his own orbital ray for no value, essentially not getting the cleanup in the team fight. Yes, they get the cap. That's something to write home about, something nice. But for me, Runasapi is a map that you really can come back on, right? Like, you can really return and make things happen. So getting the first checkpoint, not as dominant, not as huge of an advantage as it is on some of the other push maps.
Annihilation, dupe, and the rally for UCI. Off angle here from Size. The Bob from Ryan is thrown out, but it's not going to be a factor in this fight whatsoever. You can imagine that's just down the hill at this point. Terror Surge is going to come in pretty swiftly here from Sai. Looks like everybody dodged out of the way, though. Astro going for 4 wide. Actually drags Sai back in. Annihilation coming through from Romani, but look how much damage he's taking in the front line. Even a little stun bash as well, stopping that block coming in. Bit of extra damage layered on top, and that is one dead Ramatra. And now Dreamland could make some presence on the point, and they can push on towards the checkpoint of their own.
Yeah, and Chime, I mean, man, he's almost back to his next Blizzard. That was one fight, and he just charged 85%, 89%. He's going to have Blizzard before the start of the next fight with just his poke. Chime is ridiculous on the Mei right now.
Yeah, it's
he's actually just sniping them. Like,
it's kind of insane how much damage Chime is doing, honestly. All right, well, there's a Blizzard. We got 5% away, which is like one headshot.
Still scary for Romani. If he commits in, he might not be expecting the Blizzard at this pace. So low. Uh-oh, he's in big trouble. Body block. Yeah.
Ryan's just dead. Yeah. Blizzard thrown in. Orbiter Ray comes out, but, well, we can just hide. There's so many little bits here where you can just hide around, make sure no damage is thrown at you. Dynamite comes in. Otis' rally ends up running out, and both support Otis UCI expended, and now they spring their trap. Jumping out from behind cover and taking down the Brig, who is separated from the rest of the team. Checkpoint acquired from Dreamland and the lead, 1.47 meters. Getting away from UCI there.
Yeah, I need to wait for Astro to come back to the fight, but that was a big ult dump from UCI, and that's only Blizzard out of Chime, so Dreamland getting further ahead in terms of ultimate economy, have a chance to blow this game wide open with Renko's Orbital Ray. See how they initiate this fight. Romani taking a lot of pressure, not much help for him.
Nah, Romani has to pop Nemesis form. Really unfortunate, honestly. And there's Orbital Ray as well. They're just going to walk on forward. What is there to stop him now, honestly? And then Chime can hold these corners. Oh, bro, it's really all falling apart for UCI.
Excal's being very annoying from this flank on the Ashe. Got to be careful, though. Ryan is looking for any opportunity to deploy a Bob. But once again, Dreamland slowing the game down, right? Playing passive, allowing this sniping game to come out. Sai has really struggled on the Echo to find purchase, find picks. They haven't been forthcoming. Dreamland showing really great patience as they set up for this hole that they've made time and time again here at the forward corner in the Orisa. Everyone else playing behind.
Uh-oh, there's the Bob on the flank. Oh, headshots to Ashe. Oh,
good enough.
Good enough for one. And now Bob on the point fighting the other Bob. What a dramatic day.
Bobby Bob. It's a duel at the High Noon Corral.
The High Noon Corral. Coming to a Blizzard theme park near... That should have been a place on...
Chimes gets one. This guy's a menace. You can't escape the fight without losing one player to Chime.
Got ult 2 again. Another Blizzard.
I feel bad for Romani right now. He's gonna get another Blizzard.
Chime is reversing the effects of global warming live in this map right now.
Romani's gonna, I mean, will he expect this? Like, I honestly, this pace is ridiculous from Chime. If I were in this game, I would not be calling that the enemy has Blizzard online.
I think I'll right. Oh, and he gets killed. Okay, sure.
Who is this guy? Walls and Romani, another kill.
Chime is Mei. He has become interlinked with Mei. 3 else didn't even need to use any. UCI got 4 in the bank, sure. Still in the lead for Dreamland. 3.5 minutes to go. Of course, Runasapi, you've seen crazy things in terms of comebacks, but when you got Blizzard this up this often, it's really hard to get a fight win.
This is a really big fight, though. Major dump of ultimates about to come in. Romani,
Blizzard.
Oh, spun into it as well.
Surge. Oh, and KHD just glides gracefully down from the high ground straight into a freeze. Got no heals left, and Chime just hitting people with the snipes. He's just on the high ground now. Maybe turn and look for the Ashe. Romani's annihilation, though, actually just ripping tears through the shield of Renko and Grapes. Eventually, Chime still gets some kills, though, and, well, it's a 2v1, and it's a Mei and an Orisa, so you're probably not winning that one, unfortunately, Excal. And there's the lead, just escaping UCI once again, as Astro gets a few more meters.
Yeah, it's nice from Astro. He's going to push a little bit more, probably just run away as soon as the contest comes in. And once again, we're going to see Dreamland reset to this corner where they know exactly every angle, right? They've got every player set up where they need to be. And when you push into this, it seems just inevitable. You die to the snipes. Ryan and Chime, this double threat on the DPS, just so oppressive. Romani trying to shield in, but like, how do you progress the game from this position?
Hope that Chime doesn't get a pick and slash or Blizzard.
Bro, he's gonna have another Blizzard. It's 55. That's like a Blizzard. That's like about the same.
Look at this angle, dude. This angle is so.
This is obnoxious. This is obnoxious behavior right now. Oh my!
And you can't even test it because he's got a wall. It's like, okay, well, okay, there you go. Yeah,
come then. Let them come.
He's so smart. He's so smart with it.
Ooh. Okay, wall force. That's something. He's got blocking. Got to capitalize now. They love this defensive hold. I mean, they know exactly how to play it.
He's got Blizzard. Oh, there it is. Terror Surge, Blizzard, side down, payload stolen. Doesn't matter because the team split. Yes. This is it's Chime time.
Man, they look really good on Runasapi. Like, they have such a great read how to play this map. Like, they're baiting the attackers. And, hey, come push, guys. You got to push. We're in the lead. You got to push into it. And then you push in, get crushed, lose another 10 meters of progress, rinse and repeat. Dreamland looking very good in this series. UCI backs against the wall on Runasapi.
Okay, what's the game plan here? Kill Chime.
Oh, he's dead.
Okay, called it. Cast a Curse Chime. Perfect stuff if you're a UCI fan or McGravy in the back lines. All right, Sai's also down, and unfortunately, for UCI. They may have killed the demon, but they have not dealt with the rest of the team. Romani's now in the front line. Annihilation in 20% or so, but is taken down, and the bot is slowly, once again, slipping away from them. 107 meters to go, and it is a spawn push here for Dreamland.
Oh, this is getting bad. Astro thinking about touching the spawn door here. Orbital Array as well online. Biggest thing for Dreamland here is they need to just not be anxious, right? Like, UCI has all the ultimates they need. They even have a Widow in the spawn. Almost impossible for Dreamland to close it out here. They just need to play slow and drain the ultimates down so they can win in overtime. Oh, no, Joy! Oh, my God. Who's Widowmaker? I'm Widowmaker.
Okay. Chime?
Dude.
Over health. Gonna walk around the back lines. Okay, Excal finds
He's
one.
cheating!
Nice
He's too
headshot
good.
from Chime again. Excal. Ooh, there's just no way you can beat this now. He's chasing you straight to the spawn. Oh, it is well and truly Chime time, ladies and gentlemen. Dreamland, they got this spot 129 meters.
No,
and even if they go down here, it is an upward hill battle for UCI. And there's plenty of them on Runasapi.
Yeah, KHC goes BAP. How do you live this next Blizzard, guys? I sense the trouble in your strategy. Chime's dead in overtime.
What have they done in the last couple of fights? Terror Surge into the Blizzard, and someone's instantly dead.
And now Orbital Ray as well.
Orbital Ray as well.
Excal kill 3. Kill the Juno while she's popping the ultimate. Right here.
Yep. Rajax. It has to be a Rajax.
Of course, the Maywall. It's perfect.
No, okay. Oh, swing and a miss.
Oh,
it's a body shot.
It's so
and I think that's it. Unfortunately. Well, this Annihilation's going to keep the point contested. Excal finds one, but Romani looking around, looking where his team went. And he's going to meet a very frosty demise at the hands of Chime here. Rename the team to Chimeland, I think. Unbelievable stuff there from the May. Just disgusting stuff, honestly. It's insane. Like, how do you
just go on his POV and he's just like railing off headshots one after the other on the tanks, on the DPS, on the supports. It does not matter.
It's silly. It's
scary.
Just silly at this point.
Scary stuff. May looks good. Chime makes May look good. I don't think May's good. Yeah. I'm starting to believe watching this guy play.
It's Chime time. Okay, 2-1 right now for Dreamland. I was thinking maybe UCI run away with this with the Queen, but yeah, Chime's most pretty good. Even, you know, the Ramatra looking pretty decent. Yeah, a couple of high value ultimates from the Annihilation, but it's just too much kind of thrown in by Dreamland. They do look unstoppable, Jake. They really do when they're on this kind of comp.
And we are going to Suravaso, where the last time we saw Chime, he went to the Genji. He took the mirror against Doom. But I have to wonder, in this series, I think you just go May. Justify not being on May? I mean, like, I feel like it's just too good.
Yeah. And, you know, some of the middle point, kind of tough for the May, but some of the points that are kind of enclosed, extremely good. Like, I'm forgetting the names off the top of my head, but there are a couple of points where it's very enclosed. Like, you have to walk through choke points, walk through doorways, right? And you can get kind of rolled.
It's awkward, but for Chime, I'm sure he knows. He knows the way.
Yeah, exactly.
Sure he sees the vectors on this one.
He knows the ways of May. Surabasa, well, we're going to jump straight into it. Dreamland versus UCI elimination match in the lower bracket. It's quarterfinals in the FACEIT League Masters Division, Season 3. Let's jump on in. See if Chime does go to the May, or will he go to the Genji? Probably the May, though. And will Romani go? That's the big question for me, I think. Will he go back to the Queen?
Scary, because I just feel like composition-wise, after map 1, Dreamland have had the answers. They've had the execution. UCI has been floundering. The Lucio Kiri, though, this is a very potent support duo to go up against May. I would say these are the two best supports against May. Not only do you have speed, getting people out of tough spots, whether it's the wall or the Blizzard, but the cleanse is just that hard save that sometimes you need. Also, it's going to be able to push the tempo very, very fast, very aggressively. The trouble is, Lucio Kiri is very off meta right now. Brig Juno just so powerful, such effective, strong heroes. Will UCI even be able to sustain the front line against the raw poke pressure? You got to remember, it's not just Chime, right? Like Ryan and Astro, Renko and Graves have also been looking really strong and putting on a lot of frontline pressure of their own. So Romani, very little heals to work with. And I mean, Dreamland are reading this really well. They know the aggression is going to come in. They're going to hold nice and passive and force UCI's hand.
All right. Waiting for that speed ring. There it is. Here comes the march forward. And now it's tough once again for Romani to step up. Oh, sorry. Couple of right clicks there, going a little bit wide for the Genji. You want to hit those, get the dash, maybe get a reset, right? Maybe force someone super low. Otter's Romani down. Sai gets a reflect kill, sure, but I mean, Astro, yeah, you can kind of force the issue with the backline as well, like you said. Force the TP from the Kiri, force that Suzu. And that will be Dreamland coming up with the first cap.
Yeah, I mean, the Lucio Kiri are like theoretically good against Mei, but just the overall frontline pressure, and it's a map where the Lucio Kiri are struggling to connect to the backline. Maybe some of the other points they'll be able to sneak in, but you need to be healing Romani like 24/7 in the face of this spam.
What? Wait, how did his Chime go down there?
Massive pickup. I mean, Lucio Genji on the flank is a potent combo. That's what you need. And they're avoiding the Orisa. That's a critical element to this fight. You really cannot kill the Orisa. Go past her, get something else done, clean her up last. That's the variable you need. But hold on, wait. Surely it's over. Okay.
Yeah, you're good.
If Otters and Sai can pop off with KHD, right? Like, I think the key is make this not a game about the front line. If this is about shooting the Queen, shooting the Orisa, I mean, the Orisa's gonna live and the Queen is gonna die. But if you can make this a game of trickery of like Lucios and Genjis jumping on Sojourns on the flank, that's the type of game that UCI can win. The question is, can they effectively play that against Break Juno?
We'll see. I mean, this orbital Ray, especially on this point, Jake, just devastating. Same could be said for the Rush, but Ray right now just way stronger. Rush used. Oh, the blade, though, from the high ground. Renko ends up going down instantly. A forcible block there as well by Sai, but quickly run over by Astro. This orbital Ray versus this Rush. It's not a tale as old of its time. It's a pretty new tale, but it's been told quite a few times. But it is this time that UCI, they are the heroes of this story, as Dreamland falling over so quickly. Renko did not see Sai coming.
Yeah, and it's going to be the swap. The Zarya comes out as well as the Kiriko. So a lot of cleanse available on Dreamland's comp. Question is, who's going to touch? You don't have really a Tracer, no obvious hero to get in and touch the point. If you're going to fight, it's got to be right now.
Oh, there's the Rampage. Does manage to connect onto Grapes, who was rallying. A nice little Suzu there to cleanse the ante. Renko with a downtown kunai, that could be big. Exhale falling, it's a lot of damage lost, and they're still fighting with this rally over health. But close quarters combat, that's exactly where the Queen excels. Same with the Genji. So the front line, after those bubbles are used by the Zarya, they're pretty toast, pretty squishy.
Yeah, I mean, the touch was just too desperate. Couldn't quite get there in time. Very scrappy fight, though, and the spawn movement is going to mean maybe Dreamland could get some cleanup. Since the last point ended so long ago, next one's going to be coming open. These picks are actually pretty big. Going to get you a free cap potentially on the next flashpoint.
They're not going to be able to get... No, okay. Romani does end up backing off. Doesn't want to stay too long.
Yeah, UCI waiting for spawners. I think they're going to have to give the point.
There it is. So, yeah, give another point. And now this is where the Mei becomes very powerful. These close quarters points. Sound Barrier comes in. Otters almost gets two tapped. Remember, Lucio now a little harder to Ajax if you're super high in the sky, but relatively same cast time if you're more in the neutral. Side doesn't get taken down by Grapes here as Ryan transitions towards his break to get a little bit more health, a little bit more defense. Excal also going pretty low, but a good little lineup here from Ryan. Even with this rush, he's still managing to poke and actually gain damage and get kills. Ryan just taking over the game in the last couple of seconds. KHD's rush there, Jake, just didn't find anything.
Yeah, what an insane scrappy fight there. Astro was on such low HP for so long, but Renko just desperately pocketing him on the Juno, and the Zarya can do a lot in a situation like that where the enemy team thinks they've got you, thinks they're killing you, but in fact, no, I'm 100 energy. I might have 100 HP, but I'm still dealing damage.
Okay, here's the blade. But look at the ultimates coming through from Dreamland now. They've pretty much got 4. We'll count Chime's ult as pretty much, because 20% is like a second for him or so. Blade popped, Bash already used by the Brig, an easy reset there, maybe even a second. A nice little bubble that saves Ryan's life for a brief moment as Side has joined the rest of his team. A Graviton Surge lands, but where's the damage? Chime finds 2 kills there with the help of the grab, and now it is 99% for Dreamland.
Hold on.
A Blizzard available too from Chime, who can just play around his wall. He's still got the ice block available, and maybe even wants to throw this ult down, or does he want to save it for the next fights? An overclock used by Xkaz, he does find another, and it's just Sojourn versus Sojourn, and Ryan comes out on top. Absolute beast mode from the Sojourn. Otters also falls. Back-to-back fights, Ryan clutches it out.
Man, what a committed grab from Astro. That was very, very risky. Team down, I think 1-2 players. Grab is just what they needed. Damage comes in, and it's Chime and Ryan sticking together, dueling it out, and clutching what looked like an unwinnable fight. Very, very competitive series here. But remember, that was UCI's big ult dump. That was their big committed fight. Dreamland not only win, but they come into the next flashpoint with a massive lead in the ultimate economy. Rally is going to be incredibly hard to fight into. And when we haven't talked about Chime's ultimate. Still, though, I think maybe now that I say that, Blizzard, pretty tough to use against Lucio Carry. Two great saves to get people out of trouble when they are caught in the Blizzard.
However, if anybody's going to get value, it's going to be Chime. So
True.
we will see. Exactly. And they have to drop down to Dreamland as well. So, I mean, Chime's just kind of chilling. He's vibing, maxing, relaxing. Like, he's just, he's literally sat on that bench. Just like
playing under them. That's nice. It's a good position.
Yeah, we can poke the Genji if he's just down here like this. That's a free cap.
Okay, OC is used, so it's not the end of the world. UCI, I don't feel too bad about this. But honestly, Dreamland, I'm not mad at this either. They're going for it.
Well, Romani's slowed up. There's the cleanse instantly used. So this Blizzard could be large. Looks like they're going to be able to get out of there just in time. The sound barrier is going to get popped as well by UCI. Size in the back line. Currently getting frozen up by Chime. And oh my word. Just DNA on the pavement there. The Genji gets railgunned. Chime in a little bit of trouble. Pops the block, avoids the carnage. But UCI do find the flip in the chaos.
That's going to be big for them here. Astro, though, is back on the point. High energy on the Zarya. Both supports low for UCI. Not really wanted to get stuck into this fight as both teams escaping. Like, no kills really coming in here. This is a pretty speculative kill on Romani. I'm not sure this one's going to happen. Astro overextends for that.
Yeah. You saw Astro not wanting to use that bubble there at all, but had to. And then instantly, KDHD used the cleanse to save himself. UCI now trying to springboard back in as they can set themselves up for success. 60% and counting for Dreamland right now, and a kill onto Ryan's going to be a good start. Chime falls as well, and there it is. Okay, fight over. UCI, get the flip.
Astro, uncharacteristic mistake there, I think, overextending. Like, just because they had kind of won that trade, we're starting to push in. UCI still had their whole team alive, right? They still come back and reset into that engagement. So swinging that next corner was just a bridge too far. That overextension is going to cost them the point, and it gives UCI a really good opportunity to make a comeback here with Quino online for Romani. Astro's going to have to be very, very quick with the bubbles, but if Romani gets like a massive 4 or 5 man Quino, you can't cleanse them at all.
He set up for it. Oh, he's ready. Just forcing one extra CD. Well, they've got sound barrier in about 25%. This could be what they need. There's the rampage. Here's the back. Renko in trouble. Takes the sky, but instantly bubbled. Perfect cleanse from Astro to save his team, and Sai is down. Nice little B-hop there as well from Astro. Right-clicking himself up to the high ground as Dreamland managed to split UCI up as well as get this capture. Another kill here will be golden for them, but I'm not sure they're even going to need it, to be fair. As it's only this Ash on the point. Xcal as well as Otters. Oh, gets walled off.
They're going for it.
The Blade's going to come in, Jake. Yeah. I mean, they're just slicing and dicing away on that bubble. But it is all Chime once again. The Blizzard in the choke points. However, the sound barrier, it matches up well against this rally, but they need kills. And Chime needs healing. He ends up getting burnt to death.
Grab should close it, though. Too much for there. High energy Zarya. Easy cleanup. Forces a ton of ultimates, but in the end, I mean, UCI dumped everything to force. Yes, it is grab rally. I mean, I guess that's okay, but in the end, the point goes against them, and UCI is starting to look desperate, frankly. I think that's probably a good money after bad scenario with the ultimates. It's going to be a big swap going over to the BAP. The BAP is not really a hero we've seen at all this series, as well as the Ramatra. Curious to see how this plays out, but Ryan, big potential to hit an overclock flank here, right? No one on UCI can really respond to an off angle.
BAP did get buffed recently, so, you know, his range of his shifts and the CD got lowered, so pretty nice. Oh, OC being used. Overclock, pretty deadly, especially when everybody's grouped up like that in this small little corner. Lab's going to be used to save Romani's life. Ryan also going pretty low. Ravenous Vortex also dragging them back down to earth. However, a very early wall coming through from Sai, and now they have to deal with Chime. Oh, goodbye, Romani.
The Maywall just cuts off the support. No heals can come in.
I mean, that, Jake, is going to be a fight win, and they are 1 point away as well from taking this series and knocking UCI out of this bracket.
Taking Chime in the Maymare is one of the classic mistakes of Overwatch. Classic blunder.
Oh, no.
I mean,
It's
this
really
is a
like
comp
a-
that Dreamland just know back to front. And for UCI, I doubt they practice this. I wonder if the execution is going to be there. Maybe Amplification Matrix could change something. Maybe an instant kill from the Ashe, big damage coming in from Baptiste could be what they needed, especially with the capability of breaking that enemy Mei wall so quickly.
Oh, there's the window.
Oh, that map wall is way too aggressive.
Wall is perfect. Enables them to get away. However, they do give up the point. 80% though, still happy, and a very quick re-engage.
Yeah, Dreamland not going to be too upset about this. They're close to the grab. They want to charge that up. Still, though, maybe a little bit more difficult to grab against Baptiste. Ryan gets low on the off angle. See if he can. He does slide back. It's going to reduce the pressure, but Chime's here. No one is looking at him.
For free. And Chime's going to have
close.
ult, and they've already used the lamp. There's the grab. Oh, and it's all falling apart. God, it's just like a medieval form of torture having to deal with Chime's Mei. It's absurd. They've still got ult to spare as well.
Dreamland could go in the spawn right now, Jack. This could be a spawn attack here. Like, Excalibur goes Tracer, 10 seconds to touch. I don't know if he's making it on Tracer.
There's the wall. I don't think they're making it. Oh, the Tracer zips past them. Oh, they don't quite get it. Oh, you can see Otters too just sailing through the air to try and get the touch.
I'm fucking insane, bro.
This year's actually good, guys. I'm not gonna lie.
Ryan, you actually did some criminal level.
What did they change about her?
Nothing, but she's just secret broken. Nobody knew.
What's up, guys? Congratulations on the win.
Oh my
god.
god.
Oh my god, Jake!
I can actually hear Jake this time.
Here comes.
All right, Chime on the Mei did some illegal activities on some of these last maps. What are you guys feeling right now? Do you expect the series to go that way against the Queen?
We shouldn't have lost him out.
We shouldn't have lost him out.
That was warm up.
All right, okay. Confidence?
Yeah.
Our hit scan wasn't really hitting shots on that one. But then I plugged my mouse in. I unplugged my controller and it was really easy. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean, who else? You're in the lower bracket, of course. You're going to make your way through. Anybody that you particularly want to face down there? Or are you just going to beat them all?
We had to beat
Wisp.
Team Mid or whatever, Wisp, yeah.
Said they make it.
Okay.
How do you think that match is going to go? Yeah.
We should win if they keep on playing what they're playing. If they want to keep on playing their Capitology experiments, then yeah, we should win.
No, I think it'll be easy.
That's good. We love to hear the confidence. Now, Jaime started the interview already saying you did some illegal stuff. Of course, you got yourself the player of the match honors for that activity that we saw on the server. How far do you think you can take it with Mei? Do you think this is going to work against any of the teams still left in the tournament?
Well, I think it depends on what these other teams play, because like the meta just like changed, like the patch just changed, so we don't really know. Like we've only had like a few days of like real scrims, it feels like, so everyone's kind of learning. I think we could keep on playing Mei, and we could probably take this like really far actually, because I'm just good at Mei like that. I don't know. We'll have to see tomorrow. Honestly, we don't even know what we're gonna play. So.
Right on. Well, we're excited to see more of you in the squad, guys. Thank you so much once again. Congratulations and best of luck in your run through the lower bracket.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
And that was Dreamland after their victory. I mean, UCI, credit where credit is due. Yes, they are out of the tournament, but they did make adjustments. It was actually exciting to see what a quick turnaround they had, adapting their strategies to face off against the Orisa, right? Like they changed up the back line, more supporting the front line with that. Like there were good adjustments being made, but then you go up against Chime and like everything just falls apart. What can you do?
Yeah,
this
there's
looks
not really
really
much
clean.
you can do against that. When you're hitting that many headshots, you're getting that many ults, like, bruh, there's like, what can you do, man? I mean, Jay called it as well. Like, you're not expecting the Mei to get that many ults so quickly. It's just like, okay, we can go into this. He's probably got like what, like 60, maybe 70%. Like, we can fight this, bro. It's all good. He's got like, no, he's 99%.
Has Blizzard.
He has Blizzard.
Wow, you say
and he doesn't. Yeah, they run at you, and you do like, okay, I didn't know they had Blizzard yet.
Man, some of these fights are so chaotic, so incredibly close. Honestly, UCI acquitted themselves well on this comp. I think they did what they could. It's just that at this level of play, right? Like even in, you know, arguably tier 2 competition now, teams are just so good. Like they have great counters, great adaptations. I love the Zarya, I love the Mei, the Cassidy. All the swaps were really solid from Fluffy Dreamland. I mean, there was a time a few years ago, you just wouldn't have seen teams at this level making such clean swaps, having the flexibility to execute on them really well. Fluffy Dreamland are a team that I think even the top teams have to be actually taking seriously now. Like their executions as a team, some of these positions like that Runasapi hold looks unbreakable, right? When they get in that spot that they, you know, put the Orisa in the corner, hold down with the Mei, it's nasty.
It's nasty indeed. I'm excited to see more of that. I want to know if they can, you know, bust it out. Does this work against
They're taking it all the
teams
way.
left in the tournament? I mean, you have to, right? With a performance like that, you're going to come in confident. And that pretty much, I mean, we heard that in the interview there as well. For now, though, we're moving back into the upper bracket with our last match of the day, which will be the upper bracket semifinals between ExOblivione NA and O3 Splash. You don't want to miss it. We see you on the other side of this.
Start your climb to OWCS by joining FACEIT League. Gain competitive experience in weekly FACEIT League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Register now and start your competitive journey at fce.gg/s4.
Welcome back, friends. Zoe here, joined by Jake and Jack, and we're about to set the imaginary stage for our last match of the day. We're heading back into the upper bracket for our semi-finals between O3 Splash and ExOblivione. But before we do that, once again, of course, reminding everyone watching that you too can participate in the FACEIT League. You just heard it in the trailer there as well. You can climb your way up through all the ranks, or you can just stay in the bottom if that's where you're comfortable. The world's your oyster in the FACEIT League.
Yeah, you can chill and vibe if you don't want to get like
That's right.
Utterly destroyed by Nightmare and other teams. That's fine.
I mean, Open Division is
advanced
for a pretty
division,
wide range of skill, right? Like you can play like regardless if you're just a casual Overwatch player, you like playing with your friends. I mean, that might be the right spot for you. You don't have to go pro. Like that's sort of the fun of the game. Is just hopping on with your stack of friends or meet people who also want to compete. I mean, that's how all esports professionals got started. Like at some point in their careers, that's how I started. Just meeting up people, wanting to play a game competitively. It all starts somewhere.
Yeah, it also it's so pretty. Absolutely beautiful. Put it on a t-shirt, Jake. Also, scheduling has been made a little easier this time around as well, so there's going to be more flexibility. There's a lot of really great changes coming to the FACEIT League heading into Season 4 and the next year. We discussed a lot of it already during the OWCS World Finals. We had a representation from the FACEIT League on broadcast actually running us through all of the goodness that is coming our way. Can't remember all of it, so I just highly encourage you
but it was good.
Watch that bit. It was good. I remember that I loved it. And that's all that matters. Another thing I love is, of course, our ExOblivione roster. Wow, what a transition. We know these players very well. They are formerly known as YFP, which was formerly known as Vice, so like the core of Nevermind and Yutsu, Azure, and Luca, and I think Skyer was there as well. They're still there. Regime and Zoolander are the two new pieces, the most recent additions. So I have not seen them in the mix being played. So we'll see. So far, so good.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of up-and-coming players these days, like making it into this scene and already being strong. So, like, a lot of players coming out of the ranked environment, out of the Tier 3, Tier 2 competitive environment, and joining these top teams. You got players like Luca, Jutsu. I mean, these guys have been playing together for a while, so I think they do have the experience to put something together, even if it changes up the support.
Yeah, and on the O3 Splash side, we also have like a core roster, which was rebranded or picked up, Team Z roster. We've seen them around in the Tier 2 scene, also in the OWCS. Yeah, so they've been around as well. I had actually quite a good finish for the second season of the playoffs. I think it was a 5th, 6th shared finish with the same roster that is ExOblivione. It was actually Vice. They haven't played in the Season 2, but they've been sitting on the bench together. I don't know what to say.
Equally skilled,
friends.
like equal results.
Exactly.
I mean,
So I expect
could
this
have
to
a
be an
close
even.
series.
Exactly. This should be a close series on paper.
Yeah, no, it really should be. Yeah, I mean, both these teams have been around for a long time in terms of like just players in general, and yeah, it's and the teams as well. So you're expecting a lot of big things here up in the upper bracket. If we have a look at the maps that are coming up into this series, a lot of Kings Row. Honestly, I'm here for it. Are we going to see it again? Yes, it's going to be almost the same map.
Run it back.
Oasis,
New Junk City
Kings,
this time.
and a Runasapi, Jake.
Dude, everyone loves Oasis, Kings, and Runasapi. I agree.
Yeah,
Runasapi is like a really, really good push map. Blizzard kind of hit the nail on the head with this one. It's a really solid. You don't just like automatically win when you get a lead. There's a lot of comeback potential. Unless you're going against Chimes May, that's a special case. Still, I'm interested to see the teams, how they adapt. Like Chime said, this is a new meta. There's been some patch changes, so no one really has a lockdown dialed meta. I think there's still opportunity to experiment and innovate.
Yeah, I think with the innovation, as closer and closer we get to the end of the bracket, I think there'll be a less innovation. However, you still need to have a few tricks if you meet, for example, Chime on the main. So we'll see how both these teams are looking when it comes to this brand new patch, of course, only released the other day. No Hazard, not in this tournament at the very least. I cannot wait to see Hazard actually played in pro play. Hopefully he's
sick. He's
caliber.
super sick.
I mean, he seems very good on the face of things. So
yeah,
see him next time we have FACEIT.
I think Hazard's good. I don't know. I haven't seen the pro meta at all. I don't know what the top teams are playing, but Hazard to me looks pretty scary. A lot of super, super high skill potential hero. For now, Luca gonna run the Queen. We'll see if they can do better than UCI. This is not a one-trick player. I mean, they can play whatever they want. So the choice to run Queen here, more intentional from EXO. See if they can fare better.
Yeah, I mean, look, Queen wants to get up in your face, but then so does Mauga. Just classic kind of Soja metas here as well, where you're just waiting for the Soja to find a pick or get someone low enough for maybe the Genji to finish off, or the Echo. Speaking of which, wrong place, wrong time. Oh, Jutsu just managed to get out of there. I don't know how. Clutch healing coming through from the backline of ExOblivione. Looks like Peace is going to play him in yet another visit. What a clean double right click there. Peace just destroying, honestly, Jutsu. Humby
Trade
also
is
going
not
down
good,
though.
though.
Not good for O3 Splash.
Yeah, and Painkiller's on 1 HP. Without a Juno, good luck ever getting back into this fight on Mauga. O3 wisely, I think, just going to fall back, take the reset. I think that's the best they can do. Nice delay from Peace, though, like really stretching the limits of what they can do. Point is against them, though, so time pressure on O3 Splash.
Another kill onto MBM, though. So, okay, ExOblivione are down one. Looks like they're just going to give this one up. Not too much of a fight there after losing one.
Yeah, I think this is wise. Actually, you don't want to throw good money after bad and feed a bunch of ults away when both teams are this close to ultimates. EXO almost have that copy online. I wonder if a copied Mauga on top of the Queen, pretty nasty combo to attack the enemy Mauga, potentially kill him. No support ultimates online just yet.
Yeah, but they're O3 Splash are very close this, you know. This orbital rate in 10% or so. Regime needs to get up there too. Duplication from NVM on the sidelines has been doing a fair bit of a poke damage, and there's the duplication. Straight onto the Mauga. Painkiller actually dashes straight through him. A very, very quick overrun, of course. Got buffed a couple of patches ago. Wasn't available in Stockholm, but you can see how quickly and how much it can change the game as Peace lands 2 nice slashes onto the backline of ExOblivione. Zoolander Regime end up going down, and that'll be a flip. O3 Splash. They're in control. They can get a couple of stagger kills here. As long as they don't go down, they should be good. Although saying that is an unbelievable rampage. Len Painkiller and the Soj from O3 Splash in trouble. Luca just managed to turn that one around for ExOblivione. They haven't got the point just yet, but they're going to be able to get at least a little bit of space. Although saying that, rally from Len does kill Luca eventually.
And you'd think with the tank kill, it'll be enough for O3 to flip. Big rally here from Len. I think well committed to get the cleanup, and it's turning into a team wipe now. O3 Splash sending EXO back to the spawn. Decent trades, though, for EXO. I think ult-wise, Luca not going to be feeling too bad about that clean ult. It got you the cap, it forced a couple responsive ults out. Still, though, do they have the answers to this Mauga cage? Maybe the rally's enough, but sometimes it's scary, right? Like Genji getting on top of you in that cage can be real trouble, and you can't bash as Brig when you're in the Mauga cage.
Oh, what a shot. That disruptor shot helped him finish off the kill there. Oh, the Sky Eye shot too. Slides, instant rail onto the enemy Sojourn. Painkiller release takes down Jutsu. Rally available from Zoolander as well. A good stun bash onto Painkiller, but he's still alive and kicking. That cardiac overdrive, seeing the Mauga through. The initial source of damage there coming through from Zoolander. Peace ends up getting another kill. Regime falls as O3 Splash nearing OT. 10% to go. So a little bash there from Zoolander. Actually sends him down the well. Blade popped. A nice reset from Peace. Oh, can't quite get there. That dash coming through a little bit late, but all good. O3 Splash. They're going to finish out that round. A scrappy fight at the very end. But it's all on the blade from Peace to clean everything up.
Yeah, Peace's Genji was really strong in this round, right? Like finding a lot of opportunities in a comp that I don't think is necessarily easy to be playing Genji against. Like this Echo, you get low, you just get burned down by focusing beam. Deflect does nothing in that matchup. So honestly, really well done by Peace, constantly finding pickoffs, winning some of those scrappy trade fights, right? We weren't on his cam in that last fight, but he was getting all the kills in the backline, making that a winnable fight. Well, it looked like, oh, you got to open and kill on the Brig, we're the rally, we're going to snowball. It looked like it would be really tough for O3 Splash. Because of Peace, they make it happen. And EXO, I wonder, I don't think they're going to be shaking in their confidence yet. I think that round was way too close to be backing off this Queen strat, but I am worried based on what we saw from UCI. It does look hard to make the Queen work.
Well, let's have a look. Same kind of comps here from both sides. Okay. Who can get to this high ground first? MVM is going to be very annoying to deal with too. The spam damage into this small choke, especially with the stickies. Oh, okay. Little Mauga. Dude, I know they buffed his overrun rate by like 20%, but like, jeez, he's quick.
I love when he just gets to the back line. Look at him go, he's just running through. MVM 1 HP on the Echo. Peace is so aggressive on this Genji. Is it a little too much?
Yo, yeah, deflect runs out. Just at the very end there, the counter swing to finish off. Dude, Painkiller is just perma holding shift. Like every single time overrun's available, they're in.
I mean, I don't mind it. I like the idea of getting aggressive. I think if you play super slow with this Mauga Genji, the Echo and the Queen might outvalue you. I think you do need to get in. You do need to pick off the backliner. So Regime and Zoolander got to be careful. I think they're typically going to be the targets for this Genji Mauga combo. By the same token, though, the trades can come in from the Echo onto the enemy backline. So this is a map where I feel Echo looks strong. Seems a lot harder for Peace to find a consistent dive on the backline.
Jutsu. Yeah, just waiting for the other Sojourn there to peek a little head around the corner. High ground control for O3 Splash. They force ExOblivione off of the point as well. And that is a misstep there from Luca, as must be said. Shout used all the healing in the world, just thrown to the Queen to try and keep them up. I think everybody for O3 Splash is just shooting Luca there, so heads up for the ExOblivione backline, keeping the Queen alive. Now they're still going to be holding the point here too. A duplication from MVM goes on to the Genji. Overrun comes in. Orbital Ray's going to get popped as well. Peace with the early blade gets bashed. But where are the kills? Where are the resets? Peace is doing enough damage for maybe his teammates to kind of follow this one up. As there it is, Painkiller overrunning through everybody else. Just turning Jutsu, sorry, and NVM just sails them over the edge of the map. And that will finally be the win for O3 Splash as they cap.
Man, even when Genji struggles in the poke trade, it's these ultimate fights with Blade plus Rally, you know, Cage, Orbital Ray, where the Blade just cuts apart these what would have been unkillable backline heroes, enemy Brig with Rally on, enemy Juno in the Ray. Genji has the consistency and the DPS to actually get through them in the ult fights, which tends to matter a lot, as now EXO playing slow doesn't feel nearly as good when the point's against you.
Royal Gracie there from Luca.
Oh, what a shot from Luca.
What a shot, though. Yeah, Peace down, Rampage hits, Lennon Painkiller, antied. Having to back up.
Oh, that's
Sojourn
bad.
damage is kind of like a brick wall. Yeah, Cage with a disruptor shot, and then a Sojourn free firing. Yeah, I don't need a calculator for that one. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, Sugu, that was a monster kill there. Big pressure on the disruptor shot into the cage is so nasty. He's hitting like 3 or 4 with that. That's insane. And getting
and then you get the charge,
yeah.
See, just like rail. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, we'll see if it's enough.
Oh, okay.
You know, that's the scary thing about this matchup for Genji. Oh man, deflex nothing.
Yo, what's up?
Oh, hold on. Hold on.
A little differential there from Sugu. Okay, you love to see that. Luca at least makes this one a little bit more fair. Oh, what a Sugu again.
Well done.
Good move. That flail just setting the Echo into a nice little angle there for the Sojourn to finish off.
Man, the team plays really nice from O3 Splash there, right? Like, Sugu just absolutely dominating Jutsu when he jumps to the high ground, and then having the Brig to peel that Echo dive turns it around as well. Great clutch there, even without the Juno. Now EXO, once again, trying to get this retake. Copy, yes, it's something. He's going to come from the bottom. Nice touch. He would love to get a kill to start this. You just have to copy.
Well, there's the copy. Nice deflect damage. Oh, this railgun does end up killing the copy. If you got one dash there, one more Shuriken, that could have been a very different story.
Oh my God, he's
hunting. Used by Harmby, and yeah, Jake, how do you deal with that, bro? Like a railgun, an OC with the orbital ray? Dude, there's just absolutely nothing. O3 Splash end up taking that map. A little 2-0 to start off the series.
The Sugu is heating up. That is a pretty scary sight on map 1 when Genji comes out, he has a huge map 1, wins a bunch of clutch team fights with big dash resets. Then the Sojourn comes out, has another lights out map, crushing a lot of your flankers, crushing backliners, winning every 1v1. That's the dream start to the series from a mental perspective, right? Your DPS are feeling themselves, they're feeling confident, and you're playing up against the Queen that so far hasn't really worked in this tournament.
Yeah, not so much. I mean, a different look this time around from the team playing against the Queen in the Mauga. You think, okay, pretty decent, right? Like, you know, you want to anti the Mauga, you want to get up in there, you want to axe swing him a couple of times, but it's just not been working out. I thought this fight especially, Luca had just turned this one around, but everybody was just far too slippery for the Queen to chase.
This fight, like, the Brig's owning, it looks really good. The front line's getting traded, but look, Peace, there's 2 in the feed, and he clutches that one out. Maybe went a little bit too far in here, thought he could finish off that Juno. She juked away. He does die for it. This OC was massive, though.
Look at this disruption shot.
Oh my, they're in the bog, in the swamp in there, man.
Actual swamp, bro. Yeah, pretty scary. And then Orbital Ray with the OC, the overclock. Yeah, it's a lot. All right, O3 Splash. They're starting the series off strong. Go to Kings Row for the 3rd time today in NA against ExOblivione. Are we going to see the Queen again? Going to see the Mauga again? That's the question.
I think we're going to see the Mauga again with what they just did. I mean, with how aggressive they are with it. Oh, interesting. The Winston. Oh, well, yeah, it's attack. We don't know anything yet. They're going to drop the Winston bubble for the snipers on attack, but EXO committed. No change in the comp. I'm a little worried for them though. I really feel that the execution from O3 is like, this is one of the challenges of something like a Mauga Genji. On paper, Echo and Queen should be good, like 1-to-1. They should have decent matchups there, and I think they do 1-to-1. But the team play potential in some of these ultimate fights from something like Mauga and Genji is more explosive than the sum of their parts, right? It's like a bigger threat you have to deal with. And I wonder, do EXO have the answers in these big ultimate fights?
I'll have to see. Oh, not even wearing the on flames, the on fire hat, the Widow mythic.
I like the pay to lose on fire hat on Widow, so the enemy can see me coming even easier.
No. It looks cool, bro. I've literally got an unusual. I have an unusual.
I use that too. I'm not doubting it. I just need to let them know I'm coming so that they have a proper time to prepare for my Widow because it's too good.
Ah, that's so smart from you, Jay. Yeah, you're very famous for your Widow play. I've seen you mess with the best, bro. All right, nice
Jutsu turns it around.
Jutsu, okay, that's what you want to do. Heating up on the Sojourn, shut him down instantly with a Sojourn of your own. Good shout. Moving on. Dead body into spawn, well, sliding straight into the air canisters there. Should be the fight pretty much done. I mean, not having your other DPS, not great. Quick switch over to a Widow again, though. Looking for a small pick, but all right, it's been called, so no one's going to over peek now.
Don't mind the Widow spawn peek. You know, there's always a chance you get a pick there, and it just opens up first point. You gotta like, take those gambles at times. Back to the Genji, though, and the Sojourn. Land very low. Needs some heal here. In trouble right next to the Disruptor shot. EXO's gonna strike on this. Maybe they can get kills. The peel is great.
The heal was so good there. Jutsu again, just open this one up. 2 railgun kills. Maybe even make it another one if they manage to stay alive. But Peace luckily shutting them down on the Genji. Come on, you're gonna have to either get out here. You have to survive right now if you're O3 Splash. It'd be such a time waste if anybody else goes down. Although with the Mauga and Genji, it shouldn't be too hard, and the spawns are pretty close. Oh, good kill.
That's such a rough pick to be losing, especially when you just popped your orbital ray.
So massive. Oh, what a rampage coming through from Luca. Jutsu again with a double rail kill. Just sailing to the skies. Gonna duel out with the Juno too. Jutsu is on fire. Both Sojourns taking it in turns to just light up the stage.
Oh, Peace needs to live here. Closer spawns for O3 Splash. Gonna give them a bit of a power play. They're gonna be able to start capping the point. EXO need to respond with a pick. Knife on the brig. That's a massive catch. Is it enough? Not quite.
No, not quite. No. Juno's in. Heal comes through. Luca in trouble. Cage deployed. Rally equally being hard to deal with normally, especially when you're in close quarters. Post stun bashes onto Painkiller. Quite annoying. Actually forces the overrun from the Mauga to get out of the mixture. Now comes the overclock. I mean, Subaru has to find something here. They have to get on this point. Eventually, they get the cap on what was pretty much a 3-minute long skirmish. O3 blast. They're going to get the payload going.
Yeah, O3 Splash not going to be mad at that, especially considering the ultimate economy, right? Like delaying, getting all the ultimates out of the game. Now it's just Rally online. This is a really powerful ultimate against Junkyard Queen. If you stun her out of that axe, she loses the cooldown. She doesn't get any of the cooldown reset value, any lifesteal, and she becomes potentially an easy target for Team Focus Fire. Oh, they're getting wiped right now, Jack.
Yeah. No shield. Unlucky. Yeah, I didn't really expect all that damage coming in. That's for certain. All right, O3 Splash get a nice team kill, and that'll be ExOblivione just hoping for a small reset.
And the Mauga, you know, when played with this style, with the Juno and the Brig, with played aggressively with the Genji, right? Like the Mauga himself probably isn't doing the most damage, but he forces so much attention. He just tanks such an incredible amount of damage in these fights. He's a big threat. He's a problem for them to deal with, and the ultimate trades have looked like O3 Splash's best fights, and that's what you want in a comp where things aren't dying so easily.
All right, Lucas gonna be able to get a pretty big ultimate here, but he's gonna be grouped up around this point, but O3 Splash know that. And yeah, look at the positioning right now. They don't want to step too far up. Don't want to give him a free entry with the Rampage.
Yeah, Rampage super scary here.
Oh,
that's a big catch.
Yeah,
just has to Rampage, but it's so forced. The Orbital Ray, great kite out from O3 Splash. Instant discipline, even with the pick. Fantastically played. They're draining the resources from EXO, and this is their chance for a power play.
Jesus got one. Blade available from Beast, actually gets to the high ground. Jusu in a lot of trouble. Oh, the little torpedoes from Hanbei, especially mixed with those shurikens, just so much damage. And, well, Jusu tried to just pop the OC, tried to get another kill. Was really feeling himself, and I would be too after the last couple of fights that they've had on the Soj. A minute and 40 to go. Looks like O3 Splash are going to make this payload. Just lock in that second point. 3 minutes pushing into third.
And like even when these mid-fight poke trades, they look hard, right? Like the Sojourn, the Echo, the Queen, they're all doing a lot of poke pressure. When the ultimates come down, O3 Splash is dominant, and they're so good at falling back. It's like the same can't be said for EXO. When they're popping ults, a lot of times they're getting kited, they're getting baited, they're not getting the team fights they need. Oh, that's a disgusting kill. Opening for the Blade.
Gonna get popped as well. Oh, there's gonna be resets for Peace. 3 kills for the Genji. Even make it, we'll call that a 4th. Luca ends up just sailing over the edge. 2.5 minutes. That Blade used is nice too. It's a very economical fight.
Yeah, still EXO have all the tools they need to stabilize at the end of the map. Sugu kind of needs to have a ridiculous overclock here to stabilize, but what is that spam kill? And forcing the Sojourn out of the fight, this is looking so sketchy for EXO even with the ultimate economy.
Rampage only hits 1. A little carnage through the shield. Can they actually take down the Brig? No, it's actually Luca that's in trouble. A nice little OC used there by Sugu to deal with Luca, who is the lonesome in the backline. ExOblivione copy a tank. NVM's gonna maybe able to get a free cage. Painkiller does end up falling down, and yeah, it's just the overwhelming force of this copied cardiac overdrive, plus all the damage coming out from Jutsu. They're gonna hold on, but for how much longer?
Yeah, nice little delay on the Hanbei, getting a bit of extra time, but that's not the fight OT Splash need to win. I mean, they almost won it off the back of just miracle plays. Both DPS, well, Sojourn find the kill. Genji pushing that Sojourn out of the fight. Takes every ultimate that EXO have to stabilize. They're gonna go take the Amalgam Mirror, but it might be too little too late with the Rally and Orbital Ray fight coming online. This is a really scary moment for EXO.
All right, speed ring around the corner. Luca and Chubb already get slammed to the ground. We're extremely low. Cardiac overdrive. A lot of that damage actually just getting reflected straight back, so unable to heal all the way back up. Jutsu pops this overclock once again. Actually sells to O3 Splash's backline. It's got a good little opening here, especially with this orbital ray being used. But the rally, the kite around the point is good for Len, but not for much longer. Finally taken down. Regime actually gets 2 kills with the pulsar torpedoes, and with only a minute to go. ExOblivione, what looked to be a very tough ask, managed to whittle the time back to under 30 seconds.
It's really well done by Regime to farm up those heals on the Mauga, get his own Orbital Ray online. That enables the clutch to come through. Now O3 Splash are the ones who are in a bit of trouble, needing some sort of miracle coming out. You do have Cage Blade, but with no support ultimate online, there's very little margin for error. Very big opportunities for EXO's DPS to get kills.
That's a good cage. That's a good blade too. Duplication comes in. A lot of chunky health bars to actually get through his piece. Just focuses down the Brig. Duplication also ends up wearing off there for MVM. And now comes the resets for the Genji. Yep, Luca can't stand up to that. 13 seconds in the time bank. And importantly, it's overtime, Jake. That could really cost ExOblivione later down the lines, but O3 Splash, they're happy with that finish. And now the tables can be flipped. ExOblivione, it's their time to attack.
That was a monster Dragon Blade. I think some of those swings were on 4 players, 3 or 4.
They were all grouped up in that small corner.
Cleaves, yeah, exactly, with the cage. I thought the double Mauga, the copy, maybe it's enough to tank through, but no, just that overwhelming burst from Peace, who not only gets the blade, but then follows it up with more kills after the blade closes. And man, Peace's Genji has just been a real important part of the success of O3 Splash. I mean, he's, I think, part of the reason they're able to get so aggressive is they have the confidence that Genji is going to get these follow-ups.
All right, I'm curious, is Luca actually going to stay on this Queen? Because we saw at the very end, swapping over to Mauga, thinking maybe that it's a better hero to use in that situation.
Yeah, we'll see if he
got the luxury of doing
likes
that
to
on
play
the attack,
it.
of course.
Yeah, I'm worried. The Queen for me, just it hasn't worked against some of the teams who execute really well. Like in theory, the Queen ult is so powerful, but when the enemy team is just positioned really well around it, you're getting like a 1 to 2 man Queen ult. It's not the same story. People aren't giving you 5-man Queen ults, and there's always the possibility of just getting caged and trapped on the Queen. And yes, Queen can sometimes be tricky, but not in the face of that level of focus fire and the lockdown from cage.
All right, let's have a little look. Oh, MVM almost scored 1 shot out the gate. Okay, all good. Healed up. We're chilling.
see. Maybe the offense. In fairness, this slow poking style, the Echo, the Sojourn, should feel a little bit better on attack, where, you know, they can just touch the point, you know, poke down, put pressure. They aren't going to be forced into these critical ultimate fights. And O3 Splash need to get a bank of ultimates coming. The first fight is probably one of the most difficult for them.
Okay, they managed to make the Mauga drop down to low ground, but with the buff to overrun, it's pretty easy to get back up height. Small switch to Rue, Painkiller going low, but has got the backup required to stay alive. Again, drops down. Now what's the play from ExOblivione? Looks like they're going to try and force out this Brig. Len on the high ground, taking a lot of sticky damage. 3 minutes to go, and Jake already, I mean, ExOblivione might be able to take this point. Len, Peace dead, and yeah, now the Echo can take over the game. Cardiac Overdrive already used, but
no way.
Once more. Okay, it's all on the Sojans this map. If the Sojans are alive, anything is possible. But it does look like ExOblivione going to be able to close this one out. The Mauga can't healing. He's healing a ton. Yeah, but how long can it really last? Oh, with an orbital ray? Oh, okay.
Oh my God.
Take it back. They can't take the point.
That's going to buy them a reprieve, getting them closer to the rest of these ultimates, but touching the point still looks so scary in the face of this level of pressure.
Whoa, okay. Sugu dead, Rally popped, okay. Fight over. That's the first point. Painkiller not awarded any more kills.
That was way too scary. As NVM getting a lot of value on the Echo, right? With O3 Splash sitting back in that corner, trying to play a long, slow fight. It just doesn't work against Echo Sojourn. Too much raw damage coming out. Queen happy to stand on the point. Mauga can't say the same. I think he wants to just dive in, force engagements. Same for Genji. They don't really want to take these extended open air trades. Piece getting a little scary there, getting a little low in the face of a rail. You gotta respect Jutsu on this Sojourn. He's really been lighting it up, especially here on map 2, Kings Row. I like this row 3. They're gonna go high ground straight to the objective and just force an engagement.
Yeah, jump straight on top of them. They got cage too. Yeah, lock down the cage. Didn't get anybody. So
whoops.
Yeah, I think they were expecting to get maybe Luca there, but a little bit too far away. And here comes the orbital ray. Uh-oh. Yeah, Sugu dead. Takes care of MVM, though, to start the fight off with. But, oh, those carnage swings are dirty. However, that Rampage, not so much. Does swing and a miss. However, the rally on the point now is going to be the main focus of Luca. I mean, Len just separating themselves from the rest of the team there. Just no real rally value whatsoever.
Delaying Genji as well by a second or two. Always nice. O3 gonna go to the Lucio, maybe just get a little speed amp out of spawn and then swap. Curious to see if he keeps it for this fight though. Maybe just wants to enable this blade. I don't even hate this idea, right? Like, it's a naked overclock for Jutsu. He could be a big threat, but he could just as easily die to the Dragon Blade. Peace, a lot of pressure on this Genji, needs to shut down this enemy backline.
Well, there's the overclock. Instant disengage from ExOblivione.
Nice discipline, but will they find more? Oh, he doesn't see the soldier on his left.
Whoa. Oh, does he not see him?
I don't think he saw it.
Duplication available. Oh, there's the burst damage coming through. However, the blade's gonna get popped once again from Peace. Another double kill for a Genji. Duplication actually comes through from MVM. Actually goes for a duplication on the Genji, not a tank this time around. So looking for this blade value. Can he actually get any resets? Can he get any damage in? He's got 70% or so, but the duplication's running out. Yeah, already gone. Painkiller picks up 2 kills in the midst of that fight, and with 2.5 minutes to go, ExOblivione no closer, it feels like, to this second point.
That's a great heads-up swap by Len to be on the Lucio, right? Even though they do lose one at the opener of the fight, right? Sugu getting caught by that Echo flank. The Lucio speeding into the Genji blade on top of the speed run from Juno is a crazy level of mobility, and that enables Peace to catch everyone he needs to with the blade. Opportunity now with the rally, but going up against Orbital Ray is always kind of scary. You know, even with rally, there's always a chance you could just be bursted through.
Yeah, Luca has to get out of there as well, so they're going to have to reset their positioning here, Jake, and they've got to go up against Cage.
So
oh, and MVM's dead. Okay, you got to get out. Fight's done. They're going to make it painful, though. Yeah,
big stun.
For sure.
They're going to team wipe here. I think they go to the spawn. Lucio as well on this comp. No fear. And another one. Painkiller.
Dude, I'm telling you, every single time he has dash up, he goes to the overrun, and yeah, he gets value.
Dude, he's so
quick the Mauga is.
When he gets the Lucio speed and the Juno ring and the overrun, he's like warp speed running them down. And a spawn camp here is pretty scary. Opportunity to engage with Mauga.
The payload is regressing too, bro. They're going to get at least a couple of fights here. There's the cage. Luca's in trouble. Speed ring in. Pulsar torpedoes.
Oh, he got to the spawn. That's big for Luca.
They're backcapping. There is a backhand
really
currently
well
in
done.
play.
Yeah, they just have to pull back.
Is perfect. Yeah, MVM this whole time backcapping. So that space that they gained there from the regressing of the payload has been denied completely. And he slips out. Nice stuff from MVM.
Oh, nobody is home to catch this orbital ray. Everybody kiting out.
Rampage is good though. Hits 3. Sound barrier though to match. Should be able to survive through this one, especially with that cardiac overdrive too. Peace pulls the blade. Jake, this might be all she wrote for ExOblivione. They invested. Well, they basically ult dumped in that fight, right? They used both support ults. They used the Rampage with 30 seconds to go in these weird staggers. This might just be it.
Man, the mobility that O3 Splash have in this comp, right? Think about this. You got Genji, you got Sojourn, both with their own mobility. Lucio, Juno, absolute maxed out speed boost, and then Mauga with this buff to the overrun. It's incredibly hard for EXO to actually catch anyone, even if they get the opening to get a kill. And then you got NVM on Tracer. Tracer's pretty tough to play in this comp. There's a lot of stuff dashing around, flying around in the air. It's not easy to stick on a target.
They're playing the Too Fast, Too Furious comp is what they're doing.
Literally.
G2 already down. Len does end up falling, but is that the key target they want to find? I mean, Sugu is just looking 6 different directions at once, trying to find a target to kill. Well, the slam doesn't end up coming in, but Painkiller is all on his lonesome on the point. Cardiac overdrive pop. Now everybody's trying to LOS to make sure he doesn't get free healing in. Regime finds another kill in this fight. That's 3 for the Juno. Eventually dealt with by Peace, who gets a reset over the roofs, but we're an OT, and there could be a touch.
These spawns are so long, though. I don't think you're going to be able to get this touch off. Peace goes in, but it just has to die in car.
All right. We're not out of the woods just yet. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go.
I want a Lucio Juno meta.
Made it.
This is too sick. The Lucio Juno meta is the future, man. We need to see this. No, please, no. Warp speed meta.
It's so... Oh, what a stick! NVM, what a good start. Are they going to go in on this? I mean, yeah, just start on the point. Try and get picks. Try and get like a tag or something. Painkiller taking a lot of damage to the front line. This DPS passive as well coming into full effect here in these long fights. Just unable to keep up with the healing. NVM is just being a slippery little worm, Jake, in the back line. Nice little
Widow. Are they ready?
Initially.
Ooh. There's a chance. Do they peek this?
They know.
Yeah, well done. Luca peeks it, gets the ping on that Widow. Sugu instantly back. Sebastian? Okay.
Also, I will say on the crosshair talk, the black circle, the black dot is devious.
It's an OG.
Oh,
it's
an
an
OG
OG
crosshair,
crosshair, actually.
I need it bright green.
It looks better when you see enemy player outlines.
Oh, I suppose so. That's true. Yeah, I didn't think of that. I'm not changing from green dot. All right, Peace with the blade. Just setting up for it. Okay, there he is. Unlocked. Online. Luca 2, though, with this Rampage. Not over 100, half HP, though. Cage comes in. Peace pops the blade at 30 HP. He's determined to get kills, determined to get value. And Jake, that's it. It's all done. Cage Blade will end it all. OT here, but there's not a body, not a single soul that's going to be left alive. There it is. 0-3 Splash. Take the map and take match point of the series as well.
Cage Ray Blade is the new forbidden combo of Overwatch. Like, I'm just sitting there watching Luca standing on the cart. Painkiller's like 90 Cage, 95 Cage. I'm like, oh, you're just gonna get Cage.
You just can't win. There's like
Blade.
nothing you can do.
No, the Genji's probably gonna miss his swings on you on the Queen in the cage. That's your hope to live that.
I'm pretty sure that's how the universe was started too, like the Big Bang, like that, like with the amount of damage, they're creating some sort of new universe or something. Like
there's a singularity occurring in the match.
It's dumb stupid. You know when you get to, you know when you reach the point, or you go closer to a black hole, right? Time slows down, and you're seeing your death slowly, like, and your health bar erode away.
It's just sicko mode. This is like the best blade I've seen in a while. This is so nasty from Peace.
Look, the Genjis, I think, especially with what these teams are playing, at least for the very moment in time, the Genji with the Sojourn, it's looking like it might be a fun little meta, I think. We'll see if Arista does rear her ugly head again, but I liked seeing the Queen as well. It's not been so successful. I think a lot of teams have had tools to kind of deal with it and been able to use the Mauga to stop the Queen from really doing much, just standing in the front line. Same with Arista, right? But when the DPS go off, they really do go off in this meta. The Sojourn clips as well have just been sublime.
I will say, if anyone is in danger of being trapped in a black hole, I think Lucio and Juno together may have the speed to escape the event horizon. I'm not sure about that. But the Mauga overrunning, I think he would get out of the event horizon. I feel like that would be...
They buffed it by 20%, the speed. That was
it's so crazy. The Mauga overrun plus Juno plus Lucio is actually running through the...
You just speed caps.
Speed of
on
light.
Mauga. It's so stupid. Although it is kind of funny.
I like it. I hope Lucio Juno's a meta. It's too much fun.
Damn. And here's me thinking, oh, I can play Alari again. She got buffed.
Yeah, like Lucio Juno Mauga running it down on you.
No, please.
It's like, nice flank, Larry. Nice position. I'm on top of you.
Your turret's sure going to hear you now. Surely it's going to help.
Yeah, just heal through the Mauga.
All right, Runasapi. Let's see what ExOblivione have got to bring to this series now. Down 2 maps. I'm gonna go back to the Queen. Okay, here we go. No Lucio, sadly, Jake. We're back to Brig.
Yeah, I mean, play what you practice, I suppose. And on a map like Push, I think probably the cutting the Lucio makes a bit more sense. You want to be a little bit more stable as far as a front line, and you're kind of leashed to the objective anyway. NVM almost goes down to Peace, who really is bullying the flank, forcing a ton of response and attention, creating opportunities elsewhere on the map. His Genji has just been lights out all series long. It looks like that's not changing here on Runasapi. Position looks really rough for EXO, all backed up into the corners.
See what Peace can do on this small little off angle too. Already spotted out the Juno. Manages to slip away though, Juno. Still pretty fast when he hits the shift, the glide. Not, yeah, not really a thing you normally have to worry about, the tank shooting you, but when it's a Mauga, even the Echo has to be at least somewhat scared when you're at a decent range, like short to mid range.
Yeah, doing that like single gunfire on the Mauga, actually quite accurate at medium long range. Definitely something you got to be scared of on Echo. But the team pressure overwhelming from O3 Splash. There's so many threats, everyone doing really well. Painkiller just plays the off angle, dash out, take a little cooldown reset here.
Yeah, nice bit of bot progress. Now they can just fight from the high to low. Jutu's going to have a tough time. It's a nice little straightaway, of course, but has to be wary of all times of his right-hand side. Peace could just rear his ugly head, just round the corner. Although they'd have to deal with this as well. Yeah, orbital right. Goodbye, Luca. Nah, goodbye, Zoolander. And that's it.
Dude, Painkiller just overran up the jump pad all the way around back to the car. He did like a 360.
Oh, dearie me. Well, that's checkpoint, Jake. And they got Cage. And they got Blade.
It looks so funny when I'm on his cam. I love it.
Bounce pad fun house. Yippee.
All right, at least you have support ultimates online. Maybe that's something that can defend you from the cage, but I just feel like Sugo could open up with an overclock here, and it doesn't feel good to be ripping support ults against that.
No, it really doesn't.
Is he on the flank on Sojourn? Uh-oh.
Well, Sugo is. Do they know? I don't think they do.
They don't know.
There's one kill. Didn't even need the railgun. We're going to get some more time on the bot. Don't mind if I do.
The Brig copy.
Brig of all things. Okay. I mean, you're going to get kind of rolled here. Yeah, nice little stun. They do actually manage to take out Len, sure, but you got to be worried about Peace. Just another double kill with the Blade. Time and time again is Peace getting insane value. And Jake, almost this entire time the bot was pushing.
Yeah, even more progress comes in, and Sugo didn't even overclock through that flank. He just gets the kill without it, doesn't need it. Scary situation for Luca. We've seen how big of a threat the cage has been from before. He's dropping so low and just run over.
Sugo is making sure you go to your dinner plan.
Goodbye.
Jake. Oh my God. Nice little triple kill. I mean,
it started on map 1.
There's physical pain, but there's also a kind of emotional pain, you know? Like, Sugo is dishing out both kinds right now.
Yeah, I'd say O3, they don't really have the resources to win a fight here. The question is, do you cage at all? Maybe caging, forcing ultimates could be good, but Luca in the Ray, surely he lives through this.
Regime's dead. Regime is dead. All good, though. We're going to be able to clean up. Don't need the additional healing from the Juno. We got the Ray. We got the extra damage, etc. So here we go.
Still 2 for 1. Ray plus overclock for just a Mauga ult. I think O3 are going to be taking that trade any day of the week. And EXO, this is the spot you don't want to be in, right? You want to fight deep on your side of the map, and you have nothing in terms of snowball.
Guys. All right, okay, we're good.
This is actually kind of a big deal, like missing that push.
Yeah, look at that.
They're going to punishing it.
Look at us split them. Oh, Sulani.
This is really bad. Like,
holy moly.
This position is super scary for EXO now.
Yeah,
are you going to come out of this choke? Good luck, buddy.
Oh, dear.
Oh, dear is right.
Well, there's the Ray, and Luca is in. Oh, the Rampage! It connects with 3, but will it matter? Len down, sure, but you're still fighting in the Ray, and I think Jutsu kind of gave up.
I saw a player standing still, Jack. I don't like that.
This might be a little full cap here. We've had one today already. Nightmare full capped earlier.
This is looking like very full capable. Jutsu on Widow.
Jutsu's got to find a pick here. Got to find one.
Does.
Got to find one. A body shot at the very least. Nice little deflection there, stopping the Widowmaker. And oh no, the blade on the wall. Oh, he danced with death there.
I like this.
And he succumbed to it. Oh, dearie me. Jake, that is going to be a full cap. 0-3 Splash. They're going to take this series 3-0. GG's all around. What a dominant performance from 0-3 Splash to round it out. From strength to strength through that series.
Goodness gracious, Jack. That's all I have on this one. Goodness
gracious me.
Peace.
Goodness gracious, great balls of fire.
Painkiller. And then you got to also think about the supports from 0-3 Splash. I mean, how many times are their opponents popping big ults, like swinging corners, and there's just no one to be found because the supports have the perfect kiting calls. Everybody's backing up on that tempo. They're just, enemy teams shooting at ghosts in so many of these fights. So the execution on a team level, fantastic. And then the individuals popping off like this. 0-3 Splash looked like a very real contender. I mean, it's not just the way that they won, but the way they won to me makes them look like a threat, even for squads like Nightmare. Gonna have to take them seriously.
Yeah, I mean, those Genjis on the server as well as the Sojourns, we talked about those pop-up possibilities, and again, they were on full display. Very, very good stuff here from 0-3 Splash, which I keep on wanting to call 0-2 Splash, so they got me. Haha, so fun.
0-2 Blast, 0-2 Splash, 0-3 Splash, 0-2...
It's too much. I cannot with those guys. But yeah, big victory for them. I honestly thought we're going to see a little bit more here from ExOblivione.
Oh, yeah.
And there were moments, of course, where they did get to play close. Like Jutsu had a great performance on that Sojourn. They were really trading it against Sugureru, but yeah, just unfortunately,
it looked close at the start of the series. It looked close, and then over and over again, like it was just like, okay, next round it's a little less close. Next round it's a little less close. Next map, okay, it's even less close. And then this map was just 100. Well, no, a full cap to 0. Like
my highlight was Peace though. Peace on that Genji. Like even in moments where Genji might not have been optimal, like he had a tall order to go up against compositionally.
Yeah.
Is that a word? And honestly, always finding those little openings, making sure to create space for his team. Peace had a really, really great game.
Yeah, big series on the Genji for sure. And Genji is that feast or famine hero, right? Like you're gonna get a lot of resources. You're gonna be the one that the team expects to produce. If you don't find some of those kills, you could just, the first kill in the chain, you could be dying, failing that kill, no dash reset, and you just look like you completely failed. But you turn it into a triple kill off the back of a 1 reset, and that's why, I think a lot of teams are favoring the Genji, especially in some of those ult trades. Like the cage just adds so much security to the blade. Like, okay, good luck running away. You're trapped in the Mauga cage with an orbital ray on your head, and I'm chopping you to pieces with the Dragon Blade. That's a good spot to be as a Genji.
It is indeed. And with that was our last match of the day, but we do of course have 2 more days of action. Also, we still have to give away the honors of the player of the match. So let's see who is going to get it. Peace is gonna get it. Got word in my head. Peace is gonna get it. Yeah, no surprise there. We already praised him. Let's praise him some more. Peace, absolutely monstrous performance on that Genji.
Super sick, very clean on the Genji, knows his limits too. The big Genji moment that stood out to me was on this map, and it was on this small little corner here as well. pulled out the blade at 30 HP. Was like, I know my team got my back. I know I'm going to get healed. I'm going in. I'm going to get multi-kills.
Yeah, we actually have our player of the match joining us for a quick chat now. Peace, congrats on the dub. How are you feeling after such a phenomenal performance from you?
I'm feeling amazing. You know, our team really goes to map 5s all the time. So I'm very happy that we finally got a 3-0.
All right. Okay, so yeah, you know what? We do love those close matches, but to see the dominance on display like that feels pretty good as well. How far do you can you take it? How far do you think you can take it? Holy, it's been a long day. Yeah, confidence in the team. Where's it at right now? How do you stack up against the opposition?
Well, realistically speaking, we were like preparing for a Wisp game a lot, or at least I was. We beat them in the Overdrive Cup, which was a super big win, but everyone was like, oh, you know, no one was screaming and it was Maga meta, like, whatever. So for me, it took a lot, like, at least personally, I can't speak for my teammates. Personally, I was really big on thinking, like, I thought about everything. The past comps they played, what I gotta play, how I gotta play. I focused a lot on my new playstyle and scrims and stuff. And my team, we botted legit for the last week straight, every day. And we had a really productive week, I think, and that's what set us apart from our competition today.
I love that.
Yeah, a lot of hard work put into that.
My people.
I want to ask you about like the meta right now. Obviously, it's still a little bit in flux. People playing the Queen, a little bit of Orisa, a little bit of Mauga here and there. Do you think the Genji is here to stay, and your Genji specifically?
Well, for me personally, like obviously I'm Genji guy, but Genji's really good right now. I think there's some spots for Echo, but meta hasn't been flushed out. It's been like, it hasn't even been a real week really, or I guess it has been now. But
right.
It hasn't really been like a real week for meta development, and people just started streaming again for FACEIT. But in my opinion, this meta is really fun. I think I love when Orisa combos happen. That's like one of my favorite things ever as a DPS player or whatever. I know for tank it sucks.
I'm just curious, you know, you guys bringing out the Mauga, looking really solid as a team. You know, this squad playing together, being in this tournament, do you guys see this as a team that you want to like carry forward into next year, into the future of FACEIT?
It's a deep question. Well, obviously, with all the orgs and stuff, I don't know what my future holds. I know there's a bunch of NA tank roster mania that I won't say too much about. So there are some times that there's a chance that we lose Painkiller, kind of, not to say too much. But he wants to stay with us, I want to stay with him. Obviously, me and him have our differences, but I actually love that guy so much. I love my whole team. Hame, Sugu, Len even. Len wasn't even supposed to really play. What happened with Len? I love all my team. I want to stay with them forever. I'm not even kidding.
Aw, the wholesome. I did love the Len even. As if
even Len.
No, he came in off the
Len,
bench.
I
It looked
guess.
good, looked solid. The team looked practiced together. It didn't show at all in your guys' match.
Appreciate Jake digging for the dirt there. Good effort. Peace. We're gonna let you go and celebrate and of course rest up for the games tomorrow. Thank you once again for joining us here on the broadcast.
Can I say one more thing?
Of course.
Alright. Look at me. I want to see Fluffy in the loser's bracket. If we lose to Nightmare tomorrow or Citrus, I don't care. They're my friends, but I have nothing more than what I want to do in this game than beat them.
All right.
I'm glad you kept that PG.
Call out. Okay.
I was waiting for something unsavory to be said there, but yeah.
I'm not one of the evil players. Come on.
No, you're good. You're a good guy. You're peace. You're a good guy. We appreciate that. Much
Peaceful
love
player.
to you. Have a good evening, and thanks again for joining us.
Bye. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you. He should have ended it with peace out. Right?
Legend.
That would have gone.
He will next time.
No? Oh well. Well, this was just one day of play, and we've already been treated to not just phenomenal gameplay, but also some really fun interviews, getting to know the players a little bit more, which I just really appreciate because we get an opportunity to chat to so many up-and-coming players and get a look at new teams. Makes me very excited for what's to come.
Yeah, this weekend's going to be jam-packed with action. And honestly, we had enough of the Mauga meta. We had enough of the mirrors. I'm here for some Genjis, getting resets everywhere. Sojourn's hitting some sick rails. Like, yeah, it's going to be a good time.
I don't mind Mauga.
What did we
I
learn
think with
today?
the Genji and the Sojourn, it's really interesting. I think the Reaper Echo maybe was a little too wild.
Okay,
but
that's
the
fair.
fast Mauga, I'm kind of here for fast Mauga, all right? Like, I'm kind of a fan.
Especially with the Lucio. That was too much fun on King's Row. I was having a blast that game.
Is that what we learned today, or is that your wishful thinking?
That's so wishful thinking, like ultra wishful thinking. That's not happening.
It's all right. We manifest it, okay? We have a whole night to manifest it to happen tomorrow. This was just one day done, 2 more to go. So make sure to tune in again tomorrow, same time, same place, for more FACEIT League Season 3 playoffs action. I'm going to say bye from now. Jake, Jack, thank you so much for calling the action. Thanks. Shout out to production for all the hard work they're putting in. And we're all going to see you again tomorrow. Bye-bye.
See you later.
It is Zora using that overclock there on the side, just putting down some big damage.
What? Oh, Lauren. Okay, great PP to get back behind them. They're going to walk straight into the cage, and Lauren saves the day with that Death Blossom. If I'm not mistaken, that is a full team wipe from the Reaper. 5 kills.
Here, getting everybody back in the fight, using that Lucio speed boost, spin around for Ostrix, gonna get one. Oh, what?
Okay, Ostrix the GOAT. Absolutely disgusting ball play.
Deal with that venture, to be fair. There's the Echo. Nice anti-nade on Infected, but will it matter? Oh, double sticky bomb kill from Sai. Okay, that's something at least. But of course, Sarah is got hella resets. I mean, look,
dude, he's killing them all.
Even a second. A nice little bubble that saves Ryan's life for a brief moment as Sai just joined the rest of his team. A Graviton Surge lands, but where's the damage? Chime finds 2 kills there with the help of the grab, and now it is 99% for Dreamland. Hold on. A Blizzard available too from Chime, who can just play around his wall. He's still got the Ice Block available, and maybe even wants to throw this ult down. Or does he want to save it for the next fights? An overclock used by X-Kaz, he does find another, and it's just Sojourn versus Sojourn, and Ryan comes out on top. Absolute beast mode from the Sojourn. Otters also falls. Having to back up. Oh, that's bad. Damage is kind of like a brick wall. Yeah, Cage with a Disruptor shot, and then a Sojourn free firing. Yeah, I don't need a calculator for that one. That's a lot of damage.